Hello everyone, you are on the Jin Fiction channel. Before we start, please give a like and subscribe to the channel. I would be grateful to everyone. Also, subscribe on Boosty. Enjoy watching.
Where the hell am I? A blonde-haired boy said as he looked around. He saw buildings that soared into the heavens, many lights around. He then felt a pang of pain and put his hand into his chest. It was covered in blood. Oh yeah, Sasuke tried to kill me, Naruto said as he walked about. His chest against the wall, he trailed the wall with his blood. Flashback. Give it up, Dobi, Sasuke yelled. No, I promised her. I swore I will bring you back, even if I have to break every bone in your body. Naruto yelled as he charged. Both rivals' attacks collided. Naruto charged with the Nine Tails power and Sasuke with his cursed seal in level 2 collided with their signature attacks. The power behind the jutsus was so much it bended the laws of physics. A tear in the space-time continuum appeared. Sasuke noticed that Naruto was taken back by this anomaly and stabbed him with the Chidori on his chest and then kicked him into the tear. Kabuto then caught Sasuke as he slumped down. Easy there, Orochimaru-sama still needs you, Kabuto said as he smiled. Flashback end. Naruto fell to the floor and yelled in agony. Fortunately for him he was near a clinic, a young girl with blue hair and eyes. Mother, come out. There is someone injured, the girl yelled. Help me, Naruto said as he fell to the floor. Holding his chest, his whole shirt soaked with blood. A woman who looked like an older version of the girl. Amy, prep a bed, and prepared anesthetics and anticoagulants, the mother said. Amy dashed in and did as she was told. They tore the shirt away and gasped at the sight in front of him. There was a hole in his chest. Oh my god, Amy said. Naruto counted blood. They moved quickly and saturated the wound with the anticoagulants and antiseptics. Naruto yelled in pain. Put was pinned against the bed. However, his wound begun to close. They couldn't see it, but a red energy was flaring around his wound and it was closing, and closing fast. They put an IV drip on him. Amazing. His wound is closing at an amazing, Amiss mother. But wouldn't that be cause for alarm? Would that cause cancer? Amy said. No, I took a bit of blood and saw it under the microscope. His T-cell count is nominal and he is overly healthy, well. Not considering the hole in his chest, Amiss mother said. Naruto's eyes begun to swim left to right, moving really fast. Amy noticed this. Mom, I think he is having a REM dream, Amy said. You've been studying. I am proud of you, Amiss mother said. But how is he even alive to begin with? He should have asphyxiated, or bleed to death, or both at the same time, Amy said, worried. He must have a lucky star watching over him, Amiss mother said. Sakura-chan, I am sorry. I couldn't bring him back, Naruto said as a trail of tears flowed from his eyes. I will sedate him and put some restraints on him to keep him safe, Amiss mother said. She sedated him and he fell into a deep sleep. Who could have done this to this kid? Amiss mother said as he moved her head left and right. The next day, the blonde boy woke up. He was in a daze. He winked in order to focus the image. He saw around. He realized he was in a hospital-like room. But it was really clean and sterile. He was dressed in a gown. UGHH. Where am I? Naruto said. He looked around once more. Sakura-chan, Kakashi-sensei, Tsunade Obachan. Anyone here? Naruto yelled. Amiss mother then entered. The W-man looked a bit tired. She had a tray of medicine and a glass of water. Here, take this and drink it up the water, Amiss mother said. Ah, thanks, Naruto said. The lady put the bed upright so Naruto could sit upright to swallow TH pills and water. Where am I? Naruto asked. You are in Juban district. I am Mizuno-sensei. Question is. Who are you? Mizuno-sensei asked. I am Uzumaki Naruto Datebeo, he said a bit weakly, coughing a bit. Then a shy girl appeared from the door. At first he thought it might be Hinata, but her hair color and actual irises got to him. Cough cough, who are you? Naruto asked. I am Amy Mizuno, how do you do? She said, bowing politely. I am alive, ain't I? He said with a smile. Barely. You were at death's door over there, Amy said. I will be fine, he said as he tried to pull himself up, but found himself unable to do so. He saw the restraints on him. Can I get out of these, please? Naruto asked. They undid his restraints and Naruto pulled himself up. He stretched his arms and legs and did a couple of punches and kicks. There. Good as new, Naruto said, smiling with a carefree smile. Do you have a phone number to contact your parents or guardians? Mizuno-sensei said. Sorry, But I am an orphan, Naruto said. I see. So, do you have a place to stay? Mizuno-sensei asked. But, mother, we just meet him. We don't know anything about him. Amy said. Is okay, I am a good judge of character. And he would make a nice friend for you, since you will start a new school this coming week, Mizuno-sensei said. School, Naruto said raising an eyebrow. Well yes, you and Amy will join school this Monday, Izumo-sensei said. Her stare coerced Naruto. Well, this is all fine and well. But I kinda need to explore the city, do you mind handing my clothes? Naruto said. -30-40 minutes later. This is my card, if anything happens to you please use a payphone and call me, is a direct line, Izumo-sensei said as she handed Naruto her card. Thanks a lot Mizuno-sensei, I will be back, don't worry, Naruto waved goodbye as he walked off. He walked around and found a place called Game Center Crown. He walked in and saw the games, he saw all the kids and grown-ups enjoying the games, he pulled Gama-chan his frog-shaped wallet and pulled a bill from it and went to a machine that said, change. He put his money and tons of coins came out. He chose to play a game he saw a flyer for outside called, Sailor V. I guess I might try it, Naruto thought. After playing for a while he found himself with the highest score. After enjoying the game he passed around the residential area. He heard voices of kids. Hey, let's pull her tail. Yeah, she might make a giant hamster. Naruto then rushed around. He saw the kids torturing a small and frail black cat. Oi, what the hell you think you are doing? Naruto yelled. The kids turned around. A blur of orange, then the only thing they could feel after was pain. He saw the poor kitty, it was beaten to a pulp. Oh dear Kami, what have they done to you? Naruto said. He took the kitty with him and sat in a park bench. He pulled a small red pill from his jacket. He pulled a kunai and cut a bit of the pill. Here, take this. Normally I don't carry them but I thought better be prepared than sorry, Naruto said, giving her a piece of the red pill. Luna took a piece of the red pill and swallowed it. Luna's body began to heal fast. Luna looked at him, questionable at him. You look hungry, wait here, Naruto said as he left. The kitten sat down and waited for him. Naruto went to a nearby convenience store and bought some milk and a bowl. He came back and saw her still waiting. What a smart kitten, I wish I knew cats were as smart as you. I could use some company. The only cat I ever meet was called Tora. He belonged to the daimyo's wife, but that cat was a total bitch. Yeah, inside joke. Anyways. You seem interested in my story. Wanna hear it? Naruto asked. The cat nodded. It was kinda trippy. She showed human emotions and apparently understood what I said to her. I might not be the sharpest kunai in the pouch but I kinda know that this was not usual. He put the bowl on the floor, and poured the milk. The kitty bowed to him and begun to drink the milk. She finished and jumped into the bench and licked his face. He felt happy. It was the first time someone showed him any goodwill and positive emotions. He didn't care it was an animal, it felt good to have someone or somethin' being kind to him. Well, let me tell you my tale, I hope I don't bore you, Naruto said as he told his story. His tale was filled with a lot of tragedy, since his daily beatings to the fact he housed a powerful demon, about Gaara and finally about his best friend's decision to leave the village to learn from the biggest traitor from Konoha, Orochimaru. The kitty looked at him, her eyes had tears on her eyes. Naruto patted her body and gently stroked her hide. You got something on your forehead. A band-aid, Naruto said as the kitty frantically tried to get rid of it. Here, let me help you kitty, he said as he pulled the band-aid off. That is a tattoo or something. It looks nice, Naruto said, patting her. She looked at him. You got no place to go, Naruto said. The kitty nodded. You are pretty smart. Look, I don't know if I could help you much. I don't actually have my own place. I am living with a doctor who allowed me to live with them. But what the heck? Wanna come, little lady? Naruto said as she jumped to his shoulder and blushed. Naruto and the kitten disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Ami's house. Naruto and Luna arrived at the doorstep. Naruto stealthily moved into the house and went into the room. Amy was studying and her mother was at work till late. He started to undress. The cat moved her front paws covering her face and blushed. Naruto put a aquamarine PJs courtesy of Ami's hand-me-downs. Well, not my first choice of colors but it will do, Naruto said. The kitty removed her paws and was glad to see him fully dressed. Naruto laid on the bed and pulled the covers. This bed is warm and soft, Naruto said as he got lulled to sleep. A few hours later. Uzumaki-san, a British-like voice said, it sounded like an English nanny, but much younger. URRMM. 5 more minutes Iruka-sensei, Naruto pleaded. Uzumaki-san, I've been trying to talk to you all night. By the moon please wake up. The voice said. Naruto opened his eyes, the kitty cat was in front of him, somehow the pose she had was a bit I dunno. Sensual maybe. Ah, the cat from last night, did I hurt you? Are you okay? Naruto asked. No, Luna is not okay, I've been trying to talk to you all night, you are a rather heavy sleeper, Luna said smiling. Naruto was taken back a bit. Thanks for peeling the band-aid. It kept me from being able to communicate and hampered my sensory abilities, she said bowing a bit. Naruto winked. Oh, you are welcome, so your name is Luna is pretty nice name, Naruto said patting her gently. Luna closed her eyes in delight at the gentleness. Thank you so much, those kids really were brutes, I wish to first thank you so much, Luna said. Is not problem, I hate people picking on defenseless things, Naruto said. Uzumaki-san, I wish to ask you for a favor, please. Luna said with a pleading voice. What is it? Naruto asked. I need help searching for the R-Queen and the Sailor Senshi in order to protect this world. Uzumaki-san, please, lend me your strength, help me protect the planet, Luna said. Naruto raised an eyebrow and patted the cat. What can I do? Naruto asked. I got reliable information that Iyoma is gathering the energy of humans, we need to go quickly, Luna said. Alright, lead the way, but can you hold a minute? I need to change, Naruto said as he took his PJs off. Arg, please. Give a lady some warning. Luna said bushing. Oh, but aren't you a cat? Then you are naked all the time. Aren't you? Naruto countered. Luna blushed, this isn't time to get into semantics. Luna yelled. Naruto changed clothes, the ones he was wearing on his world, and Luna jumped on his shoulder. Say, do you have anything I could use to hide my identity, Luna? Naruto asked. Luna jumped and did a somersault, a glitter come from her body, a rolled up orange scarf with full moon symbol on it came out. This will help you, if I ever find any of the senshi this will help you contact them when they might need you, Luna said proud of her work. This is the first gift I ever gotten. Thank you Luna, Naruto said giving her a peck on her head, causing Luna to blush. Anyways we need to head out. There is something dangerous going on a jewelry store called Osa-P, Luna said. Naruto then asked Luna, how will you be able to find the other senshi? Naruto said. I won't be able to say who is who until I get close to them. I am sorry, but I got limited resources to finding them, Luna said. Is okay Luna, I will help you as much as I can, Naruto said. Naruto opened the window, but unknown to them Emma's forehead began to glow, a strange symbol appeared on her forehead. Naruto and Luna exited by the window and walked up the wall to the roof. His scarf moved wildly against the wind at night. Naruto moved quickly undetected and silently, he was guided by Luna who told him where to go, she held on his scarf and was trashed a bit by his speed and his flips and jumps. Naruto, what's on that pouch on your leg? Luna asked. Is my ninja weaponry. I got a couple of kunais and wires and some explosive notes, some soldier pills and some blood pills, other than that I got a couple of jutsu scrolls to practice on. But I only got around 30 kunai and 30 shurikens, and 1 windmill shuriken, Naruto said as he took inventory as he ran to the store. Help! Someone help! A girl's voice sounded off. Naruto dashed in and saw a mummy-like woman holding a red-haired girl. Don't worry, your mom is at the basement all tied up, but I will get rid of you first, the monster said. A kunai then her embedded into her arm, and he appeared under the red-haired girl and held her as she fell down. Is okay, I gotcha, Naruto said. Luna came out of the pillar and said to Naruto, don't worry about the monster, kill it. Luna said. Who the hell are you? The monster yelled. Do the thing, Luna said. I don't wanna. Is lame, and besides is downright embarrassing, Naruto said scratching the back of his head. Come on, do it, Luna said pleading. Naruto sighed, do I really have to? Please, Luna said. Okay, sheesh, Naruto said surrendered. Naruto turned around, his face was serious. I am the orange fox that prances on the red moon. When darkness falls and evil preys on my home I will be there poised to attack. I will defend my home and everyone in it from the evil that threatens it. I am the moonlight masked fox, and I will destroy you in the name of the moon, Naruto said doing a pose. Naruto then grabbed his kunai and put a couple of paper-like note on them and threw them at the monster. The kunai exploded and Naruto ran towards the monster, however she extended her arms and pinned him against the wall. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto said as he did the sign as he was pinned against the wall. A ton of Narutos appeared and surprised the monster, but she herself made a horde of women who had passed out come back as mindless zombies. The clones then attacked the other women by knocking them out with a chop to the neck. A clone appeared behind the monster and kicked it upwards. Uzumaki Naruto Renden. Naruto and his clone said as they made a melee combo on the monster. Amazing, Luna said as she looked at the orange warrior fight the monster. Naruto then ran at the monster and kicked it upwards as the clones gave her a haymaker towards the floor. The original ran towards the monster rubbing the air around. A orb of blue light begun to form in his hand and shoved it to the monster. Rasengan. Naruto yelled as the monster's body begun to turn clockwise by the sheer pressure and power of the technique he had used. The monster then was shoved into the wall, broke said wall and into the next adjacent building. The monster then begun to turn into dust. I need to find the mother, Naruto said as he looked around the place. He found a trap door and found the mother all tied up. He grabbed a kunai and cut the ropes and put the mother next to her daughter. Let's get out of here, Luna, don't need people asking questions, Naruto said. Naruto exited the building, and then looked up. He saw a figure dressed in black tuxedo and a white mask. They locked stairs as the man exited the building via the window. Who is that? Naruto said as he looked at Luna, who was just as confused about the masked person. We need to get out of here, Luna, come on, hop on, Naruto said as Luna hopped to his shoulder and left in a whirlwind of leaves. However, unknown to both of them, the red-haired girl woke up and took a picture of the blonde hero with her cell phone. Come on, the night is falling and we need to get back home, Naruto, the now proclaimed Moonlight Fox, said. Okay, Moonlight Fox-san, Luna said with a smile. Naruto jumped to a wall and begun scaling the building. He reached the top and noticed another masked figure. Then realization dawned to him, since the girl has not seen him yet apparently. Sailor V, you are real, Moonlight Fox said. Sailor V almost faceplanted. She was caught off guard. She turned around and saw a young man decked in an orange jacket and pants, with an orange scarf with a full moon sign at the end of the scarf. Wow, he is hot, she said. Then Sailor V then begun to run away from him. Hey, wait, Moonlight Fox yelled at the feminine figure, then begun to run fast, jumping building to building. Who is this guy? Sailor V said as she jumped from roof to roof, building to building. Moonlight Fox then did a hand seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Moonlight Fox said as he let himself fall to the wall and hang in there, giving Sailor V a false sense of security. He gave up, Sailor V said as she stopped running. Then from all sides many copies of the orange hero appeared, all of them surrounding her. Hold on a minute, Sailor V, Moonlight Fox said, I need to talk with you. Sailor V then attacked. Moonlight Fox flipped out of the way. Sailor V kick, Sailor V yelled as Moonlight Fox blocked her kick with easy and grabbed it, then twirled her towards the wall. Hiya, she yelled in pain. Moonlight Fox then took his kunai out and got them ready. Crescent boomerang, she yelled as she threw her compact at Moonlight Fox. It was charged with energy. Naruto charged his kunai enhanced with chakra and deflected it. He then jumped and his clones followed suit and grabbed her. Hiya, Sailor V yelled as a clone closed her mouth. Quiet, I just need to talk to you. Damn, you are loud, Moonlight Fox said. Who are you? Sailor V asked. I am an ally, Moonlight Fox said as he struggled against Sailor V struggling. Sailor V ceased to struggle and Moonlight Fox stopped holding her and released her. Sailor V then kicked him in the nuts, however it disappeared. Ouch, even I felt that one, Moonlight Fox said. The other clones clutched their respective jewels in phantom pain as his clone dispersed. What the? Sailor V said as the clones tied her up. Hentai. Eki, let me go, Sailor V yelled. Moonlight Fox then put a ball gag on her. She begun to tear up. Listen, I just wanna talk to you. I will remove the gag, okay? Moonlight Fox said as Sailor V nodded. She gasped for air. Okay. What do you want? Sailor V said. Are you the princess? Moonlight Fox said. Maybe. Are you with Queen Beryl? Sailor V asked in turn. Beryl. Who's that? I am just here killing Yoma's V, Moonlight Fox said in turn. Okay, it seems you are clueless about her, so you must not be with her. No. I am not, I am posing as her to draw the enemy, Sailor V said. Luna, come over here, Moonlight Fox said. A clone of Moonlight Fox came over with Luna on his arms. He then let her on the ground. By the moon, you are Sailor Venus, Luna said, surprised. But how did you regain your memory? Luna asked. Moonlight Fox then heard something. Who is there? Moonlight Fox said as he threw a kunai. Geh. A voice said. A small framed creature then came out. What the heck was that about? Said the small white cat. Artemis. Luna yelled. Luna. What are you doing here? Artemis yelled. Luna, you know this cat? Moonlight Fox said. Yes, he is my partner, Luna said frowning at the white cat. Now Luna, don't get angry. We were, Artemis said. You bastard, I was worried about you, Luna yelled angry at him. Now Luna, Artemis was saying but was cut by a rather angry Luna. V. Maybe we should give M a little privacy. Moonlight Fox said as he inched away from the literal catfight. Why yes, V said with a sweat drop as the both inched away slowly and surely. Anyways, you don't look like much of a fighter, you don't seem to have much oomph on your attacks for what I seen, Naruto said. Oh, I got plenty of oomph right here, she said spanking her derriere sexily. Naruto had a slight tick and chuckled. Anyways, I hope we can meet again sometime. Sorry about the tying you up. Naruto apologized. After a while Luna huffed and walked towards Moonlight Fox. Let's get out of here, Luna said, her tail was raised up. Sorry V, the lady boss called quits for now, Moonlight Fox said as he vanished with Luna in a whirlwind of leaves. Wah, he is so cool, Sailor V said as she watched them disappear in green leaves. Ah, but Mina wanted to play with Kitsune-kun, Sailor V said. You can do your boy obsessing later Minako, Artemis said. Ah, you are no fun, Sailor V said. After they reached home Naruto asked Luna, Hey Luna, sorry to bother you, but don't you have anything that will allow me to transform into Moonlight Fox without me having to change clothing? Actually I was gonna talk to you about that, here take this, Luna said as she did a somersault and a choker with a kunai appeared. Just pull the kunai and say Moonlight Power Transform. Luna said. Luna you are amassing, remind me to get you catnip and better grade food, Naruto said patting her. Luna purred and blushed a bit, she really liked this Naruto fella. She hoped this would last. She liked being around him. Very well. Good night, Naruto-kun, Luna said as she lay on top of him. Oyasumi, Naruto said as he fell asleep. It was the morning after his first night as the mysterious hero Moonlight Fox. Luna congratulated him as he woke up to do some stretches, he then went to the bathroom. However, as he entered the room he found Amy had just stepped out of the shower, she was holding her towel on place. They stared at each other, Naruto had a toothbrush on his mouth. It fell as his face turned red, he turned around and left the bathroom, Amy was beet red as well. The morning then proceeded without further incident, however the two teens could not look at each other in the eyes, for the time being that is. After eating breakfast they left for school. Ding dong the school bell rung. They arrived early, Usagi arrived late as usual as was to be put outside standing in the hall as punishment. The class started and Naruto drifted asleep. Amy was a bit scandalized about this, but said nothing since Naruto had the highest grades in the class along with her. However she wondered how Naruto did it, since he never studied, and she knew he hadn't cheated. If she only knew Naruto had made a couple cage bunchins to study for him as he absorbed the knowledge without him actually doing anything. The bunchins threatened with a strike but it was stupid as he could just make fresh ones. As Usagi stood in the hall she saw Naruto rush with a dozen books. Ah Naruto. Usagi called to greet him, however it fell on deaf ears, the male blonde was cursing as he carried the books. Then, another Naruto was carrying books, then she saw two more. At the same time. Usagi cried she looked left and right and her little brain could not process this, it shut down as some smoke rose from her cranium. When she opened them, the hall was clear of Naruto's. Guess I didn't sleep well ahahahaha, Usagi said as she laughed nervously. After class was over Naruto, Amy, Naru and Gurio sat on the grass, as they were talking about the new hero in Juban. After lunch, and an embarrassing time with Usagi who said she was seeing many Narutos which caused him to inwardly curse himself for his clone's idiotic behavior. After class Amy excused herself as she had to leave for cram class. Naruto then picked Luna up from the school's entrance gate where she was napping and patiently waiting for him when her body jerked a bit. Naruto. I feel a strange presence in this school, I believe I found her, the Senshi of the moon, Luna said. Really? Can I ask you for a favor then Luna? Naruto said as they were walking. What is it Naruto-kun? Luna said. I wish you not to tell the Senshi about my secret, and my identity as the Moonlight Fox, Naruto asked Luna. I don't know why, but I will comply, is a shame thought, you should work with them closely, why do so in the shadows? Luna asked. Because, I don't want them to rely on me. Sailor V already has a handle on things, but what about the rest? What happens if for some reason my stay in this world is only temporal? Or I am incapacitated? Naruto said. Luna then nodded. He was right, the senshi couldn't be in training wheels for too long. Luna then got off Naruto and went to look for the senshi she felt. Naruto then started walking. He was wondering where Amy went to study. Crystal Academy. What's this? If you use our special program you can be a genius in a week. Wow, if they had this back home I wouldn't had to fail 3 times in a row. Well then again they wouldn't take me in regardless, Naruto said as he left. Naruto keep walking, he needed to train his martial skills, he decided to challenge some dojos. This might be fun, Naruto said as he opened a dojo door. All the class looked at him. Naruto left his bag on the floor and took his shoes. I came here to challenge this dojo, Naruto said. The class turned and looked at Naruto and laughed. Oi, teens, don't dare underestimate me Datbayo. Naruto yelled enraged. The teacher asked him to leave, that he was too young for this. Naruto however asked again or he would attack. The dojo master had to accept. He sighed. 15 minutes later. There were a lot of holes in the walls, the master was in the corner, he was shaking of excitement. Wow my boy, I haven't seen a can of lupus since that Yankee girl came around here a while back, the sensei said nursing his wounds. Did she had pink hair? Naruto said he was shaking imagining Sakura was somehow able to come around here and was looking to beat his ass for worrying her. No, she had long brown hair and a green uniform, so what will you do? You royally beat us. Are you gonna take our sign? The master asked. Nah, I just wanted to see how strong the people here are. You got ways to go, Naruto grinned. He then left the place feeling a bit relaxed. He walked around, he found a ramen cart, he checked his wallet, he had some leftover money so decided to eat his all-time favorite. After eating his fill of ramen and winning the speed contest by breaking the previous record of 15 bowls in 10 minutes by 4 times the amount of bowls. Naruto was a bit worried for Luna so he decided to track her down and see how she was doing with her senshi search. Naruto saw Luna was around where they originally meet. Wait, Luna is close by, Naruto said as he climbed a tree to look into a house. Moon Prism Power. Make up, a familiar voice said. Naruto then saw Usagi enveloped in a light and transforming into Sailor Moon. The transformation was graphical enough to give Naruto a nosebleed. Okay. Rule 1, never allow the senshi to transform near Jiraiya, Naruto said as he cleaned his blood from his nose. So, Usagi is Sailor Moon, wait. Usagi. Sakino. Doesn't that mean, Rabbit of the Moon? Is this some kind of theme? Naruto said to himself. The next day. Naruto woke up, this time he made sure to knock on the door, fortunately no one answered and he went in. Amy and him had a nice chat on what happened the other day. He is a bit bored since Amy never had any fun, she studied really damn hard, she was like Sakura. Minus the beating of him, or the yelling. Or her bad temper. They went to school, Usagi was running along with Luna, Naruto chuckled a bit, this Usagi girl would be quite a character. Naruto hanged around the girls and was really happy, Usagi then invited Amy to hang out with her, she was hesitant at first but Naruto asked if he could tag along, Usagi accepted and Amy then decided to go with them to learn more about Naruto. Usagi took Amy to the arcades and begun to play Sailor V game, she was decent but died fast. Amy-chan, why don't you try it? Usagi suggested. I never played with one of this before, Amy said, but I guess I could give it a try. She got up to 10,000 points and beat the game. Amazing, Usagi and Naruto said in unison. After playing around a bit Amy excused herself as she had to leave for cram school. As she left she accidentally dropped a floppy disk. Luna's body jerked as she sensed some evil energy, she asked Usagi to take her to a computer, however. Usagi doesn't know how to use one, so Luna took the lead and examined the contents of the disk. A voice sounded from the speakers, surrender your life energy to Queen Beryl. Luna and Usagi were taken back. This was a ploy by the Yomas, Amy was in fact a Yoma, Usagi and Luna thought. Naruto was watching all of this from the ceiling. While hanging upside down, was Amy actually a Yoma in disguise? He didn't want to think that. She was a sweet and gentle girl, she always was locked away to study on her own. He didn't want to believe this. But if this is true. Usagi and Naruto meet an hour later to find the place, they excused each other as they hid to turn into hero mode. They reached the academy but Luna got a bad feeling. Naruto had one as well. Usagi excused herself as she went to an alley and Naruto went in. He entered into a supply room. Moonlight power. Transform. Naruto cried out. His clothes begun to turn into fire. Leaves poured out covering his body as the fire engulfed them. The sign of 9 appeared on his forehead and his ninja headband appeared with the symbol on Konoha and a symbol of the full moon as well. His clothing changed into something that looked the fourth's outfit, but in orange. A pair of gloves appeared as well, like the ones Kakashi had, and a long scarf. A white kunai appeared in front of him. He twirled and completed his transformation. Definitely top shelf stuff for Luna, Naruto thought. Henge. Moonlight Fox cried as he transformed into a doctor. Usagi used a new device to turn into a beautiful nurse, Moon Power. Transform me into a beautiful nurse, she said as the pen made her into one. The doctor and the nurse broke the door and bursted in. Everyone, get away from the computers. The nurse yelled. Hey, who are you? You are interrupting our study session, a familiar voice said. A blue-haired girl rose up. It was Amy. I will stop your evil doings, Yoma. The nurse said. Amy blinked in confusion. A black cat was behind the doorframe. A teacher stood behind Amy and held her. They realized it. She wasn't a Yoma. The teacher turned into a grotesque monster. The doctor put his hands together. Kai. A poof of smoke from it. A kunai came flying directly at the monster's head. How dare you use the intelligence of people for your evil deeds, a voice said. The smoke cleared out. A young blonde man decked in orange and a scarf, making him mysterious, came to view. Where evil taints the beauty of the night, the moon angers and turns red blood. The fox that prances in the red moon sees this action and yowls in anger and retribution. The Moonlight Fox has arrived, Moonlight Fox said as he pulled a black kunai. Usagi. Transform, Luna said. Moon Prism Power. Make up, Usagi said. She transformed into the beautiful warrior of the moon, Sailor Moon. Moonlight Fox ran towards the monster and kicked it right in the face, making it release Amy. Run, Moonlight Fox said to Amy, but she was confused on what was going on. Sailor Moon then begun to attack, however the monster asked her this. Question. Why do apples fall from a tree? The monster asked. Why? Why do you ask me? Ask the apples. Sailor Moon yelled. Wrong. The monster yelled. She threw papers at a high velocity, making them as deadly as knives. Sailor Moon dodged them, but Moonlight Fox came with a kunai and deflected them. Is because of gravity, Luna said. Sailor Moon repeated the answer. The monster stopped. Next question. What is gravity? And answer in 250 words or less, the monster said. That's impossible, Sailor Moon said. Amy woke up. What's going on? She said as she looked around. The students then surrounded Sailor Moon. Yeah, Sailor Moon cried in fear. The monster then grabbed Amy and put her face against the computer screen. Give your life energy to our master, the monster said. Amy resisted and a glow with a mysterious symbol appeared on her forehead. The monster threw her to the floor. If I can't have your energy, I shall dispose of you. Her arm changed into an axe. She is a senshi, Luna said as she did a somersault. A small blue pen appeared in the floor and rolled over to Amy. Quickly, yell Mercury Power, make up, Luna said. Amy quickly grabbed the pen and yelled, Mercury Power, make up. In an instant her clothes vanished and was enveloped by water. A beautiful Sailor Fuku appeared. She was the second Sailor Warrior. Moonlight Fox then grabbed his scarf and pulled out. A second scarf came in place instantly. He then rushed towards the monster and used the scarf to strangle the monster. Girls, quickly destroy this Yoma, Moonlight Fox yelled. Sailor Mercury put her hands together. Sabu. Spray. A torrent of bubbles rushed forth, and turned into mist. Moonlight Fox then released her and jumped towards Sailor Moon. He grabbed the kunai that was in the choker and turned into a white kunai. Sailor Moon, together, Moonlight Fox said. Moon Tiara. Action. Sailor Moon yelled as her tiara became energized. Moonlight Fang Slash. Moonlight Fox yelled as he slashed in the air. An energy attack with the shape of a crescent moon rushed forth. The monster yelled in pain as the attacks connected. Moonlight Fox gave it the finishing touch. Rasengan. A ball of energy chakra rushed from his hand and hit it on the stomach. It contorted and twisted the Yoma and destroyed it completely. Both senshi looked at him as he stood there, looking at them both with gentle eyes. Are you two all right? He asked. Both of them blushed as they nodded. Don't worry, I am an ally. If you are ever in trouble, as long as the moon shines, I shall be there, he said as he disappeared in a whirlwind of leaves. Luna, is it true? Is this character an ally? Sailor Moon asked. Is true, he is a very noble soul, Luna said, blushing. It sounds like you know him personally, Sailor Moon said, elbowing playfully at Luna. Luna blushed a bit, and no way, ha 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 ha, she laughed. Amy however felt something familiar about the blonde male. We should get going, they said as they exited the building. The next day, Amy and Usagi were both in school eating lunch with Naruto. Naru and Guryo were eating lunch when they heard Naru say something interesting. There is a bus that passes around 6 p.m. and everyone that taken that bus has disappeared, Naru said. Isn't that close to the shrine? Guryo asked. Naruto was shivering, he didn't do well with ghosts, apparently neither did Luna since she was shaking a bit. We should go investigate, Usagi said. Unlike Naruto and Luna, she liked mystery and horror stuff. They got to the bus stop. Amy ran a little late due to cram school. Naruto. Well, he was dragged by Usagi. There is a temple nearby that sells good luck charms, and there is a priestess who can tell the future, Naru said, who hanged out with them. Naruto decided to go in, he then felt something stir inside of him. Roar, he heard in his mind. Naruto felt the Kyuubi banging against the walls to get free. He was scared of something, he then felt something surging, something purifying. I see. This is holy ground. I found your weakness, bastard, Naruto thought. Naruto stepped in and felt refreshed. The girls followed as they say, people paying respects to the altar god and praying for good fortune in love, business and other things. Naruto walked around when an old man stopped him. Hey there, sonny, what do you say about a part-time job here in the shrine? The old man said. Part-time? Sure, that would be nice. I would like to earn some extra expending cash, Naruto said with a grin. Then from behind the temple a beautiful young woman with a Miko outfit came into view. Naruto saw her, she was truly a beauty, her long hair, and "Begone, evil spirit," she yelled as she stuck a sutra to his forehead. Naruto yelled as he felt part of his strength being sucked away by the sutra's purification power. Crap, Kyuubi. He must been leaking his evil chakra. Naruto thought as he concentrated and trained the sutra with his chakra. Hey, what's the big deal? Naruto said, he then fell to his knees from exhaustion. Naruto. Usagi and Amy yelled. A few minutes later. I apologize, I felt a dark force arriving and I thought it was emanating from you, the girl said, bowing many times to apologize. Ahahaha, is okay, Naruto said. Damn fox, he is trying to get back at me for coming to holy ground, he thought. Anyways, here, have something to drink, the girl said. This is my granddaughter, Hino, Rei, said the old man. Naruto looked at her, Rei-chan. Naruto said, looking at her, she blushed, he was quite handsome, and those whisker-like marks made him look cute and thought at the same time. She blushed as well. Naruto and the rest of the girls stepped out and watched the temple. It had a dignified air about it. Then two crows came over and Rei feed them. Your pets? Naruto asked. Somewhat, they are my friends, Phobos and Deimos, Rei said smiling. Naruto talked to Rei, they hit it off really well. Amy was fuming on the inside, Usagi, well, she was a bit envious. After doing a grand tour on the temple they decided to head off, but the old man decided to flirt some of the girls and did a special 5:30 p.m. ritual for good luck for the girls. Rei gave Naruto a good luck charm, inside however there was something extra, a small lock of her hair. The next day, Naruto decided to annoy the fox again and go to the temple, he couldn't forget the beautiful Miko maiden. Hey Usagi, did you hear? Another bus and 50 occupants disappeared on the route by the shrine we went last time, Naru said. We need to investigate this time, Usagi said to Amy. Naruto shadowed them both as they went to the bus stop. I feel like a creepy stalker, Naruto thought. As they waited, Usagi had second thoughts after seeing the driver. She became scared and held to the post so Amy couldn't pry her away. Then the bus began to levitate and entered into a black hole. Okay, what is it with villains never getting caught doing something so flashy? Naruto said with an eyebrow raised. Usagi and Amy then headed to the temple to speak with Rei. Naruto trailed them again. Rei-san, do you know anything about the disappearances? We are trying to get to the bottom of it, Usagi said. Rei got mad, are you saying our temple is the cause of it? No, is not like that, Usagi said. Naruto then opened the door and rested against the panel. What Bunny-chan is trying to say here is, has anyone suspicious came here lately before the incidents? Naruto asked. Usagi and Amy looked at him, they were surprised that he was here. Well, someone new came to work here, but she begun to think, business had increased with him, he was affable, albeit really quiet fellow. She excused herself, she went to a small secluded building and begun to make a ritual in order to foresee the future. Show me the cause of this evil, she said. Inside the fire, the image of the new person working here appeared. As she exited the room she found a small pen outside. It was red-colored. Usagi, Amy, Naruto and Luna left. Rei decided to deal with this the next day, since the person had already left. The next day after school, Usagi and Naruto left in order to investigate this further. However, what she did not know is that it was a cage bunshin. The real Naruto stayed behind in case the Moonlight Fox was needed, and he wouldn't have to break his cover. He left towards the temple, however she saw Rei being held by the trough by the person. Cage bunshin Naruto then dropped his bag and run at full speed and kicked the person's face. They both glared at each other and he tumbled on the floor and caught Rei. Bastard, I will kill you, Naruto said as he rushed him. He pulled a kunai and slashed his arm. The real Naruto cursed and decided to make a replacement technique with the cage bunshin. Now the real one was in. How dare you, Naruto said with his head held downwards. How dare you, Naruto growled, his body covered in a mist of red, his eyes turned feral and bloody red. Naruto rushed once more. He hit him on the stomach and jumped over him, grabbing his shoulders and tossing him upwards. Rei was taken back by the boy's prowess. However, Rei was also scared. The aura he was emanating, that red aura, it filled her with dread. Meanwhile, Usagi waited and tried to get on the bus, but was scared again, so decided to disguise herself as a bus attendant and got in. Luna got along with her, however the hair on her body rose up. Something powerful and evil just got loose. I going to kill you Teme, Naruto said as he dashed forward, kicking a gust of dirt and wind. The other person had transformed into Jadeite, one of the 4 great lords of the Dark Kingdom. Interesting boy, let's see what you can do. Damn it, I can't use jutsus. I can only use taijutsus. Anyways, the fox's powers is weakened in here. But I can still take him out, Naruto thought. Naruto kicked him upwards and then smashed him against the ground. So you found me out. Good, but bad for your lady friend, Jadeite said as he opened a black hole that sucked everything in. Naruto held his place thanks to his chakra and tried to grab Rei's hand, however Phobos, Deimos and Rei were sucked in. Jadeite disappeared soon after. Naruto then stopped the fox's power. He felt drained, but it did no corrupt his mind, at least not as much as it usually did. How do I get to them now? Naruto wondered. He then jerked. Usagi was in trouble as well, and Amy just got to the scene to see her get spirited away by the bus. He pulled the kunai out from his choker. Moonlight power. Transform, Naruto yelled. His body began to glow, and he transformed into Moonlight Fox. Then he went to the bus stop and tried to see how to get into the place. Moonlight Fox, Amy said, taken back, however he didn't even turn. He was concentrating. Need a hand, friend, a voice said from behind. He turned around. It was the person with the mask and the tuxedo. He nodded and he opened a portal towards the place they got sucked into. Both mysterious heroes jumped in a bus and opened the portal. Who are you? Naruto stared at the masked man. Call me Tuxedo comment Mask, he said as he smiled. What can I call you, kid? He asks. Moonlight Fox, he says. Then entered into an unknown realm. Sailor Moon and a newly acquired Sailor Mars were fighting the monster. Both Moonlight Fox and Tuxedo Common threw a kunai and a rose, however Naruto's kunai contained something a little extra. It was something like a sutra paper. However it begun to fizzle and burned itself out. Boom. When evil lurks at night, the moon turns red with anger. And the fox will come for retribution for the wicked, said a voice. Who is there? The Yoma yelled as she turned to see the voice. An orange blur appeared and landed in front of the 2 senshi. I am Moonlight Fox. In the name of the moon, I will destroy you, Naruto said, pulling a set of white kunai. Another figure appeared decked in black. Tuxedo Common, at your service, he said. Sailor Moon, a triple combo attack now. Moonlight Fox and Tuxedo Common said in unison. Moon Tiara, action, yelled Sailor Moon as she threw her tiara. Fire, Soul, Sailor Mars yelled as a stream of fire flew towards the tiara, enhancing it with the power of fire. Naruto twirled his kunai around and slashed the air, putting every ounce of power in his attack. Double Moonlight Fox Fang Slash, he said as he slashed, and an energy-like slash came out and combined with all the other attacks. After destroying the Yoma, the girls realized something. How do we get out of here? They said. Need a ride, said a voice. They all turned around and saw Tuxedo Common. Tuxedo Common, both girls said. You know how to drive this? Moonlight Fox said. Yeah, I can do it, he said. All of us got out of the place with the many buses and victims on tow. Fortunately, Moonlight Fox made a bunshin to be with Amy in case something happened. I am glad you are all safe, Usagi, Rei, Amy and Naruto, Kage Bunshin said. They all left smiling, but Rei nor Usagi could ever forget those two mysterious helpers. Tuxedo Kamen, and the Moonlight Fox. Naruto did a replacement, something Rei and Amy noticed. When he moved, he flickered a bit and became solid again. Just what, or who is this Naruto person? And why did he had such a scary aura hidden under his gentle aura? Rei wanted to find it out. Naruto and Amy were walking from school. It was a normal day, Usagi had failed yet another test, Amy scored perfect grades, Naruto was close by. Hey Amy, can I ask you rather personal question? Naruto said. Sure, go ahead, Naruto, Amy said. Am I attractive? Naruto asked. A scary thing for all guys and girls have been since the dawn of time if they could attract a potential mate, since Naruto never had any girl give him the time of the day to go out with him, save for Hinata, but she always had those fainting spells. So he never had a woman's opinions. If I find you attractive, well, you are really kind and smart, you are a bit goofy and a bit of a prankster. You are physically attractive, Amy said, twirling her fingers. Naruto did a double take. She was acting a bit like Hinata, sans the stuttering. Really? Wow, thanks Amy-chan, he hugged her. Amy then turned red. Just in case I will be going to the shrine, I could use a lucky talisman after all, Naruto said, grinning as he dashed out, waving goodbye to Amy. Amy waved him goodbye a bit shyly. Naruto walked to the shrine when he bumped into someone. The girl had a different school uniform. Crash. Ouch. Son of a, Naruto said. He looked at the person. It was Rei-chan. Oh, I am so sorry, I was going to visit you in the temple and… Here, let me help you, Naruto said, extending his hand. However, his gaze went a little south, and saw Rei's panties. A little blood tickled from his nose. Rei looked up. Oh my, did you get hurt? I am so sorry, she said as she blushed. Is okay, I was going to the temple to get a love talisman. For some reason my cat stole it from me, Naruto said as he remembered Luna taking his talisman. He swore Luna was… Could he say, jealous? Oh, your cat what's its name? Rei asked. Luna, she is very sweet cat. And smart too, I wonder why she took the talisman. Naruto pondered. Rei jerked back, Naruto was the owner of Luna. Naruto turned around and smiled. She blushed and both walked side by side to the shrine. So how was classes today? Naruto asked. Horrible, I am a Miko. Yet I go to Catholic school, Rei said. Ah, yes, cultural differences with the nuns. Naruto guessed. More like religious differences, Rei said, sighing. Well, I am here for a job promised by OGG, Naruto said. What? Rei said, taken back. Yeah, I will be coming often here, please take care of me, Naruto said, bowing and smiling. They both walked to the temple, Naruto and Rei's grandpa about the job. Ho ho ho, sure sonny, we need some fresh blood after all, the old man said while patting him on the back. After putting on an outfit similar to Rei's shrine-wise, he begun to clean the temple. Phobos and Deimos both perched on his head. Hey guys, what are you doing? Naruto said as he handled the two crows gently. Can you two keep a secret? I am gonna clean the whole place. In a few minutes, just don't tell Rei, okay? Naruto said, petting both crows. Kage Bunshin on Jutsu, Naruto said. A good 30 Narutos appeared. Come on guys, we gonna make this temple shine, Naruto said. Yosha, they all yelled as they spread out as they begun dusting and polishing and sweeping the temple. Naruto finished his work in less than 3 hours. He then released the technique. Hey old man, I am done with the cleaning, Naruto said as he twirled the broom. The old man thought he was kidding. However, he went through every room, every corner, all the statues were polished. Impossible, this takes at least all day, and part of the next to finish this, the old man said. Hee, what can I say? I like to work hard, Naruto said. Well, you can assist my Rei-chan with her meditation and do what she tells you, the old man said. Naruto left and closed the door. Rei-chan, where are you? Naruto said as he walked around. He then opened a door, and saw Rei in mid-change. Ah, this isn't what you think, Naruto said. Rei had a vein on her head. Then a barrage of sutras stuck to his face. Da, Naruto said as he felt his evil chakra drained and his body became stiff. If you are sorry then stop looking Kami, Rei said, exasperated with a blush. Rei closed the door, banging it hard. Anno, a little help, anyone, please, Naruto said as his body was numb from the sutras. Fortunately for him, Photbos and Demos pecked the sutras off him. I am bringing you high-quality seeds for you two guys, Naruto said as the crows crowed in happiness. Naruto then was basically Rei's bitch for the remainder of the day. She took her position really seriously and Naruto was at beck and call of her. He didn't mind cause he knew she was a sweet girl on the inside. Deep, deep, really deep. Naruto then finished for the day. She was surprised to find him finishing cleaning the whole compound and the statues where shined so much they looked like new. Wow, got to hand it to you, you are good, Rei said as she got a cup of hot tea from Naruto as he got some for himself. Yeah, but I don't like this outfit. I look like a fool, Naruto said, stretching his outfit a bit. Don't complain, I have to wear it too, Rei said. Yeah, but at least you make it look good, Naruto said with a smile. Rei blushed. Naruto excused himself as he went to get a hot bath and to change. Ah, this is great. Nothing like an old school bath, Naruto said as he went and took a dip in the bathtub. After taking his shower he went to change into his school uniform and left home. Wonder how Amy is, Naruto said as he walked out. Naruto, Rei called. What is it, Rei-chan? Naruto asked. I was wondering if you would like to come with me to Shinjuku. I was hoping we could go out. Just you and me, Rei said while blushing. Sure I guess, Naruto said as he smiled and left off. He is alright I guess, just a bit short thought, but he is adorable. And, Rei blushed as she remembered Naruto coming to her rescue like a dashing hero. I guess he could be the one, Rei said as she swinged left and right with the broom and blushed. His two crows had a sweat drop. With Naruto. Wow, I am so lucky, I got asked out by really pretty girl. Man, I wish there was some way to talk with them, Naruto said as he realized something. Oh damn, I forgot about my summoning jutsu, Naruto said as he mentally berated himself for such an obvious overseen of mental lapse. Naruto went to an alley and made the hand signs. Kuchio's no jutsu, Naruto said. He slammed his hand against the floor and a small poof was here. And Orange Toad then came out. Naruto. You are alive, you are alive, the Toad said as he hugged Naruto. Gamakichi. What happened? Naruto asked. Jiraiya and Tsunade were very depressed. They worried you might be dead. Kakashi took it really hard, but not as hard as your other friends, Gamakichi said. Gamakichi. Can you do me a favor? Naruto said. Sure, what is it? Gamakichi said. I need you to ask Jiraiya if he can send me jutsus to practice in a batch of kunai, ninja wire, and soldier pills and blood pills and beginner's guides to train people's body, Naruto said. You got it. Anything else? Gamakichi asked. Yeah, give me a minute, Naruto said as he pulled a piece of paper and begging jotting down something. Give this to Ero Sennin please. And if you could get me some cute accessories. I got a birthday for a few of my friends and I wanted to 5M something nice, Naruto said. Can what are they? Gamakichi said. Well, they are girls, Naruto said. Ah, gotcha, is like that Don't worry, I will ask someone to help out, say you got pictures of this girls. Gamakichi said. Naruto was a bit hesitant at first but he gave him, it was a small pic of him and Amy, then one of him and Usagi and one with him and Rei, and then one with all of them together smiling. The blonde is Usagi, she is a rather clumsy and a crybaby, she loves eating and sleeping, the other one is Amy, she is a very smart girl, I am posing as a relative of hers, she is very kind, she likes reading a lot and she loves books, the next one is Rei, she is a Miko in a local temple. She is an exorcist, Naruto said. Wow, I must say they are really beautiful. At least I am glad you didn't pick someone like Sakura again, Gamakichi said. Yeah, I get it, so hurry up please, Naruto said. Sure thing Naruto, I am sure they will be happy to hear from you again, Gamakichi said as he vanished. As soon as he vanished he heard a voice. Naruto-kun, I found you at last, a female voice said. Naruto turned around and saw her. He smiled. Luna-chan, I am glad to see you, Naruto said as he extended his arms. Luna jumped towards him and Naruto hugged the cat. I missed you Luna-chan, he said as Luna snuggled against him. So Naruto-kun, what are you going to do with the senshi? Luna asked. Not a clue, I am gonna wait till all of them are united and we find the princess. But what about that Kamen guy? You know him? Naruto asked. No, I got nothing on him yet, Luna said. Ah Luna, I got you something from the temple, Naruto said as he kneeled down. He tied a small bell on Luna that had a talisman on it. This is so nice Naruto-kun, Luna said as she had teary eyes. Before I forget, I got to get you new cat food. I am getting you top shelf stuff due to your incredible transformation choker, Naruto said patting her. She blushed as she modeled her new belt talisman. She didn't particularly mind the ringing noise. But hey, he did something nice for her. They both walked down the path to Ami's house. He went in and Amy received him at the door. Naruto, you're out from your job. And who do we have here? Luna, Amy said a bit worried. You know her. I've been trying to keep her a secret. She's been with me for quite some time, Naruto said with a sheepish smile. Amy looked at Luna who nodded, asking her to play along. Sorry, I kinda took her in without asking, Naruto said. Amy sighed but out of relief. Don't worry Naruto. I love cats, Amy said as Luna jumped to her and snuggled. I can see. She likes ya, Naruto said. So Amy, what are you doing up so late? Naruto asked. I was going to buy some snacks, wanna come? Amy said. Sure, I like being with ya, Naruto said as he went up and casually went in to change to his street clothes he bought. They three of them walked around. It was a nice night, it was cool and refreshing and Amy looked cute under the moonlight. They went to a nearby store to buy some candies and some drinks. Naruto bought a couple of instant ramen to boot. Naruto and Amy chuckled as they told stories of what happened and felt lighthearted with him. He made her feel, well, secure and warm inside. Hey Amy, what is your goal in life? Naruto asked out of the blue. Well, I want to be a respectable doctor, like my mother, Amy said, and you? Well, to be honest, my dream is no longer feasible, so what I am gonna do is try my best until I find something I like, Naruto said. No longer feasible. Why is that? Amy asked. That would be a story for another time Amy-chan, Naruto said. That's not fair, Amy said as she pouted. All fair in love and war Amy-chan, Naruto said. Amy chased Naruto down the street as they raced back home. Back home. Hey Amy-chan, you should take some time off from studying every now and again. A pretty girl like you shouldn't be all alone with just books, Naruto said smiling. Amy blushed and acted a bit shy. Well, I am going to sleep, I got a big day tomorrow, Naruto said. Tomorrow? What's going on? Amy asked. Well, Ray-chan asked me if I could accompany her shopping, that she doesn't like going alone because guys hit on her too much, Naruto said. Amy got jealous as she broke her pencil in half. Is that so? Amy said with an anger vein in her head. Oh well, good night sweet dreams, Naruto said as he gave her a peck on her forehead and went to her room. Amy blushed and steam rose from her head. Naruto-kun, is it true? You are going out with Ray? Luna asked. Yeah, we are going as friends, Naruto said. Ah, all right, Luna said as he jumped into his bed. Night Luna-chan, Naruto said as he kissed his feline friend's forehead. She blushed. The next morning. The morning came and Naruto got ready. He felt a bit giddy, it was the first time a girl has asked him out. I have to give her a good time, Naruto said to himself as he put on a white Naruto shirt and blue jeans. He readied himself as he put a bit of manly perfume, courtesy of Naruto who gave him as a welcome present. I can't forget this, Naruto said as he tried putting his choker. But. Damn it, I can't reach that it. Luna, can you give me a paw over here? Naruto said. Luna was napping on the windowsill. You are looking sharp today, you got a date. Luna said as she smirked. Yeah, do you mind helping me put the choker in? Naruto asked. Luna climbed his back and pulled the choker into place helping Naruto. Wow Naruto-kun, you pulled all stops. Who you going with? Luna asked. I am going with Ray, she is taking me shopping and I am just going to help her out, Naruto said. Please do treat her with respect Naruto-kun, Luna said smiling. I intend to. I will act to her like I act with you, Naruto said. Well, I wish you luck Naruto-kun, Luna said smiling. Naruto dashed out of the door. A date? It has been far too long since I last had one, Luna said as she curled around in the windowsill. With Naruto. Naruto was rushing through the streets. He was feeling giddy. He felt really happy and was skipping and jumping. He picked up a bouquet of red roses. I hope Ray-chan likes it, Naruto said as he paid the lady for the roses. Best part, he didn't get overcharged. As a matter of fact, she gave him a small discount for being adorable. Naruto went to the temple and found Rei resting against the outer walls of the temple. She was dressed rather nice. Wow Rei, you look. Wow, I mean, Naruto found himself with the inability to process his thoughts. Hey, glad you like, I am doing this cause I want to repay you for trying to save me, Rei said, so today is my treat. Ah, before I forget, Naruto said as he pulled a bouquet of roses, for you Rei-chan, I think it goes well with you, Naruto said. Wow, thank you, they are beautiful, Rei said as she blushed. Could he be Tuxedo Common? Rei thought. So, where do you want to go Rei-chan? Naruto asked. Close by. Amy, Usagi and Luna were hidden, they were spying on them. Rei is going out with Naruto-kun, Usagi said a bit mischievously. Yeah, who would have thought, Amy said, feeling a pang of jealousy. Hey, let's spy on their little date, Usagi said. Amy was hesitant at first but was pulled by Usagi. With Naruto and Rei. Naruto and Rei went to Shinjuku and went by many of the stores. Rei bought a scarf for herself and a fleece hat for Naruto, after going through a few dozen stores. They sat inside. It had a very nice food court and took a breather. Hey Rei, how did you become a Miko? Naruto asked. My grandfather is an old man, and I have special abilities, Rei said. Really? What is it? Naruto asked. Well, I kinda have premonitions by using the fire in the altar, Rei said. Really? You are so cool. I really don't get those nuns at your school, Naruto said. Thank you Naruto-kun, Rei said. You called me Naruto-kun, Naruto said grinning. Did not, Rei said while blushing. Whatever you say, Naruto said. Naruto and Rei ate some burgers, shakes and fries, and a chili hot dog. They had a nice time. It was night and things went without a hitch. Until somewhere close by. Naruto-kun is such a gentleman. I wish I had a boyfriend like him, Usagi said a bit jealous. I know, he is such a proper gentleman, Amy said. Who are those guys? Usagi said as she pointed a couple of rot necks. We should go help them, Luna said. Back to Naruto and Rei. Both Naruto and Rei then collided with a brawny guy. Hey, look what you did, you broke my foot, yelled a guy. What are you talking about dumbass? You are fine, Naruto said. You calling my Aniki a liar bozu? Said another guy with black lenses and a scar under his eye. No, I am calling him an asshole, idiot, Naruto said. The two other had a bulging vein in their head. You brat, you gonna pay, and we gonna take girl with ooze you sees, said another thu. He put a hand on Rei, however. Ah, my arm, he said as his arm broke in 3 different places. You bastard, you gonna die for that, said the other two and they took out their knives. Come here then bastards, Naruto said as the two charged and Rei yelled in fright. Naruto dodged the first one, while he kicked the knife of the other one, he jumped and kicked him in the back of the neck. The other guy went towards Rei. The bitch is gonna pay then, the thug said as he went in to stab her. Naruto then pulled her back and got stabbed in his chest. He then pulled the guy closer and headbutt him right in the face, breaking his nose and pulling the knife off his chest. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Rei said as she went towards Naruto. Yeah, I am okay, just don't ACCK. Naruto yelled as Rei hugged him. Oh my god, I am so sorry, Rei said. Meh is okay, I had worse, trust me, Naruto said. Somewhere close by. Amy then remembered that night. It was a horrible night when he found the blonde boy close by. Amy, Yuhu, Amy, are you there? Usagi said. Oh, is nothing, Usagi, we should go home, Amy said with a slight sigh. Amy, you are no fun, Usagi said. Yeah, but I need to dress Naruto's wounds when he comes back home, Amy said. Usagi then decided to leave. It was late and she had to go to school the next day. With Rei and Naruto. Naruto, I want to thank you so much for saving me, again, Rei said. Is no problem, I would do it all over for you Rei-chan, Naruto said as he smiled. Rei blushed and acted coy and shy. Here let's go to the temple to patch you up, Rei said smiling as Naruto held his wound. Nah, is okay I am okay already, Naruto said. Okay, you just got stabbed, let me look at your wound, Rei said. Naruto reluctantly agreed, he opened his shirt that was blood-stained. However, the wound was nearly closed. What? I saw the knife stuck on you. Rei said. What can I say, I heal really fast, Naruto said. She began to tear up and cried. She hugged Naruto. She was shaking. I was so scared, Naruto. So scared, Rei said. Is okay, Rei, I got you, Naruto said as he hugged Rei. Snow begun to fall. Sniff sniff. Thank you, Naruto-kun, Rei said as she hugged him tighter. I will protect you. Is a promise of a lifetime, Datbeo, Naruto said as he smiled to her and gave her a thumbs up. After saying goodbyes he left home. He made sure she reached the temple safely first though. Naruto opened the door to the house and Amy was there with a medikit. So, did you, Usagi and Luna enjoy spying on me? Naruto said, making Luna and Amy cringe. They both moved their heads left and right. Is okay, Datbeo, Naruto said. He took his shirt off and put it on the dirty clothes in the hamper. It had a speck of blood. Night, ladies. We got school tomorrow. And don't you have a big test as well, Amy? Naruto asked. I forgot. I need to study, Amy yelled. Naruto laughed a bit. He then went to change and to sleep. He could still remember her scent. The beautiful Miko's scent. Naruto woke up the next morning. He yawned loudly as he left. He had a late-night study session with Amy. Naruto accepted, and thankfully aced today's surprise quiz. That wasn't much of a surprise since Usagi had fallen asleep on class. Which indubitably leads to a surprise pop quiz. Naruto had lunch with them and smiled. So far it was a good day. Classes ended quickly. He was happy he was having the week off due to Golden Week. Unfortunately, for him, Usagi and Rei, it also meant no new manga for the week. Anyways, Naruto excused himself and left for parts unknown. Naruto went to a far side of town. It was mostly alone. Just a few bums. Kuchio's no jutsu. Naruto yelled as he slammed his hand onto the ground. A familiar orange toad came to be. Naruto. How are ya? Gamakichi said in a happy tune. Hey Gamakichi, did what I asked you to? Naruto said. Yeah, oh, I forgot, Jiraiya will be coming soon. He wants to see if you improved when he comes here. Since we can do a reverse summoning on him, you summon me, and I summon him afterwards, Gamakichi said. Did you get the goods? Naruto asked. Sure thing, here you go, Gamakichi said as he regurgitated the items. Ew. Gross, Naruto said as he got the sealed bags with the said items. Yup, many assorted kunai, shurikens and scrolls, and 2 gifts, and a letter. Dear Naruto, I hope you are doing well. I hope you are at least being a ladies man in there. I send you with this letter the new copy of my latest work of the Ika Ika series. You know, to help you get things imaginative in bed, hahaha. Anyways, I hope you are alright and I send some scrolls to help you teach the people you chosen about chakra and built their bodies up. Keep up the good work. I also send a few explosive notes and an extra scroll on how to make them. I hope they are useful to you, Jiraiya, the super mega pervert winking face. The letter was signed by said pervert. Thanks, Eros Sennin, Naruto said while holding the letter to his chest. Hey, when is he coming? Naruto asked. Jiraiya. In a few weeks, after classes are off for the summer, Gamakichi said. Great, I will call you later, Naruto said. Alright bro, see you then, Gamakichi said as he disappeared. Alright, I need to give Amy her gift, and prepare Usagi's and Rei's, Naruto said as he went to a shop to wrap the gift. So, wrap this with a pink wrap paper with rabbit prints, the other in an aquamarine color with bubble prints, and the next one with red and pink sakura prints, he asked the shop owner. He wrapped the gifts and put them a tag on them. They had a leaf print on the tag and put his name and the name of the person it belonged to. So I got Usagi a bowl and chopstick with a rabbit in the moon print. For Amy I got her a scroll of lore and medicine, and for Rei, she was given a set of ofudas of purification of the Temple of Fire courtesy of Azuma, Naruto said as he jumped out with joy. How do I give this to the girls now? Naruto wondered. Fortunately for him, it was Valentine's Day. The girls were all giddy thinking what boy to give candy to. Valentine's Day. Well, I don't expect much. I never did back home, Naruto said as he walked the halls. He went to his locker and saw it a bit bent out of shape. He opened to change into his school shoes when BROOOM. A torrent of chocolates fell to him. He was literally almost drowned by the candy and chocolates he received. After he got out, the last chocolate fell from the locker and hit him in the head. Okay. Wow, I am pretty popular here, hehehehe, Naruto said as he scratched the back of his head sheepishly. He received a lot of glares by all the males in school. Hey, I got one by Usagi. And look, one from Amy. Edible pencils. Ah, a gag gift. Hee, how thoughtful. Naruto said as he begun eating the other girl's gifts. Naruto unwrapped Usagi's gift. It was something real nice. When he heard Rei's story about Naruto's attempt to save her, she gotten him a plaque with the word, "Amazing Friend and Hero," on it. After classes Naruto had to sneak out of the school since he was on the most hated guy list. Ah, being popular is troublesome, as Shika would put it, Naruto said as he jumped from the fence he had climbed on. He landed on the floor and quickly made short dashes from lamppost to lamppost looking left and right. Then he felt someone tapping his shoulder. "Yeah," Naruto shouted as he nearly jumped off his skin in fright. He then saw it was none other than Rei. "Dear Kami, Rei, don't sneak up on me like that," Naruto said panting. "Oh, sorry," Rei said as she giggled. Naruto composed himself and saw Rei blushing and swaying left and right on her heels. "Ah, Naruto-kun, I wanted to give you something," Rei said. She grabbed Naruto's hand and gave him a rather large chocolate bar. It was a special edition that had milk and caramel inside. "This is my gift from me to you," Rei said as she blushed. "Oh, thank you Rei, I will eat it soon after my meal, I wanna treasure it after all," Naruto said smiling. He then felt a mental thug on his head. "Ah Rei-chan, sorry I have to cut this meeting short, I got somewhere to go right now. See ya," Naruto said as he dashed out. Rei's hair flutter by the wind. Naruto kicked up when he dashed out. "Quiet energetic that one, isn't he?" Rei musked to herself. Naruto went to an old abandoned warehouse. Inside he then released the summoning jutsu. "Kuchio's no jutsu," Naruto yelled as a orange frog appeared from the smoke. Said toad opened his mouth. "Ew. I can't get used to that," and a white-haired man stepped out. "Hey there brat," said the person with a grin and a smile. "Ero Senin," Naruto said with a smile. Both went to hug each other, then, said pervert punched his head. "Da," Naruto yelled. "Damn it boy, I keep telling you to stop calling me that," Jiraiya of the Sannin said. "I will when you stop being a pervert," Naruto said in rage. "I am no pervert, I am a super pervert," Jiraiya said with a grin. "I rest my case," Naruto said. "Jokes aside, I missed you Naruto," Jiraiya said as he patted the young boy's head. "I missed you too, however what are you gonna do? I need help to train, I doubt the enemy in here is gonna like my meddling around here," Naruto said in a serious tone. "Whoa, what's with the expanded vocabulary?" Jiraiya said. "I read a lot of books with the Kage Bunshins. Learned a lot too. Did you know you get the knowledge of a Kage Bunshin once is dispelled?" Naruto said. "Oh, you learned about that. This will help. I know this is years before time, but you should be able to make your own original technique," Jiraiya said. Really? Naruto said. "Yes, the Rasengan was actually a failed attempt to make an original jutsu. You know about the Reikiri, also known as Chidori?" Jiraiya asked. Naruto nodded. While the Rasengan takes chakra manipulation to its highest peak, the Chidori or Reikiri takes nature chakra to the extreme. Both chakra manipulation and nature manipulation could never been done unison, since to do one you have to concentrate solely on that single part. However, I believe that you can surpass the fourth Naruto, Jiraiya said giving him a pat on the back. "First things first though, we need to find what is your nature affinity. Here take this paper and concentrate on it," Jiraiya said. Naruto did and concentrated his chakra. It was cut to shreds. "Oh, this is incredible, you seem to have a powerful affinity to the wind. I haven't seen one so in tune since the good old days," Jiraiya said. What's good about that?" Naruto asked. "Well, with the wind chakra you can make anything sharper and cut and destroy," Jiraiya said. "But, don't ninja weapons do that already?" Naruto said. "Yay, but you can do so much more with it. Imagine being able to pierce trough metal, cut giant boulders with yukonai. I am not much in wind manipulation, but is really something. I can get some scrolls about it and even ask someone to help you out by writing some instructions. I will bring em next visit," Jiraiya said. "Man, I was hoping you could stay a while," Naruto said. "Don't be like that, but be weary, Akatsuki doesn't know where you are, but they will find out soon. So keep training, and, seriously, Moonlight Fox," Jiraiya said. "Yeah, I had to come with something on the spot. Just don't tell the others," Naruto said. "Anyways, I will come back, and then I will make a killer by making my Ika in here," Jiraiya said. "Old pervert, thanks," Naruto said. "No problem, just be careful alright," Jiraiya said as he entered the toad's mouth and left. I still can't get used to that, Naruto said. He left the warehouse, when he spotted something white. Artemis. Naruto yelled. Artemis tensed. He looked at the boy for a while, he did not know what to do, so he played it cool. Meow, Artemis said. Naruto stared at him. Enough with the bull, I know you can talk, Naruto said. Don't make me get Luna on you, Naruto said. Artemis' sweat dropped. Alright, you got me, so. I suppose you must be the mysterious Moonlight Fox, Artemis said. That's me, but keep it a secret from your senshi charge, Naruto said. Okay, but what do you want? Artemis said. I wanna call her to go out with her, so I can get to know her better, Naruto said. Alright, I will try to do so, but I still don't get it, why her? Artemis said. I blame hormones, Naruto said. He rummaged his pocket and gave Artemis a small box for him. Give this to her, I think she will love it, Naruto said. What is it? Artemis said. That's for me to know and for you to find out, don't worry, it will open only when she touches it, Naruto said. Okay, I will deliver this, Artemis said. Thanks, I am counting on you, Naruto said. Oh, and Artemis. Naruto added. Yes, Artemis said. I will be training the senshi, once they are all gathered I mean, so I wanna get to know them as much as possible so I can interact with them better, Naruto said. Thank you so much Naruto, Artemis said as he bowed. Artemis left with the box on his mouth to give to his senshi charge. Oh well, I got time to kill till white day, for the time being, Naruto said. Naruto walked around and went to the game corner to get out the frustration. Naruto played a fighting game since he wanted to get out some of the steam. Da, di, tem, dwara, Naruto yelled as he smashed the buttons. After beating the game, and breaking the joystick. Man, I feel really good, Naruto said as he walked out. He passed a rather tall woman with brown hair and a ponytail, she was wearing a pair of rosé earrings. Naruto and the woman collided and both fell on the floor. Sorry, Naruto said. She dusted herself, Naruto stood up and put his hand and helped the young woman up. I am so sorry, here, let me help you up, Naruto said. Aw thanks, the tall girl said. She opened her eyes and saw the sunshine-kissed blonde in front of him, his blue eyes, his whiskers. She blushed. He looks like my senpai who spurned my love, the girl thought. Let me make this up to you. Would you like something to eat? Naruto said. She accepted and both went into a restaurant. Order whatever you want, is on me, Naruto said. Thanks, say I am new around here, do you know where Juban Middle? She said. You are in middle school. I go there, Naruto said. Really? That's great news she said. My name is Uzumaki Naruto Datbeo, Naruto said. My name is Kino Makoto, oh. Look as the club sandwich, Makoto said. Oh, let me have a meal seta, Naruto asked. Oh, you like to eat I love cooking, maybe you should come by my place, I can make you something nice, Makoto said. I would like that, say Makoto, Naruto asked. Mind if I call you Mako-chan? Naruto asked. I don't mind, Makoto said as she blushed. They had a nice lunch together. They talked a lot until something came up. Anyways, I love practicing martial arts, Makoto said. Really? No wonder you look well built, Naruto said. You knew, Makoto said. Well, I am kind of a fighter. And I've been into many fights so I can tell, Naruto said. Hey, it's nice meeting you, and thank you so much for the meal, Makoto said. No problem, hope we can meet again sometime, Naruto said as he left as well. The next day, Naruto passed by Usagi's house and waited for her, since she was a bit late. Usagi dashed out of the door with a slice of bread on her mouth, Naruto was right behind her. Usagi-chan, you have to stop sleeping in, Naruto said. I am sorry, after you come out to get me, Usagi said tearing up comically. They turned around the corner and Usagi crashed into some thug-looking guys. Hey, you broke my foot, said a familiar-looking guy. We demand compensation, said another person. Usagi was tearing up. Hey you two, how dare you try to con this girl, said a woman's voice, this was all staged. Why don't you shut up woman, you calling my Aniki a lair? Said a third person said. You guys are pathetic ganging up on a girl, the woman said. Naruto managed to get around and recognize the woman. The woman took out one of the 5 people, another came from behind with a knife. Naruto then appeared and kicked the guy's arm and made him stab himself. "Hey, Mako-chan, need a dance partner," Naruto said as he readied himself for a fight. "Sure, I wanna see how you fight anyways. Just don't get in my way," Makoto said. "That's my line," Naruto said smiling. Naruto jumped over the guys and used his bag to strangle them until they passed out. Another one came with a knife to stab Naruto, but he moved to the side and grabbed a knife in the floor. He parried the enemy's knife. "Oi, you think you can beat me on a knife fight?" Naruto said in a cocky attitude. Naruto then charged a bit of elemental chakra into the blade and cut the other person's knife cleanly in two, then he turned around and threw the knife behind him, and pinned another guy who was going to taser Makoto from behind. He threw the knife so hard that it made the guy fly back and got pinned into an old tree. "Who got in whose way now?" Naruto said while grinning. "Not bad, Naruto-san. You were really good," Makoto said. Usagi bursted into tears. "Thank you so much you guys," she said. "Is no problem, I hate when people do that," Makoto said. "I hate that too. And besides, you are a friend. I would do it again in a heartbeat," Naruto said, hugging Usagi. Then something dawned on them all. "Arg, we are late," they yelled in unison. They dashed to the school. Naruto and Usagi unfortunately were made to stand outside. "Well, this is new to me," Naruto said with a bucket on his hands. He grew tired of holding it and put it on his head. "This happens more often than not to me," Usagi said sheepishly. "So, do we wait till she calls us or how? I never been made to stand outside before," Naruto said. After the class was over they went to eat. Makoto was sitting down all alone when Gurio Yumino came out. She is a new transfer student. Her name is Kino Makoto. It is said that she was expelled from her old school because of fighting, Yumino said. Usagi left his friends in mid-conversation and sat with Makoto. She was surprised however to find someone else there. "Naruto-kun, you are here," Usagi said. "Oh, Usagi-chan. Hey, just talking with Mako-chan over here. We meet the day before so we are just talking. Wanna join us?" Naruto said. Usagi sat down with and noticed something. "Hey Makoto-san, why do you not wear our school uniform?" she asked. Is because they don't have my size," Makoto said. "Yeah, she looks tall enough to be a model," Naruto said while grinning. Makoto blushed. Era, Naruto-san don't say that," Makoto said. "Oi, you two an item," Usagi said while grinning and jabbing Naruto with her elbow. She is a good person, but I only met her yesterday. I would like to know her more," Naruto said. Usagi's stomach grumbled and realized she forgot her bento at home. Makoto then presented her huge bento to her. "You want some? I made a lot, so you can have some," Makoto said. "Wow, they look delicious. Your mom is a great cook," Usagi said. "Actually I made this on my own. I love cooking," Makoto said. You might make a great wife to anyone if they marry you," Naruto said as he ate a onigiri. Makoto blushed. "Don't say that, Naruto-kun." "Makoto-san, do you mind if I call you Mako-chan?" Usagi asked. "Not at all," Makoto said smiling. After a while they walked out the store. They went to the arcade. They had a good time. Until a certain guy came in. "Hey look, is Crane Joe," everyone said. He played the Crane game and got a Sailor Mercury plush, then a Sailor V, and he even got a limited edition Moonlight Fox plush and a Tuxedo Common plush. He went into the Crane machine and played it until he got every single one. However, Naruto noticed something. The toys had levitated into the claw. He decided to follow him, and used his carelessness of not getting a toy he dropped to his advantage. Makoto decided to follow him as well, since they both reminded her of the senpai who spurned her love. Naruto however was more silent. Using his ninja skills he trialed him from shadow to shadow. "Something wrong with this guy," Naruto said to himself. After a while Naruto dashed to him. "Oi, you left this at the store," Naruto said. "Ah, thanks buddy," the person Crane Joe said as he bent to pick up some of his bags. A figure appeared from nowhere with a dark crystal on his hand. "You or a Yoma in human disguise. Come back to our side, Zoi," he person said. Naruto went for a pouch on his leg and pulled a kunai and threw it at the person's arm. "Hey, is not nice to ignore an audience you freak," Naruto said while he readied another kunai as he twirled it on his finger. "A pathetic human. Begone," the person said as he used his power to push him away. Naruto then threw the kunai with a wire to a nearby tree. "Not gonna happen, monster. Who are you?" he asked as he regained his footing. I am Zoisite, Oni of the 4 great rules of the Dark Kingdom. Now be gone, you are an eyesore, Zoisite said as he pushed more power and made Naruto's wire break and him flying upwards. Da! Naruto yelled as he was thrown away. Naruto grabbed the decorative kunai on his choker, and then he saw Makoto and she saw him. Naruto then was squashed against a concrete wall. His imprint could be seen. Mako-chan. Run away, Naruto said before he passed out. She jumped to help the Crane Master Joe. She managed to strike Zoisite 1 before being blown back herself. Naruto got up and decided enough is enough. Moonlight power. Transform, Naruto yelled. The background changed. The moon became full and the light hit him like a spotlight. His body began to glow in orange and fire enveloped and burned his clothing, leaves came about and surrounded him and tailored into his costume. A scarf wrapped itself around his face. Sailor Moon also appeared on the scene. Is Sailor Moon, Makoto said. In the name of the moon, I will punish you, Sailor Moon said. Sailor Mars and Sailor Mercury were also in the scene. These ladies are not alone, a voice said from nowhere. They looked up and found a figure against the light of the moon. Is a beautiful night. Why must you taint this beautiful night with your evil stench, Yoma, said the dark figure as he jumped from the antenna. He landed besides the senshi. Pulled a pair of white kunai. When the moon is up, the light it brings with will shine forever. As long as the moon exists, so will the moonlight. Sailor Moon, I am the light that emanates from her. In the name of the moon, I shall eliminate you, Moonlight Fox said as he posed that mimicked Sailor Moon's but with his kunai. Senshi, follow my lead, Moonlight Fox said as he jumped and charged at the monster. What about the girl and the guy? Sailor Mercury said. You stay with M, with your Shaboon spray attack you can hide M in the mist, Moonlight Fox said as he kicked the guy in the face once more. Hey Mars, get ready, I am gonna let a special skill of mine and summon a creature to aid us, Moonlight Fox said. What? Sailor Mars said as Moonlight Fox made a series of hand signs. Kuchio's no jutsu, Naruto roared as he slammed his hand into the ground. A poof of smoke come out and a giant toad came to be under Naruto's body. It croaked. Sailor Mars stared. Sailor Moon pointed. Sailor Mercury was unsure what to do in this situation. Zoisist had a sick image on his face. That's disgusting, Zoisist said as an orange and black frog appeared. Hey, you are. Ganadunta aren't ya? I need some oil, Moonlight Fox said on top of the frog. Mars, hit with the fire, Moonlight Fox yelled. Mars was a bit dumbstruck about the toad but quickly regained composure. Flame, soul, Mars yelled as a stream of fire shot out. The oil and flame mixed creating a vortex of fiery death. The Dark Lord avoided it and managed to conjure the dark crystal. Come Yoma Gassen, Zoi, he yelled as he took the red rainbow crystal from Joe's body. A monster came out. It looked like a tech warrior. He had a sword on his back. He then shot his arm towards Makoto. Like hell you will, Moonlight Fox said as he grabbed her by the collar and jumped with her towards the sky holding her in bridal style. She blushed as Moonlight Fox held her. A cat came out of his scarf. Luna, you were hidden over there, Moonlight Fox said. Makoto's forehead begun to glow. Naruto landed on the roof and turned to Luna. She is one isn't she? He said. Luna nodded and jumped making a green pen appear. Take this and yell, Jupiter power, make up. Luna said. Makoto grabbed it and yelled the words to transform. Moonlight Fox had to jump back a bit cause she was covered in electricity. She then appeared in a green outfit. So you are the 4th senshi, I am the Moonlight Fox. Here to help you all, Moonlight Fox said as he gently grabbed her once more in bridal style and jumped into the ground, leaving her standing. She put her arms over her chest. Supreme, thunder, she yelled as a powerful blast from it came and electrocuted the monster. Sailor Moon, hurry up, Sailor Mars yelled. Naruto jumped in being behind her. She pulled out a new weapon. The moon stick. Oh, new weapon helps detect the rainbow crystals. Naruto asked. Ah, yes, they do, she said. Go on then give it a whirl, Naruto said. Sailor Moon shaked her head to clear the thoughts on her head and moved the stick in circular motion. Moon healing, scalation, she said as a wave of power flew towards the monster. The toad was behind and was keeping company to a really freaked out Sailor Mars. And Sailor Mercury. After the battle was over the toad jumped towards Naruto and withdrew a sealed bag for him. He grabbed after shivering a bit cause there is no way he could get used on that and then bowed to the senshi. When you are all whole again, I will come to you with a special treat. Until then, sayonara, he said as he disappeared in a whirlwind of leaves. The senshi stood there looking at the mysterious stranger. And not far from there, Tuxedo Kamen was looking at them. He also had a mission. To steal the rainbow crystals. To regain his lost memories. And finally find his own identity. And remember who he was. And what will be. Naruto was not having a good day. He had been concentrating along with his clones in order to cut a leaf in half using nature chakra of the wind. According to Azuma-sensei, in order to use nature chakra of wind he must think of rubbing the air and making it sharp and thin as possible. Come on, let's go. Cut in half already, Naruto yelled as all the clones had each a leaf. Naruto managed to make a small cut. He was happy at his progress and dispelled his clones. He was tired from all the information backing up on him. He was sweaty and tired. He went to a nearby river and undressed up to his boxers and took a dip. Ah, this is life, Naruto said as he felt refreshed. Naruto then jumped out and dried himself. Man, this golden week is just what I needed. I told Amy that I was going to be late all this week, Naruto said. He rested against a tree close by. He was really tired. He closed his eyes and begun to fall asleep. I will protect you, princess, Naruto said as he drifted to sleep. Naruto had a weird dream. He was in a beautiful kingdom. Or what might had been one. It was in ruins. He saw a beautiful woman with silvery hair. She looked like Usagi, but she had a more ethereal beauty. And a symbol of the crescent moon on her forehead and a pair of wings. Uzumaki Naruto. Proud ninja from a world that is not this. Jailer of the Kitsune Kyuubi no Yoko. I am Queen Serenity, please Uzumaki-san, save them. Please, I will grant you a boon. A power to fight with them. The silver crystal, there is one more item that will work only with you. You know the pain and suffering people twice your age might broken their minds. Please take this. Is the only thing I can give to you. I know that you have a pure heart and will protect those girls, and Luna and Artemis. This is the elemental jewel. Your outfit will change a bit. But you will gain the power of a senshi, you will be the only male senshi. The senshi who has the power to change fates and destinies and burns with passion, Queen Serenity said as both of them floated up. You will successes. You have my blessing, and I will help you obtain the strength. The strength to accomplish your goal to save your friend from the darkness that has encroached him, and defeat the evil presence sealed in you, Uzumaki-san. No, future Hokage of Neo Crystal Konoha, Queen Serenity said as he planted a kiss on his cheek. Naruto gasped and woke up. His hand was in his chest. Queen Serenity, I will not let you down. I made a promise, and I never break Naruto said as he stood up once more feeling revitalized by Queen Serenity. Taju, Kagen Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto yelled as 1,000 clones filled the clearing. Once more, let's go, Naruto yelled as he and the clones begun doing the cutting of the leaves with his wind chakra. They poured every ounce of their concentration into their promise, into their soul, and finally after a few hours more. Yosha, they all cheered as the leaves were all cut in half. He then collapsed once more, but this time he had a goofy grin on him. He, keep watching Sasuke. I will come and beat the hell out of you and bring you back yet, Naruto said as all the clones disappeared. Well, I need to rest until I am able to make a summoning once more, Naruto said. An hour later. Well, time to call Rasengan. Kuchio's no jutsu. He slammed down his hand and made a green and orange toad appear. Hey Naruto, you looking for Jiraiya-sama? He will be coming shortly. Just give me a minute, the toad said as his stomach and mouth grew larger. And Jiraiya emerged. Hey Naruto, how is it going? Jiraiya said with a bunch of scrolls and stuff on his hands. What are this? Naruto asked. Well, I know you like your orange outfit, so I decided to bring you a few of this clothing. They are a tad different but it will look good on you, Jiraiya said as he gave him the clothing. Thanks Rasengan, Naruto said. Naruto changed into his clothing, Shippuden in summer movie clothing. Naruto then changed into his clothes and felt refreshed. So, what are you going to do now? Naruto asked. Well, I wanna hang out for a while. I wanted to see this world, Jiraiya said with a grin. You will need to change clothing. You stand out too much, Naruto said looking at him. Well, that's easy. Henge, Jiraiya said as he changed into an expensive-looking suit. Not bad Rasengan, Naruto said. Anyways, how about you introduce me to those cute girls you talked about? Jiraiya asked. I swear to Kami, if you do anything embarrassing I will cut you up. And don't forget, I still have those pictures, Naruto said. What pictures? Jiraiya said nervous. Remember that time you went to that bar and this hot girl was all up in you and took you to a love hotel? Well, guess what? She had a surprise package for you, Naruto said. You are joking, right? Jiraiya paled. Who knows, Naruto said. However, the seed of doubt was planted in Jiraiya. Of course it was a lie. But Naruto now had him on a leash. For now anyways. A few minutes later. So anyways, I come over here to unwind and play games and sometime meet a few of my friends, Naruto said. How do you play with this games? Jiraiya asked. Naruto got a couple coins and inserted them and showed Jiraiya how to play. Interesting, Jiraiya said as he sat down. Oh, please give me some of this. Cheeseburger, Jiraiya asked. Oh, those are really good. Give me a couple for me please, Naruto asked. After having their lunch they left and walked out to the street when Naruto found 4 familiar girls. Usagi-chan, Mako-chan, Amy-chan, Rei-chan. Hey, Naruto yelled and waved his hands. Naruto-kun, Usagi said as she turned to see him. Both Jiraiya and Naruto crossed the street and the girls saw the man. Ah, Naruto. Who is this mister with you? Rei asked. He is my sensei. He is Ero. Ahem. Jiraiya-san, he trained me how to fight, Naruto said as Jiraiya coughed when he was about to say Ero-senin. Pleasure to meet you girl, I am Jiraiya. I read books and novels, he introduced himself as he made a small card appear. What kind of book? Amy asked with star-filled eyes. Well, I wrote a couple of children's stories and romance novels, Jiraiya said. Then how did you train Naruto how to fight Jiraiya-sensei? Rei asked. Ah, you must be Rei-chan. Naruto told me you were a Miko. You look like a princess thought, Jiraiya said with a smile. And you must be Amy. Your eyes are starved for knowledge. I can tell, and you, the one with brown hair, you have a nice shapely body so you must be a fighter. And you, I can't tell much, but Naruto worries a lot about you, Jiraiya said as he gave his analysis almost perfectly. So, you used to be a master fighter back in the day? Makoto asked. Something like that, Jiraiya said. Anyways, I wanted to meet my pupils' friends before leaving. Naruto, take care of your friends, okay? Jiraiya said as he patted his protégé's back. Okay, Naruto said smiling. Naruto then realized something. Arg, oh my god, I forgot something at home. Girls wait here, I will be right back. Naruto yelled as he dashed out. Why is he in a hurry? They asked themselves. Naruto arrived shortly after to Am's house and got in. He went to his room and looked everywhere for the boxes he got. He found them, and managed to buy one gift for Mako-chan as well. I almost forgot it was White Day, Naruto said as he then put them on his bag and left the house. Naruto dashed to the shopping district in Juban and looked for the girls. He looked everywhere and was about to give up when. They must be at the temple, Naruto reasoned, as to not waste too much time he jumped from building to building. Then he felt something on his breast pocket. A small round gem. Is this what you meant with a gift, Queen Serenity? What do I do with it? Naruto said. He grabbed his choker, and then both the choker and the gem begun to glow. What the? Naruto yelled. The gem and the choker fused, making a choker with the symbol of the moon. Under it was a small trinket with Konoha's symbol, and hanging on it was a kunai with the purest white color. He was taken back and almost slipped from the roof but managed to compose himself. He managed to get to the shrine and after looking for them he found them. Hey girls, he said as he appeared from nowhere and spooked the girls. Nah Naruto, they yelled. Yup, I got something for you all, Naruto said as he got his bag out and gave them each a different colored wrapped gift. They opened it and sighed in delight. Usagi loved her gift. Rei was taken back at the intrinsity of the Ofudas and wanted to learn more about it but realized they were far more powerful than their Ofudas and hugged him. Amy was ecstatic in joy about the scrolls. They were ancient but so much uncounted knowledge and new ways to treat patients and learn new and exciting things, and Makoto got a set of scrolls on taijutsu. Glad you like em, is my gift for the chocolates. Jiraiya-sensei took the liberty to send them to me personally, Naruto said. The girls piled over Naruto and hugged him. Jiraiya was still here and took a little picture to take back home with. Hee, I bet you gonna make all the guys jealous with this back home, Jiraiya said as he exited. So girls, what were you talking about? At this all the girls tensed and Rei found an excuse. We are talking about this manga I bought. Is really good, Rei said. Well, I was telling them to stop reading those things and get more serious with their studies, Amy said. Usagi just laughed nervously. Why don't we go out to town and enjoy the rest of the day? It's kinda boring to stay here all day, no offense Rei-chan, Naruto said. None taken. You were right, thought, is rare for things to be this peaceful, Ray said. They left for town and the girls enjoyed the time out they had, even Luna came with them, she was resting on Naruto's head. So, who's up for a movie? Makoto asked. They all went in, it was a brand new Sailor V movie that just came out. It's been a long time since I last seen a movie, Naruto said. Really? Makoto said. Yeah, I even started in that movie. You probably didn't see it since it's a foreign movie, Naruto said. You were an actor, Makoto and Ray said. Well, it was kinda improved. To say the least, maybe Jiraiya-sensei can get it for me, Naruto said. That is so cool, they said. Shish, the movie starting, a person said. The room's light dimmed down and the movie started. Naruto bought a lot of candies and popcorn and a few drinks to share. The movie was quite good, it looked really nice and Naruto was happy cause he was with girls who liked him a lot. Even Luna was happy as she watched the movie. Naruto and the girls exited the movie theater and they were talking about the movie. So girls, what's next? Naruto asked. They decided to go to a small cafe close by and went to eat a late lunch. Naruto had made it clear he wanted ramen, so they ordered some for him. Ah, nothing like ramen for the soul, Naruto said as he finished his ramen rather wolfishly. Wow, you ate so many dishes, Makoto said. Yeah, he is like a male Usagi, except he is early, not a cry-baby, smart, dependable, Ray said. Stop being mean to me. Usagi bellowed as she cried. Naruto laughed at the two girls' antics, he liked this atmosphere. And he was sure as hell going to keep protecting them, as civilians are senshi. Naruto then noticed the time and decided it was time to cut this day, he then walked each girl back to their home and finally he walked home with Amy. I hope you like the gift I got for you, Naruto said. It's quite interesting, it says of other methods of healing people without using actual medicine, using the body's own energy, is quite interesting and could be helpful in order to diagnose and treat ailments that normal medicine can't cure, Amy said. True, I seen cases like that, Naruto said. Anyways, thank you very much, I love this, Amy said as she gave him a peck on the cheek, she blushed really hard. They entered home, and they went to their respective rooms. Amy however stayed all night reading about the healing jutsus and some folklore. The next day, a white cat was standing on his windowsill, he blinked a couple of times when he noticed it was someone he was familiar with. Hey Artemis, how are you doing? Naruto said as he woke up. Yes, I came with a message of V. She said she will meet you at Jubin Park at 3 p.m. and be sharp. Also she sent her thanks, she liked the gift you sent her, Artemis said as he jumped out of the window. Naruto blinked but nonetheless woke up fully, he walked downstairs into the kitchen to make something to eat. After having his munchies he then left the house to do his daily workout session. He got an instructions from Jiraiya to find a waterfall and concentrate his wind chakra and cut the waterfall in two, however he was going to have to wait. Cause there are no waterfalls nearby. He went to do his 30 laps around the city edge and came back to the starting point. Okay, I need to work with the Rasengan now, Naruto said as he made various clones. Rasengan, 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 many clones yelled as they supercharged the Rasengan with his chakra. Naruto panted as he realized it was pointless, his Rasengan was just as good as Jiraiya's, he finally managed to get it done with one single hand. I might as well go home. I need to get ready with that date with V now, Naruto said as he jumped out of view and dashed towards home. He got home and got into the afuro before anyone else, he cleaned himself and used a fragrance of manly perfume to smell good. Anyways, I am using that new summer clothing I got from Jiraiya, they are cool for this weather after all, Naruto thought out loud and got ready. Naruto dashed out once more and almost bumped into Amy. However he jumped over her and into a building's roof. I could have sworn I saw. Nah, I must be tired of all that cramming, Amy said as she went home to rest and continue her routine. Naruto jumped and flipped until he met with someone. Luna-chan, Naruto said. Naruto-kun, you are going to meet Sailor V, right? Luna asked. Yes, I believe also Artemis will be there, wanna come? Naruto asked. Nah, I will be a third wheel. But I wish you good luck, Luna said. Luna, can you stop later by my house, I need to ask you something, Naruto said. Luna saw it was urgent and nodded as they both left towards their place to be. Naruto managed to find the park when a figure appeared from the shadows. It was a gorgeous girl with blonde hair. She had a large bow and a shirt skirt, her eyes were the same as Naruto's, full of life and of a cerulean color. Naruto squinted and realized who she was. You are, aren't you? Naruto said. You are him, the one who tied me up, she said, looking a tad pissed. Naruto backed up. He had bad luck when dealing with angry women. It is not good for his health. At all. Is because, Naruto said, a bit worried for the shape of his face. The girl laughed. Is okay, I get it why you did it, just never do it again, she said with a serious face. Yes, don't worry, I was kinda in a hurry, Naruto said. The girl stepped out of the shadows. My name is Ano Minako. Is a pleasure to meet you. Naruto blushed. She looked beautiful under the moonlight. He couldn't help but mutter, you look beautiful. Sorry, I am Uzumaki Naruto, nice to meet you, Naruto said. Minako smiled as Artemis came out of the woodworks. Hey Artemis, how are you? Naruto said. You knew I was hidden. Artemis said, a bit surprised. I am a ninja after all, Naruto said as he appeared behind Artemis. Artemis yelled in fright. So you are the Moonlight Fox. Why that name? Thought. Why not the Moonlight Ninja? Or something like that? Minako asked. Spurt of the moment, I guess. Besides, I am a ninja who wears orange. I mean, really, have you seen one single ninja who wears orange? Naruto asked. If you ask me, I think it suits you, she said with a smile. Thank you, Naruto said, being taken back. So Minako, you mind if I call you Mina-chan? Naruto asked. Not at all, Mina-chan said. Well, what would you like to know? Naruto said. Tell me about you. I know you aren't a senshi. Yet you have the power to fight Yoma toe-to-toe, Mina-chan. Well, my story is quite long. But we have time, Naruto said as he went to a vending machine and got a couple of refreshments for them both. Well, where to begin? When I was a baby there was an attack to my village. A powerful demon came and attacked the village. The leader on that time, the 4th Hokage, managed to stall him until he managed to seal the ancient and powerful demon inside a small newborn baby. That baby then begun to be feared as a reincarnation of the demon. He begun to be hated and persecuted, a couple of assassination attempts. The baby grew into an isolated child. All alone, the old third cage took place, and in order to protect the child made a law for no one to mention about the fox. However, the parents' hatred seeped into their kids and he was perpetually alone. The kid tried to succeed to become an splendid ninja, however the teachers made the kid fail, never helping him and putting barriers on his path. He managed to succeed and made a name of himself. That baby was me, Naruto said. Minako grabbed him and hugged him in a motherly manner that surprised Artemis. Is okay. You can let it all out, Mina-chan said. My best friend, Sasuke. He betrayed the village to join Orochimaru, Naruto said in tears, and when I fought to bring him back, he tried to kill me. And shoved me into this world. I can't stand this. I made a promise to Sakura-chan. To bring him back, but now, I made another promise. To Queen Serenity. To find and protect the princess and the senshi. I am, all alone. I have great friend here. But, I can't tell them who I am. The fear of the demon inside of me, Naruto said. Mina-chan then put him on her lap, and gently caressed the young ninja's head. After a bit of crying, Naruto composed himself. I am sorry you had to see that, Mina-chan, Naruto said. Is okay, you seem to be the same as me. You also have an unrequited love, don't you? Minako said. Yes, Sakura-chan, she was into Sasuke. But, never mind, I learned sometimes, the best thing to do is to let go of those things and look into the future. I can't always be looking back. Not when I have too much left to do, Naruto said. So, what are your plans with the senshi? Mina-chan asked. I will train them. When all of them are united I will train them for what is to come. Something dark, really dark and powerful is coming and I need the senshi to be in full power, Naruto said. Really? You must be really strong, Mina-chan said. Well, not to brag but I beat a demon once. The Aikibi Shukaku, Naruto said. Well, anyways, can you call Artemis over here? Naruto said. Artemis jumped into her arms and Naruto made a few hand signs. Forgive me, but I need you to forget what I said. Until you are all united I can't have you find out who I am, Nimbo. Memory erase, Naruto said as his eyes widened and a strong gush of wind flew by. Minako and Artemis' eyes looked glassed over. I need to take you somewhere safe, Naruto said as he transported her into the bus terminal. Have sweet dreams, senshi of Venus, Naruto said, giving her a small kiss on the forehead and disappearing with the wind. It was a long night. Naruto had been having horrible dreams lately. He had a dream, where Itachi and his alter ego, the Moonlight Fox, while the senshi were trapped and tortured by him in the Tsukuyomi. Girls! Naruto yelled in fright as he woke up with a cold sweat. Luna was frightened, and jumped out of the way. Naruto panted and had tears on his eyes. He then chuckled like a madman, as he begun to tear up. They are coming for me, Naruto said as he looked at the night. Who is coming? Luna asked a bit worried. Akatsuki. They are coming for me, Naruto said, and the senshi will be caught in the collateral damage. Luna, what do I do now? Naruto said as he hugged the cat. Luna purred and licked his face. Calm yourself Naruto-kun, the senshi will help you if you want it, Luna said. No, this is my fight, I have to do this alone, Naruto said. In the morning. The classes were going as usual. Naruto's mind drifted a bit as he came to school with his ninja tools, just in case. Class, I will like to introduce a new teacher, he will be teaching here for a while, his name is Uchiha Itachi, said the teacher. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw the person walk, his black hair tied back in a ponytail, the two cut marks around his eyes. Naruto's face was filled with horror. Itachi looked around the class and glanced at Naruto. Both their eyes connected. Nihon Shoujo no Jutsu, Itachi said. All of the school and the class feel asleep, Jinchuriki Kyubi. I have come for you, Itachi said now donning his Akatsuki uniform. Are you here to capture me? Naruto asked as he stepped from behind the doorway Itachi. That's not it, I just want to talk, Itachi said in a calm manner. From behind two cage bunchins broke the window and begun to attack Itachi. However Itachi managed to destroy them with two well-placed kunai. Do you really think I am going to believe you that easily? Naruto said. Naruto was nervous as he remembered something. Against the Sharingan the rule is, when is 1-on-1, flee immediately. When it's 2-on-1, take him from behind. But once this guy's made the seals, he can trap you in his genjutsu with a single finger. I have to be careful, Naruto thought. It looks like you have a decent grasp on how to fight a Sharingan user, Itachi said, but I know you are here all alone, why not flee? Itachi asked. Naruto laughed, I can be one person or 1,000. Besides I can't just run away. If I can just capture you, I'll be able to see Sasuke again, Naruto said. Itachi looked a bit thoughtful for a while. Quote ellipsis. Why are you so obsessed with my little brother? He's a missing nin, right? Itachi asked him. Is because I, at least, think of him as a brother. A hell of a lot more than you ever have. Naruto said with a serious face. Itachi looked impassive, then his lips moved and formed something like a smile. Naruto charged at him, Itachi however pulled his coat and let crows fly. Then. Naruto noticed something, a single crow with a Sharingan. You are already within my genjutsu, Itachi said from nowhere. Naruto cursed. The crows begun to gather to form Itachi once more. I'll tell you once more. I just want to talk to you, Itachi said. You want to bring Sasuke back don't you? But what if he doesn't want to? Itachi asked. Naruto growled in his inability to move. I'll do whatever it takes to bring him back, Naruto said. By force if necessary, If all goes well and Sasuke come quietly, that's one thing. But what if it's the opposite, Itachi said. What do you mean? Naruto asked. You said you thought of Sasuke as a brother. Well I am asking you. What would you do if Sasuke were to attack Konoha? Itachi asked. His eyes were deadly serious. What? Why would Sasuke? He'd never do that, Naruto said. Sasuke is still pure, he could be easily colored by anything. If that should happen, would you be able to stop him? Itachi asked, even if it meant killing him. Itachi asked, his voice and eyes were cold. Naruto looked at him, it was pure seriousness. Could you wait Sasuke's life against Konoha? Itachi asked. It'd protect Konoha, and find a way to stop Sasuke without killing him. Naruto yelled as he dashed trot the crows made of dreams. Quote ellipsis dot. You are such a child, you talk of nothing but pipe dreams. There are times a ninja must make painful choices, Itachi said. Naruto looked downcast. However. Sorry, but I gave my word. And I won't bend my word. That is my nindo, Naruto yelled. Itachi looked at him in a big brother fashion and smiled. Naruto's eye widened and a crow shoved itself into his mouth. I've given you some of my power. I hope. The day never comes when you have to use it, Itachi said. What do you mean? You're after me, aren't you? Then why not take me now? Naruto asked. I'm going now, I have something more important to do, Itachi said as he vanished into a slither of air. Then all the students begun to wake up. Usagi however came late to school and was taken back. She thought it was a Yoma. Naruto coughed, "Ma, damn it, Usagi, help me call for help. There's been a gas leak around here," Naruto said. Usagi was relieved, however Naruto felt bad lying to her. After the day was over Naruto dashed home. He needed to talk to Luna. He pulled the scarf he was given by Luna. "Luna, if you can hear me, come home. I got urgent news. Come home quick," Naruto said. Luna got the message. She was wearing an audio device to get Naruto's call and she diligently came back home. Luna came in by an open window. Naruto was waiting behind it. He grabbed Luna and looked both sides and closed the window, and placed a seal paper on it. "Na Naruto-kun, what's the meaning of this?" Luna said. "I got huge news. I was given a mission by the Queen. Queen Serenity," Naruto said. "Queen, the Queen talked to you?" Luna said. "Yes, she came to me in a dream. She even amplified my transformation choker. And gave me a gem called the Elemental Crystal. She said to me it was the twin on the silver crystal in power," Naruto said. "So that means," Luna said, "I am now an apparent senshi. But I don't know of what," Naruto said. "Maybe you aren't meant to be a senshi of a planet, but of a place," Luna offered. "I have bad news as well," Naruto said. What is it?" Luna asked. "Akatsuki. One of them came into this world, and he is the worst of them. Itachi Uchiha," Naruto said. "Uchiha, isn't that the boy you were rescuing?" Luna said. "No, it's his older brother, the one who killed his whole clan," Naruto said as Luna paled. "A powerful enemy has appeared. The thing is, he wanted to talk to me. He didn't do anything to attack me. Well, save the part when I was trapped in his genjutsu," Naruto said. "Well Naruto, what will you do now?" Luna asked. "Nothing. I got to report this to Ero Sennin," Naruto said as he made hand signs. "Kuchio's no jutsu," Naruto said as he summoned Gamakichi. "Hey bro, what's up?" he said. "Gamakichi, I need you to give this to Ero Sennin immediately. Is urgent and make it top priority," Naruto said. Luna stared at the toad intently. Never having seen one of Naruto's summoning before, she had not expected a toad. She always seen Naruto more of a cat person. Or something like a fox or something. "You look pale bro. What happened?" Gamakichi asked. "Itachi," Naruto said. Here. Damn, I will deliver this fast," Gamakichi said as he took the note and left. Toads Luna asked. "Yes, TAODS, Naruto said. "Why toads?" Luna asked. "'Cause, my hero the 4th Hokage used them, and so has Ero Sennin," Naruto said. "I see," Luna said as bit turned off by the toad thing. "Luna, Akatsuki may target the senshi to get to me," Naruto said nervously. "So, what will you do?" Luna asked. "I will face them, as Uzumaki Naruto, and as the Moonlight Fox, and fight them to protect the senshi. I promised the queen to protect them. And the princess," Naruto said. Luna looked at Naruto and jumped on his shoulder and gave him a lick on his cheek. "Is okay, I will be with you till the bitter end," Luna said as she smiled. "Thank you, Luna-chan," Naruto said. Naruto went to bed while embracing her. Luna blushed but creeped into Naruto's pillow and curled herself. "I love you, Naruto-kun," Luna said as she gently rubbed herself against his face as he curled into a better position. "I wish I was human, so I can give you the love you require. But I am sure the senshi will love you all the same. I wish you happiness Naruto-kun," Luna said as she lulled herself to sleep. The next day, classes were cancelled due to the gas leak, and the students got a free day. Flashback. "Luna, I need your help. I will have to train the senshi faster than I would hope to. I need you to give this to the girls. Is a letter of challenge. I will try to steal the rainbow crystal from them to gauge their skills and combat abilities against me," Naruto said. He gave an envelope with a mark of the moon and the Konoha symbol in it. With a letter. Flashback end. Luna dashed towards the shrine where he found the 4 senshi all talking about the incident. Amy and Usagi figured that Naruto must be telling the truth and it was an accident. "Girls, this is urgent. I got a letter for you all," Luna yelled as she delivered the letter. The girls opened it and a small letter dropped. It read the following. "Senshi, I am the Moonlight Fox. This day I will steal from you the rainbow crystal you posses. If you don't come this night I will attack you each and every one until none of you are left. Signed Moonlight Fox." This is AWE full. I thought he, Usagi said as she cried. I know, but, why the sudden change of heart? I don't like it, Makoto said. I think is a trap, Amy said. Anyways, we need to make a stand. He will attack us individually and we are no match against him if he picks us one by one, Ray said. So, what will you do? Luna asked. We have no choice. We have to face him if he wishes to fight, Makoto said. Who wishes to fight? Said a voice from a window. All the girls cringed and shouted in fright. It was Naruto at the window. Naruto-kun, how do you do that? The girls asked. Years of practice, he said as he puffed his chest in proudness. Anyways Naruto, what brings you here? Makoto asked. Well, I wanted to visit my favorite cousin and her pretty friends. I wanted to see something pretty after all, Naruto said. They all blushed but the real reason was to see them one last time before the big fight tonight. Amy-chan, can I talk to you in private? Naruto asked. The girls gave a look to Amy, but she walked out of the building. Outside of Rei's home temple. Amy, you know how I came to be at your doorstep, right? Naruto said. Yes, it was surprising. What happened to you? You never did tell us, Amy said. My best friend. He tried to kill me, Naruto said. Me and my friend fought for him to come back home. But he was consumed by his revenge. I wanted him to come back with us. But, his desire for revenge was greater. He tried to kill me. And by doing so I then found myself wandering around until I collapsed in front of your clinic, Naruto said. I see. But, how did you survive with that wound? Amy asked him. Well, I don't wish to discuss it. I only told Luna. But I am sure she won't tell anyone, Naruto said as Luna appeared and purred. Amy then saw Luna act lovingly towards him. Amy nodded. She understood, some people were not comfortable talking about his prodigious ability to heal. Anyways Amy, take care alright, I need to set up for a little something I got planned, Naruto said. He left with a bittersweet smile. Time to put the plan in motion, Naruto said as he pulled the kunai ornament and yelled, Elemental Crystal. Transform. The moon bathed Naruto on its light and his outfit changed into the Moonlight Fox and went into hiding in the park. The Senshi appeared a while later. Naruto looked at them and threw a smoke bomb. It hindered the Senshi's vision. Are you there, Moonlight Fox-sama? Usagi yelled. I am the fox who is poised to attack. And now Senshi, if you wish to have your rainbow crystal back you must take this bells from my scarf, Naruto said as he held on his hand a red rainbow crystal. When did he? Sailor Mercury said in surprise. I had it the moment I threw the smoke bomb. I took it from you, said the Moonlight Fox. Flame, Soul, Sailor Mars yelled as a great fireball came swooshing in. Moonlight Fox pulled his scarf and embedded his chakra and swirled around, deflecting the ball of fire. About what I expected, Moonlight Fox said. Shaboon, spray, Sailor Mercury yelled as a torrent of bubbles came about. Naruto dashed forward and avoided each bubble by enhancing himself with chakra. Futon, Rinkuden, Moonlight Fox yelled as he expelled a burst of powerful wind that knocked Sailor Mercury into a tree. Come with the intent to kill. Or you will regret it, Moonlight Fox said as he inwardly sighed at his ruthlessness. He winced at causing Amy pain. But this was necessary. For their survival. Sailor Jupiter jumped forward and began to attack Moonlight Fox with her bare fists. The first part of ninja training. Taijutsu. You have a good form. However, Moonlight Fox said as he grabbed her by her ponytail. You have a lot to learn, he said as he threw her into the nearby lake. Sailor Mars then used her Ofuda to seal Moonlight Fox's movement. However, Moonlight Fox would have none of that and used his demonic chakra to tear the Ofuda. Now Mars, you think I would make it that easy? He said as he casted a genjutsu on her. Her eyes turned black, she was blind, she yelled in fright. Ninja technique number 2 Genjutsu, Moonlight Fox said as he felt something brush against him. He turned around and saw Sailor Moon crawling to get the bell. She looked sheepishly. Ah, this isn't what it looks like, she said sheepishly. He looked into her eyes and casted his genjutsu once more. Kori Shinchu no Jutsu, he said. Sailor Moon looked like her eyes glassed over and blushed. She fainted. She is so simple-minded, Moonlight Fox said as he looked around. Sailor Jupiter was swimming back to shore, Sailor Mercury was back up. He sighed. As it stands, none of you can hope to touch me, Moonlight Fox said. Supreme Thunder, Jupiter shouted as Mercury did a shaboon. Spray, combination attack. Moonlight Fox jumped towards the lake. They expected a lot of things. But not what had happened. He was literally walking on the water surface. That's cheap, Sailor Jupiter yelled. Well, he did say he was a ninja, Sailor Mercury said. Sailor Mars was able to force her way out of the horrible darkness she was enveloped and joined the fight. We must work together, the Senshi said, however she saw Sailor Moon out of commission. Moonlight Fox saw this and did the unthinkable, Kaze no Yaiba. He said as he clapped his hands. A powerful gust of wind picked up and started rushing towards Sailor Moon, so powerful that it cut the concrete. A torrent of roses then appeared and Moonlight Fox looked upwards. A masked figure appeared in a lamp post. A young man should know how to treat the ladies with respect. Your harsh treatment to them is way beyond what I could have thought. Aren't you ashamed by your actions, Moonlight Fox-san? Tuxedo Common said. The girl swooned over him. As he charged towards Moonlight Fox. You are not suited for combat. You look more like a model than a fighter, Moonlight Fox said as he parried his cane with his white kunai. Moonlight Fox then did a circular motion with his twin kunai. Moonlight Hokage. Escalation. Moonlight Fox said as he used a new attack granted by the elemental crystal. A powerful light as white as the moon raced towards Tuxedo Common as he used his cape to shield himself. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto. Taju Kage Bunshin Daibakua, he said as the clones trapped Tuxedo Common and some of the girls and glowed. They exploded. The explosion woke up Sailor Moon. Yawn, what's going on? She said as she saw Tuxedo Common being manhandled and almost killed. Is this all you girls are capable? I know you can do better than this, Moonlight Fox said. Moon Tiara. Action, Sailor Moon said. Moonlight Fox was surprised she was able to break the genjutsu and was hit by the tiara. Moonlight Fox's scarf slightly tore a bit. He got away before the attack fully ripped his scarf. He pulled it out to use it as a weapon and a fresh one appeared in place. Scarf snare, Moonlight Fox said as he whipped the scarf and got Sailor Moon on her leg. He pulled it up and made Sailor Moon fly up. This is the end, Moonlight Fox yelled as he tossed Sailor Moon against the ground. Tuxedo Common then dashed forward and jumped in order to capture Sailor Moon in midair. Not a bad show, Tuxedo Common. How is this on for side? Moonlight Fox said as Sailor Moon smirked and transformed into Moonlight Fox and grabbed him by the cape. Another Moonlight Fox came with a swirling ball of energy. But it was different this time. Rasengan no Tasuki. Moonlight Fox said, the Rasengan was different. Inside of it was a shape of a crescent moon, the Rasengan from the Naruto summer movie. Tuxedo Common was shoved violently across the lake and was shoved into a tree. You guys, you were really poor about this teamwork, Moonlight Fox said, if you all cooperated and attacked me at the same time. You could have taken a bell out, he said. The girls looked at him as he sighed, he was seeing his team all over again. Except that at least this girls got along better. He tossed the rainbow crystal towards Sailor Moon and she grabbed it. Moonlight Fox, what is the meaning of this? Are you a friend or an enemy? Sailor Mercury asked. I wanted to show you what a new enemy that might come would do. You are underprepared for this. If I was an enemy I would have killed you all. You need to train and become stronger. Or you will die. I made a promise. A promise with Queen Serenity. If I must be cruel towards you all in order to make you stronger, so be it. I apologize for this rude treatment. But from now on, I will train you all how to become real warriors and fight enemies whose abilities are monstrous and not of this world, Moonlight Fox said. But how can we trust you when you come in such a roundabout way? Said Sailor Jupiter. Ask Luna, she can vouch for me. After all, I posse's the only thing that is equal in power to the silver crystal. And I made a promise with the queen. I don't break my vows, Moonlight Fox. Moonlight Fox jumped from the lake into where the Senshi were and he took their hands. And kissed the back on the hands. We will meet again. I will make sure of it, Moonlight Fox said as the girls blushed. We will meet again. I will send you a message with my kunai or with Luna, he said as he swooshed his scarf and disappeared in a whirlwind of leaves. Tuxedo Common, Sailor Moon shouted as she dashed towards the masked defender. Sailor Moon, are you alright? He said. Sailor Moon remembered her illusion she had about herself and Tuxedo Common and blushed. Tuxedo Common stood up and disappeared in a whirlwind of rosé petals. Those two, they are so mysterious, said Sailor Jupiter. But they are so good looking, Sailor Mars said. But, what kind of training he has stored for us? Said Sailor Mercury. A kunai flew a few inches from Sailor Mercury's face, got embedded into a tree. It had a note tied up in it. A note, Sailor Mercury said out loud. It will be excruciatingly painful. You will wish you were dead. But your bodies will continue due to the fact that if you stop your muscles will ache so much it will drive you insane, signed by Moonlight Fox. They all blinked. Quote ellipsis. I think we got our answer, Sailor Mars said nervously. Naruto was not happy at all, he hurted some persons he cherished, and had even put himself into uneasy terms with the senshi. Luna looked at him with concern and Naruto patted her, do you think I made the right decision? Naruto-kun, I don't have a right to tell you what you did is right or wrong. But I think you could have handled a bit differently, Luna said. Yes, but this girls. They had absolutely no fighting training, they're strategists is the best but they can't coordinate fast enough and I worry that one day an enemy will be so strong. They will have to sacrifice themselves, Naruto said. Luna looked at him and jumped to his shoulder. Well, you did what you did, so now whatever comes you have to stand firm, or has your nindo changed? Luna said. He scratched Luna's ear tenderly, in your dreams Luna-chan. Naruto changed clothes and left early to school. He needed to have all the senshi together. But it was difficult since Venus was playing solo for the time being. Well, I will have to train the ones at hand. Unless, Naruto must to himself. He left school with Amy close by, she was a tad closer than she used to be. She had a dreamy look on her face. They knocked the door and were received by Usagi's younger brother Shingo. Hey Shingo, how are you? Sister not up yet? Naruto asked. Yeah, my dumb sister is a heavy sleeper, Shingo said. You mind if I wake her up? Naruto said with a mischievous smirk and a glint in his eyes. Shingo shrugged, and Naruto went in. He knelt down and got close to her ear. Shingo and Amy blushed. He then breathed on her ear. She twitched and woke up with a blush. Had an interesting dream there, Usagi-chan, Naruto said with a big fox-like smile. Usagi blushed in indignation and threw the alarm clock at Naruto's face with ch hit right on the mark. Da! Naruto fell back and landed right under Ami's legs. Damn, that girl can get violent, Naruto said as he opened his eyes and saw. White. Shingo blushed, Usagi blushed, Amy however was really hard to read, she was blushing and tears showed from her eyes. She left the room. I think you should hurry up Usagi, Naruto said as he dashed to catch Amy. Amy, wait up, it was an accident, Naruto yelled as he went to catch Amy. Damn, why did these things keep happening to me, Naruto thought. He saw them. He saw my panties, Amy keep thinking as she dashed. Amy, either you wait or I will tackle you, Naruto warned. Amy kept running and Naruto pushed chakra into his feet and cut the distance really fast. He jumped out and grabbed Amy by the waist. They tripped and Naruto fell on top of Amy. She looked frail, scared, embarrassed, she had a few tears on her eyes. Naruto and her realized the compromising position they were in and quickly got out of each other with furious blushes. AHHMM. Amy, I wanted to apologize. About the ahem incident. It wasn't my intention, but I don't want you to hate me, Amy-chan, Naruto said as he grabbed her hand and looked her straight in her eyes. Naruto-kun, Amy said, she cleaned her tears and moved her head, moved left and right. I could never hate you, you are kind, loving, and a good friend to have. I don't know why, but with you I feel happy, safe, Amy said. Amy-chan, Naruto said as he hugged her. Amy gasped but smiled as she returned the hug. Usagi came dashing out and found them in the embrace. What are you guys doing? Hurry up, Usagi said as she ran. Naruto and Amy were surprised at this and took out really fast. At class they all gathered afterwards at lunch. Usagi, Naruto, Naru, Yumino, Makoto and Amy were sitting around enjoying lunch. They all commented about the gifts Naruto had given the girls. Naruto, you were really thoughtful, Naru said. Well, the girls and I are really close. I wanted to do something special after all, Naruto said. Naruto, there is one thing I wanted to ask, Naru said. What is it? Naruto asked. Are those real whiskers? Naru asked. This. No, they are birthmarks, Naruto said. Really, they are really weird, never seen a birthmark like that, Usagi said. Well, any questions? Naruto said. Think that man. Jiraiya-san could train me. Makoto asked. He is kind of busy since he travels a lot, Naruto said. Makoto sighed. No matter, she said as she got Naruto on a hold. I still can have you as a sparring partner, she said as she gave him a noogie. Argg Mako-chan, stop, my hair. My hair, Naruto said as he laughed. The girls and the guys ate their lunch and got back to classes. It was a good day since the teacher had a date later that day, so she gave them a free study time. Amy was reading preparing for her mock tests, as Naruto was reading a book about English literature and a few books on legends and myths. Usagi. Well, she was being Usagi-ish, she was eating and then took a short nap. Amy was feeling a bit of pressure due to the mock exams coming up, so Naruto, being Naruto and ignoring all rational thought, walked over to Amy and said the following. Amy-chan, you wanna go out today after school? Just the two of us? Naruto said. Ami's face blushed. Sure thing Naruto-kun, she said while having a sweet smile. Sweet, I know this place you will love, Naruto said as he heard the bell to continue classes. Naruto was having a good time now, having mastered English thanks to his Kage Bunshin and his practical application of English by talking to US soldiers in the bay. The teacher asked the students to translate a passage from the book. She asked Usagi, but she was hopelessly lost. She went to Naruto, who translated it perfectly. The rabbit in the moon pounds the dough to make the moon cakes. The rabbit lives happily with his family and friends and see the beautiful earth as they sit and eat, Naruto said, translating the passage. Amy and Usagi looked at Naruto. He was really smart and intelligent. Oh, if they only knew. After classes, Amy and Naruto excused themselves from Usagi and Makoto as they went home. Both of them choose to dress nicely. Naruto then saw Amy. She looked so beautiful, and her dress was kinda outdated in the standards of today, but it made her look with a virginal beauty. Amy-chan, you look gorgeous, Naruto said. Amy blushed as she smiled sweetly. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Well, come on, I got a place in mind for us, Naruto said as he took her hand and pulled her. Wait, Naruto-kun, she said as she dangled by Naruto's strength and speed. They reached a place on the next town. Naruto managed to secure an entrance for them as he got in friendly with the staff as he used his bunshins to study. Well, this is the place, Naruto said as he clapped his hands and a single light appeared on a small table. It had a picnic basket, and around were many books forming a throne-like seat. I thought you might like a date in this place. There are some books you like, and I wanted to make a special date, just for you, Naruto said. Amy blushed. She was in a place she could call a sanctum, a place of knowledge, and she was now with a person she would she dare say loved. Amy-chan, is something wrong? Naruto asked. Nothing. Can I have some of the breadstick please? Amy said. They had a beautiful date at the library, until Amy heard something. The strings of a violin begun to be heard. She looked up and saw Naruto holding a violin, playing a beautiful and graceful song. Naruto-kun, I didn't know you played the violin, Amy said in disbelief. Naruto kept playing and Amy was enraptured by the song. It was so moving he was even crying, as well as herself. After his solo was finished and the food was gone, they begun to read the books Naruto had picked up. They were all around high school level. They were at the library till almost 11 p.m. It had closed a few hours ago, but thanks to his friends he was able to get in, with the promise he locked up after himself, of course. Naruto-kun, this has been the best time I ever had, Amy said smiling. Say, Amy-chan, have you ever thought if being a doctor is what you really want to do? Naruto said. Yes, I wish to be one, Amy said smiling. Good, never let your convictions waver, that is also how I do my things, Naruto said. You are an amassing person, Naruto-kun. Yet I know so little of you, Amy said. Don't worry, the time will come when I will reveal myself. Until then, just hold on, Naruto said looking into her eyes. Amy blushed and Naruto wrapped his arm around her to keep her safe. He did not want a repeat of those thugs. Amy blushed as she walked to keep peace with the exuberant youth. However, unknown for the two of them, a lone figure was looking at them. His outfit was black and had red clouds prints all over. Uzumaki, the figure said in a low voice. Naruto turned around since he was able to heard his last name but saw no one. He was a bit on edge lately but decided to ignore this. So Amy, what are you going to do with your grades? Naruto asked. I don't know yet, but I need to think on my current grades. I wanna go to a prestigious school, Amy said. I am sure you will get to, Naruto said. Then he turned into the bushes. Rei-chan, Luna-chan, Mako-chan, Usagi-chan, you can come out now, Naruto said as the aforementioned girls and cat peeked out of the bushes. Era, we've been made, Usagi said chuckling nervously. What are you doing here? Amy said with sad eyes. We wanted to see how Naruto would treat you, Rei said. Naruto sighed. You girls are awful, didn't you see how I treated Rei-chan on our date? Naruto said with comical tears on his eyes like Usagi. Rei and Makoto backed out a bit feeling guilty. Luna looked guilty as well. Usagi apologized as she left. Sheesh, why am I getting jealous about? I got Tuxedo Kamen, Moonlight Fox and Makoti Nisan after all. Usagi though as Luna excused herself to be with Naruto. They all left for their respective homes as Amy had a light blush as she grabbed hold of Naruto's arm and walked the way back home. The next day, Naruto had planned it all out. After classes he was going to summon another toad to get Jiraiya in here, along with Kakashi. Both of them would be able to teach the senshi a bit more. Kuchio's no jutsu, Naruto said as a rather large toad appeared. What Naruto did not take into account however. Wow, that is a huge frog. A kid said. Naruto turned around and saw a little kid looking at the toad with bright eyes. Naruto inwardly cursed himself when he got an idea. Hey, wanna take a ride on the toad? Naruto said. The kid got on the toad and Naruto signaled the toad to jump. They went all over the town. Lots of people got out of the way of the rather huge toad jumping around. The kid enjoyed the ride mounting the toad like a horse. After coming back the kid had swirly eyes. The toad had been rather wrought with him. Naruto put the kid on a bench as he wrote a message. Give this to Jiraiya, and do hurry, he said as the toad croaked and vanished in a wisp of smoke. I need to prepare for this, Naruto said as he went through the scrolls. This jutsu. If I am correct, I can send the senshi into my world. Until training is over, and have the time displacement, Naruto said to himself. Yosh, all I need now is to gather them all in a single place and make them fall asleep, tonight. Naruto said as he gathered his scrolls. Why do I get the feeling I am gonna regret this? Naruto said as he sighed. A few hours later. A kunai embedded itself in Rei's nightstand. It had a fizzling paper. Rei was napping until. Bang! Rei jumped in fright as a note emanated with confetti. Rei was pissed off, not only about the note but about the explosion. Rei read the letter, and her eyes widened. She contacted all the other senshi and got into the park at 5 p.m. at the appointed time. The senshi were there. Moonlight Fox was on a tree branch hanging upside down. It's good that you ladies are punctual. It saves me the trouble to look for you all. As I said, today is your training regimen. I got a couple of people to take care of it. I will personally train with you all as well. Since the people training you are the ones who trained me as well, Moonlight Fox said, letting go of his chakra and landing on the floor. Kuchio's no jutsu, Moonlight Fox said as a rather huge toad appeared. Well, we are going to train in my homeland. Since none of you can just waltz in, I have to transport you on my toad, Moonlight Fox said. How exactly? We don't fit in, all of us, Sailor Moon said. Nihon Shoujo no Jutsu, Naruto said as feathers fell down to the senshi. They begun to grow sleepy and fell into the ground. The toad then swallowed them whole. I hope they forgive me for this manner of transport, Naruto said as he touched the toad and was conjunctly summoned with the toad. In the outskirts Konohagure. The toad appeared and regurgitated the sailor senshi out. Naruto appeared on a poof of smoke as well. Kai, Naruto yelled as he shoved his chakra into them. A person with a dark mask on his face and silver hair and a man with long flowing white hair were standing next to the Moonlight Fox. Rei was the first to wake up. Where are we? She asks as she helps the others stand up. This is my world. We are on Konohagure no Sato. The village hidden in the leaves, Moonlight Fox said as they saw the gates. They all were rather impressed. Until they realized something. Wait, did you, Mars said, say, Mercury said, another Jupiter said, world. Sailor Moon added. You were right, this Sailor Moon character is quite funny, the man with the mask and silver hair said. Who are you? Makoto asked in a defensive manner. Whoa, I am N, Moonlight Fox's senseis, the name is Hatake Kakashi. Which one of you uses lightning and fire? Kakashi asked in a bored tone. Jupiter and Mars raised their hands. Well, from here on now I will be you sensei. I will teach you the finer arts of combat and using those elements to your advantage. According to N, Moonlight Fox, you each can only use one single attack each. That will not do, Kakashi said. Well, I am here more to train Moonlight Fox. To be truthful, Kakashi will teach you all how to use most of your elements. As well as combat, Jiraiya said. And who might you be? Asked Amy. I am the lover of woman, the man who strikes fear in the enemies of Konoha. The one, the only, the gallant Jiraiya Daizenin. Jiraiya said as he did his little dance. Dai, Senin, you are the gallant Jiraiya. The man said to be able to use frog magic. Mercury said as the other girls were impressed. I read those stories. This man is SOOO, not like Jiraiya you read about. And Tsunade. Hiahe, let's just say dainty doesn't describe that woman. And Orochimaru is definitely the son of those two, Moonlight Fox said. Ah, so the stories, Mercury said. Probably lies, Jiraiya said as he got into the clearing. Well girls, first up you will be needing to have something to eat, Jiraiya said giving a perverted grin at their outfits. Moonlight Fox growled and showing him a sign that said, pictures. Ahem, well since we all know each, and your outfits would cause the perverted population to break free, Jiraiya said as the girl tried pulling her skirts a bit lower, we should give you clothings of this place to make you pass like a regular civilian or townsfolk. Jiraiya gave some space and Moonlight Fox put some privacy seals for them to change. The scouts transformed and changed into the clothing they were given. So what do we do? They will know our identities, Mars said. I don't know about that. After all we are in another world. So there is little to no risk of actual exposure, Mercury said. Anyways let's change for now, Sailor Moon said. They all put on the clothing and walked out. Moonlight Fox also changed, he was Naruto but he hid his face with a mask like Kakashi. Who knew his mask would come in handy like this? The girls were kinda taken back by this. Moonlight Fox, let's go to the village, Kakashi said. Naruto, still using his moniker of the Moonlight Fox. Naruto got close to Kakashi, you told them about this, so my cover won't be blown. Naruto said. Maybe, Kakashi said. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said pouting under the mask. Don't worry, I am sure I told everyone, at least I think Jiraiya did, Kakashi said. You better not be messing with me Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said. Well anyways, a lot of people want to see you, Kakashi said with a smile. Thanks, it's goof to be back. If only for a short while, Naruto said. When they got to the village the gates opened, they stepped in, they all gasped at how this village looked around and saw the picturesque views. Until a pair of masked men came and surrounded. Sorry, but Godime Tsunade requested for you all to came to her office, the person and Anbu said. Godime, who is that? Usagi asked. Naruto nodded as he was escorted by the Anbu. Godime, or Ba-chan as I call her is the leader of the village. She is very old hag. But she is so vain she hides her true age with an illusion, Naruto said. At the Godime's office. Katsu, a woman with twin tails of blonde hair with a small seal on her forehead. Someone must be talking about me. Maybe someone I owe money to, Tsunade said. Back with Naruto and the girls. And the rest. What does Ba-chan want with me now? Naruto said as he walked up the staircase. Well, maybe she just wants to talk, Kakashi said. Yeah, all her talks ends with me being punched through the wall, Naruto said. At the office. Hey, Ba-chan, Naruto said. Tsunade stood up from her desk. The girls were rather impressed by her impressive attributes. They held their chests due to the insecurity the mammoths on the Godime's chest. She stood up and conked Naruto's head, making a rather impressive dent in the floor. How many times have I told you to stop calling me that? She said with an anger vein in her head. Depends. How many times have you repaired your office? Naruto said. She grinded her teeth and hugged him. It's good to have you back, Baka. You had us all worried, Tsunade said. Yeah kiddo, even if you were missing for a few weeks, Jiraiya said. But I've been more than a month there, Naruto said. True, but they are parallel worlds. Meaning that we move at a different frequency than them, Jiraiya said. I see, so we can get a lot of training done then, Naruto said. Can you vouch for the, nah? Moonlight Fox, Tsunade asked. Yes, just don't let Inuzuka or Hyuga around. Don't want any, troubles, Naruto said as he exited the room. As he walked down the stairs a young girl with pink hair passed them. They passed each other, however, the girl turned around. Naruto, she said, but not finding the blonde anywhere. Wait, who are those girls? She said to herself. Forest F Death. We gonna train here. I don't wanna, Usagi said. We don't have any choice, we have to survive here for 3 days, Amy said. We have someone to protect us for the very least, Amy said looking at the dogs surrounding her and Rei. They were Kakashi's dog summons. Unknown to them they were being watched by Kakashi and Anko. You want to train these civilians? What for? Anko said. Naruto wishes for this, and he wants to help them, Kakashi said. Besides, is the least I could do, Kakashi said as he continued to monitor the girls. The girls were able to survive the most with luck. However, as with all luck it does run out after a while. A giant centipede appeared. Giah. Usagi yelled as the centipede captured her, putting her in a rather eki position. Usagi-chan, they yelled, they all transformed into their senshi forms. Fire. Soul. Sailor Mars yelled as a stream of fire came out. The centipede was burned but not out. Calling his familiars, they all got surrounded. Shaboon. Spray. Sailor Mercury yelled as she covered the place with mist. Everyone hold hands and follow me, Mercury said. They dashed out. Kakashi asked Anko to keep an eye on the monitors as they got into the checkpoint. I wanted to train this girls. They seem their virgin blood could give me some excitement, Anko said. The girls were running for their lives as their lives depended on it. A swarm of killer giant bees and a giant snake were hot on their heels. This is horrible, Sailor Moon yelled as she narrowly avoided the bees. Shut up and keep running, Mars said as she made a mad dash forward. Wow, how can you run in those heels? Sailor Moon commented. This is not the time or place for that question, Mars said. Then a glint of lightning and the sounds of birds emanated from in front. The masked man with silvery hair dashed forward and cut the bees and the snake in half. Reikiri, said the man. In the vigilance booth. Kakashi sure likes showing off, she said as she licked her chops. Back to the senshi. Ma, apparently I came a bit early. Well, anyways, you made it to the safe point. I am Hitaki Kakashi, and from here on now I will be taking Jupiter and Mars to training, he said, giving them an eye smile. Quote ellipsis. Kakashi-san, what about us? Sailor Moon said, signaling herself and Mercury. I think you should start running. Since the animals appear to be coming again. Oh well, I will see you later. I hope. Yane, he said, disappearing in a wisp of smoke. No way, Sailor Moon yelled, and a stampede of wild ferocious animal came for them. Run, Sailor Moon said as Amy ran behind them. Mercury fell into the floor. She was almost done for, when a kunai got a giant bear in the head, killing him. Mercury looked around using her visor to search for where the kunai came from but was unable to pinpoint the kunai's trajectory. Sailor Moon and Mercury kept running until they found a couple of ropes going upwards. Both Sailor Moon and Mercury climbed up the rope for their lives. Then a couple of kunai embedded itself around the trees to serve as steps for them to climb down. Sailor Moon and Mercury both frantically climbed down as two more ninjas appeared and did a couple of hand signs. Sweden, Mizuku no Jutsu. A ninja with a large senbon said as huge ball of water came over and swept both senshi out. Greetings Sailor Moon, my name is Shiranui Genma. As for now, you will have to survive me, he said in a casual tone. Anyo, do you think you can let me go? She said sheepishly. Sure, after we are done without little game, Genma said. And what game is that? I am good at Parcheesi, Sailor Moon said. It's called Sniper. I shot out my senbon. And you try to stay intact, he said with a candid smile. Sailor Moon's face bleached. He then began to shoot out senbons from his mouth at an incredible speed. Sailor Moon awkwardly dodged each one. I don't like this training at all, she yelled as Genma laughed at the blonde girl's predicament. Having enough, Sailor Moon put her hand on her tiara, Moon Tiara action. She yelled as she shoot the tiara in a stream of energy. Genma however only threw another senbon, making the tiara redirect its attack and hitting poor Sailor Moon right in her forehead. Genma winced a bit. I think I went overboard. On the monitor room. Ha 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 ha. Oh my, that Sailor Moon character is too funny. She reminds me of Naruto. Sans the ability to perseverance, Anko said as she spilled her drink in the monitor. Back to Sailor Moon. Genma waited for her to wake up. When he noticed something off, her eyes seemed to twitch. She's good. She is playing possum and waiting me out. We'll see who tires first, Genma said as he launched another senbon. Sailor Moon's survival instinct was to ditch her strategy for a more urgent one. Run away, she said as she dashed out. Wow, she really is fast, Genma said, chuckling. Don't run away now, Genma said as he pursued Sailor Moon. Damn you, Moonlight Fox, Sailor Moon said as the aforementioned blonde sneezed with Jiraiya. Someone must be talking about me, said Naruto as he continued his research for his ultimate jutsu. Maybe are those pretty ladies you brought with you, Jiraiya said. I knew I saw you, a female voice shouted. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow and Naruto, still having his face masked by a Kakashi-like mask, then felt something sink in his stomach and felt a cold shiver. Shinaro, the person yelled as she hit him right on the head after jumping from really high up. Naruto moved by swaying to the left and opening his eyes at the surprise attack. In the crater it left. Holy shit, Naruto yelled. You bastard, I was all in tears. And you complete and utter idiot. I was so worried about you. And you disappear and play hero in another word. The pink-haired girl yelled. Anyo-sa, Sakura-chan, calm down, please, Naruto. No excuses, come here to receive your beating, she yelled. No way, it looks like it will hurt, Naruto said running away. Sakura fumed and humped, but gently put her hands on his shoulders. Okarinasai, Naruto-kun. Not far away. Okarinasai, Ruto-kun, was heard by Sailor Moon. She turned around to see the pink-haired girl hug and cry on the blonde hero. You don't have the time to be worried about other things, Genma said as he threw a bunch more Senbon pinning her to the tree. Ah, no fair, she said as she struggled to get free. Back to Naruto. So, the Moonlight Fox, Sakura said. You don't know the half of it. Is kind of fun, you know, Naruto said. How did you end being a senshi? Sakura asked. I meet this cat, called Luna, she should be here, she can explain this better. Luna, are you here? Naruto called out. Luna then appeared from his bag and breathed a gasp of air. Naruto-kun, you kept me on the bag for too long, Luna said with tears on her eyes. Sorry Luna-chan, I will make sure to get you something later, he said kissing the cat on her forehead. The cat then nested herself on his head as he sat down. Luna. Can you tell Sakura-chan here most of the specifics with my new mission with the senshi? Naruto asked. Of course, she said as she spun the tale of their first encounter. The battles, the transformations, the enemies and the promise he made with Queen Serenity. I see, so this idiot got into another promise. And has to do some world saving. Yet again, don't you get tired of getting roped into things like this? Sakura said. No, because with this trials and enemies, I will get stronger to fight and get Sasuke back, Naruto said with a smile. You are always walking so far ahead of me, Sakura said. I have to grow up sometime. We all have to, Naruto said patting her head. The others, they want to see you, Sakura say. I have no time, I am here in borrowed time. I am not here to stay. I am barely here because of a reverse summoning. After it breaks, I will go back until someone can make a permanent solution, Naruto said. Jiraiya then coughed. If you love birds are done with the kissy faces we need to train, Jiraiya said as Naruto and Sakura faced away with blushes on their faces. You are the Sakura, the one Naruto-kun always talked about. Luna said. Yes, Sakura said. You seem to be pretty smart. Just like he said. He was kinda dumb at the beginning, Luna said. Hey. Naruto said defensively making Sakura chuckle, but he got smart. He started reading a lot. He is on the top scores at school with Mercury's civilian identity, Luna said. That's right, I am now as smart as or smarter than you, Naruto said puffing his chest proudly. Don't let it get to your head Buster, Sakura said with a fierce look. Ah, there you see, she can be scary, Naruto said. Okay, break's over, back to work. And you Sakura, go back to Tsunade, Jiraiya said. Reluctantly Sakura turned around and walked away. Naruto-kun, you are popular with the girls aren't you? Luna said looking at Naruto kind of weirdly. Must be your imagination Luna-chan, Naruto said. I think I got a new idea for my new series. Ika Moonlight Warriors, Jiraiya thought as he begun to jot down ideas in his pad. Naruto kept trying his chakra manipulation when Jiraiya asked him something. Naruto, have you been able to control him? Jiraiya asked. Luna's ears perked up. Him, it could only mean. No, he hasn't talked to me or made any snide comments. I don't know why but. Is like he is really quiet, Naruto said. I see, Naruto. Come with me, Jiraiya said. Luna begun to follow them but Jiraiya stopped them. Sorry Luna, you can't come. It will get dangerous, Jiraiya said. Luna looked down. She's still worried for Naruto. A lot. She disregarded Jiraiya's warning and left to follow them. Okay, I will undo the seal. Just a tiny bit, Jiraiya said. Naruto gulped. He undid a fraction of the seal. Then Luna's hair stood up. Naruto became engulfed in an evil aura. It was so evil in fact that it could easily pass off as one of final bosses on a video game. It was off the charts. And it was only a fraction of it. Roar. Naruto roared as his body begun to be shrouded by an evil energy making it more solid. It got up to 4 tails. And attacked Jiraiya. Naruto. Control the Kyuubi. Jiraiya shouted as he was attacked by it. Inside the Kyuubi, Naruto. Hate them all. Kill them all. All of them. The hatred. The agony. The pain. A voice shouted. All. Cover this rotten world. Cover it in darkness. The maddening madness. The voice said. Outside. Damn it, I need to use this then, Jiraiya said as he pulled a tiny piece of paper. He put it on his face and the Yuki receded into Naruto once more. Luna jumped and bared her fangs at Jiraiya. You bastard. What do you think you are doing? Luna said with her hair standing up in anger. Naruto and I, we are shinobi. We use all our abilities and weapons. And burdens to carry out any mission, Jiraiya said. And his is his burden. The power of the nine-tailed fox demon. Still that doesn't give you the right to put him in such a situation, Luna said. Jiraiya looked at the floor. If he doesn't learn to control the fox's power, he will be consumed by it, Jiraiya said with a grave voice. If it's Yuki, Sailor Moon can cleanse it with her attack, Luna said. Is not that I don't trust you, Luna. But the power is stronger than you think. The demon inside him can destroy a city with only one tail. I want Naruto to be strong enough to fight that monster inside of him. And regain complete and utter dominance on his mind and body when using that power, Jiraiya said. Still, I don't like it, especially now that he's been chosen by the queen, even beyond time and space, Luna said. Don't worry, I will never harm Naruto for any reason. I want him to be strong to the next Hokage, Jiraiya said. Please take care of him, Luna said with a few tears on her eyes. Jiraiya patted Luna. Don't worry, this stupid knucklehead, he is my disciple after all, he said with a grin. He then threw a bucket of cold water at him to wake him up. Okay, I brought someone to help you control Kyuubi better. He gestured behind him. His name is Yamato. He will help you with controlling the beast, he said. A person with a porcelain mask came down and took it up. Greetings, Naruto-kun. I am Yamato and I am here to control the fox in you, he said. Yamato here has a rare ability that only the first Hokage has. The Mokuden Kekkeigenkai, with it he can suppress the demon's power, Jiraiya said. So what's today's training? Naruto asked. You need to cut this waterfall, Jiraiya said as Yamato made a huge rock appear. And then made water flow. Naruto then took his jacket as Yamato sat down with his hands stretched out sitting in a circle with 9 Watan statues. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto yelled as he made many copies. Come on, we got a waterfall to cut, he said as the clones put his hands against the waterfall and pushed his wind-natured chakra. However, he didn't do much. He kept trying and trying. However, he did little to no advances. Naruto begun to get irritated. Sasuke must be getting stronger with Orochimaru. And here he was not moving much. His anger and frustration begun to channel the Kyuubi's chakra. Then from Yamato's spot the statues came to live and pinned down Naruto and the Yuki. Naruto, you got to concentrate, Yamato said. Naruto-kun, please, focus in cutting the waterfall, Luna said as she licked his face. Naruto then stood up. You were right, Yamato Taicho, can you make this a bit larger? Naruto said. Why? You can barely do this as it is, Yamato said. Because, Eros Sennin and Kakashi Sensei said they believe in me, Naruto said. Yamato smiled and then enlarged both the makeshift bridge and the waterfall. He then panted. The things I do for the village, Yamato said. Naruto and the clones concentrated and poured every ounce of their power to the waterfall. Luna watched him tenderly as the water continued to pour down his body, the water making his hair wet and make it heavy and covering part of his face. Naruto then roared and managed to split the water in two. Luna opened her mouth in amazement. Naruto-kun. Sugoi, Luna said. Then the clones dispelled, and Naruto fell. Yamato then conjured a wooden slide and made Naruto land on the ground. Naruto-kun, Luna shouted as she dashed forward to Naruto. Don't worry, he is just exhausted from chakra depletion, Yamato said. Will he be alright? Luna asked. Yes, he just need to rest, Yamato said. Just then Sakura came in with a wicker basket. Naruto, I made some healthy soldier pills with my special recipe, Sakura said cheerfully. He kneeled down and gave one to Luna. Here you go, she said. Luna took a bite and swallowed. Then Naruto took one and did the same. Then he saw something shocking. Luna changed into a sickly blue and begun to choke. Then Yamato turned and saw Naruto going trot the same. Then both Luna and Naruto dashed and begun to throw up. Blarg. I think she is still mad with me, Naruto said shaking in both weakness and fright. But why me too? Luna said. They turned around to see Sakura smiling sweetly as she had not noticed their sickness. She wants to kill us, Naruto said to Luna. Was she like this? Luna said. I think she is beyond pissed, Naruto said. Jiraiya then came down. Naruto, you are here. Well, you want to see what the other senshi are doing since I think you are tired and want to rest. Jiraiya said. Both Luna and Naruto nodded rather fervently and left with him, leaving a solitary girl all alone in the clearing, with an exhausted Yamato. Naruto went to a clearing where Kakashi and Guy were training both of the senshi. In the clearing there were 3 more people who he did not want to be seen by. I better disguise myself. Elemental crystal. Transform, he shouted as the scenario changed. A ray of light from the moon hit Naruto and his clothing dematerialized. He was enveloped in an orange fabric and into a fire. Then he emerged as the Moonlight Fox. That's how you transform. Not bad. What does it do? Anything helpful? Jiraiya said. He then pulled 2 white kunai. With this I can make a rather powerful attack called the Moonlight Slash. And its variant Kitsune Gatsuga no Tensho. It's a killer move, as well as a healing move to cure people who were infected by the evil monster, Moonlight Fox said. Guy was instructing Lee to attack the senshi in green. Lee, show the exuberance of your youth. Guy said. Osu, Lee yelled as he began a barrage of attacks against the tall senshi. Naruto was hiding in the tree branches and watched Jupiter defend herself from Lee's attacks. Konoha Senpu, Lee shouted as he unleashed an attack against her. Supreme Thunder, Jupiter shouted as she unleashed a torrent of lightning. Lee however was faster and appeared behind her and kicked her upwards into the sky. Then he grabbed her in mid-air and attacked her as she trying to maneuver in the air. However, Lee's experience overwhelmed Jupiter and was launched into the ground. Hard. Flame Soul, Mars yelled as Kakashi moved lazily to the left. Damn, he is Moonlight Fox Sama's sensei. He looks like he is as strong, if not a bit stronger than him. More experienced, Mars thought. Kaden Hausenka no Jutsu, Kakashi yelled as he threw 8 balls of fire towards Mars. Mars' eyes peeled as she saw an attack bigger and stronger than hers come towards her. She did the only rational thing. Retreat, she yelled as Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Kakashi then followed her until. Flame Soul, she yelled catching Kakashi off guard. Or so she thought. Kakashi was not there. She hit a log. Close. That was a good strategy, but let's face it. I am an experienced ninja. This trick is so basic, you are not even trying, Kakashi said. Sailor Mars then rushed him and kicked him with a high kick. He only swayed left and right avoiding her hits. He even pulled a book out. Why are you reading? Mars asked. To find out the ending. Considering how you are, I can have more than enough luxury to read it as we fight, Kakashi said. Mars let what he said sink in, then realized he was mocking her. She then concentrated her power on a Ofuda and threw it to Kakashi. Kakashi saw the Ofuda but didn't think much of it. He never believed on the spiritual powers and the like. What the hell, he said as he found himself unable to move, his arms and legs bound by an invisible force. Mars then moved her hands in a circle. Fire came about and made rings with Japanese characters appears. Burning, Mandala, she yelled as she threw M-like discs towards Kakashi. Then a white torrent of light came and fought against Mars' attack. Kitsune Tsuki no Getsuga Tensho. A voice roared as the attack completely swallowed Mars' new powerful attack. Just in time, you should know better than to test a woman's temper. After all, Mars is also known as the god of war in Roman mythology. She is very determined to win, Moonlight Fox said as he appeared next to her and grabbed her since she was about to faint. Easy there, Mars. I got you, Moonlight Fox said with a smile. We should see how Jupiter is doing with bushy brows, Moonlight Fox said. Bushy brows, Mars said. With said after mentioned ninja. Osu, your youthful fires burn strong Jupiter-san. But let's see you get out of this. Lee said as he made a dash towards her. Konoha Goriki Senpuu, Lee shouted as he spun so fast that he created a whirlwind that hit Jupiter, launching her like a rocket towards the tree lines. Moonlight Fox however came into and grabbed Jupiter before more damage could be done. Bushy brows, you should be careful, she is a civilian after all. And a lady at that, Moonlight Fox said. You are right, youthful stranger. In penance I will do 200. Number 500 laps around Konoha. Lee said with his eyes burning with passion. I am proud of you, my youthful student. Guy said. Guy sensei. Lee. Guy sensei. Lee. Guy sensei. Lee. Guy sensei. Lee. Did they always do that? Jupiter said as she dusted herself. It takes a while to get used to it, Moonlight Fox said. Are you? No, Moonlight Fox and Kakashi said in unison, waving their hands to further increase their answer. Usagi was sitting in a new hot spot hub she found, a small restaurant called Ichiraku Ramen Bar. Many shinobi go there to eat, so Usagi decided to try it out. Give me one miso ramen please, Usagi said as she delighted herself in the sense. I will have the pork ramen, said Rei. I will have a vegetable one with extra eggs please, Amy said. I will have a miso ramen, Makoto said. They sat down enjoying the ramen when Naruto, in Henja's Moonlight Fox came trot. Man, I wish I could have a bite. But old man Ichiraku will bust my cover. The things I do to keep my word, Naruto said as he teared up. He walked by and left to talk to Jiraiya. He had a lot of techniques to learn still. Usagi then wolfed down her last bite inside after having her fill. Girls, why don't we go to the hot springs? I heard they are really good, Usagi said. Yes, I need them because as Moonlight Fox said. My body is aching. My bruises have bruises over their bruises, Makoto said. Yes, I felt grimy and dirty. I really need a bath, Rei said. Yes, I never had to move like I did back then, Amy said blushing. Just what did they have you do? Makoto said. Let's just said. I never seen someone bend the way I had to bend to get out of the barrage of aquatic attacks, Amy said. At least you didn't get beat up like I did, Makoto said. That Lee guy is kinda creepy. But he is crazy strong. I got skewered and my outfit got torn in so many places, I thought I was doing a peep show, Usagi said with tears in her eyes. They walked all the way to the hot springs and got in. They loved how rustic it was and they took a dip. The day went on without a hitch. They spent their time practicing. Naruto on the other hand asked for something a bit unorthodox from Tsunade. Hokage Tower 5 p.m. Tsunade's eye was twitching. Can you repeat that? Are you saying you want 5 civilians to undertake an A-class mission? Tsunade said. Yeah, just to get them more motivated, Naruto said. You are completely nuts, Tsunade said. And you are old, so what's is gonna be? Naruto said. Boom. Naruto flew out of the Hokage's tower and was shoved into the cage's monument. I got smart, but I still put my foot in my mouth with her. Or Sakura. Well, the more things change the more they stay the same I guess, Naruto said. Naruto then dashed into the Hokage's office. So, I need a mission. Can I have one with the girls and Ero Sennin? Naruto said. Fine, just go, Tsunade said giving it to him. Yata. Naruto shouted in joy. The senshi cringed in fear for no apparent reason. With the girls. You felt that, Rei said. I felt like a really cold sensation just washed down on me, Amy said. Worse than with Lee, Makoto said. I don't like this. I wanna go home, Usagi said as she teared up. I don't know about that. I kinda like this place. I've been fighting with Lee-san a lot and I learned a lot of new techniques. Not to mention Kakashi-sensei was kind enough to show me Raiden techniques, Makoto said. All I've been doing is avoiding getting hit by Senbons. Sailor Moon yelled, feeling left out. Well, at least you are now faster and more agile when you need to dodge and evade, Rei said. Wah, I want some real training too, Usagi said. I got one better, said a voice. The girls turned around and saw a blonde beautiful girl. She had 5 marks on her face and azure eyes. Who are you? They asked. I am a friend, I heard something. Moonlight Fox-san said he wanted to meet you all in the Hokage Tower in an hour, the girl said as she let herself submerge into the water. The other girls looked at her developing breasts again, feeling insecure in that area. Just go ahead, I will stay here, the blonde-haired girl said. After the senshi left he undid the henge. It was Naruto. And a few seconds later he was swimming in a pool of his own blood. Massive nasal hemorrhage. Hokage Tower 5:55 p.m. A mission, Usagi said. Yes, Moonlight Fox has asked that you girls along with Jiraiya to go on a A-class mission. Tsunade said. Yes, because Moonlight Fox needs training as well as you will travel with him. That is something else, Usagi said. Anyways, we have located one of his bases. Your job is to go with Jiraiya and Moonlight Fox. Roger, the senshi said. They left with them to train. Usagi however was feeling left out since she only had her avoiding skills trained at the max. She was now a regular rabbit. And a monkey. Naruto, under a henge as the Moonlight Fox, came close to Usagi and whispered to her, "What's wrong, Sailor Moon?" "I haven't had any training, and I feel left out," Usagi said. Is not that. You are already stronger than them. You just need to have your balance worked out. I mean, I seen you fight. You barely dodge out of sheer luck, Naruto said. Yeah, but I wish I had some attacks like them, Usagi said. Don't worry, you are strong enough, you just need some agility. Even Mercury had some of those lessons. Besides, you don't have an element, so we can't show you jutsus. But I got other ideas, Naruto said with a grin. Usagi asked. Remember that ball of energy? Is called a rasengan. I think I might be able to teach it to you, Naruto said with a smirk. Really? Yay, Usagi said. Naruto was a bit taken back. She had no idea how hard this is. But first, you need to learn to control your chakra. Without it you will have zero ability to use jutsus, Naruto said. No way, Usagi said. Anyways, we need to concentrate since Ero Sennin and I need the time. Your training will be to watch us for the time being, Naruto said. Aw, man, that's no fun, Usagi said. Jiraiya and Naruto then poised themselves to attack. Both of them attacked each other at incredible speeds. Both master and student looked like they enjoyed each other's company. Each attack, each hit, it meant something, as they could exchange thoughts with each blow. Student and teacher relationship, albeit in a retarded level. Then again, they both are ninja. Both ninja used weird techniques. Jiraiya protected himself by using his hair. Literally, it became like spikes and hardened, popping Naruto's clones. Rasengan, they both shouted and sent each other flying off. Naruto stood up and went and decked Jiraiya in the face, who in turn kicked him in the chin. The glorious fight then degraded to fist fight of two kids. So much for that, Makoto said with a sweat drop. But still, don't they look familiar? Ray said. Yeah, now that you mention it, Amy said. Anyways, let's see how they fight seriously. This might be a good lesson, Amy added. So the history of them two must go way back, Usagi said. Yup, Ero Sennin and me go way back. Is funny the way we meet, Naruto still under henge. You two must be really close, Amy said. He is like a grandfather to me. A perverted one that is, he said under his breath the last part. After a few stops they went into a hotel. Jiraiya decided to pay for the stay. Since he was rich due to his book writing. Jiraiya sat on the windowsill, his leg dangling a bit as he begun to write his newest sure hit. Aika Aika, the Warriors of the Stars. Who would have thought that my idiot apprentice would bring such a beautiful muses to me, Jiraiya said as he took a swing of his sake. He begun writing when he found a small book in his table. It was his first novel. It never sold as much as his first one, but he kept it as a treasure in his heart. I hope the time when this story grows into the hearts of many comes, as he puts it on his coffee table. The title of the book. The Story of the Gutsy Ninja. Jiraiya-sama, a voice called out. He turned around and saw a girl with beautiful long flowing black hair. Rei Hino, if his memory served. Rei-chan, what can I do for you? Jiraiya said with a smile. Who is Moonlight Fox? And who are you? I know we meet you before. Like I know you from somewhere, Rei said. Maybe. I do have a handsome face, he said with a smug grin. Rei sighed. I have the power to tell fortunes. And see the future. But for some reason, Moonlight Fox and a friend of mine, their future, is always bathed by either a bright light or a inky blackness. Rei said. Maybe your ability isn't as strong as you thought. Jiraiya said. I seen yours. And is pretty sad. Moonlight Fox won't be able to be with you for too long. You will die. A man with strange eyes. With rings in his eyes. Will kill you, Rei said. Is that so? Jiraiya said with a grin. Don't you listen to what I say. You will die. And he will be all alone again, Rei said. So, I will die one day. But if I die, I want my cute stupid disciple to know how I died and why. I am a ninja. Every day I leave the village could be my last. Is only my experience that allowed me to still be alive so far. But I am old, so I entrust Moonlight Fox with my heartfelt wish. To break the chains of hatred that have tied us all shinobi and dragged us down a never-ending hatred, Jiraiya said. Is that so? But why? Why do you entrust him with such a heavy burden? Rei asked. Because, he is the only one I know who can succeed, Jiraiya said. Now go off and sleep, we got another day tomorrow, Jiraiya said as he patted her head. Rei left, but was still unsure. So many unsettling things. So many similarities. Rei fell asleep. The girls were in one room and Jiraiya and Moonlight Fox shared another. The next day the girls went to take a bath, however, unknown to them there was a perverted old man peeping at them. Ho ho ho. This will really be great for my work, Jiraiya said. The day went without a hitch. Thankfully Naruto didn't see Jiraiya peeping at the senshi. Naruto and Jiraiya had another round of attack, both of them exchanging techniques. Until Naruto did his ultimate anti-pervert techniques. Harem no jutsu. Naruto in a hench shouted as a bunch of voluptuous females appeared. Ah, Jiraiya sensei. Isu eki, the females said in unison. Ami's eye twitched, Rei's hair stood up. Makoto was taken back, and Usagi, she only said the following. Why do you look like me? And more importantly, why are you naked? Usagi yelled. Jiraiya was propelled back by the sheer power of his nosebleed. Naruto, still under hench, smirked. Take that arrow Sennin, Naruto said. He turned around and saw Usagi crying. He felt awkward, and realized the reason. Dear Kami, I made an adult eki version of Usagi-chan, Naruto mentally berated himself. Sailor Moon, sorry about that, I didn't mean anything with that, I am SOOO sorry Sailor Moon, Naruto said panicking. How mean, I know I am flat-chested. But did you have to make fun of my shortcomings? Usagi said. The other girls laughed at the girl's plight. After a bit of begging forgiveness, and coercing her with a lot of food. Gamma-chan, I think you will be flat for a while, Naruto said with tears on his eyes. Naruto and Jiraiya stopped at another town. This time Jiraiya went to the red light district. Amy, Rei, Makoto, Usagi and Luna blushed as they saw the beautiful woman scandalously dressed and Jiraiya was flirting with them quiet openly. This Jiraiya-sensei, is he always like that? Amy asked. Why do you think I call him Arrow Sennin? Naruto, still under hench said. Dear God, help us all, Rei said. He even wrote a book, Naruto said. Ika make out, Naruto said. What's so bad about that? Amy asked. Naruto sighed and gave her the copy Jiraiya gave to him. It was still in shrink wrap. She opened the book and the girls begun reading it. After page 8 they all had a really dangerous shade of red in their faces. I warned you, Naruto said as the girls had a nosebleed. Rei was unsure wherever to get the book for herself and use some of those ideas, later. Sigh. He is a sorry excuse for a role model, Naruto said as he sighed at the look of Usagi. Who is worse for wear, after her massive blood loss? Sigh. I'll carry Sailor Moon, Naruto said. After carrying her for a while and giving her some blood pills. After a while Naruto and Jiraiya begun to trek back to the village. But one day something happened that would change everything. A figure of a young boy with raven-like hair, accompanied by a boy with white hair and round glasses. He is here, the raven-haired boy said as he clenched. Both of them begun dashing forward. Jiraiya sensed something approach. Kuhuhuhu. So Jiraiya has come with the Jinchuriki bratty H. A voice filled with malice and something else. Orochimaru, Naruto and Jiraiya said. I have someone here for you Jinchuriki, Orochimaru said as a raven-haired youth stepped from behind. The girls saw him. He was handsome, but his eyes, they were cold and distant. I will kill you. To obtain the power to kill my brother, the raven-haired boy said. The boy charged with a hand filled with electricity. The Raikiri. Naruto charged with a hand filled with energy spiraling like a whirlpool. The Rasengan. Teme. He yelled as they both collided. And you girls, must be the senshi Barrelheim has been talking about, Orochimaru said with a smirk. They all were taken back. Kuhuhu. I know a lot about you. And the silver crystal, and the power it has. Kuhuhu. I was promised eternal life if I could kill you, he said as he regurgitated a rather long sword. Please die, Orochimaru said with a smirk. He charged but was met with Jiraiya. Sorry, but I can't let you harm my apprentice's friends, Jiraiya said as he attacked Orochimaru. So I guess I am to deal with them myself, the boy with white hair said. The name is Kabuto. I will be your executioner, Kabuto said. Kabuto dashed forward as the senshi transformed. Jupiter countered Kabuto with a lightning attack. The wide pressure thunder, while Mercury used Shaban spray freezing. Kabuto dodged the attack, but was attacked from behind by Mars with a kick in the back of the neck. However it was only a mud clone and Mars was trapped. Damn it, she yelled as Kabuto paired behind her with a kunai on his hand. Moon Tiara action, she yelled as she knocked Kabuto's kunai and made a gash on his face. Kabuto frowned a bit but his heel healed fast and licked his blood and smirked. He begun pulsing chakra on his hand, it begun to glow green. Luna then jumped and attacked Kabuto and scratched his face. Kabuto begun to try to attack Luna but she jumped out in time. Damn cat, he yelled as he threw a kunai towards her. Luna's eyes wideneth in fright but Naruto threw a kunai and saved Luna's skin. You don't have the luxury to look anywhere else, Dobi. The raven-haired boy said. Naruto then threw a few smoke bombs. And pulled his choker. Moonlight power. Transform. Naruto yelled as he appeared as the Moonlight Fox. You are not the only one who can transform, Dobi. The boy said as his body changed. His hair grew and two hand-like appendages sprouted out and looked wing-like. The cursed seal second form. Sasuke. Moonlight Fox yelled. Naruto ooh. Sasuke yelled. The senshi were preoccupied as the boy was attacking them and he seemed to heal pretty fast. Sailor Moon Tiara's attack was effective but not for long since he healed fast. Jupiter then held Kabuto in a bear hug. And then yelled. Supreme Thunder. She yelled as he electrocuted him. Kabuto yelled in pain. He went limp. And then said something in a dangerous tone. That hurt. I will kill you, Kabuto hissed. Their bodies begun to tremble as Kabuto begun to emanate killing intent. The senshi couldn't even move, they were truly afraid. So much so that they even saw their own deaths. With Moonlight Fox and Sasuke. Moonlight Fox and Sasuke were decking it out, both of them exchanged techniques and blows. Sasuke blew fireballs like Kakashi had with Mars. However, Moonlight Fox summoned his clones to use as meat shields. I had enough with you, Moonlight Fox said as he pulled his twin white kunai. Take this, my ultimate move, Moonlight Supreme, Getsuga no Tsuki, Naruto said as he moved his arms in a circular motion and slashed at him. Sasuke smirked. You missed, Dobi. Then a giant slash of pure white energy came rushing towards him. He opened his Sharingan but found something incredible. This can't be. I cannot copy it, Sasuke yelled in anger. He then was pushed back into a rock. His body then felt an immense burn. Yet his skin was intact. The burn was on his neck. He felt a burning sensation and saw light emanate from his cursed seal. No, this power. I need it. You won't take this away from me, Naruto. He yelled as he pushed forth more hatred and anger to counteract the light. My hatred. You won't extinguish it with this. Sasuke yelled as an evil miasma enveloped him. Moonlight Fox was blown away by the sheer power of his hatred. Sasuke then limped a bit and begun to pant. But the seal was still there and he smirked. With the senshi. Don't worry. Because you are civilians I will be merciful. I will cut your cathodic artery. Or make your heart go into cardiac arrest. Perhaps I will just make your lungs stop functioning. Or eliminate your brains. So many decision. So little time, Kabuto said. He walked close to them and raised his hand with chakra. Farewell senshi, Kabuto said as he moved his hand. Then something exploded in front of them. A great toad blocked his attack. That was close, Jiraiya said as he kicked Orochimaru's face. Jiraiya, get them back to their world. I will follow them shortly. Moonlight Fox yelled. Jiraiya nodded as made the toad swallow the girls, who yelled in both fright and indignation. The toad disappeared, as well as Moonlight Fox. Damn you, Jiraiya, Orochimaru hissed. Naruto, Moonlight Fox and the senshi then reappeared in Juban. Orochimaru and Sasuke and Kabuto fled the scene. The toad then regurgitated the senshi. They all groaned in disgust. I will never do that again, they said in unison. Sorry about that, I needed you to get out of danger, Moonlight Fox said. But did it have to be like this? Jupiter said. Sorry, if anything you were still alive, Moonlight Fox said. The images. I will never be clean, Mars said shivering. Come on, is not that bad, I mean it could be worse, Moonlight Fox said. How? Jupiter said. Try being inside a snake, Naruto said. They stood quietly as they found out they had something tied to their outfits. Those are scrolls for you to learn how to harness your inner power. You senshi have a power similar to chakra. So it should hold the same principle. Please do read it, especially you Sailor Moon, Moonlight Fox said. He then bent down and disappeared with Luna in a whirlwind of leaves. Why does he have to be such a good-looking guy, Mars sighed. It makes it so hard to hate, Jupiter said nodding. Anyways, we should head home now. So, until next time, Sailor Moon said. They went home and found out something. There were identical copies for most of them. Each of their copies handed a letter to the respective owner. Dear insert civilian name here, I took the liberty to put a bunchen for each one of you. So your families, sorry about that. But I hope you will forgive me, Moonlight Fox. Well, no harm no foul they each said. They walked in and took a deep slumber. Another day of class was next day after all. Naruto had a thought day too. He had to sleep, but couldn't. He couldn't let go that Sasuke had so much raw hatred. Even his cleansing attack couldn't help him. Or maybe it's because I have my own taint as well, Naruto thought. He was all night seeing the dark roof until the next day. Naruto's day was hectic. He had a ton of homework. Not to mention his own ninja training with Jiraiya, who managed to get away after Orochimaru saw his cursed seal almost being purified by his special attack. He was sad. His friend was still tainted. And he couldn't help him. Not yet. Naruto sighed. He looked worse to wear. And the girls have been privy of it. It looks like he is feeling lonely, Usagi said. No, more like guilty and sad, Makoto said. Wonder what's his story, Ray said. I think we should let him be. We don't want to intrude in his personal life, Amy said. Hey, you are his cousin, why don't you ask him? Makoto said. Mako-san, I said to drop it, Amy said, furious. The girls backed up at the out of character Amy was being. Let Naruto have his space. He needs to forget some things, Amy said. Amy-chan, they said as they saw how resolute she was. If he needs to forget, leave it to me, Usagi said with a smile and dashed out before anyone could stop her or say anything. Amy put her palm on her face. Usagi was such a one-track mind. Usagi dashed out and saw Naruto cuddling with Luna. She was taken back. She always thought Luna was hers. But apparently Naruto was her owner, which explained why she was absent most of the time. Naruto-kun, yelled Usagi as she waved her hands. Naruto turned around and saw her, Usagi, the Sailor Moon Senshi, coming to him with a sweet and innocent smile. Hey Usagi-chan, how are you doing? Naruto asked. I am fine, but I wanted to invite you somewhere. You seem a little down and need a bit of a fun time, Usagi said. Leave it to Usagi to be blunt and direct, Luna thought. Anyways, come with me, Usagi said as he grabbed his arm and pulled him. Where are we going, Usagi-chan? Naruto said as he was being dragged by Usagi. Apparently she had developed a lot of strength. Fortunately not as much as Sakura or thanked Kami Tsunade. So, what are we doing, Usagi-chan? Naruto said. Well, we are going to the arcade and then we are going to karaoke, Usagi said, pumping her fist in the air. Naruto smiled. She was a good girl. Even if she was a bit naive and a bit dumb. Okay, let's go, Naruto said as he walked beside her. Usagi blushed at his coming onto her. Thought he actually wasn't doing so. They walked around until they got into the Crown Game Center. They both enjoyed some games. They played racing, some tickets games and even some fighting games. Naruto enjoyed the company of the blonde girl. For some reason he felt light in his soul and heart. He had a small vision. He saw himself on a ruined castle filled with fire. A young lady who had the same figure as Naruto. Then saw another figure of an armored man. He was kneeling down. The lady said, please. Remember who you are, said the lady. The armored person grabbed his head and begun to cry. Who am I? Yuto-kun, Naruto-kun, Usagi yelled as Naruto was jerked up by Usagi. What's going on, Usagi-chan? Naruto said. You were spacing out again, Usagi said. Really? Naruto said. Yes, you been in a bad funky mood. And I am gonna take you out of it, Usagi said as she pulled him to the karaoke center. They begun to sing a lot of tunes together. Until someone accidentally mixed their drink orders. They gave them liquor rather than juice. Now, we have two kids, one is a girl and one is a boy, both of them never had any alcohol. Usagi-chan, you loose shoe cute, Naruto slurred in drunk stupor. Nah, you just showing dat, Usagi said with her cheeks red of both drunkenness and blushing. I used to like a girl. She wash rotter rather mean to meh. She always liked that traitorous bastard best. No matter what I did. She wouldn't never look a ma, Naruto said as he took another drink. What happened na, Naruto-kun, Usagi asked. The bastard left us, and then when I tried to bring him back, he tried to kill me. I was lurched close by where Amy lives. She saved my life. Amy is such a good girl. I want her to be safe, and protect her, from the monsters that are attacking Fish City, Naruto slurred. Luna then realized something after smelling their drinks. This is alcohol, Luna yelled. Naruto and Usagi both walked a few steps and fell. Usagi fell first and Naruto fell over her. They both were stinking drunk and she closed her eyes. Naruto crawled until he felt something. His body begun to process the alcohol faster and begun to glow in a red glow. Naruto-kun, Luna said worried. I am alright. It seems old fuss nuts actually helped me out here, Naruto said as his vision became clearer. What's this soft, tender thing? Naruto said as Luna blushed. Naruto did not dare to look down, but he heard some moaning. Luna-chan, help me, I don't remember what happened, Naruto said crying. Baka Naruto, Luna said, nothing happened. You two tripped is all, Luna said chuckling but feeling a bit guilty. Since they were about to kiss. Naruto carried a drunken Usagi over his shoulder and went to the park for clear air. He left Usagi on a bench with Luna to buy some water bottles. Man, how come this thing's only happened to me? Naruto said as he helped Usagi drink some water. You okay Usagi-chan? Naruto said as he held her in his arms. I feel sick. What happened? Usagi said. They gave us alcohol by mistake, Naruto said. Did I do? Did we? I can't remember at all, Usagi said. Calm down Usagi-chan, we just tripped is all. Good thing I got a fast metabolism. Drink some more water, it will help you process the alcohol faster, Naruto said as he handed her another water bottle. Thanks. Sorry this turned out this way, Usagi said tearing up. Is okay Bunny-chan, the thing is. I enjoyed this anyways. Thank you, Naruto said as he instinctively hugged Usagi. She blushed as she hugged him back. His body felt warm, and so familiar. Thank you Bunny-chan, Naruto said as he hugged her tightly. He walked her back to her house, but gave her some gum to mask the smell of alcohol, something he'd picked up from Jiraiya. He said his farewells and left. He was in the streets once more walking about with Luna until he bumped into someone. Hey watch where you going, Naruto said as he saw who he bumped. He remembered that guy. Hey, I know you. You are that Odenka Itama's friend. Is she still clumsy as ever? The person said. Hey Tem, I told you if you insult he I will punish you, Naruto said. His eyes changed into slits. The demon in him was powering him. Luna cringed a bit. Naruto disappeared from sight and reappeared over Mamoru with a swift kick to his face. But he barely managed to dodge it. Hey, be careful, Mamoru said. I will not let you badmouth my friends without punishment, Naruto said as he again vanished from his sight. Mamoru grabbed a trash can lid and blocked Naruto's punch. However the lid only held momentarily until it caved until he shredded it. What are you, some kind of monster? Mamoru said as he tumbled to the side. No, I am just a really pissed off friend, Naruto said as Mamoru braced himself for impact. He twirled around avoiding the hit, but not the sheer pressure it came with a hit. What are you, some kinda of martial artist master? Mamoru said as he nursed the phantom wound. Maybe. What about yourself? You seem to move really well for a normal college student, Naruto said looking sharply at him. Mamoru then dashed and kicked him. He however managed to block him. Luna watched the fight. Naruto was very protective of the girls, but he never seen him get into a fight before. Mamoru was good, but lacked the sheer power and skill Naruto had. He was at a disadvantage. Then he found an old broom and used it as a staff. Naruto however pulled a kunai out and blocked the makeshift staff. A kid like you is carrying something that dangerous, Mamoru said. Is a dangerous times. After all you seen those things coming out of the woodwork no. Naruto said as he parried another strike. You aren't half bad. You remind me of someone, Naruto said. Really? So do you, Naruto said. They stared each other till both people threw something, deflecting said something. One was a rose, the other was a kunai. You are. Naruto winced. A rose had struck his arm. Mamoru had a senbon on his arm as well. Naruto had pinned him as well. You are not half bad there with the rose tricks, Naruto grinned. I'll apologize for now. Odango girl should be grateful to have such a fierce loyal friend in you, Mamoru said as he left with his arm stinging from the senbon. Naruto-kun, why did you go and pick a fight with him? Luna chastised the blonde hero. Sorry, but something about him pissed me off, Naruto said. What is it? Luna asked. He treated Usagi like people used to. Looking down on me. I hate that, Naruto said as he scooped. Luna lovingly. Come on, we must head home, I am tired and today was really eventful, Naruto said. Luna brushed herself against Naruto. She felt so good with him. Naruto-kun, can I ask you a question? Luna said a bit coyly. Sure Luna-chan, Naruto said. If I were human, Would you love me? Luna asked. Luna-chan, I love you lots already. It doesn't matter what you are. You are one of my precious people already, Naruto said. Luna looked at him with loving eyes and cuddled against him. Naruto then gave Luna a small package. Here you go. I got something for you too, Luna-chan, Naruto said. Luna opened the package with her paws. This is beautiful, Luna exclaimed. It was a collar with the sign of the moon on it and a small trinket kunai like Naruto's. For my beautiful companion, Naruto said as he knelt down and tenderly put the new collar on her. For my Luna-chan, who is always by my side, I wanted to give you this a bit later. But then again you look gorgeous with it, Naruto said. She looked at her red collar with the moon and a set of wings and the kunai. Luna jumped happily and purred contently. Let's go home, Luna-chan, Naruto said as he put Luna on his shoulders and disappeared in a whirlwind of leaves. Mamoru saw this, and was taken back. Ninja, Mamoru said as he blinked. But saw nothing. Must been imagining things. Ever since that dream, Mamoru said. Naruto opened the door and went to his room, but was taken back when he found the sleeping body of Amy on his bed. Naruto nudged her, but there was no response. She was out like a light. Ah damn it, she fell asleep. Well, only one thing to do, Naruto said as he carried her bridal style to her room. He placed the Mercurian soldier into her bed and tucked her in. Oyasumi, Amy-chan, Naruto said as he gave her a kiss on her forehead. Naruto went back to his bedroom and fell asleep. Luna at his feet. The next morning. Damn it, Bunny, you have to wake up earlier, he said as he dashed with Amy as well. I am so sorry, Usagi said, tearing up. Stop crying and wake earlier, Naruto said as he grabbed Amy and Usagi and jumped a fence. Wow, you are really amassing, Usagi said. Nah, I am used to this, used to jump and do stuff like this a lot, Naruto said. You are like a ninja, Usagi said, laughing. They all stopped. Ha 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 ha, they all laughed in unison. Ninja, yeah right, Naruto said, sweating bullets. They got in class with only a minute left. Usagi, you are on time, the teacher said, surprised. The teacher stepped out and put her hand out. Weird, is not raining, the teacher said. Sheesh, I am on time. Let it be, Usagi said. The class went as usual with the few stares from the other students towards Usagi. After that they went to lunch and they talked rather nicely. Intel. Hey Usagi, what happened yesterday with Naruto-kun? Amy asked. You went out with Naruto-kun, Naru said. Usagi blushed as she remembered a part of what happened, when Naruto fell on her and accidentally cupped a feel on her developing breasts. Nothing happened, Usagi said with a big blush. Nothing you say, why the blush? Naru said. What happened? Tell us, Usagi, Makoto said. Nothing happened, she said, adamant. What happened? Amy said. Nothing happened, Usagi said, blushing. Your face says different, Naru said as Naruto inched away but was held in place by Naru. Naruto and Usagi got together and whispered. Do I tell them or you tell them? Naruto said. I don't know. Wanna yan ken po rock paper scissors for it, Usagi said. They went 3 rounds and Usagi lost. Actually we went to karaoke with Naruto-kun, she said. Yeah, and we ordered a few drinks, Naruto said. Somehow the order got mixed up, Usagi said. And we ended up with alcoholic beverages, Naruto said. We were drunk, Usagi said, blushing. I barely remembered what happened. But, Usagi blushed and acted coy. I kinda tripped over her and he was silent after that. He was blushing and said something barely legible. The girls said in unison and huddled closer. I kinda touched her breasts by accident, Naruto said. They all yelled. Naruto-kun, you have to take responsibility for doing that to a young maiden, Naru said. Responsibility, Naruto said. Yes, you can't just touch a girl like that with no repercussions, Naru said. Naruto fainted. Naru laughed. I can't believe he's so gullible, she said. Naruto composed himself. That's not funny, Naru-chan, Naruto said, frowning. No, you were right, it was hilarious, Naru said, laughing. Hey, what's wrong with me? Usagi said, leaning closer to Naruto. It was a trap. Nothing, you are very pretty girl. Is just, Naruto said, looking for words. I am a ninja that protects you in your missions, but now I got to worry about the snake Pito and Sasuke going after you as well as this barrel character, ergo I got little to no time for you. Yeah, that will work, Naruto thought sarcastically. He's got tests coming up, Usagi. And he has been going here on a scholarship. He has to study a lot to keep it, Amy said, saving Naruto's skin accidentally. Ah, you two are always studying. But at least Naruto has more fun than you, Amy, Usagi said. Amy frowned. I know how to have fun. I went on a date with Naruto-kun a few days ago, remember? The one you, Mako-chan and Ray-chan went out of your way to spy on us, Amy said, pointing at the two after-mentioned present persons. Ahaha. Sorry about that, Makoto said. We apologized for that. I even got you a nice book as a present, please let it go, Usagi said in comical tears. Amy began to laugh. Naruto grabbed the three girls and put them around. Now. I know I am good looking, but don't fight over me, he said with a feral grin. The three girls threw some water at him. Yeah, right. Ha 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 ha, they all said in unison, and Naruto whipped his face. That's mean, Naruto said as he pouted. They all chuckled from the blonde's plight, but in a good-mannered fashion. After asking forgiveness and buying him a ramen, as they found out it was a good leverage to get the blonde to do most anything for it. The rest of the day was normal, until they decided to make a small trip. Naru needed cheering up for something that had happened. Flashback. Nephrite laid in the grass. One of the four Dark Lords. He had actually fallen in love with Naru. He protected her from Zoiste's trap, mortally wounding him. His green blood was flowing from an open wound from his arm. Moonlight Fox was on a tree watching the events, unable to act as he was tied up with vines to the tree. Nephrite, run! Moonlight Fox yelled. Take Naru. I will try to slow him down, Moonlight Fox said as Sailor Moon was battling the remaining monsters. Damn you, break! Moonlight Fox cursed as he felt the demon energy getting a hold on him. The monsters managed to subdue Sailor Moon, and they went to kill Naru. Naru! Moonlight Fox yelled. However, Nephrite used his body as a shield, and Moonlight Fox managed to free himself using his rage and the demon's power to break the vines. Arg! A voice yelled. Nephrite used his body to shield Naru from the attack. Then a green flame run trot him towards the monster who assaulted him. IAMNREP, right. You think you can just kill me like this? He roared as he then fell to the ground. Sailor Moon. Now! Moonlight Fox yelled. Sailor Moon used her attack and finally made the monsters disappear. However, Naru was kneeling next to Nephrite. He was coughing and he wasn't looking really good. He wasn't going to make it. I am sorry. Even to the very end I couldn't stop lying to you. It appears I won't be able to eat that chocolate sundae with you, Nephrite said with a sad smile as his body broke down into light and vanished. The bandage that Naru made for him out of her pajama then fell into the ground. Naruto began to cry in reckless abandonment. Broken for the love she just lost. Moonlight Fox, Tuxedo Common and Sailor Moon shed tears. Thought the first two did it in silent. Sailor Moon and the other scouts were more vocal about it. End flashback. Naru left home that day for a small trip. She had heard about a priest who was very sagil and wise. Her friends were worried and decided to follow her. Naruto's and Usagi's items began to glow. A rainbow crystal was close by. Naru went to a small cemetery. She walked around. The loss of his love still was etched into her heart. Until he found a priest in there. What is the matter, young lady? You seem heavily troubled by something, the priest said. Anyo. Priest. I am not Catholic and, Naru said. That doesn't matter. The Lord love all his children equally, child, the priest said. I had someone I love die recently, she said. I see. Was he a good man? The priest asked. He died to save me, Naru said. Then I recommend in his memory you move on. A pretty lady like you has much to live, and has a lot of love to offer, you should move on. I am sure your lover would want you to be happy, the priest said. Naruto made a bunch of cage bunchins and searched all over the town. He had the decency to disguise them. After he found them he felt a wave of power. Ah, so you are the one with the rainbow crystal, could you kindly give it to me, Zoistus said as he levitated over the graves. You are the man from that night, Naru said as she recognized the feminine man levitating in front of her, the man who took her love away from her. Small world to find you in here of all places, Zoisite said. He then turned to the priest. Please leave this child alone, the priest said. You should be worried more about yourself, how about we see who you really are, Zoisite said. Usagi then transformed into Sailor Moon and introduced herself. Stop right there, Sailor Moon yelled. Who is there? Zoisite said. I won't let you work evil in this sacred place. In the name of the moon I'll punish you. Sailor Moon said. So you are here, but you are too late. I will have the rainbow crystal, Zoisite said. Zoi, he yelled as a black light emanated from the dark crystal and hit the priest. It pulled the crystal out of him. Come to me, rainbow crystal. Zoisite said. The priest yelled in pain as his body began to be covered with smoke. Naru laid on the floor terrified. Father, she yelled. The rainbow crystal, orange in color, then shot out into the sky. Zoisite then begun looking around. Where is the rainbow crystal? Zoisite said. The smoke begun to dissipate. Naru called out, Father. Wrong, me no preacher, me is Yoma Boxy. The priest then transformed into a being that looked like a male harpy, but had a pair of blue shorts with red accents and a belt with a bell and a pair of boxing gloves. No way, Sailor Moon said. Boxy, knock out Sailor Moon, Zoisite said. Usagi's face then turned into a shade of blue. Wait a minute, I am not a boxer. Sailor Moon said. Alright, it's a fight for the championship. Boxy said. I am telling you I am not a boxer, Sailor Moon said. Come on, Boxy said. His bell then run. Sailor Moon. Naruto yelled as he charged and pulled her out of the destructive punch's path. Naruto. Sailor Moon said surprised. Naruto then charged, dodging the flurry of blows. Teme. Naruto said as he kicked high, but the monster blocked his kick. Naruto then twirled in midair and used the momentum to break his defense. He then grabbed a kunai he had with him and slashed his arm, causing a deep gash. Zoisite then saw the blonde boy, a regular human nonetheless, fighting hand to hand with one of the great Yoma. The Yoma then charged for his attack. I am champion lovely punch. He yelled as he hit Naruto consecutively in the face. Naruto. Sailor Moon yelled as Naruto's eyes turned white. However, he landed on his feet and shook the aftereffects of the punches. Bastard got a couple of good ones on me, Naruto said as he spat some blood on the ground. Come on sissy and fight. Naruto said as he charged like a wild animal and fought the Yoma off any attempts to attack either Naru or Sailor Moon. However, he was so concentrated on that the enemy took chance and attack. It was directed towards Naru. Naru. Both Sailor Moon and Naruto yelled. Naruu. A voice yelled, a boy with sandy hair and glasses dashed in and scooped her up and avoided the attack. Yumino. Naruto yelled as well as Sailor Moon. I am champion lovely punch. He said, attacking Sailor Moon. Sailor Moon. Luna yelled. She waited for the attack and closed her eyes. After a few moments Nathine came and opened her eyes. She was being held in bridal style by someone. It was Tuxedo Kamen and they were airborne. Tuxedo Kamen-sama, Usagi said in a dreamy voice. Tuxedo Kamen landed in a gravestone and Zoisite was surprised at seeing him. Gentlemen boxers do not fight young ladies, they hold them gently, Tuxedo Kamen said as he held Sailor Moon who was blushing. Boxy. Knock out that fancy man as well, Zoisite ordered. For you a lovely punch. Boxy yelled as he punched. The punch connected with the gravestone and Tuxedo Kamen managed to avoid. Then Boxy dashed forward and Tuxedo Kamen jumped skywards. He pulled a baton. I am champion triple punch. Boxy yelled. He connected 3 punches that were deflected by Tuxedo Kamen using his baton. Usagi then looked down and found a star shaft locked. What's this? Usagi said. Makoto was dashing madly searching for Usagi. She then saw something. It was Luna. Mako-chan. Over here, Luna called. Alright, Makoto said as she nuded. She then transformed into Sailor Jupiter. Sailor Jupiter. Usagi yelled in surprise. Now you are my opponent, Boxy yelled as he charged towards Jupiter. Sailor Mercury and Sailor Mars then appeared on the scene. He tried to punch Tuxedo Kamen, but he managed to dodge it. Naruto however was not as lucky. He was hit by it and was launched towards Sailor Moon and the other 2 scouts. He landed in a rather compromising situation. His head was under Sailor Moon's skirt, while his left hand was on Sailor Mars' breast and his right hand on Sailor Mercury's breast. Jupiter blushed as well as Tuxedo Kamen who lowered his top hat a bit. If you guys are done with the foreplay we got an enemy to beat here. Jupiter said with a blush, but inside was furious she wasn't the one in that pile. Naruto took a while to discover the position he was in. Until Sailor Mars coughed a bit to gain his attention. Naruto then felt something soft. In his face and hands. He then bolted out like a cat. I am so sorry about that. He said. Okay. It was an accident, right? Mars said with a vein popping up. Hi, Naruto said with a nervous tick. Jupiter then put her hands up and did a small sign, "My planet, Jupiter, bring the storm, dark clouds and thunder." And Anthena then rose from her tiara and electric spark begun to form. "Supreme thunder," she yelled as she attacked with her electric attacks. The Yoma stopped as his hand got numbed by the powerful attack. Naruto then dashed forward and grabbed the monster by the neck. "Sailor Moon, now!" Naruto yelled. Sailor Moon then used her attack, Moon Healing Scalation. She yelled. Naruto then kicked him towards the attack as he rolled to the side. Boxy was caught by the attack, "Refresh." He yelled, then he transformed into a priest, with white robes. Zoisite was livid at this, but not as much as what he saw next. Tuxedo Kamen had found the crystal and he chuckled at Zoisite's despair. "That's," Zoisite said. Tuxedo Kamen then grabbed the crystal and said, "I will keep this rainbow crystal, until then farewell," he said as he hastily took away. Zoisite then angrily disappeared. Back to Juban. Naruto and the girl meet after the incident with Naru. Naruto was playing counselor with Naru, he was very good at that. Thought he was rather rough with it. He had zero tact, however the rough treatment was exactly what she needed. "Look, you have good friends, you need to get over this. I know it hurts now. But, what the priest said is right, Naru. You are a beautiful girl. I am quite sure there is someone else for you out there," Naruto said. Naru blushed but resigned to what he said. He and the priest was right. Naruto bought some drinks for the girls. "Here, drink some, you need it," Naruto said as they gave each one their drinks. They all drank in an awkward silence. "Okay, this silence is killing me. How about we go for some karaoke? Provided someone keeps an eye on the drinks. I don't want a repeat of what happened last time," Naruto said, blushing as he looked at Usagi, who was blushing as well. What happened last time?" Ray asked. I rather not speak of it again," Naruto said, blushing. He. Usagi and Naruto got drunk accidentally when someone switched their drinks for an alcoholic one, Makoto while chuckling. And then what happened?" Ray asked. "Apparently both of them got so drunk that they almost kissed and Naruto here groped Usagi-chan," Makoto said. Usagi, how dare you seduce Naruto-kun like that?" Ray said, spewing flames of anger. "Is not like that," they both said defensively. "It was an accident." "Really?" Naruto said. Ray then got closer to Naruto and looked at him. "Is that so? I still remember when you had a free peep at me at the temple." "Those are an awful lot of coincidences," Ray said, staring at him. Amy then remembered about the time when Naruto walked in on her. Naruto, seeing Ami's face, then further blushed. He was really making a representative of himself. "But I know Naruto-kun is not a pervert. I believe in him," Amy said. Naruto cried silent tears. "I knew you would understand me, Amy. I swear Ero Sennin is rubbing off on me. Anyways, Naruto-kun, don't forget you have to go to the temple today. Grandpa is in need of help while I do some extra work on school," Ray said. "So, I will fill in for you. Can you teach me?" Naruto said. "You don't need to do much. Just stay in the stall and sell talismans and charms," Ray said. "Well, I can do that. Tell him I will take a shower before heading over there. Sorry ladies, but works calls," he said as left. "I think you should stop teasing Naruto-kun so much," Amy said with a sad face. "Is okay. We know Naruto isn't like that, he just liked to play with him a bit," Makoto said. "Yeah, lighten up. Is not like he saw you too." "Right," Makoto said, and then Amy blushed. "You too," Makoto and Ray said to the poor shy Amy. "It was an accident. I forgot to lock the bathroom door. And he went in to brush his teeth. And we kinda stared at each other until we realized what was going on," Amy said. "It appears I am the only one he has seen yet. So, I suppose I am next," Makoto said. "Mako-chan," the other two girls yelled. "Ahahaha, Gomen, Makoto said, laughing. Makoto then thought about the blonde boy. And how he would look without his shirt. "Oh, I am such a bad girl," Makoto thought. Naruto was troubled. He had been having the worst best luck ever. He thought that he must been the anti-Jiraiya. A being that was so not perverted that the universe wanted to perversify him in any matter possible. He had seen panties, cupped a feel, saw naked girls. Battled terrible monsters. Found his best friend. Fought said best friend turned enemy. "This just keeps getting better and better," Naruto said as he sighed. A blue pair of eyes then appeared. "Naruto-kun, are you okay?" Amy said. Naruto cringed but turned to her. "I don't know, Amy. I keep getting into this perverted situations every time. I really don't wish to have a bad representative with your friends. Or the girls in general, Naruto said, making Amy chuckle. I know that you are not, so I will always vouch for you, Amy said with a tender smile. Thanks Amy, I think that is why I like you the best, Naruto said. Amy blushed at the compliment. Say Amy, what kind of guy you like? Naruto asked. What kinda guy the first like? Well, I haven't really thought about it much. I am always busy with studies after all, Amy said. Is that so? I thought you would like someone would cater to your every whim and desire, Naruto said. Amy blushed. It sounds like you are talking about Rei, Makoto or even maybe Usagi, Amy said. You are too strict with yourself, you need to loosen up Amy-chan, Naruto said as he laid on the bed. To his surprise Amy laid beside him. You mean like this, Amy said with a seductive voice. She had bedroom eyes on her. You know, is nice being your cousin, I know we are not related. But, I feel really close to you Amy-chan, I really do. You mean that? Amy said as she crept closer to him until she was on top of him, their heads close together. Amy-chan, what are you doing? Nothing. Is just nice being like this with you, Amy said. Okay, either Rasengan is getting back at me for the blackmail. Or she is drunk, Naruto thought. Amy, are you alright? You kinda acting strange tonight, Naruto said. I am alright, I just wanna get closer to you Naruto-kun. And, we should get to know each other better so I can be a better cousin. Amy said blushing. And I would also like to get closer to you as well, Amy added as she gave him a kiss on the forehead. She left the room giggling and winked to him. She left the room making Naruto blush. What just happened here? Naruto said. Luna appeared on the windowsill and had a gothy grin covering her face. Oh. It appears someone has broken Amy out of her shell. Aren't you a playboy? Luna said. What do you mean playboy? I never had a single girlfriend, Naruto retorted. Oh, then how is it that you are so good with the ladies? Luna said smirking. Maybe because I was hated around where I was from. But in here, I managed to become smarter, learn new things, experience new things, finding you in the senshi. And becoming the Moonlight Fox, I owe it all to you and the rest of the girls, Naruto said. Well Naruto, I think Amy wants to be more than just relatives, Luna said. But, Naruto found himself overloaded with this new information. The other girls think the same way too if you must know, Mr. Player, Luna said. Great, now how will I concentrate on my new jutsu or worse my own training? Naruto said. Naruto-kun, you should really make your desires clear, and maybe, you could actually pick a girl from the senshi and actually reveal yourself, or. Luna said. I get it, my love life is almost non-existent, except with the dates I had with some of the senshi, Naruto said. Naruto, I worry for you, I just want you to be happy, Luna said. Is okay Luna, is just, that if I get too close. Naruto said. Yes, I know, Akatsuki, and now this Orochimaru fellow, Luna said. See, this is why I can't have a relationship with anyone. At least, not yet, say Luna, do you think they would accept me? Even with the demon inside me? Naruto said. Amy was walking to the kitchen and heard this. Luna nodded. Thanks Luna, you always know best, Naruto said. Amy was concerned. A demon in Naruto, what could that entail? However Amy took a deep breath, Naruto-kun was Naruto-kun, and nothing he had inside would change who he is. At least she hoped so. Naruto-kun, dinner is ready. Amy shouted making Naruto open a single eye, he smelled something good. Amy-chan, you can cook, Naruto said. A little bit, I know how to cook some stuff thanks to my books, Amy said. Ah, I thought you also took some classes with Mako-chan, Naruto said grinning making the blue-haired girl blush. After eating the ramen Amy made, he complimented Amy's culinary prowess. Amy-chan, this is delicious, Naruto said as he wolfed down his food. Amy looked impressed that he could eat like Usagi. After eating his fill most of the pot. Amy-chan, thank you very much for the food, Naruto said. Is nothing, Amy said smiling. Naruto took a cartoon of milk and a bowl. I think Luna might be hungry. I will serve her food, Naruto said. After leaving, Amy left for cram school. Naruto offered to clean the dishes. Luna, your food is served, Naruto said as the black elegant cat came out. Wow, that smells good. What is it? Luna asked. Well, this I bought in a special restaurant especially designed for animals. Is gourmet food for animals, Naruto said. Wow. Luna's eyes sparked as she tasted the delicious food. Enjoy the food. I will go and clean the kitchen, okay? Naruto said. Luna noted as she continued to eat. Naruto made a cage bunshin and cut the duties in half. Naruto cleaned the house next, since he wanted to help around a bit. That is until he went to Ami's room. He took the dirty clothes basket and smelled something odd. It smelled like Amy, and he looked down. It had a bunch of her panties. It smells like Amy, Naruto said as he slowly begun to lose focus. In true his olfactory scenes where picking Ami's pheromones in her panties. Due to her, thinking rather fondly of him at night. Amy-chan, I never knew you were so naughty, Naruto smirked as he had a diabolical plan planned for her. The next day, Amy woke up. She felt it was rather early and felt cold and grabbed the nearest heat source close to her. She then snuggled with something that was semi-hard and warm. She then opened a single eye, and saw something yellow, and felt something semi-soft, and warm. It was warm. She opened her other eye and saw Naruto semi-nude on her bed. No, it wasn't her room. She peered around and saw it was not her room. It was different, it was Naruto's room. Amy-chan, Naruto said as he snuggled closer to Amy. Amy gasped and blushed as Naruto hugged her. Naruto-kun, you can't, Amy said in between breaths. Naruto's body was entwined with Ami's. Her face was flushing red. Naruto then begun to nibble her ear. Amy gasped as the sensations coursed through her body. Naruto-kun, Naruto then turned around. Amy blushingly felt something wet in her PJs. She took a look. She had done something naughty. She blushed as she saw the sleeping figure of Naruto, and slowly crept away. Naruto chuckled as she walked away readjusting her underwear. Man, I hope he doesn't wake up, Amy said in frightened tears. Naruto had a smile on him. It was a horrible prank, but she enjoyed it nonetheless. Luna was T's king Naruto, who then gave Luna a sheepish look. Oh, you don't approve. How about I do this then? Henge, Naruto said in a soft voice. Then smoke came and Luna counted. What in the blazes are you doing? Yuto. Luna said as a blonde cat was in front of her. Luna-chan, is something wrong? Naruto Neko said in a sultry voice. Luna shivered as Naruto Neko purred and snuggled against her. This is a henge. This is a henge. Naruto is human, not a cat. He is not coming on to me. Must not. Luna kept saying the mantra but she passed out. Naruto released the henge and chuckled. He was going to ask forgiveness later. Later in the morning. Naruto had a lot of scratch marks on his face. Yet he was chuckling. I said I was sorry, Luna-chan, Naruto said. Luna was rather angry at the little prank stunt Naruto pulled on her. Her tail was raised up in indignation. Amy was bewildered at Luna's actions. But she will ask her for details later. However, she looked rather furious. Luna then jumped into a tree and left fuming. I said I was sorry, Naruto said. Is something wrong, Naruto-kun? Amy asked. Luna is mad at me, Naruto said with comical tears. You don't have to pull an Usagi in here, Amy said with a small chuckle. Naruto stopped and put 3 fingers up. Amy said, not knowing what it meant. Then 1 finger down. And another. Ah, I am late, a familiar voice rung. How did you know? Amy said. I sneaked in and put her alarm half an hour fast. So she thinks she is late when she has plenty of time left, Naruto said. You are so mean, Amy said chuckling. Now that you think of it, I felt something wrong in my room. It felt warmer for some reason, Naruto said. Amy then stood quiet with a deep blush. And then something moist, Naruto said. Amy dashed out like the hounds of hell was going after her. Ah, it feels good to prank from time to time, Naruto said. At school, Naruto had been pranking people all day. Teachers were also included in the casualties. Paint, small explosions, potholes, falling buckets with water, and other liquids. Also some trap doors, and some strange winds lifting skirts. Ah, I was wanting to unwind for so long. It felt it was boring to just be a perfect student, Naruto said. He went putting on explosive tags on seats and unleashing them after they all sat. However, he spared Makoto, Usagi and Amy of his pranks. They all had a laugh. Especially when the school was closed down for renovations. Usagi was laughing. I can't believe they did that. Sensei's panties on the flagpole. Ahahaha. Well, I didn't like it. I think it was excessive, Amy said. I thought it was funny, Naruto said chuckling. Anyways, it's a good thing they closed the school today, now I got an extra day to study for the tests, Usagi said. Well, I thought it was brilliant. You need to have a lot of smarts and deviousness to pull this off, Naruto said. Oh, you speak like you know who did it, Makoto said looking sly. Maybe I do, Mako-chan. Maybe I do, Naruto said with a fox-like grin. Hey Naruto-kun, Makoto said, I was wondering. I got some tickets for Disneyland. And I wanted to know. If you'd like to come, Makoto said blushing. Both Amy and Usagi got close to Makoto who was blushing. Rei appeared next. She had some paint spots. Rei, what happened? Amy said. Someone pulled a barrage of pranks around the school. It made a whole pandemonium all over the school, Rei said. Was there paint and small explosives involved? Amy asked. Yes, the police even came in when all the lockers opened up in small explosions, however there were no trace of explosives. Just paper, Rei said. The same happened to us, Amy said. Is odd that we were among the very few people who got out unscathed, Amy said. Well, a few other people got out of it, Makoto said. Yeah, Yumino and Naru, as well as Naruto, Usagi said. Say Mako-chan, you still wanna do it? Naruto said. Yes, I would like to go with you, Naruto-kun, Makoto said. Then as a date Mako-chan, Naruto said giving a foxy grin. Making Makoto blush. Naruto went out of their way as he noticed something strange going on. He turned around and found Mamoru. Naruto, not wanting to make a scene, kissed each girl on the cheek. Take care ladies. And Makoto, make sure you wear something nice that shows your assets, Naruto said with a wink. Makoto blushed deeply and the other girls begun to tease their friend. Mako-chan is going with Naruto-kun now, Usagi said. Amy smiled. However inside she felt angry and crushed her pencil. The other girls looked at Ami's hand. With the remains of the pencil. Amy, what's wrong? Usagi said. Nothing is wrong, Amy said. Your pencil, you broke it in half, Rei said. Amy blushed. Naruto then said something to Amy. I know what you did this morning, Naruto whispered in her ear. Amy blushed even deeper as she began to trot. Then run. Then frantically wave her arms around as she went to her house and douse her heat with cold water. The other girls looked at Amy weirdly since none of them knew what happened. Say Makoto, think I could stay over your place for a while. Luna has been feeling rather territorial and I am afraid she might do something nasty to me, Naruto asked. Makoto blushed but the girls pulled him out. No way, you can't stay at a girl's house just like that, with Amy is different since you are related. But this is, Rei said. That's right, that is indecent, Usagi said. What the hell you think I am going to do? Naruto said with anger. Oh, I see, so that is how you think of me. Or is that what you want me to do to you? Bunny-chan, Naruto said while he breathed deeply into her ear causing her legs to feel rubbery. He then went to Makoto and hugged her from behind. I can't do that with you. Not yet anyways. And besides, I promised to be with Mako-chan. For tonight, we'll see where it takes us, Naruto said nuzzling against Makoto's neck breathing down on her neck. Hiya, Naruto-kun, don't do that, Makoto said with a blush. What the hell is happening? I feel so weird. Normally I am never like this. What is happening to me? Naruto asked himself. Kuhuhu. Long time no talk. Naruto, a voice said, it was familiar. What the, Kyuubi? Naruto said. It is I. In the flesh. It's been interesting this trip so far. But I've been getting bored. So I've been screwing with your hormones a bit, Kyuubi said. So that's why I've been acting so out of character, Naruto said to the fox. Indeed, you really need to make one of this girls your mate. They also been lusting for you, Kyuubi said. You never do anything that doesn't relate to you. What's in it for you? Naruto asked. Kuhuhu. I wanna use you to destroy that detestable royalty. Who made a pact with your ancestors? The soul of a royalty born into your damned family. And now, I can use you to destroy them, ha 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 ha. Kyuubi said. What makes you think I will let you? Naruto said to the fox. You speak as you had a choice on the matter, the fox said. However. Gyaah. Who is there? Show yourself. Kyuubi said as Naruto looked around to find the source of the attack. A young man dressed like an Arabian prince came down. And stopped down by the cage. I am the Moonlight Knight. I've been sealed into the elemental crystal to stop you for good, Kyuubi. Young master shall not be used for your evil machinations, Moonlight Knight said. I will tear you your queen and your princess at my whim. I shall destroy that cursed power my kind fears. I will be free from all fear. Kyuubi roared as he attacked the Moonlight Knight. You are a sad pathetic creature, Kyuubi. I remember when you were a good warrior that defended all that was just, the Moonlight Knight said. Die! Kyuubi yelled. However, he was once again imprisoned. Naruto looked at the knight. A sense of familiarity came to him. Then he removed his turban. Itachi. Naruto said. True to word, Itachi Uchiha, renegade ninja and part of Akatsuki, was in fact a reincarnation of the Moonlight Knight, the protector of the royal moon family. You seem confused, young master Naruto. My name is not Itachi, my name is Tasuki Ayane, said the Itachi look-alike. That is my name in my previous life in the Moon Kingdom. I am here to inform you. You are the princess's groom-to-be, Tasuki said. Our family in Konoha was to be the guardian of the Moon Kingdom descendants. However, after so many years and our arrogance, our eyes clouded us in out missions. Tasuki said. Your power is like mine, but is more potent. Is at the par with the senshi of the moon, and if trained, equal or greater than the queen's, Tasuki said. But, why? Naruto asked. Your soul is the reincarnation of a long-distant relative of the moon royalty. You are, were a soon-to-be king. My reincarnation has offered his chakra to make an imprint of his subconscious mind to train you and make you a worthy heir, Tasuki said. I see. Please, Tasuki, don't bow down. I am a reincarnation, not the actual person, so please, save your praise, Naruto said, feeling uncomfortable with this. Your power derives in purity of emotions. The more pure it is, the more potent it will become. Things like anger and hatred and self-loathing will instead access the Dark Moon's power. The one that corrupted the Kyuubi and made it into the demon he is today, Tasuki said. Also, if you master your royal powers, you could in fact destroy the yang energy of the Kyuubi and absorb the yin energy of it, and become a force of nature like the queen itself. This is a little known fact. But, the queen, she was a true bona fide goddess. Your father in your past, they were in love, and would been, however, it was not meant to be. Your mother from the past, a beautiful woman with fiery disposition, won his heart over. Kinda funny, it was the first time the queen was turned down, Tasuki said, chuckling. It was weird seeing Itachi's visage look human. Your training will begin soon, young master, Tasuki said. He disappeared into thin air. As Naruto was leaving, Itachi looked at Naruto. May my sacrifice may not be in vain, he said as he vanished, turning into shadows. Itachi. Man, this is so seriously jacked up. Who the hell am I? Naruto said. Naruto got out of his mind. And Makoto was panting and blushing. Both Rei and Usagi looked at him with saucer eyes. Makoto was panting rather lustfully, and then Naruto released her. Oh, I am gonna enjoy our date if this is a preview of what's to come, Makoto said, smiling. Naruto was slack-jawed. He couldn't believe what just happened. He acted like a perv in front of his lady friends. He punched his own face and muttered something, damn horny fox. And, stupid demon. He went crestfallen. He was sure to be in the bad books of the girls now. However, Usagi and Rei went close to him. You better treat her right, Naruto-kun. And show me a good time like that sometime, Rei said with a wink and a small kiss. Usagi just moved her head. You can just play like that. That wasn't nice, Usagi said. After they left, Naruto was really feeling confused. All of this because of the damned fox. Naruto was worried. Makoto seemed too eager to his demonic hormones advances. But he promised something and was going to do it. Until bum crash. Ouch. Watch where you are going, said a beautiful girl with blue eyes. Off. Sorry about that. Do I know you? Naruto said, as he remembered who this girl was, Minako Ano. She stared at him and blushed as she realized the position of her legs. Fortunately for her, Naruto was looking to her eyes, which made her blush even more. Sorry, I was distracted. Are you alright? Naruto asked. I am now, Minako said as she started acted like a girl in love. So what's your name, stranger? Minako asked. Uzumaki Naruto. And who might you be? Naruto asked. Naruto. Why does it sound so familiar? She said to herself. So what can I do for you? Naruto said. I was wondering, would you mind going with me out? I mean, would you mind going out with me? Minako said. I guess I could. How can I refuse such a pretty lady? Naruto said. Then realized something. He had once more agreed to something, without seeing the terms. Talk about foot and mouth. Meet me at Juban Park tomorrow. Don't be late, Minako said winking at him. 2. Not 1, but 2 dates. At the same time. Damn you Kami, Naruto yelled. In Naruto's world. Jiraiya's body jerked. Kakashi's prized Ika book tore a bit. Is actually coming true. He is. Both said in unison. Naruto is doing a double date. They said in perfect sync, thought they were miles apart. Naruto my boy, you are finally a man. I am so proud my Hermine ways have reached you. Jiraiya said in tears. Now, I am going to spy on them. Jiraiya said with a grin. And then he felt a hand behind him. It was Kakashi. I have a duty as his sensei to ahem observe this as well, Kakashi said with a small grin. To Tokyo. Jiraiya said as he summoned a toad to be transferred to Tokyo, precisely to Juban. Juban. Why do I get the feeling something horrible is going to happen, Naruto mused to himself. You had that too. I had it as well. I felt a chilling presence and my fur stood up. I am still grooming it back down, Luna said. Anyways, I happen to have 2 dates. At the same time, Naruto said. How will you fix that? Luna yelled. Wait, I could use a cage bunshin and switch with them before something bad happens. And if something does happen I can be alerted and know where I am. I think you are playing with fire Naruto-kun, Luna said deadpanned. No, more like playing with knives. With wires. On fire. With snakes, Naruto said as the prospect looked rather gloom. Well, I made a promise. And I don't break ever, Naruto said. Well Naruto, you need me to chaperone you. I can be of some help, Luna said. Thanks Luna, I can use all the help I can get, Naruto said. Naruto then took off with Luna to an isolated area in the city. In it Luna watched as Naruto and his cage bunshins literally beat each other in an all-out mel. Luna winced in sympathy every time a bunshin was broken. But it helped Naruto learn more about his own openings. After the mel and Luna licking a bunch of his wounds. Luna-chan, I got something important to tell you, Naruto said. Then Naruto waited for Luna to sit down and told him the story of his own personal history. And then, apparently I am the heir of the moon and earth of my world. Or the reincarnation of the son of the ruler or something. Apparently the princess's mother, Queen Serenity, was going to marry my ancestor. However he turned her down for the person who was my mother back then. However when I was born, I was promised to the princess of each planet of the solar system to make an alliance. I am not too privy on the details but something happened and I was reincarnated as you see now. But, I have no memory of my past Luna. Or who I was, Naruto said. You, Queen, Princess, Serenity, Arg, is doomed all is doomed. Luna yelled holding her head with her paws. What do you mean? Naruto said. You have no idea don't you? Now we have to find the other princesses and protect them. Luna said. Nanny, wait, what does engaged means? Naruto asked. Why do you ask? Luna said. Cause I am apparently engaged to the princess of a planet named Mao as well, Naruto said. Dun 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 dun. Oh. How do you like this? Is the plot thickening or what? Luna might get her chance after all. I hope you enjoyed this crazy chapter. Also, please contact me if anyone finds a girl who looks like one of the senshi. Mao, the princess of planet Mao. Luna said. Yeah, but I never heard of that planet. I mean I know of the solar system. But I never even heard of a planet called Mao. Mao, is the planet I and Artemis come from. Luna said. Can you then tell me who the princess is? Naruto said. Luna turned around. She had blue lines going vertically under her eyes. I am the princess of Mao, Luna said signaling herself. However in her mind she saw herself with a wedding dress holding Naruto's hand and started to blush and act all shy and coy and having rice thrown. Naruto did the only thing a rational, somewhat person would have done. First he flailed his arms widely. Then thought about the moral repercussions of marrying a cat. And then yelling and cursing every kami and the fox. Then he hit his head repeatedly to try and pass out. However his healing ability made it really hard. Until it gave up and Naruto found sweet relief. Albeit temporal, of this dilemma. Hey, he's coming to, a familiar voice said. It looks like a massacre happened here. Where are those pills? Here you go, another voice said. He felt something go down his trot and expedited his healing. He stood up. What are you doing here? Kakashi-sensei. Arrow Senin. Naruto yelled. I heard it all. Naruto-kun. You. Kakashi said as he hugged his student. You finally being a man. Sensei, you would be proud of your son. He has so many girls going after him here, Kakashi said to himself. Anyways, Luna, can you give us the details? Jiraiya asked. Luna sighed. She only told them about the double date, literally double. However, Luna made a small mistake. She thought they already knew about his engagement. And she spilled the beans. Jiraiya dropped his pen, Kakashi's mask fell to the floor. And both of them had their mouth wide open. What do you mean he is going to get married? Hitched. Both Kakashi and Jiraiya. Luna raised an eyebrow and realized her mistake. They were talking about the double date. Naruto then tried to sneak out. Oh no, you don't, my pupil. Jiraiya said as he unleashed his hair and trapped Naruto. Explain. Now, Kakashi was in the point of hyperventilating. Naruto was hogtied engaged as Luna explained the reason behind this. Jiraiya and Kakashi both were taken back. Naruto, being the son of the fourth Hokage, was a big secret, however that was only the tip of the iceberg. Apparently not only was he Minato's son, but he is the reincarnation of the grandfather of the father of ninjas everywhere. And the chosen one to make an interplanetary alliance before the darkness claimed most of them and had to be reincarnated for their protection. How Naruto was in fact descendant from 201 royalty. Hokage is a title of royalty in a ninja village, meaning he had powers of the Moon Kingdom and of the Elemental Realm. She said that the Elemental Realm changed into the Elemental Nations after that. But she wasn't that keen on keeping up with them. Jiraiya was flabbergasted. He never would have thought something as reincarnation was possible. They then saw something they failed to realize. His forehead. It had the symbol of the moon. A golden moon to be exact. An unmistakable symbol of the land of whirlpools. So, you mean Naruto is entitled to be a king of the Moon Kingdom as well because of his marriage with Queen Serenity's daughter. However, she fell in love with this Earth's prince, since she never had a chance to meet his pre-incarnation. Luna, have you been hitting the catnip too hard? Jiraiya asked, concerned for the female caretaker and Naruto's advisor. So, he is going to have a harem? Kakashi asked. Not exactly. He could if he chooses to do so. But he could choose not to marry anyone at all as well. That wouldn't be a good thing considering the political implications and ramifications that it could entail, Luna said. Yar yar. If Kyuubi wasn't enough, now the kid has this over his shoulders. Still, if what you describe Queen Serenity's daughter, he might lucked out. I mean, Sakura-chan might be nice and cute to him. But the girl is way too violent. And adding the fact she is being trained under Tsunade doesn't help much either, Jiraiya said. Kakashi and Jiraiya then imagined what Naruto's life would be with if he married Sakura. But it was filled with pain. Yeah, this is for the best, both Jiraiya and Kakashi said in unison. Naruto finally managed to break free. Oh, it took you a while. Normally people are unable to break out of my rope techniques, Jiraiya said. I detest you, Arrow Sennin. And you, Naruto said, pointing to Kakashi. What the hell are you doing tagging up with him? Naruto said. Well, I was curious, and I needed a vacation. So it worked out fine, Kakashi said. Luna was laughing. She found this all too amusing. Anyways, I am here to test you. And see how the seal is holding out, Jiraiya said. After taking his shirt, and Luna looking like she was in cloud nine, Jiraiya checked the seal. Seems to have been recently modified. The seal is strong, however, it was not closed all the way. Trough, I will have to give Rei some of the talismans to cleanse Naruto's Kyuubi's Yuki. We are really worried about you. But apparently, you are having your bases covered here. Jiraiya playfully nudged Naruto. I got a gift for you, Kakashi said, rummaging his pocket, and pulled out in a brand new shrink wrap a book. It was orange colored and with bold golden letters it read Ika Ika Planet Senshi Love. Naruto's eyes twitched in anger and annoyance. Jiraiya, you didn't, Naruto said. Jiraiya grinned. A little manual you might find useful when you get married. As a matter of fact, I put some money into your account for allowing me to use you and your friends as my inspirations, Jiraiya said, smiling. I deposited some on your Senshi friend's account as well. It's a 10% of the total sales of the books. So is quite a substantial sum, Jiraiya said. Naruto felt a migraine coming up. A few hours later of Naruto being given the talk. Naruto's face was bright red. He wanted to find a hole deep enough to hide for the rest of his natural life. Well, any questions? Kakashi said. Is that position even possible? Naruto yelled. Oh yes. Granted, if you do one misstep you can potentially harm your partner, Kakashi said. Luna had a blush. She wasn't sure it would come off. Those two, they were perverts to the infinite power. I feel unclean, Naruto said as he couldn't get the images out of his head. He and Luna both decided to get a shower after they were done. They went back home. Amy wasn't there, so she won't ask many questions such as why is his face red, why are his clothing torn, and why is he sweaty. I am taking a shower. You are also coming in, Naruto said to Luna. Naruto took the flaying Luna, who tried to escape Naruto's grip. However, the blonde one and started cleaning Luna. He was, unfortunately for her, wearing a bathing suit. Naruto turned the faucet on and wet all of Luna. Then he wet himself and shampooed Luna, and then himself. He even got a small kappa hat for her so the shampoo won't get into her eyes. Naruto then felt small paws on his back. Luna was washing his back. After that they rinsed off and stepped into the Afuro. Naruto and Luna sighed in delight at the water's perfect temperature. So, we are to be married, Naruto finally said what was in his mind. Yes, I am sorry. I really don't know what Queen Serenity is. Was thinking, Luna said. I am sorry. I must be the last person you might want to marry, Naruto said. That's not true. You are a wonderful person. And, I would be lying if I said that I didn't like you, Luna said. And, I don't mind being your bride, Luna said as she lowered her head into the water. Naruto was confused. Sure, Luna was a sultry and beautiful cat. But, and here is the biggest problem, she wasn't as a cat. How could a human marry a cat? Luna was deep in thought. She knew she had forgotten an important thing about mouse citizens. She couldn't remember what it was. Naruto finished showering Luna and himself and stepped out. He looked right and left before exiting cause he did not want a repeat of what happened with Amy last time. He went to his room and dried out Luna, making her look like a fluff ball. Naruto chuckled as Luna looked rather annoyed by it. Naruto cried silently. What are you crying for, Naruto? Luna said. My life is coming upside down, Luna-chan. I learned who my ancestors were, but I got no idea who my parents are. And now I am burdened not only with the fox but with arranged marriage with the planet's princess, Naruto said. I don't wish to appear like some sort of jerk forcing them to marry me, Naruto added. As okay, you only need to approach them as friends. Marriage can wait until you solidified your skills and befriended them to that personal level. Luna said. You are right, Luna, I should make an attempt to get to know them. And make a decision after that. Naruto said. After drying off, Naruto changed into his PJs and went to bed. He left a few bunchins to take care of his homework. Too tired, he said after Luna asked him why he never did his own homework. Then again the bunchins were Naruto in essence. The next morning, Naruto woke up. Apparently Luna had sneaked into his bed again, not that he minded. He liked to sleep with his soon-to-be, perhaps, wife. Naruto gently placed Luna on his pillow and put the covers on her. Naruto was unsure on what to go with. He decided to put something trendy. His summer clothing. It was rather hot lately. He decided to put some musk on him and smell good. Naruto then used his cage bunshin and made another Naruto. This one made a henjutsu and changed his clothing into something more formal, an open shirt with a blue t-shirt. And green shorts with sneakers that complemented the outfit. Okay, which one will take Mako-chan and who will take Mina-chan? Naruto asked. Well, I would go with Mako-chan, said the bunshin. Okay, I will go with Mina-chan, said the original. And we will trail you both, said two persons in the darkness. They jumped away and begun to follow the two of them. Kakashi then followed the Naruto with the green shorts while Jiraiya followed the one with the summer clothes. Arrow here. Report Kakashi, Jiraiya said on his miniature mic. Kakashi here. Following Naruto. Kakashi said. Then, as he passed a shrine temple, a pair of crows attacked him. Ah, get off me, Kakashi said as he flailed around. He fell to the ground. Fortunately for him it was near a bush. A young voice then called out. Who is there? Show yourself, said a feminine voice. Crap, I recognize that voice. I better disguise myself, Kakashi said. He did a quick henge and appeared as a young man with platinum hair going forward to cover part of his face. He had a small medical patch on an eye, the one with the Sharingan. Sorry about that, I was trying to film this place for my class back on my home country, Kakashi said under the henge. However, the two crows swooped in and attacked Kakashi once more. Get them off me, Kakashi said as he ran away from the shrine. The Miko maiden giggled. Phobos, Demos. Come back, she said. Kakashi finally got rid of the crows. And undid his henge. He quickly escaped since he did not want to be subjected to the crows again. Jiraiya was having the time of his relative long life. The girls in here wore skimpy skirts and there were no shortage of pretty girls around to fool around with. Must record Naruto's date, Jiraiya said as he jumped around from building to trail the blonde boy. He sat next to a water fountain. He pulled a small book. It read, English for Intermediary, on the cover. English. Might it be an exotic language? Jiraiya asked himself as he hid in a tree covered by the foliage. He started recording. A few minutes a rather sunny girl came running. She was wearing a cute outfit. It was a flowing pink sundress. She looked rather breathtaking. She had a bow on her hair that was rather large, but it added to her charm and beauty. Hey, you made it, Minako said as she dashed towards Naruto. Jiraiya grinned. She looked like Tsunade. Except that this one was actually cherry and had a sunny disposition. Oh, hello Minako-san, Naruto said. Call me Mina-chan, she said as he took his hand and pulled him. Naruto yelled. Come on, let's go and see a movie. You might like it, Minako said. Wait a minute, Naruto said as he was being dragged into the movie theater. Jiraiya sneaked in with his camera and filmed the two lovebirds. Minako held Naruto's arm close to her chest as they watched a horror movie. Naruto excused himself to buy refreshments and some popcorn. With Kage Bunshin Naruto and Kakashi. He dusted himself. He waited for a while until she appeared. Kakashi immediately recognized his part-time student, Sailor Jupiter, Makoto. He then jumped over the bus vehicle to continue his recording of Naruto's date. The trip went uneventful. They talked about classes, about their friends, and about cooking. Apparently Naruto was eating a more varied food selection, meaning that he also was eating vegetables and fruits, thanks to Makoto. Mako-chan, tell me. What do you think about marriage? Naruto said. Makoto immediately blushed as she stuttered an unintelligible answer. What did you say? Naruto asked. Kakashi put a boom mic to better hear their conversation. I wouldn't mind marrying. It's a dream of mine to one day marry and open a pastry shop, Makoto said. I see, I would certainly envy the bastard. You would make a lovely wife, Naruto said. Ooh, not bad, he is becoming a smooth talker like me, Kakashi said with pride. Ma, don't say that, you are making me blush, Makoto said as she blushed and acted coy. The bus stopped and Kakashi jumped towards the amusement park. Disland was the name. Makoto and Naruto both got out of the bus and Naruto helped Makoto out. Nice place. Never been here before, Naruto said. You will love this place, Makoto said with a smile. They showed their tickets and got in. Kakashi sneaked in and followed them in. Let's go here, Makoto said as she pulled Naruto to a particular frightening roller coaster. Kakashi then entered a few cars behind. Then the cars begun to slowly move upward. What the? Kakashi said as then the cars begun to drop down at an incredible rate. Naruto's face was pulled back by the gravitational pull and the force of the speed. Hiya! Makoto yelled as she held Naruto's arm close to her chest. Naruto blushed as he feels her firm but soft breasts. Kakashi smiled at this as he continued to film them. The ride then did several high-speed loops and twists and turns, making even Kakashi a bit nauseous. The roller coaster then stopped in mid-loop, and then went backwards, tossing Kakashi back and hurting his head. Damn it, he cursed as he nursed himself. The ride was over after the ride itself made a 40-story drop. Naruto and Makoto exited the ride a bit wobbly from the high-speed ride and started to laugh at the fun they had. Kakashi however looked worse for wear. This ride was as fast as Guy without his weights and 3 gates open. He felt sick and had to go to the restroom. He wasn't used to this speed. Naruto then took Makoto to the food court to eat something and also have something to drink. Fortunately Naruto had saved more than enough money. Naruto got himself a couple of chicken sandwiches and a soda while he got Makoto something sweet, a parfait. Naruto and Makoto began to laugh and chuckle as they exchanged fight stories. And Makoto asked a question that threw Naruto for a loop. Say, are you a player? Makoto asked. Naruto then did a spit take. A what? Naruto said, not believing his ears. A player. You been with all my friends. And the way you acted and treated me with the senshi. Not that I didn't enjoy it, Makoto said with a slight blush. About that, look Makoto, I wasn't myself then, I really wanna apologize about that, it was wrong of me. I was playing around and got caught in the moment, Naruto said. Is okay, I understand. However, if you do that again without my consent I will hurt you, Makoto said with a smile, showing she was joking. Ah, okay, I am sorry about that, Naruto said. Naruto, you are a wonderful guy. And, I wanted to tell you that. With Minako. Naruto-kun, Minako said as she hanged on his arm. Naruto blushed, he was not used to this kind of affection, but he enjoyed it. Jiraiya kept filming and even managed to get some sound from M thanks to the advancements on technology and here. Jiraiya then disguised himself as an older gent and ordered some water and pasta to eat. Say Naruto, why do you seem so familiar? Minako asked. Maybe we meet on another life, Naruto said with a smirk. This brat is becoming a smooth talker. Nice wording, Jiraiya said. Oh, you are a good talker. You make me blush, Minako said. Mina-chan, is there a reason you asked me out? Naruto said. Well, to be honest, you reminded me of someone. And you looked lonely and confused. Besides you look hot, Minako said with a small blush. Ah, so Minako, you got any pets? Naruto asked. You could say that. His name is Artemis, Minako said. Artemis. But isn't that the name of a goddess? Naruto said. Minako then held her head. She started to remember things. Something about a masked warrior of the moon. All decked out in orange. And then she remembered something from her past life. A young man, kneeling before her, holding her hand. Mina-chan, Naruto said as she spaced out. What does this mean? She thought to herself. Mina-chan, are you okay? Naruto said as he had his face close to hers. Minako then saw his face close to her and had a full face blush. You are red, are you with fever? Naruto asked. He put his forehead on hers to check her temperature. She then blushed. She was the one to be in charge of the flirting and being the one in charge, she was the one to lead. Naruto-kun, she said with a bathed breath. Jiraiya smirked. Naruto was playing Minako like a fiddle. Minako, do you wanna take a rest? There are some benches in the park, Naruto said. Yeah, that would be good, Minako said. Jiraiya then covered his face with a newspaper as both Minako and Naruto exited. Jiraiya finished his meal and left. He continued to follow them, and then saw an image he would definitely use on his upcoming works. Minako was laying on Naruto's lap. She was resting and Naruto was resting as well. Jiraiya then saw Naruto fell asleep. But something was wrong. They both had tears in their eyes. Naruto's dream realm. Prince, my prince, please, remember, about us, a female voice said. Queen Serenity, Naruto yelled. Naruto dashed forward. He was dressed in a royal-looking outfit. He then saw his pre-incarnation, a small child running towards the queen. Mama Serenity, the pre-incarnation said. Naruto-kun, come here, Queen Serenity said. She hugged the child, and carried him on her arms. Mama Serenity, can you tell me about my parents? Naruto pre-incarnation asked. Your parents, where my analogous in your world? Your father was Minezo Namikaze. And your mother was Kushinako Uzumako Tasuki. I loved your father a great deal. He loved me too, however his heart was set on another woman who won his heart. To be honest, I was jealous of your mother. But I learned to love her. She was a strong woman and Minezo was a wonderful man. It was a shame what happened to them, that is why I immediately adopted you. Also, you are one of the few things that reminds me of him. You are the spitting image of your father. But you have the personality of your mother. Serenity said smiling. Naruto hugged her mother, and cried. Why you cried my child, Serenity said. You are a wonderful woman yourself Ka-san, Naruto pre-incarnation said. I thank you for your words my son, Serenity said. Ka-san, you called me for something, may I inquire why it was? Naruto pre-incarnation said. My Sochi, I have made an arrangement. Since you are the de facto king of both Earth and Moon once you grow of age, I want you to have a family. As for what I have done this. You will marry my daughter, Princess Serenity, and the planet's princesses as well, to make an interplanetary alliance with my moon from my dimension, and yours. I still remember how I meet you father, Serenity said blushing. Wait, Ka-san, you are telling me to marry your daughter, who is like a sister to me. I don't like that idea, Naruto pre-incarnation said. Just then, Princess Serenity came out from behind the doorway. Mother, is something wrong? Princess Serenity said. Daughter, might I ask you something? Queen Serenity. What is it dear mother? The princess asked. What do you think of Naruto? The queen asked. He is a person I love a lot. He always protects me and I always sneak into his room to sleep with him, since I feel lonely in my big room, the princess said. Naruto looked sheepishly to the roof and whistled an innocent tune. Oh get off it Naruto-kun, I know you do anything to please your sister, the queen said. So, why all this questions? The princess asked. Well, since Naruto is from an alternate dimension, I wanted to forge an alliance. So he will become your suitor when you reach the age of consent, the queen said. With Naruto Onisan, sure, she said with a smile. Naruto pre-incarnation then fainted. Present Naruto. What is this? Was I a member of the lunar family and adopted son of the moon court of this dimension? Back on the silver millennium. I can't believe this. I was engaged by my stepmother, Naruto said. He then was pushed back to reality. Both Naruto and Minako woke up. She had a similar dream. However, she was being presented to a young boy in a royal-looking outfit. Naruto however cleaned his tears. Jiraiya was confused when he heard, Queen Serenity, and Princess. What are you talking about, Naruto? Jiraiya wondered as he stopped filming. I got plenty of material for now. Now is all yours, Naruto, Jiraiya said. With Kage Bunshin and Makoto. I think I love you, but I barely know you. I wanna know you better. I can't believe I am saying this, but when I first meet you, you reminded me of my senior who spurned my love. But then, I noticed you as a person rather than what you reminded me of. I really would like to get to know you better. So, I can't believe I am saying, but can we start as friends and get to know each other? Makoto said as she smiled. As friends? Sure, I would love that. That way we don't have to act awkward and all, Naruto said. Thank you for this wonderful date thought. You've been a gentleman trough and trough. Makoto said. No, you're a beautiful woman, and a wonderful person. I would never act any other way with you, or anyone else for that matter, Naruto said. Naruto, can you close your eyes? Makoto asked. Sure, but why? Naruto asked. Don't ask, just do it, Makoto said. Naruto closed his eyes. Makoto put her hands on his eyes and then lowered herself a bit. And then, she kissed him. Naruto felt something soft and wet on his lips. Makoto then pulled her hands and Naruto saw her giving him a passionate kiss. You will get another one when we become more than friends, Makoto said. Mako-chan, Naruto said gasping. Treat my other friends well, or I will hurt you, Makoto said. Mako-chan, how about we just enjoy the rest of the day? After all, we have plenty of daylight to burn, Naruto said. Mako smiled and the two now friends flings dashed out. Cue in glittery scene with roses and stars as they dash holding hands. Somewhere cold. My lady Beryl, I have encountered someone close by who possess the rainbow crystal, I will go and retrieve it. But, Zoisite said. What do you mean, but? Beryl asked. We are getting mixed signals, so we are not sure who the actual owner is. There is someone who possesses a powerful evil energy interfering with the dark crystal's reading. However, we can try taking out that person and find out if they are the rainbow crystal possessor. If they are not, then we just eliminate that person, Zoisite said. Excellent, please do. And do it promptly. Your failures are becoming insufferable to me, Beryl said. At your command, my queen, Zoisite replied. He started to teleport towards the location of the interference. However, there was something wrong. There were not one but two interference points. One was close to an amusement park and the other was in the city. The only question was where to go first. He went towards the amusement park. With the Kage Bunshin and Makoto and a hidden Kakashi. Wow, Mako-chan, you know, to be honest, you were my first kiss. Naruto said. At least my first kiss with a girl. Not that she needs to know about that, Naruto thought. Naruto and Makoto blushed. Well, you were quite a kisser yourself, Naruto-kun, Makoto said. Thanks. Anyways, it's getting dark. How about we watch the closing party? Naruto said. Sure, Makoto replied with a smile. Naruto then passed by some games of chance. Population 3 balloons in a row win a prize from the top shelf. A vendor said. Naruto-kun, can you win a prize for me? Makoto asked. Sure thing, Mako-chan, Naruto said. He grabbed a dart and channeled a bit of his wind chakra into it and popped 5 balloons in a row. The man gawked. The dart had a dull tip, so it would be near impossible to pop that many balloons. However, he reluctantly gave him the prize. Makoto hugged the giant plush toy and then Naruto. Thank you so much, you are such a sweetheart, Makoto said as Naruto blushed hard. Let's go and see the fireworks, I think I know of a great spot. Naruto said as they walked up a hill. At the top there was a giant sakura tree and Naruto began to climb it the normal way. Come on up, the view is great, Naruto said as he held out his hand to help her up. They climbed the tree and found themselves sitting under the stars and moon. Soon the sky was illuminated by colorful explosions that looked like flowers in the sky. Wow, it's so pretty, Makoto said as she sat with Naruto in an embrace. You know, I wanna rescind on my previous statement Naruto-kun. Can I have another kiss? Makoto asked as she let her legs dangle. Naruto and Makoto got closer and as the fireworks exploded they had their second kiss. Isn't this romantic a night? A voice scoffed. They both turned and saw someone levitating in the air. You are the one creating the interference. I must eliminate you, Zoisite said as he pointed at Naruto. Zoi! He yelled as dark thunder shot out of his hands. Everything moved in slow motion as Naruto grabbed Makoto. He jumped down from the tree with Makoto holding her in a bridal style. They fell fast. Naruto landed with a feline-like grace. Once he landed he saw a small light flickering on and off in rapid succession. He realized it was a Konoha light code. Kakashi, Naruto sighed as he put Makoto on the floor and grabbed a pocket knife. He replied with his own light signal asking Kakashi to replace him when he would disappear after he got hit. Hey, over here girly man, Naruto said as he dashed towards Zoisite. Naruto! Makoto yelled as Zoisite extended his hands towards him and shot a dark thunder at him. Naruto dodged it, however Zoisite was expecting this and made two crystal spears appear and stabbed him with them. Naruto's eyes widened as he felt cold spears penetrate his flesh as he threw a small smoke bomb on the ground. Poof! With the real Naruto and Minako. Naruto jerked as he received the information from his clone. Damn it, well at least she is safe with Kakashi with her, Naruto thought. Naruto, is something wrong? Minako asked. No, nothing is wrong. So, is kinda late. Do you wanna get something to drink? Naruto asked. No, I am good, I should get going back home, Minako said. Oh, say, how about we have something to eat then? Naruto asked. Sure, thank you Naruto-kun, you are such a gentleman, Minako said as they walked to a restaurant that was close by. They walked down the streets as he pulled her closer to him. He could feel a strange energy signature approaching to them and he lowered his chakra to the minimum amount so then the one tracking him would have a hard time. So, where do you live? Naruto asked. Close by, I live in an apartment complex, Minako said. Naruto looked over his shoulder, he could sense that the presence was coming closer. With Jiraiya and the person following them. Hey there fella, what are you trying to do with my pupil and his beautiful date? Said Jiraiya as he intercepted Zoisite. Move you old fool or feel the wrath of Zoist, one of the four dark generals, Zoisite said. He prepared his attack however Jiraiya was faster and used his hair to tangle him. Haha, I am known as the protector of the weak, the lover of women, the one, the only Jiraiya Dazenin. He said. Move you old fart or I will have your head as a present for my queen. Zoisite said as he charged up an electric attack. Jiraiya lazily avoided the attack and then he threw a single kunai. Kage kunai no jutsu, he said as a single kunai became thousands. Who the hell are you calling an old fart? Arrrg. Zoisite yelled as he was pierced by thousands of kunai. That hurt my beautiful face, you old bastard. Die, he said as he threw spears of hardened crystal towards him. Jiraiya barely dodged them. Oh, not bad for a youngster, Jiraiya mocked. Die you old coot, he said as he threw a barrage of the crystal spears. Jiraiya looked back and saw Naruto and Minako were out of the way. It appears I am no longer needed. Oh well, I did my good deed of the day. Now I am off to spy on women, Jiraiya said as he turned away from Zoisite. Don't turn your back on me, he yelled. Oh, well I can help you get out of here then, Jiraiya said as a ball of blue energy charged in his hand. What the heck, Zoisite said. Rasengan, Jiraiya yelled as the attack connected with Zoisiste's chest. Urg. Zoisiste yelled in pain as he felt an innards twisting. He was launched against a building leaving a rather large impression in the building's wall. PFT. That brat better be grateful of me for saving his date night, Jiraiya said. With Naruto and Minako. Naruto and Minako sat down in a booth and Naruto ordered some curry for Minako and some ramen for himself. So Minako, tell me what you are trying to do in life, Naruto said. Me, I wanna become an idol, Minako said. Oh, an idol, so do you think you have what it takes to be one? Naruto asked. Minako stood silent. I have the will and determination. I will not stop until I reach my goals, Minako said. Wow, you have a lot of fire in you, Naruto said. I am the same way. I have a dream like that too and no matter what I will not stop until I reach my goal. I never go back on my word that is mine, Naruto said but Minako chuckled. I like you. You are funny but serious. You seem to have a good balance, Minako said as she wiped a tear from her eye. So, did I get your favorite dish right? Naruto asked. Yes, it's amazing you got it right on the first try, Minako said. She then put a serious face. Are you sure you aren't stalking me? She asked. No way, you just seem like a curry person, while I am more of a ramen person, Naruto said. They got their orders and sat down to eat. Naruto then learned more about Minako. She was a Libra, like himself, meaning that Naruto and Minako were born under Venus, making them both boisterous and hyperactive. Anyways, I go over and this girl keeps beating me up for no reason. I mean, I asked her out and she just keeps saying. But I've had enough of her. I would have done anything for her. But apparently I am just not her type, Naruto said. It sounds like you had a hard romantic life, Minako said. I just haven't found the right girl yet I guess, Naruto said as he shrugged. How is your curry? Naruto asked. It was good, I've never seen this restaurant before and it's so close to my home, Minako said. You remind me of a friend of mine. He also liked curry. One time he took us to a place that had a special curry they called the curry of life. It was so spicy that it is said to be able to bring the dead back to life, Naruto said as he remembered the time he and Neji had tried some. They both had their mouths swollen and red and Lee asked for seconds. After eating they walked again and stopped in an apartment complex and they went in the elevator and up a couple of floors. When they exited the elevator they walked a bit more until Minako pulled out her key and turned to face the door. Naruto kissed Minako's hand as she entered her apartment. She blushed and closed the door behind her. Then she sighed with her back against the door and after a moment she opened it again. Naruto-kun, she called. Naruto turned around as Minako planted a wet kiss on him. That's my thank you for giving me such a great time, Minako said with a wink. She went back inside and closed the door. Well there brat, you got a nice kiss from a hottie like her. I wish I was your age again, said a voice as the voice's owner put a hand on his shoulder. Rasengan, what are you doing here? Naruto asked. Just following you around. It's a good thing too. There was some feminine guy looking for you and I don't think he only wanted to greet you politely, Jiraiya said. So I roughed him up a bit to shake him off ya. You owe me big time, Jiraiya said with a grin. Okay, I am heading out to meet up with Kakashi. He is playing me for Makoto and I'd better hurry because knowing him he will do something stupid, Naruto said as he used a henge to change clothing to match the cage buncheons. See you later Rasengan, Naruto said. With Minako. Oh Kami, I can't believe this. This boy, he had me in his control the whole time. It felt so weird, yet he never took advantage of me in his presence. It felt familiar, comforting, like a lover or something more. It would be better analyzed as something more akin a kinship that transcended time, Minako said. What happened today Mina? Said a white cat that jumped from the window. I found someone special, Minako said with a slight blush. Someone special. Did you hide anything from him or lie to him? The white cat asked. No, we just had a date and it went off without a hitch, Minako said. A date without a hitch? Are we in a parallel universe where ninjas exist? The white cat said. Mina then conked the white cat in the head. With Kakashi underhinged with Makoto. So, tell me more about yourself since we are going out and all, Makoto said with a smile. Okay, play it cool Kakashi, you have been Naruto's sensei for a while so you know about him let's play as Naruto, Kakashi thought. Well, to be honest I am in. Kakashi underhinged said as he felt a pull. It was the real Naruto doing a kawamiri with him. I am Ami's cousin. I came here after my relatives had an accident. I am living with Amy-chan for the time being, Naruto said. So you are an orphan. Makoto said. Yeah, I feel like I am a burden to be staying with Amy and her mother. So I help out whenever I can, Naruto said. That is so noble of you Naruto-kun, Makoto said. Anyways, how about we head to your home? I remember you promised to let me stay for the night, Naruto said. Alright I get it, you can't get enough of me and you want more, Makoto said with a wink. It's not that, I would stay with Rei but I had a run-in with her once, she still is mad about it and Usagi's parents wouldn't want a guy to sleep so close to their only daughter, Naruto said. Okay, since I live alone it's not really a big deal, Makoto said with a blush as images ran to her head. Makoto's imagination. Makoto was in the kitchen wearing nothing but an apron. She was cooking and turned around. Here you go Master Naruto. I made it with love, Makoto said with a smile. Naruto came closer, took the dish from her hands, and placed it on the counter. Your cooking is excellent, par to none, but what I want is something much more tasty and beautiful. I want you Makoto, said her fantasy Naruto. Naruto then moved his hands south on her body and she moaned in pleasure. Real world. Mako-chan. Yoo-hoo. Mako-chan. Hey, are you okay? Naruto said as he then began to shake her back and forth. She snapped out of it and a bit of drool went down from her mouth. Sorry about that, Makoto said, whipping the drool from her mouth. Oh my god, I think I might be a secret pervert, Makoto thought. Naruto and Makoto walked back home. They both felt good with each other and connected to a level beyond plain friendship. He felt that he could tell almost anything to her. Makoto on her part was confused. She never felt sexually attracted to any man before. She was attracted to men, but never to this extent. What was it about the blonde boy that made her so animalistic and so wild? Say Makoto, you mind if we stop by Ami's? I need to take some stuff with me after all, Naruto said. Makoto nodded and they walked to Ami's apartment. They reached the place. Amy was in cram school, so it was a rather quiet event. He packed a change of underwear, his PJs, his toothbrush, and a couple scrolls which he packed a bunch of kunai and shuriken in. Okay, I am ready, Naruto said as he put his belongings in a bag and marched with Makoto. They reached their destination. It was a rather large apartment. Makoto was living in here all alone. Wow, this is a nice place, Naruto said. He pulled something out of his backpack. It was a game console. Wanna play around? I bought it with my job at Rei's shrine. I wanted to play this with someone but Amy is always gone. I wanted to test it out with you. You don't mind, do you? Naruto asked. No, it's okay. What games you got? Makoto asked. Well, I have fighting games, and an RPG. I think Dragon West, Naruto said. Let's play some of the fighting games, Makoto said with a smirk. Oh, I don't plan on losing to you, Naruto said with a smug grin. They played for a while. Naruto picked a random character while Makoto picked a female character. However, she lost since Naruto had better reflexes. Then they started playing Dragon West. The game itself was slow-paced but fun nonetheless. After a while they started to get sleepy, they said goodnight to each other and went to change. Naruto claimed the couch. As no problem, I am okay with the coach, Naruto had said. However, Makoto asked Naruto if he would like to share the bed and she insisted on it. Naruto took the left side while Makoto took the right side. They both were embarrassed by being in the same bed at first, but then they finally fell asleep. Naruto and Makoto, however, had bad sleeping habits. In his sleep, Naruto grabbed Makoto by the waist, pulling them close together in their sleep. As he slept, he began to move, and by doing so he was stimulating a certain part of the electric sensei's body. She began to moan in her sleep, her cheeks flushed red and she gasped. By this point Naruto had pitched a tent. He was unaware that in his sleep he was dry humping the poor girl while she was asleep. Still asleep, Makoto grabbed the blonde boy and pulled him closer. His member was rubbing through both his boxers and her panties against her sacred valley and was making her hot. She whimpered in pleasure that she was not aware of, and finally her body released a liquid that carried the scent of sex and shame. She released him and lay on top of him as a small smile adorned her face. The next morning Naruto awoke on top of with one of her legs wrapped around him. During the night they had been fighting for dominance, rolling around between the covers as their bodies had stimulated each other in their sleep. Naruto recalled having had a rather arousing dream, and now he knew why. He had a boner that was pushing through both his boxers and her panties and rubbing against her sacred valley. He could feel that she was still wet from their nighttime adventures and moaned in her sleep slightly as his member rubbed against her valley. Naruto scrambled out of the bed as Makoto began to stir and tried desperately to hide his boner and to get rid of the wet spot the mixing of their juices had left on his boxers. Makoto awoke finding herself extremely horny and soaked in her own juices. Then she spotted Naruto standing by her bed with a giant wet spot on his boxers. Oh, well, this is embarrassing, we both had wet dreams last night, she said. Naruto just grimaced, remembering how they had awoken. I think there was a bit more to it than that, he said with a blush. This is far too interesting to be real. Which means, she began with a perverted smile. Naruto-kun, why don't we have some fun? She asked as she slowly got out of bed and walked over to Naruto, making sure to sway her hips back and forth as much as she could with each step. Makoto-chan, we couldn't, Naruto began before she cut him off by placing a finger over his mouth. Shish, don't worry Naruto-kun, since this is a dream there won't be any negative consequences. Besides, this is only natural, she said in a seductive voice. Wow, I feel dirty having a dream like this about Naruto-kun with him sleeping right next to me, she muttered with a giggle. As she began running her fingers up and down his shirt and feeling his muscles. Wow, she exclaimed, this is the first time I've had a dream that was this vivid. Makoto-chan, Naruto began with a blush, while the way you're caressing me through my shirt feels really good. I think you ought to know that this really isn't a dream. That sounds, she began before the sentence had fully registered. Wait, what? This isn't a dream, she roared. No, Makoto-chan, it isn't, Naruto said nervously as he backed up against a wall. So then that means you. In my sleep. You bastard, she sobbed as she started freaking out even more. No, I swear I didn't, Naruto stammered as he cowered in fear from how pissed Makoto was. I mean, look, there isn't any blood on the sheet, so I don't think we actually did anything, Naruto said in defense of himself. She stopped just as she was about to pummel Naruto in the face when she heard this. She sighs in relief. Just then there was a knock from the front door. Makoto-san, Amy called from outside the front door. Makoto-san, please let me in, it's urgent, I brought Usagi with me. Is about Naruto. Crap, Amy, can't see us like this. Quick hide, Makoto said as she pushed Naruto, however. We are coming in, said Usagi as she opened the door. Apparently neither of them bothered to lock the door. Usagi and Amy then saw this particular scene. Naruto clad on his boxers with Makoto on her panties. Both of them had a humid spot on them. Naruto. Makoto. What just happened? Usagi yelled. Amy saw this and did what a young maiden in love would do in this situation. She fainted and had a small tickle of blood on her nose. Ah, Amy-chan. Naruto ran towards her. Naruto. What did you do to Mako-chan? Usagi said with a serious face. I swear nothing happened, Naruto said. Look, all I know is we feel asleep and apparently we were both fast asleep and we kinda rubbed each other, Makoto said as Naruto and herself sported blushes. Man, Naruto, you work fast, Usagi said. Is not like that, they both said in unison. Oh, then why are you dressed like that? Sporting those stains, Usagi said. The times she isn't supposed to be sharp. Makoto groaned to herself. Amy woke up. She had tears on her eyes. She walked to Naruto and held his hands. I hope you are happy with her, she said as trails of tears run down her pretty face. Will someone listen to us? Both Makoto and Naruto yelled. After a lengthy explanation and a lot of blushing and crying later. And that is what happened, Naruto said as he explained the whole situation to the two girls. Both Amy and Usagi were red. Not only that, but they imagined what happened really vividly, what happened so far with them too. Amy excused herself as she went to wash her face. As sat down, Usagi avoided looking at him directly. Since he was shirtless. Naruto-kun, would you, mind, maybe put a shirt on? Usagi said as she drooled a bit. And blushed a whole lot. Oh, sorry about that, I am gonna do that after Amy gets out. I wanna take a quick shower after them. Naruto did not know how to phrase this. The nightly incident, said a voice from behind him. Amy looked normal, however Naruto could see it. There was a murderous aura behind Amy. Naruto shrunk and looked like a little scared puppy. I am going to take a shower, okay? Naruto said as he inched away. With the three girls. Say, Makoto, have you seen how big he is? Amy said. The two girls then looked at Amy, who just realized what he said. I didn't mean it like that. Amy said, I meant his body structure. And oh, look what you made me do, Amy said. Usagi laughed heartily, and Makoto chuckled. Amy had small tears on her face. Naruto bursted out of the shower. Amy, are you okay? I heard yelling, Naruto said. However, Naruto got out of the shower so quick he was not able to properly fasten his towel around his waist. Due to his fast movements, the towel was lifted enough to let the girl get a view of the South Pole. Hyaah. The girls yelled as they covered partially their eyes. Naruto blushed and covered himself rather quick, however due to that he hit himself down there. Ouch, all of the girls said in unison as they winced at the look Naruto had. A few embarrassing moments later. I am so sorry, Naruto said, pulling an Usagi on them. Is okay, they said. But they averted their eyes from him, they either looked up or down, not directly at him. I am so sorry, Naruto said. Somewhere close by. Kakashi and Jiraiya were currently laughing their asses off. They couldn't believe what Naruto did, how he did it, and the consequences of what he did. Oh Kami, I am putting that in my novel here, Jiraiya said as he begun to write. Jiraiya, please make it a wonderful work of art, Kakashi said with tears on his eyes. Back to the girls and Naruto. I am gonna have to tie you up next time, Makoto said. Next time. Why? I only was going to spend the night. Not another day more, Naruto said. Anyways, let me make breakfast, since we are all here, Makoto said as she put on her apron and begun to cook. Mako-chan is such a housewife, Naruto said. Makoto almost lost her balance. Don't say that, not after what could have happened, Makoto said. Ah, hi, Naruto said. After a few minutes Makoto came again with a cheery smile on her face. Breakfast is served, Makoto said with a cheery tune. They had an amassing feast, scrambled eggs, bacon, sliced hot dogs and buttermilk muffins. Wow, this amassing, the girls said in awe and delight. To be honest, just Naruto and Usagi. After eating they decided to go their separate ways. Naruto had to do some errands, meaning he had to look for Kakashi and Rasengan to get some extra training. This had been a really eventful morning, Naruto said as he went to a small vending machine to get some juice. Man, this all looks like some stupid fanfiction someone is writing about me, Naruto said to himself as he walked down the streets of Juban. Kakashi and Jiraiya then jumped down and walked side by side of Naruto. Hey you two, I've been looking for you, Naruto said. I got news for you. Apparently Orochimaru found a way to get into this dimension. He sent Sasuke and Kabuto here, and Akatsuki is still devising their own way to get here, but I think the only ones being able to do so would only be Itachi since he has the Mangekyo Sharingan, and also I managed to get the movie You've Been with the Princess. I hope you like it, Jiraiya said as he gave Naruto a DVD. So Sasuke is here, great. More things to worry about. Well, I hope you two might be able to train me while we are here, I know a great place not far that is isolated. We can work there, right? Naruto said. Yes, we are going there to further your new jutsu, Jiraiya said. It was a clear sunny day. Both Naruto and Amy walked down the street. Naruto and Amy were both reading a book as they passed by a construction site. Then a young boy came by running and called out. Mizuno-san, the boy called. Amy turned around confused and then smiled. Oh, Urawa-kun, good morning, Amy said with a smile on her face. Good morning. Urawa said a bit coyly. Naruto continued to walk, ignoring it all. He was really immersed on his book. Urawa looked upwards and looked back at Amy. What is it? She said with a tender look. On the construction site the workers were pulling a steel beam up. However the line snapped and the steel beam began to fall. Look out, the workers yelled. Ami's smile faltered as she turned around. The steel beam pierced the cement truck, and then fell to the floor, just where Naruto was. Naruto, she yelled. However Naruto was on top of the steel beam walking listlessly. Then realized, it could have been either one of them. Her face paled at what could have been a horrible death. She then turned around. But Urawa was gone. Naruto then closed his book. That was close, he said, sweating bullets. Are you alright? Are any of you hurt? The workers yelled as they dashed towards the two kids. Naruto was still a bit shocked at this, however Amy looked worse to wear. She was shocked and hugged Naruto. Oh dear God, I thought, Amy said, choking on her tears. I am okay, it will take more than a stupid steel beam to kill me, Naruto said, patting her head. They reached Juban Middle High. They posted the scores for the mock tests and Eveon was looking how they did. Usagi was in number 203 with 586 points. Oh, Mom is going to scold me again, Usagi said, whimpering. What a lousy ranking you got, Usagi-chan, Makoto said. Usagi looked at the floor. You should study more, Makoto added. She then looked at Makoto's score. You too, Mako-chan, she said with a grin. In the sign, Kino Makoto number 201, 601 points. They both chuckled, then they sighed and looked downcast. Who is this Urawa Ryo and Uzumaki Naruto in first place? A voice said. In the sign two names were writing side by side. Number 1 Urawa Ryo, Uzumaki Naruto, 900 points. Amy-chan is in second place, Usagi said. There is no limit to what some people can do, Makoto said, surprised. Since she never seen Naruto studying much. Amy and Naruto walked by. Naruto was reading a book and walked straight out. Amy-chan, too bad, isn't it? Usagi said. Not really, I was a point away from being perfect score. I guess I didn't study enough. That boy, Urawa Ryo-kun with the perfect score, he's in your class, isn't he? Makoto asked. Yes, is amazing, isn't it? Though he's just transferred to a new school, Amy said, exited. Urawa-kun, she called out with a smile on her face. Urawa then walked by and heard her. Am I? Mizuno-san, he said. Usagi looked at his reaction as the boy blushed a tinge and ran away. Usagi then smiled. Top of the roof. Urawa was resting against the chain-link fence. He pulled a small periodical clipping he had. It was one of Amy receiving a prize. He sighed and pulled into his breast pocket. Then he heard a voice. Hey. Thanks for saving my cousin out there. I didn't feel that coming, the voice said. He turned around and saw the blonde boy flip from another link fence and land gracefully in front of him. The name is Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, he said, putting his hand on his shoulder. Is no problem, I was glad I could save her, Urawa said. He then held Naruto's hand and accidentally begun reading his mind. He went deep into it. Naruto's mind. Who dares enter my prison? A voice roared. Then Urawa looked up. A terrible giant demonic-looking fox stared at him. You carry a scent of a Yoma. Hiahehe. Come a little closer, said the demon, but Urawa could tell about him. He was evil, he saw his past. The atrocities he had committed. Free me. Kyuubi roared, but he severed the mental connection, however many of Naruto's memories flooded him. His identity, his real self. He then let go of Naruto's hand. He forced himself to smile, but he felt sick. No one deserved what had happened to him. It's nice to meet you. And it was all I could do, Naruto said. Naruto then left with his trademark fox smile. And Urawa was left alone to daydream. Flashback. Urawa was furiously erasing his test, correcting some of his mistakes, but then his eraser slipped and landed in Ami's test and gently landed on her hand. She smiled. Just relax, you'll be okay, she said as she handed him his eraser. Do well, she said. Urawa blushed a tinge as he took his eraser back and nodded. Mizuno-san, he said. As I thought, you like Amy-chan, Usagi said as she appeared out of nowhere, startling Urawa. Isn't that the picture from when she was ranked first in Japan? You had a crush on her for that long, she said with a smug grin on her face. Is not like that, Urawa said. I've been studying with Mizuno-san as my inspiration, you see, Urawa said. UHHMM. She smiled devilishly, and now you caught up with your inspiration. Good going, she said while nudging him with her elbows playfully. No, he said, a bit annoyed, I just happened to study the right parts. Mizuno-san is really far smarter than me, he said while he looked down where Mizuno-san was playing volleyball. Naruto enjoyed a short reprieve and watched the girls play. Besides, no matter how much I think about her, he added. Usagi looked a bit confused. Never mind, he said. I know. Usagi-chan, will take charge of this, I'll work something out for you, she said while giggling and running. Sakino-san, he called, you should be careful about water today, Urawa warned. Water, she asked confused. There, a man said as he threw the contents of his water bucket and hit Usagi. Damn, too late, he said while smacking his head. Whaa. Is cold, she said while wailing. I am sorry about that, the man said. Later that night, Mamoru was walking on the streets. Rei was holding his arm. Mamoru-san, where do you want to go next? Rei asked. Okay, Mamoru said. I'm finally beginning to understand my past, but there are so many missing pieces. The only way is to be Tuxedo Common and find the legendary silver crystal, he said internally. Mamoru-san, Rei said, trying to get his attention. I'm sorry, what did you say? Mamoru said. Rei looked concerned. Mamoru-san, you're acting strangely these days, something wrong? Rei asked. No, nothing's wrong, let's go, Mamoru said. Yes, Rei said with a smile as they walked away. In a restaurant close by, Usagi was sitting in front of Urawa. She handed him an envelope. Here, take a look, she said smiling. He opened the envelope and found a candid picture of Amy. She was eating a burger and was caught by surprise. This is for me, Urawa asked. Usagi nodded and took a sip of her drink. Is much prettier than a newspaper clipping, right? Usagi said. Besides, this one shows a bit of her silly side. Luna was sitting on a chair and Usagi's moon stick begun glowing and beeping. The moon stick is reacting to this boy, Luna thought. Thank you, I'll treasure it, Urawa said. Never mind that, Usagi said while waving her hand. When are you going to tell her? Usagi said. Urawa looked pensive. When I found out that I was going to transfer into this school, I decided that when I scored better than Mizuno-san, I'd tell her, but she seems to be into that Naruto guy, Urawa said. I know what you mean. But they are cousins, right? Usagi said. Other than that, you are all set to go now. Urawa then became pensive again. She obviously did not know. But Naruto and Amy were not related at all. He was being helped by the girl's mother, he was on the verge of dying when he was found. Okay, when Amy-chan is done with cram school, I'll bring her over to your place, Usagi said. Just you wait, Usagi said giggling, she enjoyed matchmaking. However, she left him with the bill, he sighed. It wasn't a bad trade. Somewhere unknown. However, the boy did not know he was being looked at by someone, so this boy has the rainbow crystal, one of the 7 great Yoma, Zoisite said as he looked at the boy. With Usagi and Luna. Hey, Usagi-chan, I've been meaning to tell you. Luna begun to said. Oh really? Tell me what? Usagi said. Then the door opened and many girls walked out, including Amy. Usagi peered from the corner. Amy-chan, she greeted. Amy walked. Oh Usagi-chan, what are you doing here? Can you come with me for a bit? Usagi asked. Amy was confused. Come with me Amy-chan, Usagi said pulling her. Wait a minute, Amy said. With Urawa. Urawa was walking on the streets when he heard some giggling. He stopped and looked up. I've been waiting for you boy, said Zoisite. You are Zoisite, Urawa said. What? Zoisite said surprised. How do you know me? How? Zoisite asked. Since I was a child, I've had the ability to predict the future, lately has been getting stronger, thanks to that, though I wish I hadn't, I learned my true nature, Urawa said. If so, this will be quick, now become the great Yoma and pay homage to me, Zoisite said. I refuse, Urawa yelled. Zoisite narrowed his eyes a bit. If I should be a pawn of the devil, I'd rather die, Urawa yelled as he charged to attack Zoisite. Zoisite yelled, pushing him back with his power and landed on his back. He smiled. Now be a good boy and give up, Zoisite said. He then made the dark crystal and begun resonating. Usagi pulled Amy and then Amy got a look at something that shocked her. That's Zoisite, Amy yelled. They looked as Urawa struggled trying to refrain his crystal from leaving while Zoisite used the dark crystal's powers. This is horrible. Urawa-kun is in danger. Usagi yelled. Luna crouched and had a furious look on her face as she readied to attack and scratch. Both Amy and Usagi transformed, then from behind Zoisite Naruto appeared and decked Zoisite on his face, making a cracking sound, and picked up Urawa. Hold it, Sailor Moon said. Zoisite. Sailor Mercury yelled. Zoisite looked mad. As long as the moon shines in the night sky, no evil will go unpunished, for love and justice, the beautiful sailor-suited soldier, Sailor Moon. Sailor Moon said. Also, Sailor Mercury, have arrived, Mercury said. He then realized something was hurting him. My nose. My beautiful nose, Zoisite yelled in pain. His nose was croaked and was bleeding. Mercury and Sailor Moon begun to chuckle. Deal with him Sailor Senshi, I will take him to a safe place, Naruto said as he ran with Urawa. You dare interfere with me? Zoisite said. Mercury-chan, follow Naruto-kun and take Urawa, try protecting them as I hold him back, Sailor Moon said. Right, Mercury said as she. Zoisite tried to get to them but Sailor Moon blocked their path. Usagi has a serious look on her face. Zoisite then huffed, you are not a worthy opponent. Zoi. He yelled as a torrent of petals lifted her skirt and she covered herself. After it was over, Zoisite then disappeared. With Mercury, Naruto and Urawa. Mercury grabbed a towel and dipped it on the fountain, and dried it up a bit. And put it on his head and put it on his forehead. Urawa winced in pain. I'm pretty sure he won't find us here, Mercury said. Naruto however was not as hopeful. He pulled a kunai and put himself facing the water. Something was wrong, and the Kyuubi was darkly chuckling inside his prisoner. With a raspy voice Urawa said, thank you for saving me, Mizuno-san. Mercury recoiled at being recognized by Urawa. He then winced in pain once more. And passed out. How did he know my name? Mercury said. Somewhere else. Usagi was running looking for Naruto, Mercury and Urawa. Oh, where did Mercury-chan go? Usagi said as she turned a corner. Wait Sailor Moon, Luna said, if you use the moon stick you can locate Urawa, Mercury and Naruto since they are with him. Luna said, I am positive they'll be where the stick tells you. What do you mean? You sound like you're saying that Urawa-kun is the Yoma with the rainbow crystal, Sailor Moon said. That's what I am saying, Luna said. Sailor Moon was shocked. We'd better hurry or Naruto and Sailor Mercury will be in trouble, Luna sighed. Are you sure about this? Sailor Moon asked. Really, Luna said nodding. Back with the trio. Urawa winced in pain, he was having a premonition. In it he changed into a Yoma and attacked Sailor Mercury, killing her in the process. Mercury then put another cold compress on his forehead to relieve some of his pain. Mercury then saw something sticking out of his breast pocket. "Ah," Mercury said as he looked and grabbed it. She then saw a photograph of her eating a hamburger. "My photograph," Mercury said. Urawa Winston began to come back to his senses. She then looked a bit awkward and put the picture back on his pocket. "Again," he said, growling a bye. "Did you have a nightmare?" Mercury said. "Is not a dream, I saw the future that will happen soon," Urawa said. "What?" Mercury said. "I have a strange power to see into the future, so that's how I got a perfect score on the exam," Urawa confessed. Sailor Mercury then sat down on the bench. "What do you mean?" Mercury asked. "There is no need to pretend, Mizuno-san," Urawa said. Sailor Mercury cringed. "I always dreamed about you, but knowing that you and I are destined to fight," Urawa said. Sailor Mercury giggled. Naruto was still a ways away and didn't hear anything that was going on. He was serving in case Zoisite was coming. "Don't you believe me?" Urawa said. "Well, everything you said is off the mark, you mistook me for Mizuno-san," Mercury said. She had a bittersweet look on her face. "I see. Then I'll leave it that way." "But," Urawa said. "But," Mercury said. "If I turn into a Yoma, please kill me without hesitation," Urawa asked. Mercury's face hardened in pain. Urawa had a serious look. "Since it seems this is an immutable fact," he said as he resigned himself to his fate. Mercury stood up. "Urawa-kun, you have to create a future for yourself. If you give up, nothing will change. So long as you have faith in yourself, you can overcome any fate," Mercury said. Urawa looked up to see her sweet smiling face. "Mizuno. No, Sailor Mercury," Urawa said. "My, how touching," Zoisite said. Naruto turned around and saw petals rise from the lake. Zoisite appeared floating on top of the water. "Do you think you can escape from this black crystal?" Mercury was in front of Urawa, but Naruto put his hand on Mercury's shoulder and pushed towards Urawa. "As a man I can't let you fight this guy. Leave it to me. And keep safe," Naruto said as he faced Zoisite. You are the guy creating the interference to the dark crystal," Zoisite said, recognizing the blonde boy. Power then begun to permeate from him. A dreadful dark power. Zoisite then backed away. He could feel the power from the boy and it scared him, deep into his bones. "What are you?" he yelled in fright. "I am your death," Naruto said as he charged towards him. "Zoi, Zoi Zoi," he yelled, unleashing his powers and attacking Naruto. However, he dodged them and threw a kunai piercing his arm. "Arg," he yelled in pain. Naruto ran towards him and punched him on the face and broke his nose. Again. "My faith, ma beautiful faith," he yelled as he grabbed his face. "Teme," Naruto said as he launched a devastating attack. "However." "Naruto," said a raspy voice said. He turned around. Sasuke was standing behind him and kicked him into the water. Zoisite was both angry and humiliated. Who is this upstart doing stealing his show? "Go and get the crystal, you fool. I will deal with him," Sasuke said. Zoisite disappeared and left Sasuke to deal with Naruto. Sasuke then smirked. "It seems you just can't stop getting involved into other people's troubles. Just stay away, die already," Sasuke said, charging a Chidori. "Bring it on, Teme," Naruto yelled as he charged. Naruto and Sasuke begun to trade blows at breakneck speed. Naruto then jumped back and pulled a kunai. "Take this," Naruto yelled as he threw the kunai. Sasuke smirked. "Kage kunai no jutsu," Naruto said as the single kunai transformed into 100 of M. Sasuke smirked, died and took out his own kunai to deflect and parry M. Naruto took his chance and dashed forward, charging with a rasengan. "Chidori, Rasengan," Naruto and Sasuke yelled in unison as the two powerful attacks hit forward. "Teme, die," Sasuke said, activating the level 2 of his cursed seal. Naruto then pulled his transformation choker. "Moonlight power, transform," Naruto cried out as he turned into the Moonlight Fox. "Ready for round 2. Tem," Naruto said. They roared as they both launched attacks that devastated the scenery and turned everything into dust. Sasuke rushed in with his Sharingan. However, Naruto, thanks to the power of the Moonlight Fox, was able to have some advantages. Thanks to the power of the moon, Sasuke's Sharingan was a bit slower at tracking him, even if it had 3 tomos. Naruto kicked him and he skids towards the lake. He stopped and was walking on the water. "Come on, what are you waiting for?" Sasuke yelled. Sasuke then pulled a katana and unsheathed his sword and attacked Naruto, who countered with his kunai. That power. Why you have all that power? I need that power. I deserve it. You are nothing but a communer, I need that power. To kill that man, Sasuke yelled as he charged. Naruto dodged it and mule kicked him right in the ribs, fracturing a few of the ribs. Sasuke gasped in pain and touched his chest. Naruto had grown even more than last time. Moonlight. Fang. Naruto yelled as he threw his magically powered attack. Sasuke put all his chakra into his katana, converting it into lightning nature chakra. Nagashi Chidori. He yelled as he cut off the attack. It was Naruto's turn to be surprised. Spark-witting Pressure. A feminine voice yelled. The attack connected with the Uchiha and launched him towards the other side of the lake. Moonlight Fox. Are you okay? Sailor Jupiter. Ah woman. Fool, I will kill you both, Sasuke said as he begun to get serious. An evil misma surrounded his body. Jupiter look out. Moonlight Fox said as Sasuke charged an electric attack. Moonlight Fox got the brunt of the attack as he protected Jupiter. Moonlight Fox. Jupiter yelled, however Naruto stood up. You must be slipping Sasuke, maybe the old pedo snake hasn't taught you much. Naruto said smirking. What Jupiter and Sasuke had not seen was that Naruto had channeled his wind chakra and made an invisible barrier. Hurry and help A. Mercury-san, Moonlight Fox said as he fought with his best friend rival. Moonlight Fox dashed and kicked him upwards, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Many copies of Moonlight Fox appeared and started to attack in unison, however Sasuke was dodging most of the attacks, he was able to destroy a few of them. Kaden, Hosenka no Jutsu. Sasuke yelled as he breathed fire. Naruto dashed forward. Sasuke smirked. However it soon faded when Naruto came from the fire, with a few burn marks. And punched him in the face, then he countered by giving a harsh blow towards Moonlight Fox's kidneys. Arg! Moonlight Fox yelled in pain. Sasuke smirked as he kicked him upwards, Shishi Renden. Sasuke yelled as he punished Moonlight Fox in mid-air and kicked him deep into the ground. See, this is the power. The power of my hatred. Sasuke yelled as he rushed towards the Moonlight Fox. Moonlight Fox was bolted on the floor. The killing intent on Sasuke indicated that he was playing around. Moonlight Fox dodged another attack and a close sneaked from behind, and grabbed Sasuke while Moonlight Fox attacking him, however he broke free and kicked both Bunshins dispelling them. Moonlight Fox then emerged from the ground and delivered a powerful knee blow right to his forehead. Sasuke stumbled a bit, but Moonlight Fox had better things to do. He had to help the Senshi. This was no time for personal squabbles. Moonlight Fox sighed as he disappeared. Come back you coward, Sasuke yelled in anger. With Sailor Mercury. Zoisite then begun to forcibly transform Urawa. Zoisite obtained a yellow-colored crystal. Get her, Yoma Bunbo. Zoisite yelled, kill the Sailor Senshi. Sailor Mercury backed up in fright. Urawa-kun, his body changed into a horrible monster. His hands were shaped like Swiss Army knives, his face was reptilian-like. Bunbo, he yelled. Urawa-kun, she said in concern of her friend and Crushi. He started to advance. Mercury's eyes tingled in fear. Urawa-kun, you have to create a future for yourself, Mercury's voice run on Urawa's head. Bunbo then readied his attack. Mercury stepped back, he then pierced the floor and somersaulted over Mercury and tackled Zoisite. The crystal then landed on her hands. He still has a human heart, Zoisite said worried. He then teleported once more, making Bunbo land on the lake. He was floating above. He then put more energy into the dark crystal, making Bunbo even more feral and energetic. Then, he begun to attack Sailor Mercury. Sailor Moon then landed on the scene. Zoisite. Sailor Moon yelled, you can't corrupt an innocent boy's heart. Zoisite laughed sarcastically, you are mistaken, that's the true form of that boy. The monster begun chasing Amy. I won't forgive you. I'll never forgive you, Sailor Moon said, in the name of the I will punish you. And Yushi is not alone. A voice said. Zoisite and Sailor Moon looked around. Then from the sky a figure came from the sky. A warrior of ancient times, one that hides on darkness and defends with light, a warrior condemned to be alone in his world. But found wonderful friends and people to protect with his friends, the warrior of the kingdom of the moon, defender of justice, he then appeared in a ray of moonlight. The warrior of darkness, the Moonlight Fox. Defender of the silver millennium and protector for the princess. He said as he did a pose. In the name of the holy moon I will destroy and eliminate you, Moonlight Fox said. You said the silver millennium. Zoisite said, worried. He had never taken the youth seriously. Now he was a serious threat. Sailor Moon, please heal Urawa-kun first, Mercury said as she ran away from the monster. Moonlight Fox then dashed forward and kicked the monster away. He then grinned. Sailor Moon, try it now, Moonlight Fox said as he pinned the monster down with ninja wires. Alright, Moon healing, escalation, Sailor Moon. However, the monster was not healed. It attacked the two senshi. Moonlight Fox had to use Cage Bunshin to save them both. Why didn't it work? Sailor Moon cried. Is no use, it's under full control of the evil power, Luna said. To heal him you must weaken him first. The monster then threw rashers that cut the trees. If I ever turn into a Yoma, please kill me without hesitation, Urawa said before as Mercury remembered. Is alright Urawa-kun, we'll turn you back into a human, Mercury thought. Bunbo then attacked again and cute trough the tree while a protractor landed a few inches away from Luna. The monster then launched another attack but it was stopped by a few kunai and from Mars' Fire Soul and Jupiter's Supreme Thunder. We almost missed the show, Jupiter said. Shaboon, spray, Mercury called out as they filled the field with a mist. The monster's visibility was cut down. Moonlight Fox then dashed forward with a ball of energy, futon. Rasengan, he yelled as he attacked the monster and made a huge indentation on his armor. Sailor Moon, do it now. Save Urawa-kun, Mercury said. She then pulled her moonstick again, moon healing escalation. Refresh, the monster yelled with Urawa yelled as he transformed back into his human form. He then fainted. Mercury gasped, Urawa-kun, as she dashed towards him. Zoisite was mad. I won't forget this. Mercury held him on her arms. Urawa-kun, Mercury asked. Urawa then woke up, are you alright? Mizuno-san, Urawa said. Then, unknown to all but Moonlight Fox, Tuxedo Kamen disappeared from the scene, so the sailors senshi have the third rainbow crystal, all withdraw quietly. For tonight, Tuxedo Kamen said with a smile. Usagi was on the park, it was autumn and the leaves started to change colors. Everyone had someone with them, the park filled with lovers and the such. She was dressed with a thick green jacket and black pants, and a turtleneck of a washed-out green color. She stared into the lake where the image of Tuxedo Kamen appeared. Tuxedo Kamen-sama, are you my enemy or my friend? Usagi pondered. Luna was sitting behind her. She had a serious face. At any rate, he's after the silver crystal, so we must treat him as an enemy, Luna said. No, Usagi said crying. Oh, I still don't know the identity of one of the men I love, and I run into this scary Yoma. Why do I have to go through this? She asked facing Luna. Luna was feeling taken back. It was obvious since Usagi wanted to be a normal girl, have a life, friends and not fighting scary things. Naruto could do it on his own. But, it was unfair to make him shoulder all the fighting to him. Usagi, sorry to keep you waiting, a female voice said. Naru-chan, what was it you wanted to show me? Usagi asked. Wait until we get there, let's go, Naru said. Okay, let's get something to eat afterward, Usagi said as she picked up her backpack. As she did so the moonstick fell out and almost landed on the lake. Fortunately Luna was fast enough to catch it. How could she treat the moonstick like this? Luna said with tears on her eyes. She picked it up and held it on her mouth. Scene change. There was a poster on a wall, and it was an image of two persons holding each other. It read, Umeno Umemi Exhibit. It was an art gallery, many patrons were there admiring the artwork. There was one with a young girl with red hair holding the hand of her beloved as he was whisked away. The other of a solitary woman praying in the grass at full moon. Wow, so pretty, Usagi said. Yeah, Umemi's pictures are really popular right now, Naru said. But this place is full of couples, Usagi said. Both Usagi and Naru looked a bit dark at this revelation. Then from the corner appeared Yumino. That's because Umemi's pictures are the illustrations of love, he said. Usagi was frightened by the sudden appearance. It's true, if you have one of her pictures your love dream is supposed to come true, Naru said. Usagi listened to her closely. Usagi livened up a bit, I'll buy a poster, she said with hearts on her eyes. A young woman then begun looking at all the patrons looking her artwork. Is no use, I can't find the right image, she said her spirits were low. She then passed by the trio of friends. Usagi then walked with her friends and saw a picture that basically called to her. It was about a blonde beautiful girl being shown the skies by a man in a tuxedo and a white mask. This picture, It seemed so familiar, Usagi said in a melancholic voice, reminiscing something. Outside. Mamoru was walking down the street. He was wearing a nice brown jacket and jeans and brown shoes. On the other side, Naruto was walking down the same street on the opposite direction. He was wearing his new clothes Jiraiya brought for him, Shippuden look. Then they saw the posters. On one had a man holding the beautiful lady in his hands, showing her the night sky. It was dressed almost like Tuxedo Common. The other image was one that looked like Naruto. He had all 6 whisker-like marks perfectly drawn. He looked a bit older. And was dressed like the Yondaime Hokage, however he was on his knees holding the hands of a girl that had blonde hair. His face held a tender smile. It's very close to the dream I always have, Mamoru said. Naruto then walked by. The lady that was inspecting the patrons walked out of the gallery and bumped into both of them. She fell to the floor. Naruto kneeled down and helped her pick her glasses as Mamoru gave her a sketchbook. Are you alright? Naruto and Mamoru asked. She put her glasses on and took a good look at them both. I've found you, she said pointing at them both. Naruto and Mamoru looked at each other, both confused. Inside the gallery. Naru looked around and saw the outside of the gallery. Hey, isn't that Naruto? And isn't that Motoki Onisan's friend? Naru said. Usagi reacted rather rash, that jerk. Talking with a woman other than Rei-chan, Usagi said with fury in her eyes. Mamoru looked confused. Sorry Naru-chan, I have to run, Usagi said. Usagi, Naru said. Yumino, take care of Naru-chan, Usagi said, also buy a poster for me okay? She said with a smile. Sure leave it to me, Yumino said. What is it? If you have something to say it, Mamoru said. Hey jackass, that's not how you talk to a lady, Naruto said getting angry. Mamoru and Naruto then stared at each other intently with a lot of rage and anger. The lady then pulled both of their sleeves. I was wondering, well, can you model? She said. I saw you, I am telling Rei-chan, Usagi said. Usagi-chan, what are you doing here? Naruto said even more perplexed of the situation. Naruto, you caught Mamoru red-handed cheating on Rei-chan, Usagi said. Don't get it wrong Usagi, Mamoru said. Get what wrong? She's hanging onto your arm, Usagi said. The lady realized this and let go of both of them. As much fun as seeing Mamoru here squirm. He really isn't cheating, Naruto said pointing his thumb towards Mamoru. She then grabbed Usagi's jacket. What? Usagi said surprised by this. You fit the image too. What a lucky day, the lady said and then bowed down. Please, can you 3 model for me? The lady asked. Model, Usagi said shocked. In a large house. The lady opened her door and allowed the 3 people to come in. Please come in, the lady said. They entered and Usagi dashed a bit. Wow, what a beautiful garden, Usagi said. Please sit down Mamoru-san, Naruto-san, the lady asked. Mamoru looked rather displeased by the turn of events, however Naruto was fairly okay, it's not often he was asked to do something like this. I'll get you some coffee, she said with a smile on her face. Really, you dragged me down here but I don't have all day, Mamoru said. Usagi then came behind him with her finger in a gun-like shape pointing towards him. How come? Don't college students play around all the time? She said while smiling. She turned around and saw a couple of artworks and canvases. But you know, this looked like Umeno Umemi's artwork, Usagi said. I heard about her, she is rather talented in her art. I saw a few of her pictures too, really nice. Gave me a melancholic feeling though, Naruto said. They all looked at each other. Apparently they had the same feeling as well. Then the lady let a cup slip, however thanks to Naruto nothing got broken since he dashed and saved the cup. No way, are you Umemi-san? Usagi asked. I look wrong for the image of drawing these pictures, don't I? Umemi said, so I made up a beautiful self-portrait, please don't tell anyone I am Umemi, she said. Naruto arched an eyebrow. Nobody knows the real you. Not even your friends, Usagi asked. Well I don't have any close friends, but that's okay, I am happy as long as I can draw good pictures, she said. She finished serving coffee and some cookies. Here you go, help yourself while they are hot, she said as she left the tray on the table. She put a small pillow between Mamoru and Naruto. I have to sit side by side with this guy, Usagi said not liking the idea. Mamoru just sipped his coffee. It appears she doesn't like you much, Naruto said chuckling. Don't be exited. I don't want to model for strange drawings like this, he said as he stood up. Please, sit down, Yumemi pleaded. I can't get any inspiration without a model, she said. I couldn't find the right people lately, I only need you for today. Please, Yumemi pleaded some more. Mamoru sighed. Oh alright, he said defeated. Face it Mamoru. You are a sucker for frail-looking girls, Naruto said. Mamoru looked at him rather crossly. Naruto-san, could you move to the chair over here? I will paint them first. And then it will be a single one of you. And then one with Usagi-san as well, Yumemi said. This kind of scene. If Rei-chan hears about this, she'll beat me up, Usagi thought as an image of an angry Rei appeared on her mind. She then saw Mamoru's profile, but he is rather handsome. Ah, what am I thinking I'm supposed to be for Tuxedo Kamen-sama or Moonlight Fox-sama? What are you doing? Said an annoyed Mamoru. None of your business, Usagi said. Usagi pouted and Mamoru got a look of her profile. Mamoru managed to smile. As I thought, I got a good feeling this will be a masterpiece, Yumemi said. Outside. It was getting dark, the lights begun to turn on. Luna jumped into a handrail and sat there and left the moonstick down for a while. Oh, where did Usagi-chan get off to? Honestly, Luna said as she then grabbed the moonstick and dashed away. Back to Usagi, Mamoru and Naruto. Yumemi then begun drawing the picture and was doing it with charcoal. It looked rather beautiful. That's so pretty. How can you draw wonderful pictures like this? Usagi asked as Naruto ate a bit more of the cookies. Whenever I draw pictures, I pray in my heart, may anyone who sees this be happy, may she encounter a wonderful man, Yumemi said. That's why they are called illustrations of love. You are a nice lady, Yumemi-san, but to be alone in exchange. She said with that part. She had a sad look on her face. I can't help that, Yumemi should be a really pretty lady. If people found out that it's me, it'll shatter their dreams, Yumemi said. No it wouldn't, Usagi said. Mamoru put down his coffee cup. If you can't be happy yourself, you can't make others happy, Mamoru said in a rather sage-like fashion. Yumemi then stopped drawing, her eyes widened at what she heard. Really, that's cold. Oh, she looked down and saw another picture. This one looks pretty nice, look. She can draw a picture this beautiful, how can you be mean to her? Usagi said. Mamoru's eyes then opened in realization as he saw the picture and darted forward. Usagi was taken back by his reaction. What is it? The image was rather beautifully made in charcoal. It had a man who had a really close resemblance to Mamoru, and a beautiful lady giving him something. In the background you could tell there was a crescent moon, as well as the ambiance. The drawing was set in a castle apparently. This image is a scene where the girl gives a token of her love as a present to the man, but somehow I feel bittersweet whenever I draw this couple, Yumemi said. Usagi looked a bit downcast. I know what you mean, something very sweet, but also piercing to the heart. A token of her love, Mamoru said. After a few hours later. Usagi, Naruto and Yumemi were walking down the street. Ah Yumemi-san, you homemade cookies were delicious, Usagi said. Yeah, I love em, sorry I ate so many, Naruto said with a small apologetic smile. I am sorry it took so long, Yumemi said. Naruto then excused himself as he left towards Ami's house. Then Usagi excused herself. Usagi tripped and saw something. Huh, the moon stick, Usagi said. Luna jumped from a wall. You dropped it at the park. If you don't want it, I can give it to one of the others, Luna said. No, it was just that I was troubled by Tuxedo Kamen and everything, Usagi said. But here you've cheered up already, Luna said with a smile on her face. Well, that's, Usagi said. I'm relieved, because your problems are so simple, you recover quickly, Luna said. Then Usagi got what she said. Sure, I am just a simpleton. Luna you idiot, Usagi said feeling hurt. Huh, I thought I just told the truth. Did I go too far? Luna said. No, more like how you said it Luna-chan, said a voice. Luna jumped in fright. Naruto was behind her. Jesus Christ. Naruto-kun, you scared the crap out of me, Luna said. Yeah, sorry about that, but the way you said it. You made her sound like she is just an idiot. No one like being called names or being made feel inferior, Naruto said. Luna lowered her head, she had said too much and did not thought of the consequences. With Usagi. Geez, that Luna, she doesn't understand my problems at all. Usagi said a bit mad. Then her moonstick begun to glow and beep. That's the direction of Yumemi-san's house. Usagi said. She then darted towards the signal. With Naruto and Luna. Naruto's golden crystal then begun to glow. Both Naruto and Luna were startled by it. "What's going on?" Naruto asked. "The golden crystal you have. It seems to be working like the moon stick, it's starting to sense the rainbow crystal as well," Luna said. "Isn't this where Usagi was going?" Naruto asked. "Oh no, Usagi is gonna be in trouble," Luna said. "Not if I can help it," Naruto said as he pulled the choker and kunai out. "Moonlight power. Transform," Naruto roared. The scenery changed into one of the Silver Millennium Palace. An image of the full moon appeared and radiated Naruto with its light. Naruto then broke out of the light like it was made of crystals and appeared donning the Moonlight Fox costume. "Come on Luna, Usagi will need our help," Moonlight Fox said. On Yumemi's home. Someone broke into her home. The person was standing with a dark crystal. "Give up the rainbow crystal and return to being a Yoma," Zoisite said. Yumemi looked a bit taken back. "He's gorgeous but scary." "Who are you?" she asked. Zoisite said, pointing the crystal towards her. The crystal emerged from her body. He then held the crystal. "Arise, Yoma Vena," Zoisite said. The young meek girl changed into a monster, not a monster. Whatever it had, she looked gorgeous. Unlike what she looked before, she had blue hair and a pair of appendages that looked like wings. Her skin was a light blue shade tone. Usagi then peered from a window and saw the whole thing. Yumemi-san was a Yoma. Usagi said, "Oh no." The monster had an angelical look. However, her aura was cold and evil. "How scary." "No, this is not the time to be scared," Usagi said, gathering her courage. She took out her communicator. "Everyone. A Yoma has appeared," she said, alerting all the senshi of this. Moonlight Fox was able to hear the signal and dashed by jumping from power cable to roofs. "Sailor Senshi, assemble," Usagi said. All three senshi appeared on their costumes. "Moon Prism Power. Make up," Usagi yelled as she transformed into the beautiful guardian Sailor Moon. Zoisite and Vena then jumped out into a construction site close by. Zoisite then landed on an iron beam, and laughed. "My, this went by smoothly." "No it hasn't," a voice said. "What?" Zoisite said, surprised. Sailor Moon appeared in a high beam with the half moon on her back. She jumped down and landed gracefully on the ground. "For taking Yumemi-san, such a kind dream maker, I won't forgive you. For love and justice, the beautiful sailor-suited soldier, Sailor Moon. In the name of the moon I will punish you," Sailor Moon said. "So you came, Sailor Moon," Zoisite said. "Go Yoma Vena." Sailor Moon cowered. The monster then grabbed a feather from her wings and begun drawing on the air. Her drawings transformed into rocks. They fell down on Sailor Moon. However, thanks to her training on the elemental nation, she was able to gracefully dodge every single rock. Zoisite's eyes bugged out. Sailor Moon was acting more warrior-like. His movements were precise and beautiful, like a ballet. Whereas the old Sailor Moon would dodge by sheer luck. Zoisite made sure to tell his queen about this development. Then Sailor Moon tripped over a small rock and a larger one begun to fall on her. "No," she yelled. However, a black blur appeared and scooped her out of harm's way. "Tuxedo Kamen-sama," she said in a dreamy voice. He jumped down and put Sailor Moon down. Zoisite then took the chance to flee. "Leaving already? I won't allow you to," Tuxedo Kamen said. Moonlight Fox then appeared. "Really, Tuxedo Kamen shouldn't just leave you alone like that," Moonlight Fox said. Moonlight Fox then drew his kunai ready to attack, but Sailor Moon stopped him. "Please don't. She is a human in a Yoma body," Sailor Moon said. Again. This is getting old. At least the monster this time is a good-looking lady," Moonlight Fox said. Said Yoma blushed at the compliment. "Stop flirting with the enemy." "Jeesh," Sailor Moon said as she puffed her cheeks and blushed in indignation. "I am sorry Sailor Moon. But there is no way I would fall for a Yoma, if that makes it up," Moonlight Fox said. Sailor Moon sighed and gave up. The Yoma got angry and begun to draw at unnatural speeds. She drew ropes. Then the ropes became snakes and launched towards Usagi. Naruto was ready to reach. However, "Fire Soul," a feminine voice yelled. A torrent of fire scorched the snakes. Luna, Jupiter, Mercury and Mars appeared on the scene. "Sailor Moon, you did well on holding on your own," Luna said. The Yoma then drew many more stones. Moonlight Fox and Sailor Mercury stood their ground. "Shaboon Spray," Mercury said. "Kage Kunai no Jutsu," Moonlight Fox said. The field was clouded by the mist and the Yoma had no idea what had happened. The Yoma had then felt a sharp pang of pain. Many kunai pierced her body. She yelled in pain. With Zoisite and in Tuxedo Common. Zoisite and Tuxedo Common charged and exchanged blows, they both turned to the other. Hand over the rainbow crystal, Tuxedo Common said. How dare you? Zoisite said. Zoi, he yelled as a barrage of petals flew towards Tuxedo Common. He grinned and threw a crystallized stalagmite. Oh no, Sailor Moon said. She took her tiara and Moonlight Fox took a kunai. Moon tiara action, Sailor Moon said as Moonlight Fox yelled, Moonlight Shinobi Hyper Kunai attack. Her tiara destroyed the petals and the stalagmite whereas Moonlight Fox's attack pierced and gashed his left elbow. URG. Zoisite yelled in pain, a lot of blood was flowing. Sailor Moon, Moonlight Fox, Tuxedo Common said. Zoisite then made a hasty retreat, he disappeared in a whirlwind of pink petals. Sailor Moon then walked towards Tuxedo Common. Tuxedo Common, Sailor Moon said. Tonight it was your turn to save me, Tuxedo Common said. But, Usagi said, she tripped in a small star-shaped locklet. The lock opened and a melancholic tune begun to play. They both bent over to pick it up. Their hands touched. This is your pendant, isn't it? Sailor Moon asked. Tuxedo Common said nothing, but he remembered the picture he saw as Mamoru. Princess. Tuxedo Common said. What, do you know the princess? Sailor Moon said, we are searching for her. No, I don't know her. Tuxedo Common said, but if that's your mission, you should have the pendant. For me, a present, Sailor Moon said. One more thing, can you give back the rainbow crystal you took? Sailor Moon asked. Tuxedo Common stood up. He looked serious, that I cannot do, I will not yield to this, the rainbow crystals are important to me as well, and be on your guard if I can, I will take your crystal away from you, Tuxedo Common said. He then felt a cold sharp thing on his neck. I think I can help you with relieving you of the crystals, said a voice behind him. The voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. Sailor Moon's eyes widened in shock, she recognized those red eyes. Moonlight Fox's eyes narrowed down, and jumped out and used a kawamiri on Tuxedo Common. Sasuke, Moonlight Fox said in a whisper. Tuxedo Common felt his legs loose all feeling. He couldn't believe it, he felt so weak, so powerless, and that feeling came from a kid a couple years his junior. So, you are here, Dobi. I have the crystal that the queen so fervently desires. With her help I will be able to finally defeat and kill him, Sasuke said. Sasuke stole the crystal and kicked Moonlight Fox out of the way, he then disappeared on a portal towards an unknown location. The scouts then saw the Moonlight Fox body. Something was lodged in his arm. It was a kunai and it was emanating electricity. Damn it, I was careless, Moonlight Fox said as he clutched his wound. Moonlight Fox Sama, Sailor Moon yelled as he saw his wound. I am okay, you all need to go. I will be fine, Moonlight Fox said. Moonlight Fox, Luna said in a worried tone. Is okay, I will heal by morning. So don't worry your pretty little heads over me. Sailor Moon, you wear great. Apparently the training had paid off for you, Moonlight Fox said with a tender smile. He then disappeared in a whirlwind of leaves. The next morning, Naruto, Usagi and Mamoru both walked into the gallery they were the last time. It said closed but the artist invited them to come in. In it they saw the new pictures. On one was one of a beautiful blonde woman handing something to a guy that looked like Mamoru. In another one there was one that looked like Naruto dressed like the Yodime, a few chains on his left arm and a huge scroll on his back, his face masked by a long scarf. In it he was holding the arm of a young lady that had the same hairstyle like Usagi. Then there was one of him standing alone. His eyes looking feral facing a terrible-looking fox-like demon. Under it was a person whose face was covered by a mask in spiral shape. Naruto quickly realized something of the paintings. They were, or at least he thought it were, images of a near future. Probably. Usagi contemplated both portraits and blushed. It looked so beautiful. The day started fine. Then a downpour begun. The chance of precipitation today is of %, said the F radio announcer. Makoto begun running down the street with her bag on her head trying to shield herself from the rain. Sheesh, there is nothing's as unreliable as the weather forecast, some 10% this is, Makoto said. She then crashed against something and fell on her butt in the floor. She got angry. Hey, watch where you're going. She yelled really angry. I am sorry, said the person. If sorry was good enough, there'd be no need for police, Makoto said. Then she recognized the voice. That voice. Motoki-san, Makoto said as she saw Motoki standing there with his arm stretched out to help her stand up. Mako-chan, are you hurt? He asked. She blushed as she looked love-struck. I am really sorry, I was too busy thinking about something. Don't you have an umbrella? He asked. Really? Motoki-san's voice sure sounds like my lost senpai. I wish time would stop right now, she said. Mako-chan, let's go, he said. Okay, she said as she walked beside him under the rain. Mako-chan, I heard that you are really good at cooking, Motoki said. Oh, kind of, she said. Sounds great. Maybe you could cook something for me sometime, he said. Sure, any time, she answered eagerly, and I'll clean up your apartment. Oh, that would be great, Motoki said. She then pulled a notepad from her back and a pen. Here. Write down your address, phone number and favorite food, she said smiling. He begun writing as Makoto held the umbrella. There. Mako-chan, you're an interesting girl, he said. She smiled. That's what everyone tells me, Your favorite food is hayashi rice, she read. The sun then came out. She looked a bit sad, and did it have to stop raining? She said, a bit disappointed. Makoto said. Makoto then begun to laugh awkwardly. Mako-chan, I have to go by the school, Motoki said. I see, she said rather depressed. Then she got reinvigorated. Then, I'll drop by your place to make hayashi rice. She said. Kino Makoto, leaving now, she said as she ran. My, you have a cute friend, said a feminine voice. Motoki turned around. The voice was from a woman named Reika. So, is she the new girlfriend Mamoru-kun was talking about? Reika asked. Don't tease, Motoki said. She smiled. I'm just kidding. Judging by your outfit, no date today, right? He asked. She put her hands together and slightly bowed. I'm sorry, I'll probably be busy all night, Reika said. It's okay, but Reika, have you decided yet? Motoki said. Reika looked a bit downcast. I still can't make up my mind, she said. I see, Motoki said as he smiled. It's a big decision, so take your time. You're very patient, she said. Her eyes were watery. But, Reika said as a tear dropped down her eyes. Motoku gasped. Hi there you two, said a male voice. It was Mamoru. Oh, Mamoru-kun, they turned and greeted their friend. She then looked at her watch. Oh, I have to go, Mamoru-kun, if you have the time, can you keep Motoki company? Reika asked. She then dashed. I'll phone you later, she said. Motoki then sighed. Motoki and Mamoru then went to a cafe. Then sat down to have a drink. What's up? Is something bothering you? Mamoru asked his old friend. Reika might. She might be going to Africa, Motoki said as he had a sip of tea. Africa, what's she researching? He clapped his hands and smiled, is very interesting. She's doing research on the origin of life on Earth, Motoki said. Do what's going to happen? Mamoru said. I don't know, she's still trying to decide, Motoki said with a sad face. I mean, what are you going to do? Mamoru asked. I want her to stay with me. But I can't get in the way of her future, Motoki said. Mamoru sighed. That's so typical of you, Mamoru said. Oh yeah, do you like hayashi rice? Motoki asked. Mamoru was taken back by the sudden change in the conversation flow and sweat dropped. No really, Mamoru said. I see, Motoki said pensive. Mako-chan said she'd come over and cook some. Why don't you join us? Motoki asked. Mamoru had a lot of tiny secrets surrounding the original big one, Mako-chan. Oh, Usagi's friend, do you know how Usagi feels about you? Mamoru said to him, feeling a tang uncomfortable about this. Yay, they are both cute, Motoki said. Cute, Mamoru said with a sickened face. He had two blue hinotama spirit flames floating around his head with a big sweat drop on his forehead. We were talking about Reika-san and look at you, Mamoru said. Come on, you'd think I'd get serious over a junior high school student. Motoki said. Mamoru then pictured Rei in his mind and blushed due to Motoki's comment. But that's not the point, they are more like little sisters. Sisters, Mamoru said. Could Motoki really be that clueless? Mamoru thought to himself while tifching. Scene change, the next morning. Makoto begun walking to an apartment complex. She walked down the stairs and knocked into the door that had a sign, Furuhata, Motoki's last name. Yes, came a voice from inside. Makoto took a deep breath. Good morning. Is Kino Makoto? Just a moment, said Motoki. He opened the door. Hi Mako-chan, what brings you here? Motoki asked. Excuse me, she said as she opened the door. Motoki was taken back by her forcefulness as she entered. My place is a mess right now, Madoki said with a blush and shame. Don't worry, I know bachelors don't clean up much, she said and died out a bit. When she saw all the mess, it looked horrible. Or at all, Makoto said, twitching a bit. Makoto then got serious. Okay. Let's do this. Do what? Madoki asked. This, cleaning of course, Makoto said. If I don't finish this in 30 minutes I'll be late. Alright, here I go, she said. Montage scene. Makoto was dashing left and right cleaning and picking up garbage and dusting fast, it almost looked that they were after images. Madoki had to rub his eyes, he never seen someone move that fast before. Or ever. Montage scene end. I have to thank Guy-sensei and Lee-senpai for the speed training, Makoto said to herself. Then she noticed a picture by a furniture. It was of Madoki with a girl, she picked it up. Who is she? She said. Oh, that's Reika, Motoki said. Is she your sister? Makoto said. No, Madoki said. She's your girlfriend, Makoto said a bit alarmed. Well, yeah, Madoki said a bit coy. Madoki then got depressed. She hoped she had found a catch. Scene chance Jubin middle. Makoto was sighing under a tree depressed over this morning's fiasco. It's strange to see Mako-chan troubled, Luna said. Usagi then crawled from behind the tree. Mako-chan. What's wrong? You look down, Usagi said. Then from the tree Naruto was hanging upside down. Yeah, what's wrong? Naruto said. The girls and the cat looked up and saw Naruto who came out of nowhere. Gia, they all yelled in fright. Oh relax, Naruto said waving his hand, but seriously Mako-chan. What's wrong? Naruto also asked. Another lost love, Usagi said. Makoto then had a serious angry face. It's a bit annoying, you just guessing like that, Makoto said. Usagi and Naruto got a bit frightened. I was just kidding. Come on, Usagi-chan, the cupid of love, will help you. Aren't you supposed to have a boyfriend first before you give advice? Naruto said, making Usagi get angry at him. Naruto, Usagi said, growling, making a near-perfect angry, irritated Sakura impression. Alright Jish, Naruto said, backing up. Luna was giggling. Makoto still looked serious, and Usagi looked a bit sad for her friend. Just tell me, who is it this time? Usagi asked. She still looked a bit cross but said it anyways, Motoki-san. Now it was Usagi's turn to go down the trip lane. Why are you so upset? Makoto asked a bit worried. Usagi had teary eyes. And Naruto laughed a bit. Oh boy, you done it now Mako-chan, Naruto said as he jumped down the tree. Why shouldn't I be? Motoki Onisan. Motoki, she said blubbering her words, then she begun to wail and cry. I like Motoki Onisan too. She cried out. Makoto gasped. You do? She asked. Is too much, Usagi said. Damn, that guy needs to be taught a lesson. Where is he? He just can go around and play around with a girl's heart, Naruto said clutching his hand. But I thought you liked Tuxedo Kamen, Makoto said. But I like both of them, Usagi said. Makoto then got angry and a vein popped on her head. Make up your mind. Naruto and Luna had the same facial expressions. Why don't you two cut it out? Naruto and Luna though the same thing, but Naruto voiced it. He has the right to choose, you know. Naruto said. Naruto and Luna both backed up as they saw the two girls had a dreamy look on them. Mako-chan was spurned by Madoki Onisan, that means he has someone else he loves, and it must be me, Usagi said. Naruto and Luna both swayed their heads left and right and whispered on Luna's ear. I am sorry you had such a girl for a senshi, Naruto said in a solemn tone. As Luna begun to cry. Wrong. Her name is Reika-san, Makoto said. Usagi begun to cry. Luna was sitting on Naruto's lap as he stroked her fur gently. Now away. I am out too, Usagi said with tears. Cheer up, Makoto and Naruto said, putting their hands on her shoulders. It's alright if he has a girlfriend, we have nothing to lose by confessing out love to him, Makoto said. I was going to suggest something a bit more practical and less tear-jerking. There are a lot of fish in the sea. Ever heard of that saying? Naruto said. Scene change game corner. Both Usagi and Makoto had serious faces. Naruto was with them to chaperone, bail them out if something embarrassing happens or they do something stupid. Here we go, Usagi said. No grudges, no matter who wins, Makoto said. You know, this will only end in tears, Naruto said. Right, Usagi said, ignoring Naruto. I am right here, Naruto said. So let's go in order of height, Usagi said. Makoto and Naruto both fell to the floor. What is this? PE class. Makoto and Naruto said. Hey Odango Atama, Mamoru said as he appeared. Here comes that jerk, Usagi said. The Odango and the tall girl. I get it, it's declaration of love time, Mamoru said with a smug face. The two girls turned around with a slight blush. A chibi Naruto was holding a sign that said, direct hit. 99,999 points damage. For your own sake, just forget about Motoki, Mamoru said. Usagi growled, it's none of your bussings. You cynic, Makoto said. Motoki thinks of both of you as troublesome little sisters, nothing more, Mamoru said. Naruto sighed. This guy. He just had to say it in a way it hurt. Talk about adding salt to injuries. Little sisters? Makoto asked. No way, Usagi said dejected. Oh, yes, why don't you ask him yourself, Odango Atama? Mamoru said. Naruto got in front and looked at Mamoru. And decked him right in the face. Naruto. Both Usagi and Makoto said. What's your deal, shrimp? Mamoru said. You are a jerk. If you keep talking all big and mighty, I will shred you to pieces, Naruto said, expelling his demon chakra out. Mamoru's leg gave up, from both the demon chakra and the punch he received. It rocked his brain from the inside. Come on, go inside, maybe you still have a chance. Or not, look, nothing will happen. And if anything happens, I'll be there for both of you. I am your friend, and I will be there for anything you need, and I will protect you, Naruto said with his trademark grin. Makoto and Usagi sighed and they both gave Naruto a kiss on the cheek. Thanks Naruto-kun. You are always such a good and loyal friend, Usagi said. We should have a spar sometime, Makoto said as they all entered the game corner. Motoki Onisan, Usagi called out. Usagi-chan, Motoki's is off today, another clerk said. USA sighed in defeat, so she sat down and begun to play some games. Outside with Makoto and Mamoru. Geesh, that kid, he's way too strong, Mamoru said as he nursed his chin. He then looked at Makoto. Do you know about Motoki's girlfriend? Mamoru said. Oh, Renka-san, Makoto said. Makoto was taken back by it. I don't get what goes through junior high students' heads these days. Then he realized something, but if she goes overseas, you might have a chance, Mamoru said. What, overseas? Makoto said. She then grabbed Mamoru by the neck and started to strangle him. Things did not look good for Mamoru's day. What's that all about? Tell me, she yelled as she strangled him, then she realized what she was doing as Mamoru was turning blue. Scene change outside college campus at night. I came to push Reika-san to go overseas, but how am I going to tell her? Makoto said as she looked into the moon. I don't know, but should you look at this situation with your heart like it is now? A voice said. She looked around till she found Naruto walking down the street with Luna at his side. Naruto-kun, Makoto asked. He sighed and gave her a cup of hot soup. It was a bit chilly and they sat down. How did you know how to find me? Makoto asked. Your scent. It hard to forget, especially since, Naruto said as he blushed, making Makoto blush, and Luna looked at them a bit confused. Your heart is right now like a roaring river. You can't see clearly what's going on. However, if you calm down a bit, you can see what's under it, Naruto said. Makoto looked at Naruto as he stood there under the moonlight. He looked so gallant. Then she had a small flashback. Flashback Silver Millennium. Princess Jupiter, I am sorry, a voice said as he carried the dying body of the senshi. Is okay my prince, I did my duty, is just, I am sad, because, I never, got, to tell, you, I, love, she then went limp on the prince. He shed a tear. Metalia, Beryl, I will not rest till I kill you all, the prince said. Then it was all engulfed by a pink light. Mother, the prince said as he gasped in realization. No, you mustn't, you will die, the prince said as the moon cats said in unison. I am sorry, I hope your next life is better than this, the Queen Serenity said as she used her life to give the senshi, her doggette, her adoptive son, and Prince Endymion. No, mother, the prince said as he cried and was encapsulated in a pink ball. Flashback end. Mako-chan, Yuhu. Naruto waved his hands about. Makoto got startled and woke up. Oh, sorry Naruto-kun, Makoto said as she got up. Well, I am going home, Amy is waiting for me, I was supposed to buy groceries and she might get mad, Naruto said giving her a kiss on her forehead. Take care, and make the right choice Mako-chan, Naruto said as he dashed away with Luna at his side. Then she heard voices discussing inside the campus. She saw Reika with a professor talking about scientific stuff. She then excused herself and begun walking towards the gates. It's her, Makoto thought. She passed by Makoto. Excuse me, Makoto said. Reika turned around and noticed the tall girl. Oh, aren't you Matoki's friend? They walked down the street towards a park. What is it? Reika asked. Have you decided to study overseas? Makoto asked. You get news quick, did Motoki tell you? Reika asked. Please don't change the subject, Makoto said in a serious tone. Reika looked down for a moment. I don't know yet, I'm still trying to decide. A professor I admire teaches at the university I'll be in, but I don't want to part with Matoki, if only he'd stop me, Reika said. Makoto looked rather crossed. What's wrong with you? You'd give up going overseas if Motoki stopped you. Then why are you thinking about going in the first place? Makoto said angry. Reika looked flabbergasted. You can only choose one. Study abroad or love, otherwise you'll fall between two stools, Makoto said as Reika nodded, still shocked about what the younger girl said. Makoto then caught herself on her rant. Oops, wasn't I supposed to be encouraging her to go? Makoto thought. Scene change next day. Usagi and Makoto with Luna were walking towards Motoki's apartment once more. Usagi was carrying a bag with various ingredients. They entered the apartment and Motoki received them. Uagi saw an unfinished cup of coffee and sniffed it. It has Motoki Onisan's scent, Usagi said dreamily. Afterward Usagi and Motoko begun trying to cook. Well, Usagi mostly since she didn't know even how to wash rice. The phone rung and Motoki answered it. Hello. Reika, Motoki said as both Usagi and Makoto eavesdropped on the conversation. Motoki, I've made up my mind. The rest was interrupted by a passing truck. I didn't get that, Motoki said. I've decided. I want to see you, Motoki, Reika said. Okay, I'll be right there, Motoki said. Then both Makoto and Usagi got back to the kitchen with their ninja speed they got after their arduous training. Motoki walked to them. Mako-chan, Usagi-chan, sorry but. Motoki said but was interrupted. Right, sure, see you later, Usagi said. Oh, you heard me, Motoki said with a sweat drop on his head. You dummy, Makoto said exasperated. I'll be out for a bit, Motoki said. Usagi's hand then slipped and pierced her finger with the knife. I cut my finger, Usagi said with tears. Makoto and Usagi then sat by a table sighing. Naruto was close by watching them from afar. Then sun begun to fall. It was getting late. Then Usagi's bag begun to glow. And Naruto's choker begun to glow as well. Luna's face showed worry. Emergency. There is a rainbow crystal in the neighborhood, Luna said as she jumped to wake the girls up. However, she did not take into account that the window was closed. Luna was stuck on the window panel. Both of you. Transform, Luna said. Oh, Motoki's late and now I'm ticked off, Makoto said. Me too, using pretty girls as cooks and house sitters. That idiot Motoki Onisan, Usagi said. Usagi, Luna said as she cried in shame. Just kidding, Usagi said as she transformed into Sailor Moon and Makoto into Sailor Jupiter. Naruto turned about as he heard explosions. He dashed and transformed. Moonlight power. Transform, Naruto yelled as the full moon appeared. His clothing burned in the light and then he was covered by a powerful ray of the moon. He then came out as the Moonlight Fox. Motoki was covering Reika as Zoisite appeared smiling behind the flames. Very heroic, but give up. You cannot defeat me, Zoisite said. Unknown to him, Uchiha Sasuke was watching him like a hawk. Motoki growled and charged to hit him. What a barbarian, Zoisite said as he jumped into the air. Zoi, he yelled as a beam of energy shot towards him. Then, Sasuke's eye narrowed. That was close, Moonlight Fox said as he carried Motoki over his shoulder. Who are you? Motoki asked. I am an ally, but I got to tell you. You left two girls standing for you. I think they are rather pissed. You have to take into account that they are people too. And they really like you. A lot, you can't just go willy-nilly like that with a girl's feeling, Moonlight Fox said. I see, Motoki said. Well, who do we have here? You again, a voice said as he jumped. You, I don't know why Queen Beryl is so fond of you. But if you get in my way, I will kill you, Zoisite said. Sasuke disappeared and put a kunai to his neck. You will do nothing. Continue with your job. The Moonlight Fox. He is mine, Sasuke said as he narrowed his eyes. Sasuke then pulled a katana and charged at Moonlight Fox, who pulled a set of white kunai. TEME. Moonlight Fox said as both Sasuke and him exchanged blows at sonic speeds, destroying windows and glasses for a miles. Sasuke. Moonlight Fox yelled as Sasuke smirked. Nagashi Chidori. Sasuke said as he staved Moonlight Fox on the shoulder, only to find it to be a buncheon. Teme, Moonlight Fox said as he drop-kicked him into the pavement. Moonlight Fox then charged. FUNN, rasengan. Moonlight Fox yelled. Sasuke then dodged it as he put his hand on his mouth. Raiden, Haji Gyujinki no Jutsu. Shocking grasp technique. Moonlight Fox then yelled in pain as electricity coursed throughout his body. I will destroy you. I will destroy the ties that tie us together. And then will I attain my revenge, Sasuke said with murder in his eyes. You, Moonlight Fox said with a gasp in pain, talk too much shit. You are just a whiny little bitch, Moonlight Fox said. Moon Tiara action. A feminine voice yelled as a shining object hit Sasuke's wrist, making him let go of the Moonlight Fox. He flipped back until he reached a female's arm. Sailor Moon, Moonlight Fox said as he passed out. Moonlight Fox, Sailor Moon said as he held the blonde hero. Sorry, I've been careless. Forgive me, he said. I will never forgive you, Sailor Moon said as he looked at the Uchiha. I don't care about your forgiveness, woman, Sasuke said as he looked at her with cold, uncaring eyes. Sailor Moon, help the others, I will take care of this guy, Jupiter said. You monster, Reika yelled as he was with Moonlight Fox next to Motoki. What are you talking about? You are a hideous monster yourself, Zoisite said as he approached. One of the 7 great Yoma, Raikokita, Zoisite said. The 7 great Yoma, Reika said in fright. Yes, you are a Yoma, Zoisite said smiling cruelly and pulled the black crystal. Now have a look, he said as he begun to pull the rainbow crystal from her body. Reika begun to shout in pain as Motoki held her in his arms. Reika. The crystal then was ejected from her body into Zoisite's hand and then she turned into the Yoma Raikokita. Then Zoisite's hand felt a fast hit. And dropped the crystal. Then from the roof came Tuxedo Common. So you interfere again, you devil, Zoisite said in a boring tone. Tuxedo Common smirked. You will not have the rainbow crystal, he said. Ah, Tuxedo Common sama, Sailor Moon said happy and blushed. Hey, what about Motoki-san, or Moonlight Fox-san, Jupiter said. Right now I am for Tuxedo Common all the way, Sailor Moon said. The Yoma begun to attack, throwing vials at them as they dodged. Supreme Thunder. Jupiter yelled as she attacked Sasuke. Sasuke then used his katana to deflect the attack. Sailor Moon then was surrounded by green slime. What is this yucky stuff? Sailor Moon yelled as the slime grew bigger, covering her legs. It's protozoa, the origin of all life, and you are one of them, the Yoma said. Ah, Sailor Moon said, not understanding. She means you got a single cell brain, Luna said. My planet, Jupiter, bring the storm, dark clouds, and thunder. Supreme Thiunder. She yelled as she got rid of the protozoa. Naruto begun to wake up. Slowly he begun to stand up. Die. Sasuke said as he backhanded the girl and charged towards Naruto with a Chidori. So, this is how I die. Is sad. I am sorry, Sakura. Mother. Mom. Everyone. Naruto said. Flame Soul. Shaboon Spray Freesing. 2 voices yelled as Sasuke dodged the first attack but got caught on the second one. Supreme Thunder. Jupiter attacked the Yoma but she made her thunder go inside a hip flask and returned the attack to the sender. Luna jumped towards the Moonlight Fox. Luna, quickly, get those 2 pills from my pocket, Moonlight Fox asked Luna. Luna dug in and found a brown pill and a red pill and put it on her mouth and kissed Moonlight Fox to give him the medicine. Naruto-kun, my first kiss. He tastes like miso ramen, Luna thought as she blushed. Moonlight Fox's wounds begun to close even faster. Then he realized something. Sasuke was dashing towards Sailor Moon. Sailor Moon, he yelled as he used Kawamiri with her and parried the attack with his kunai. I will save you, Sasuke. Moonlight Fox said, I swear it. I will break the chains of hatred. Moonlight yelled. He pulled his 2 kunais and moved his arms in clockwise motion. Moonlight, reversal, healing light. Moonlight Fox yelled as a torrent of white light enveloped Sasuke. Oni-san, can we train please? Mob later. Sasuke, I wanna be like Big Brother. Then a sudden strange memories begun to flood into his mind. Hey stupid prince, it's time for our sparring match, idiot prince. You just can't attack me like that. I am an elite guard, even if you are my friend it's impossible for you to hit me, Queen Serenity. No. No, no, this memories. No, I won't allow you. Sasuke yelled as he clutched his head. His mark begun to hiss and smoke. What is this? This memories. They are not mine. But, so familiar. You bastard. What are you doing to my mind? Somewhere else. Orochimaru's eyes widened as he felt something wrong. The mark in Sasuke. It was being cleansed. He had never felt something like this. Kabuto, I think we might have a problem, Orochimaru said. Back to the fight. No, my power. You will not get it. No, Sasuke yelled in pain as his mark begun to fizz and dark misma begun to pour out. Orochimaru then appeared with a worried expression. Kabuto, take Sasuke-kun away, now, Orochimaru said. He then looked at Moonlight Fox. You will pay for that Jinchuriki boy, Orochimaru hissed as the earth swallowed them. Sailor Moon then used her moon healing escalation, refresh. Reika then go back to normal. Zoisite and Tuxedo Common were fighting. Zoisite was dodging Tuxedo's cane attacks and attacking with energy shots towards the Caped Wonder, not Batman. It appears the battle is already over, Tuxedo Common said. Zoisite inhaled a bit. You win, you can have the rainbow crystal, Zoisite said. Tuxedo Common bended down to pick it up, and then a maelstrom of sakura petals begun to swirl around. Zoisite laughed, you fool. Now I have the rainbow crystal. Tuxedo Common clenched his fist. Zoisite, I will make you pay for this treachery. Scene change next day. They were all in the airport. Reika said her goodbyes to everyone and thanked Makoto to her clear her head. Makoto smiled and nodded, but was sad about her departure. You did the right thing, Mako-chan, Naruto said as he smiled. However, Makoto gasped. Naruto, you have a black eye. What happened? Makoto and the rest said. I got into a small fight. Nothing serious. I kicked ass, Naruto said, but he clenched his sides. He was still a bit sore. Are you okay? I can give you a ride, Mamoru said. I never expected that from you, Naruto said. Hey, I might not like you. But it doesn't mean I am a total ass, Mamoru said. Well, okay. Only if Amy-chan can come. I live with her after all, Naruto said. Yeah, it's okay, Mamoru said. I'll rest a bit. You all take care, Naruto said. Rei's grandfather was sitting on the temple's gate roof contemplating the moon. Oh, what a pretty view of the moon. Is the perfect night to enjoy watching the moon while having dumplings and sake, the old man said. He then saw sakura petals and a young man appeared. Who's there? He asked. Zoisite yelled as the black crystal. The black crystal then begun to resonate and poured its dark energy over Rei's grandfather. I feel an evil presence, grandfather said as he then felt the effects of the wave. Zoisite begun to cluckle, so this old man is one of the 7 great Yoma. The grandfather then begun to yell in pain as Zoisite begun pulling his crystal out of his body. I'll remove the rainbow crystal from your body in a moment, Zoisite said. The grandfather kept yelling in pain, you devil. Now return to us, Yoma Gigi, Zoisite said. Then, in an upset turn of events, the grandfather released a power spiritual wave. Gia, you bastard, Zoisite said as he was pushed back. The old man clutched his chest. I underestimated him as a senile old man. But he is very strong. Zoi, he said as he pushed the old man with his power. Rei and the crows then sensed the power. Naruto was sweeping the floor happily as he felt the surge of power himself. The old man was thrown out of the roof and both Phobos and Diamond swooped in and attacked Zoisite. OGG, Naruto yelled as he dashed and used Sunshin and used his body to break the old man's fall. Rei apart, Grandpa, she yelled. Damn it, Zoisite said as he teleported away. Phobos, Deimos, Rei called them back. The old man clutched his chest in pain. Are you okay, old man? Naruto said. What happened? Rei asked. Then they heard something. What's going on? You're noisy, said a person who woke up on the stairs of the temple. Who is there? Asked Rei as Naruto ready to hit and kunai. The man had long shaggy hair and looked at Rei. He was immediately smitten with her. I'm Kamada Yuichiro, he said and then bowed on the floor. Please, will you make me your disciple? Naruto, Rei and her grandfather both blinked in confusion. The next day. Wait, your grandpa has gone nuts. Usagi said. Well, nuts is a strong word. But yeah, I think he is going senile, Naruto said. That's right, Rei said. Well girls, I'll see you at the temple. I got work to do, Naruto said as he speed off. At the temple. The old man then jumped from a tree and swung from rope to rope and landed in the floor perfectly. Why do we have to do this? Yuichiro asked. Is part of your training, the old man said. This is kind of fun, Naruto said as he did the same but added some more things like using his legs to hold onto the rope and then landing on the floor. Nice one, the old man said. Not to be outdone, Yuichiro tried and was going well till the rope gave up and snapped and landed face first to the floor. Naruto began to laugh. Am I wasting my days of youth in here, Yuichiro said to himself. The girls then got to the temple and saw Yuichiro on the ground with the old man throwing some water at him. Hey, wake up, the old man said. Grandpa, what's going on? Rei asked. Usagi then laughed. Ji-san, you look very cute, Usagi said. He then picked another bucket. Knock it off, Rei said. He threw some water and Yuichiro began to twitch. He came back too. You are dull, goofy and slow as molasses. You're not worthy of studying in this shrine, the old man said. Who is he? Asked Amy. Kamada Yuichiro-kun. He's become Grandpa's disciple, Rei said. Usagi gasped. Yuichiro, are you okay? Rei said as she was worried. He looked at her. Rei-san. You look great in your school uniform too, Yuichiro said. Did you hit your head? Rei asked in concern. Rei turned to see his grandfather. Grandpa, this is too cruel. Shut up, shut up. It's a hard road to become a priest, he can't slack off. It requires guts, he said and then begun to cry. The three girls, Amy, Usagi and Makoto were confused at this sudden change of personality. He then latched onto Rei. What should I do? You're the only one who's qualified to succeed to the shrine, along with Naruto if he took more interest. I'm so lonely, the old man said. Rei sighed. See, he's been so unstable. He's so weird, Rei said. It's not weird at all, the training has to be though. Yuichiro said. He went to the praying part of the temple. I'll do it. I'll endure any sort of training, he said as he clapped his hands and pulled the rope, then a ball opened and released water on his head. All the girls gawked as the old man turned into a laughing guy at the prank he pulled. Gotcha, he stepped right into it, he said as he laughed. Ojii-san, Rei said. Usagi began to laugh at his misfortune. Usagi-chan, Amy said admonishing her friend. Naruto patted Yuichiro back. I know how you feel. I had someone who was worse than this guy. If you have a strong will of fire, you will make it, Naruto said. Usagi still laughing was approached by the old man. Isn't it funny? He asked. I love jokes like that, Usagi said. Usagi-chan, you are the only one who understands my joke, the old man said. They both began to laugh. Oji-san, stop it, Rei said. If it's about me, Yuichiro said. You stay quiet, Rei said. But, Yuichiro begun. Quiet, Rei yelled. Yes, ma'am, Yuichiro said. If you keep this up you will ruin the reputation of the shrine, Rei said. Well, is only a harmless pranks, Rei-chan. I mean even I pull some, Naruto said. As Naruto said, don't be so hard on him, Usagi said, you should be willing to have fun. That's right, the old man said. Usagi, Rei said in a serious face, this is my family's business. She then poked her chest. You stay out of it, and then pushed down. Naruto however grabbed before she fell to the floor. Rei, that's cold, Naruto said. Rei-chan is being mean to me, Usagi said as she cried. Usagi-chan, don't cry for such little reasons, Makoto said. But it's Rei-chan's fault too, there was no need to shove her, Amy said. Well, in my opinion, Usagi had no right to get into her business, but it was also wrong of Rei to do that, Naruto said. Rei huffed. Rei-chan, honestly, if you are going to waste my time like this, I'd rather study at cram school. Goodbye, Amy said. Naruto looked back at the two girls and sighed. Me too, I'll go practice kung fu, Makoto said. What, can't they give me advice? Rei said. Fine, have it your way. What do you have to say? Rei said. About the master, Yuichiro said. Come on, Grandpa's not your master, Rei said. The weather changes suddenly in the autumn, Yuichiro said. Rei said as she turned to Yuichiro. The biorhythms of the body and mind often go out of sync, Yuichiro said. What is your point? Rei said. So once the weather settles down, I'm sure he'll calm down as well, Yuichiro said. He scratched the back of his head. You should be patient with him, he added. Rei looked thoughtful and then giggled. What is it? Yuichiro asked. Thank you, Rei said, you are more serious and reliable than you look. She sighed and sat down on a bench. Girls are so unreliable, sure we say we are friends, but the moment I need them they all turn cold, she said as she looked into the sky. Then from behind a tree Usagi and Luna begun to spy on them too. "What are we doing?" said a voice. "We are spying on Ray-chan." "Now shush," Usagi said. Then they realized and turned around and saw Naruto behind them. This appearance by Naruto through Usagi's idea to use the disguise pen to play Cupid for them. "Just leave them alone. Time allows to people to think and learn," Naruto said as he carried Usagi out like a fireman, since Usagi refused to leave. "If you behave like a brat I will spank you like one," Naruto said, making Usagi blush, gulp and give up. A bit later, Naruto laid on the bed with Usagi. She was still crying over it. He gave a bite of the daifuku to Luna and she grabbed one. She enjoyed it and begun eating it as Naruto had one. Usagi normally couldn't bring any male friends over but their parents were out for the time being. "Relax Kaneko-chan. You will ruin your beauty if you keep crying," Naruto said. "But why is Ray-chan so mean to me?" Usagi asked between cries. "Is not that she is mean. Is her personality. Is abrasive. Look, is just that you act so delicate and cry too much at the drop of the hat. You have something she doesn't, she is jealous of something you have, you are a beautiful girl Kaneko-chan," Naruto said. Usagi blushed, and stopped crying and looked at Naruto. He patted her hair. "I got you to stop crying, now how about I make us something to eat? Would you like some broccoli chicken?" Naruto offered. A little while later. "Wow, you are a great cook," Usagi said surprised. "Well Mako-chan showed me a few things," Naruto said as he had a drink of cold water. "I bet she showed you a lot of things," Usagi said with a smirk making Naruto do a spit take over Luna. What? What are you talking about?" Naruto said horrified as he blushed. "Ha ha ha ha," Usagi laughed as she saw Naruto all flustered and Luna all wet and angry. Naruto then begun to laugh, not having anything else to do at this point. Later that night, Yuichiro was practicing late at night while Rei was having a bath. She was worried over her only grandfather. "Phobos, Deimos, you think is the weather affecting my grandfather?" Rei asked. The old man was doing some fire reading on the temple room. Then the fire roared. "You dare to appear again, evil one," the old man said. The sound of chuckling came out and Zoisite appeared in the room. "Tonight I will take the rainbow crystal," Zoisite said. The old man and Zoisite then begun to duel with their powers. The power was so strong it shook the shrine and alerted even Naruto who was a fair ways away. "I feel an evil presence," Rei said. "With Naruto. That is Zoisite's energy signature. I have to hurry," Naruto said as he dashed out. At the temple, the old man rolled on the floor and stood up once more. Zoisite went to the air and launched another attack and trapped the old man in his flower petals. Then a pointy thing came over and pierced his hand. Zoisite groaned in pain and looked around to see the blonde-haired boy that messed his plans so many times before. "Sorry I can't let you do what I think you are trying to do," Naruto said. "Is you again, the blonde rat, you bastard, you damaged my beautiful hands," Zoisite said. He then launched a barrage of kunais that begun to pierce him. "My face. I will kill you bastard," Zoisite said. "Come and get me," Naruto said but Zoisite breathed in and calmed down. "No, I have a mission to accomplish," Zoisite said. He then pulled the crystal out of the old man. "Old man," Naruto yelled. As he was about to grab the crystal a rose punctured his hand and released the crystal. "You," Zoisite said. "I'll take the crystal," he said with a smirk. Zoisite was worried. "Yoma Gigi, get tuxedo common," Zoisite said. The old man begun to emanate power and transformed into the monster. The monster charged at him while Zoisite begun to run away. "Zoisite you deceiver come and fight me," Tuxedo Common said. The monster tried to attack Tuxedo Common but missed then sensed something behind him. He turned and saw Yuichiro. Monster," he yelled in fright. The monster then charged at him. "Yuichiro grab my hand," Naruto said. He pulled him up and then he jumped down kicking the face of the monster. "Ji-san, remember me, you can't do this old man," Naruto said. But the monster charged at him making him and Yuichiro run away into the temple. Naruto and Yuichiro's idea was to get Rei out of the way. "Rei-chan, Rei-san," the both yelled as they opened her bedroom door. And both of them saw her au natural. She yelled and covered herself with her bedsheets. "Don't look," she yelled. "We looked," both Naruto and Yuichiro said in unison. "That doesn't matter," Yuichiro said. "Yes it does," Rei said. "There is a monster here. We have to run," Naruto said. Then the monster came over and was giggling. Yuichiro was frozen in fear as Naruto readied a few of his kunai. You two stay behind me, Naruto said as he got serious. Ayoma, Rei yelled. Go and run while I hold him off, Naruto yelled as he charged and kicked the monster right on the face. Both Rei and Yuichiro begun to run away, but the monster was and eluded Naruto after a while and attacked the two teens who were running away. Yuichiro hit the wall face first and then got up to protect her. Hurry, run, please, Yuichiro said. Yuichiro, Rei said. I'll be happy to die to protect Rei-san, Yuichiro said. Rei blushed as her eyes begun to water. Hey, don't steal the spotlight, Yuichiro, a familiar voice said. Naruto then jumped from the roof and landed in front of him. I suppose you can use this, Naruto said as he handed a kunai to him. Kunai, well, I used to use pocket knives. But it will do, Yuichiro said. They charged and begun slaying at the beast. Rei-chan, hurry and call for help, Naruto yelled as he begun to attack the monster. Rei ran away close to the fire and chanted an incantation. Naruto realized what will happen and got out of the way. Rin, Kyo, Tu, Sha, Kai, Jin, Retsu, Zai. Zen, she yelled as she saw it. The monster. It was her grandfather. Damn it, Rei. Get out and get help, Naruto said as he and Yuichiro begun tackling and slashing the monster. Don't hurt him, Rei said. Baka, he is your grandfather and my master, said Naruto and Yuichiro. Then the monster tackled both and Naruto disappeared. The monster went after Rei and after chasing her outside pinned her against the wall. He knew it was time to act fast. Moonlight power. Transform, Naruto yelled. His clothing begun to disintegrate in the moonlight. The moon swallowed him whole and in its place left a strong light. The light broke as it was a mirror and billions of pieces floated around. Then the face of Naruto begun reflecting on each of them. And then the light hit it once more and it changed into the Moonlight Fox. I have to get Rei-chan, Moonlight Fox said as he dashed forward. Grandpa, please get a hold of yourself, I'm your dear granddaughter, Rei-chan, Rei said. Oi, Yoma, leave the sweet innocent Miko down or face my wrath, a voice said. He turned to the voice. Over here, he said as he stood upside down from a tree branch where the moon's light hit him. He jumped and kicked his hand out of Rei's trot. I will be your opponent, Moonlight Fox said. The monster then slashed at him with his claws and broke the rock altar. Whoa, that was close, Moonlight Fox said as he jumped out of the way with Rei. He yelled a savage cry as he charged against the monster and punched him enough to hear a sickening crack. Moonlight Fox then was hit with enough force to send him into the temple. He was dizzy and was having trouble standing up. Then he went to attack Rei again. But then a small pebble hit him right in the head. I won't forgive you for attacking my cute friend Rei-chan, Usagi said as she came with her peace offering to make up with Rei. Luna was at her side. Moon Prism Power Make Up, Usagi yelled as she transformed into Sailor Moon. Thanks for saving me, Rei said. That's okay. Hey, try this Daifuku, it's really good, Sailor Moon said as she offered some to Rei. Moonlight Fox appeared from behind and grabbed one. Is quiet good, he said. I know right, Usagi said smiling. Then both Rei and Sailor Moon and Luna jumped out of the way. Then they realized something. He ate the thing without taking off his scarf. You idiots, this is not the time to eat a Daifuku, Luna said. But they are really good. And I missed dinner, Moonlight Fox said. Oh alright, Sailor Moon said as she was going to pull her tiara. Wait, that is my grandfather, Rei said. Then let me try a new move I was working on, Moonlight Fox said as he pulled his kunai. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Moonlight Fox said as 6 clones appeared. Pentagram formation, Moonlight Fox said. They surrounded the monster. Moonlight Shadow Prison, Moonlight Fox yelled as the Bunshins pierced the ground with their kunai and made pillars of light surround the area. The monster charged but the barrier held strong. However, it was draining on Moonlight Fox's powers. Whatever you are going to do it fast. This thing is new and is really draining me, Moonlight Fox said. She pulled her magical staff. And swing it around, Moon Healing, Scalation. She yelled. Moonlight Fox broke the barrier as the monster had lost a lot of stamina and was hit head-on with the attack. The monster then turned back to his old self. After saying, refresh. Rei grabbed her grandfather and hugged him. Down the street, Amy and Makoto found themselves going to Rei's shrine. Huh, Mako-chan, Amy said. Hey, what are you doing here? Makoto asked. Rei-chan and Usagi-chan are still fighting, right? So I wanted to talk to Rei-chan, Amy said. You too, Makoto said. You mean you were, too? Amy asked. A woman's friendship breaks up really easily, you have to mend it as soon as possible, Makoto said. Amy nodded. Then at the temple. Everyone was enjoying the sweets that Usagi had brought. Naruto and Yuichiro had a few bandages over their faces. It really is delicious daifuku, Rei said as they all had some to eat, even Luna. I told you didn't I? Usagi said. But I wonder where the monster went, Yuichiro wondered. Monster? What monster? Grandpa said. Oh, no, Grandpa. You don't remember anything, Usagi said, but Rei and Naruto put their hands on her mouth and lauded it. A monster. What a silly dream, isn't it Usagi? Reihime is right, isn't she Kaneko-chan? Naruto said. Usagi nodded and then when both of them released she gasped for air. But, it didn't seem like a dream. Yuichiro said. Usagi, Rei and Naruto paled. Well it doesn't matter, he said smiling with his gothy grin, as he laughed heartily. Rei blushed. Yuichiro, you look pretty dull and clumsy but inside you are courageous and kind, aren't you? She then gave him a peck on the cheek. Then he turned to Naruto and gave him one as well. Thank you Naruto-kun, Rei said with a wink. Usagi, Luna, and Grandpa were shocked. Yuichiro blushed and got exited. It was his dream to have this kiss from Rei. This is it, the climax of youth, he said. Naruto backed out. He was being reminded of a certain green-wearing shinobi. Rei then realized what she did and blushed. Usagi nudged her. Rei-chan, you've got a crush on them. Wrong, Baka, Rei said. He's always being scolded by Grandpa so I'm just trying to comfort him, Rei said. Then, what about Naruto-kun? Usagi said with a smirk. Baka, leave me alone, Rei said as she blushed. Now, Kaneko-chan. There is more than enough of me to go around, he said making Usagi blush, as well as Rei. Rei, I won't let you marry Yuichiro or Naruto. The old man said. Marry, Usagi chanted. Knock it off, Rei yelled. Naruto looked at Yuichiro. Sue. When do you think this turned into marriage annulment and the like? Naruto said. No clue, but I would like to, Yuichiro said with a goofy grin. Not a chance, Rei and her grandpa said in unison. Amy and Makoto then reached the temple and saw Rei chasing Usagi while Yuichiro was running away from her grandfather who was hitting him with a broom while Naruto was running after them laughing. Sorry girls. I got to help get situation under control, Naruto said as he chased after them. Apparently they made up already, Makoto said. I suppose we were worried too much, Amy said. Then they all chased all over the forest surrounding the shrine. Naruto sighed as he woke up. He had the dream again. About his past life. About him being the prince of both the earth and the moon of his home plane. His beautiful and kind stepmother. And her marriage arrangement. She was a bit naive and ditzy, but she was a kind and wise ruler when it counted. He even developed a slight Oedipus complex. But not much. Fortunately she wasn't his real mother. But he was still happy about his sister. The Princess Serenity. He would always train with the royal guards and even hide his face to enter the underground tournaments in order to increase his strength. For my princess. For my sister. For Serenity. I will endure it all, he thought as he was receiving powerful blows to his body. The prince attacked with reckless abandonment of his own personal health, in order to attain the strength needed. He had a good retainer at the palace. But she held back and took great care of the prince. He didn't need something like that, he needed power. That is when he met him. Who became his best friend and rival. The boy with the raven-colored hair. And his eyes that turned from black as coal to red as blood. Naruto woke up from his dream. He looked at his side. Luna was sleeping soundly. Her face was red from what happened the day before. He heard a part of the story from her. So he had to put the loose ends on his own. Apparently a fat cat had taken a liking to her. So much that he started to act like a feline version of Tuxedo Common, launching fish bones rather than roses. Even in his feral state, turning into a Yoma. Tuxedo Common took the crystal and ran off. Sailor Moon managed to save the day. Also there was about Yumino and his disguising himself as Tuxedo Common. Having rather hilarious consequences, he saved Naru from an attack from Zoisite by visiting her in his outfit. He scared Zoisite off. He even got confused by the real Tuxedo Common by Naru, who was passing out. She immediately begun to like him. Everyone had someone. Save for him and most of the scouts, Rei had Mamoru unknown to Naruto. She was using Mamoru to make Naruto jealous. Damn, I really need to get a girlfriend. Naruto muttered as he woke. He took Luna gently and put her on the windowsill so she can get some sun. He gave her a small peck on her forehead and left to clean himself up. Amy had left earlier in order to buy a new set of books she has been looking forward to read so he had the house to himself. I should get a few more jobs, so I can get my own place. I don't want to bother Mizuno-sensei any more than I need more, Naruto said. He washed his face and brushed his teeth, he then combed his hair to his trademark fashion. He grabbed his hinata and wanted to put it on, but decided against it. Don't need to put a sign on me saying, Moonlight Fox here, now to I. Naruto said as he then felt faint steps. Hey Luna, you are up, Naruto said. Yup, what are you going to do today? Luna said. Well, I was thinking I should get to know Usagi better. We all know how well it went last time, Naruto said in a sarcastic tone. Luna giggled at the memory. Yes, it was funny seeing both of them so flustered over nothing. Naruto put a black long-sleeved shirt and a short orange-sleeved shirt and blue jeans and blue Snickers. How do I look? Naruto asked. Luna blushed. Meow. I want you baby, inner Luna shouted. You look great, Luna said with a blush on her face. What the hell was that? What is wrong with me? Well Luna, you wanna come, or would you like to stay? Naruto offered. Well, I am staying in, I think those alley cats still have it in for me, Luna said with a sweat drop. Naruto grabbed Luna and gave her a kiss. Have a good day my Nakoheim, Naruto said. Luna blushed and bid him farewell as he left. Naruto walked about and found Usagi. Her family had left for a short trip to grandma's, she decided to stay. Naruto knocked her door. Oi. Usagi-chan, are you home? Naruto called out. Naruto-kun, what are you doing here? Usagi said as she came out opening her window. I was wondering if you wanted to spend the day out. I got some money so we can fool around for today since it's Saturday, Naruto said. Okay, let me change, I was getting bored in here, Usagi said as he heard loud crashing noises. I hope she is okay, Naruto said with a sweat dropped. She came out with a pink fleece long shirt and a pale yellow skirt with pink socks. She looked divine. Wow Usagi, you look cute, Naruto said. Thank you, Usagi said smiling, trying to hide a blush. They walked together and bought some soft serve ice cream as Naruto and Usagi ate. They walked through the stores. Naruto and Usagi had a fun time. They even went to karaoke, but this time Naruto made sure they had the right order this time. They spent the whole night singing and enjoying each other's company. Naruto walked with Usagi who begun feeling a bit of cold and Naruto put his arm around her and pulled her close. Usagi stopped breathing for a while. But then she pressed her head against his chest. He was warm, not only by his body heat but his personality. Usagi grabbed his arm and walked about the city. It was night and they got to Usagi's house. She invited him in. Naruto knew of Usagi's culinary prowess. Naruto went to the kitchen and begun to cook some omelets. Hey Usagi, the omelets are almost done, Naruto said as he flipped it in order to get it to cook into a golden color. He even made some rice to eat with the omelets. Usagi came down from her room. She looked more beautiful. Apparently she put on something, like makeup or something. Is there something on your mind Yuzuko? Naruto asked. No. Well, yes. I don't know, Usagi said frustrated. She did not know Naruto knew who she was. So she couldn't tell him what she had on his mind. Yuzuko, I wanna help you, are you sure you can't tell me? Naruto said. I am sorry Naruto. Is just something I have to deal on my own, Usagi said. Naruto put his hand on her leg, making her blush. If you ever wanna talk to me about it, know that I am always there for you. My rabbit in the moon, he said kissing her hand. At that moment the door opened. Usagi's mother Akuko Sakino and her father Kenji and Shingo came in as Naruto kissed her hand. The father stared at them dumbfounded. Shingo had his mouth ajar. What is going on here? Kenji yelled in surprise. Hello Mr. and Ms. Sakino. Nice to meet you. I am Uzumaki Naruto, classmate of Usagi, and apparently I overstayed my welcome, he said with a nervous laughter. So, in the spirit of this reunion, I bid you all farewell, he said as he slid under both Mr. and Ms. Sakino and went out of the house. I'll see you some other time Yuzuko, Naruto said with a wink and he climbed a tree and swinged into a roof and run and jumped out of their view. Come back here Uzumaki, Kenji yelled in fury. A loud laughter was heard making both Shingo and Usagi form a sweat drop. Yar, now dad doesn't like him. Too bad. Thanks to him I managed to increase my grades, Usagi said as she pulled one of her few tests with a 70% correct. She was about to go to bed. She heard a small sound from her window. She opened it up and saw Naruto smiling looking at her. Hey, the night is still young. Come down Yuzuko, Naruto said as he jumped gracefully to her windowsill. Usagi gasped at his agility. She stepped out and Naruto pulled her arm. I want to show you something nice, Naruto said winking. He took Usagi and held her in a bridal hold. Usagi blushed as Naruto speed trough and went to the rooftops till they reached a water tower. Come on Usagi, climb up with me, Naruto said as he offered his hand. As Usagi stepped on the cold metal bars, she climbed to the top of the tower and sat next to Naruto. Here, look at this, Naruto offered a small telescope. He pointed at the moon and Usagi looked. It looked so beautiful. I come here often. When I feel alone and confused, I find it peaceful, and I gather my thoughts. I feel closer to the moon, for some reason. It calls to me, he said. Usagi looked at it. Then Naruto pointed to the moon. Look, is the rabbit in the moon, Naruto said laughing. Usagi scooted closer to him. Naruto blushed and put his arm around her. Usagi, Naruto said in a whisper. Naruto, Usagi said, her face turned reddish. They scooted closer. Inching bit by bit, Naruto held her hand and got closer, their breaths were and synchronized. Usagi closed her eyes and puckered her mouth. Naruto then kissed her. Yuzuko, Naruto said. Usagi's forehead then shone and the sigil of the moon appeared and begun to glow. You taste like honey and sweets. Kaneko-chan, Naruto said. And you like ramen, after all you are Juban's ramen boy, Usagi said with a smile. They lauded. Thank you so much Naruto-kun. I love you, Usagi said with a smile. And I love you too. My hime, Naruto said poking her nose. Luna was sitting on the window when she saw something. Naruto's and Usagi kissed with the moon on their backs. Luna sighed, she was happy for Naruto, and to a small degree for Usagi. But she felt so left out. All the girls had a turn with him. She then remembered, she was a cat. I was engaged to him by the queen's decree. But, I don't think his heart is set on it. He seems to take a liking to Usagi. And to no small degrees to the other senshi, Luna said. But, what about me? Why do I have these feelings? Can't you see me Naruto? Am I only a friend to you? Can't you see, how you going with the girls makes me feel? Luna thought as she landed on his bed. And sniffed his covers. His scent is so nice, Luna thought as she blushed at what she said. She sighed as she curled on the bed. Oh, Naruto-kun, she said with tears on her eyes. Luna, are you okay? Amy said as she entered Naruto's room. Ah, Amy-chan, how are you? Luna said as she whipped her eyes with her paws. Amy sat down and patted Luna. Is something wrong? Amy asked. Not really. Is just something I have to deal on my own, Luna said. Amy looked at Luna. You are bad at lying, what is on your mind? Amy asked. Have you ever loved someone, but you couldn't tell him, because you are too different? Because you think he doesn't notice you? Luna asked, making Amy do a double take. Well, there is someone I like. But, because of who we are, pretending to be, is going to be impossible, Amy said blushing. You have a thing for Naruto-kun too, Luna said. Why, wait, too, you mean, you, Naruto, Amy said as her eyes turned into swirls and fell to Naruto's bed. Luna sighed, Amy got her bearings back and sighed. Love is complicated, isn't it? Amy said. Yeah, it always is, Luna said as she sighed. Both Luna and Amy stretched on the bed. Luna, what was it like, in the Silver Millennium Kingdom? Amy asked. To be honest, I can't remember much. But, I remember the princesses of different planets were engaged to the Prince of the Moon, Luna said, also. I am to be wed with the prince as well, Luna said in defeat. You were to be engaged to the Prince of the Moon. Wait, but I thought the princess was an only child, Amy said. Well, she is the only child of the queen. The prince was adopted into the royal family. It was not difficult to do since his father and mother were royalty in the moon and earth as well. They were the king and queen of the gold millennium. The queen adopted the orphan boy after Medalia attacked them. The queen took the young prince and in order to maintain his lineage engaged him to the princesses of each planet, so he could have a second chance, but Medalia intervened and it all went to hell in a handbasket, Luna said. I see, Amy said. Well, anyways, I will stay here for a while. I want to stay alone for a while, Luna said as she sat all alone contemplating at moon. Very well, I have to go to cram school. Did Naruto leave your food for you? Amy asked. Yes, he even got some good stuff from the top shelf at the store, something about holistic food or something. Really does wonders for my coat, Luna said modeling her fur as it shone. Wow, your coat is so slick and shiny, Amy said with a smile. See, he is so attentive and kind, it's hard not to like him, Luna. I know, I have to go. Got a lot to study, Amy said. She left and Luna begun to sigh again. Naruto-kun. My dearest, ARRG. I can't think this way, focus Luna. He doesn't like you that way. Is unnatural. But, why do I feel am I forgetting something important? Something about myself. Luna thought as she bit her nails in frustration. Luna, what's going on? A cherry voice said. She turned and smiled. It was Naruto. Her smile then slightly faded away. Hi Naruto, what are you doing here? Luna asked. Well, I heard you were in a funk and feeling down, so I came here to get you out of it. Come on, we have a fun day ahead, Naruto said. Luna was taken back. Checkered fade out. Luna and Naruto were standing in front of a spa for pets and their owners. What's this? Luna asked. Well, is a little gift I wanted to give you, since you were always helping the Senshi and me with information and kept me company. I wanted to give you a full day of pamper in a spa, is special for pet and their owners, Naruto said. He entered and told the perky receptionist about his reservations. Oh yes, Mr. Izumaki. The deluxe VIP treatment for Luna and yourself. Please come this way, the lady said as she gave Naruto a set of pinkish robes and slippers for himself and Luna. Luna walked along with Naruto who were shown to a bathhouse where they cleaned their bodies, then they selected their next course of action. Let's relax on the mud bath, they say is relaxing, Naruto said as he took his robe and entered the bath. Okay. Luna said as she took her robe and gently dipped her hind legs in the mud, then she dipped herself wholly. Naruto walked to her and held her to his chest and stroked her head. Luna began to blush, but shortly enough a pair of masseuse came in and asked them to lay on the table. Luna was on a smaller table but next to Naruto. The masseuse then began to massage Luna who purred in delight as Naruto felt all his knots from stress disappear. Ah, that's the spot, Naruto said as he felt relaxed. Luna was having similar spots. Oh, yes, so good, Luna thought as she felt so relaxed. Enjoying your cell LFFFF Luna. Naruto said as he felt the hands of the masseuse hit all the right spots. Miuo, she said. After the massage they went to the pool spa where they went into the steam sauna and relaxed and sweated their worries away. It was a slow day today so there was no one here except the employees. Naruto-kun, you really didn't have to do this, Luna said with a blush. Naruto smiled and patted her. You are someone I care for. I can't let you be in a funky mood now, can I? Naruto said. Luna smiled. I feel this way because of you. Baka. But you are my baka, Luna said as she walked to him and purred and softly rubbed herself against him. Naruto then went to the most dreaded part of the spa. Mani and Petty. He had to go trough it due to the package deal. The things I do for the ones I love, Naruto said as he sighed. He entered and a pair of hands took him and Luna to the chairs where they took their slippers off. Luna was being pampered and her nails being done by a professional. As well as Naruto. Just nothing girly for me, okay. I got a reputation to keep, Naruto said. The ladies sighed. He was a typical man. Oh well, at least he would look good. After they were done, they dressed Luna in different outfits. Sir, what package did you ask for again? They ladies asked. I think it was the shinobi package, Naruto said. The girls squealed and found the perfect outfit to match Luna's personality and color. Luna struggled but in the end she ended up with a beautiful pinkish outfit. She had a white flower on her right ear. She had a small blush as she was presented to Naruto. Wow, Luna looks so cute, Naruto said. The ladies threw some sakura petals around as Luna stood on her hind legs and batted her eyes. Naruto smiled and then scooped Luna and she sat on his shoulder. They left the spa, then Naruto dug into his clothes and searched for something. Here, I wanted to give you this, Naruto said as he took a hitai and tied around her waist. Naruto. This, Luna said. Don't worry, I want you to have it. You are part of my life. So, Naruto said as he blushed a bit. Naruto and Luna then went to the movies and to eat, however they denied him access due to Luna. Luna felt a bit down due to it. Naruto was thoughtful, he did not like what was going on, it made Luna feel down. Luna was feeling down, Naruto was trying to bring my spirits up. But apparently because of who I am is being torn down. I feel so bad about this. I am sorry, Luna thought. Naruto is enough. I appreciate what you did for me today, Luna said. Then Naruto said something. I got it, Naruto said. Luna, can you imagine yourself as a human? He asked. As a human, Luna thought as she imagined herself. See Sailor Moon's movie for how she looks. Naruto then went off a series of hand seals. Henge, he said as he touched Luna. Poof. Went the smoke cleared. A beautiful young woman stood in place of Luna. She was dressed in the same outfit Luna was in. She had a twin set of Odango-styled hair, but hers was black and wavy. She looked at herself. I am, Luna said as she examined herself. Yup, you are a human. Well, you are still a cat, I just used a henge on you. Now you look like a human to anyone, including yourself, so you can come with me, Naruto said with a smile as he blushed. They went into the movie theater and bought the tickets for a romantic movie at Luna's request. Luna and Naruto sat down. And the movie started. Luna started to eat some popcorn and slowly snuggled against Naruto. The movie got heated and Naruto and Luna begun to get a bit frisky. Luna looked at Naruto's eyes. She had the eyes of a teenage girl in love. Naruto was weak against it. Slowly Luna begun to get close to him. And Luna stopped. Naruto, thanks. But this is fake, isn't it? Luna said with her eyes watery. What do you mean? Naruto asked. Do you love me? Even thought you know who I really am. Is it because of what the queen said? Luna asked, choking on her tears. Naruto sighed. Luna, I love you so much it hurts. You are the only one who knows who I am. And what I carry. You accepted me even knowing what I have. And you always supported me and kept me company. I love you, Luna. My Neko Hime, Naruto said. Luna begun to sob and held to Naruto. And stole her kiss from him. Baka, baka 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 baka, she repeated again and again on her head. I love you too, my kitsune Shino. Shino means imperial prince. Luna kissed Naruto. Then, the henge broke and Naruto saw Luna's cat form. But they did not care. He loved her, human or not. They enjoyed the rest of the movie as she sat on his lap. Naruto, if I ever become woman, can you take me as your bride? Luna asked hopefully. We'll talk about that later. I am still too young and I am only a genin. When I get to be Hokage or close to it, we will talk. I mean, I don't even know of my own family yet. I want to learn about them. So I can have my proper name, Naruto said. I see, Luna said. She was a bit sad. But she was still in 7 heaven. She'd gotten something wonderful. Her first real kiss. Henge, Naruto said as Luna came back into her human form. Luna exited holding Naruto's arm as they walked down the street. So Neko Hime, where to next? Naruto said. Luna and Naruto spent the rest of the night together and sat down on the tower to Tokyo. Admiring the moon, enjoying each other's company. Thank you for this special day tonight, Naruto, Luna said with a slight blush and kissed Naruto. Naruto blushed and held Luna tightly. Everything for the people I love, Naruto said. Just, what the fuck was I thinking? Naruto said to himself. He made out with Luna, his cat. True, she was smoking hot, and he had always been a loner in his village, and attempted to get attention however he could. In his case, pranks, so he had never had a girl. True, he had a huge crush on Sakura, however. He never would have thought that he would develop feelings towards his pet. I must been out of my mind, but I don't regret it. I wanted to give Luna a good time. Maybe it went a bit overboard. But, Naruto said. A bit. I thought I was watching a Ika Ika Paradise collection with you too. A bit more and you would have gone to a love hotel, Kyuubi said in a not-so-subtle way. Who asked you? Naruto said to Kyuubi. He walked by Usagi's house. Lately he had managed to make the girl wake up earlier by sneaking at night and putting her alarm faster. Morning Yuzuko, Naruto said as Usagi went by running with a piece of toast on her mouth. Naruto walked dashed besides her. What's the rush? You still have 10 minutes to get to class and we are a few blocks away, Naruto said. Usagi was shocked and consulted her watch. It was indeed earlier than what her alarm said. Naruto chuckled as he stole a bite of her toast, still hanging from her mouth. Thanks for breakfast, Kaneko-chan, Naruto said as he winked at her. Usagi blushed as Naruto passed by her. He then found who he was looking for. Amy-chan. Naruto waved his hand at her. She blushed and acknowledged him. Good morning, Naruto-kun, why are you so late? Amy asked. We left home at the same time. Yeah, but I had to make sure our queen of lateness was on time, Naruto said. Why? Wait, are you? Naruto said as Ami's face turned red and turned away from his. Concerned about Usagi's well-being. Naruto finished. Amy did a faceplant and quickly recovered her bearings. Can you be any more dense there? Amy thought as she dusted herself off. Anyways, I found a ice cream and frozen yogurt place, really nice place, my treat. Just bring the rest of your friends, I got to stay a tad later at class, I am tutoring Usagi a bit, Naruto said. Are you sure you are up to that? Amy said teasing. Maybe. I seen your results, she still fails, so maybe is not so much as you teaching her but on how you teach her. You are smart Amy, way too smart and therefore process information differently, so it's hard to dumb it down for Usagi since she thinks in a way lower level than you. Since I am a goth and a prankster, I can give the information in a way she can understand, Naruto said as he mentally patted himself on the back. I will take you on your offer, I hope we have a nice time, Amy said smiling. After school 5 p.m. Usagi walked alongside with Naruto, both of them with tired eyes but feeling accomplished. Wow, this is the first time I got such a good grade, maybe mom will even raise my allowance, Usagi said. I knew you could do it, you have the same exact problem I did, still do. But she doesn't need to know that, you just need to calm yourself, Naruto said as he carried her book bag. They walked all the way to Shinjuku and found a little store. It was the ice cream and yogurt place Naruto mentioned to Amy. He drew a map of it, and his calligraphy left a lot to be desired but his map was right spot on. Hey girls, Naruto waved as Amy, Rei and Makoto both smiled and waved, and did the same for Usagi. Let's have some sweets, Usagi said as the girls giggled. Naruto felt a bit awkward when the girls sat left and right, closing him out. Why do I get the feeling something bad will happen to me? Naruto thought. Just then a nearby bank was being robbed, Naruto and the girls turned around to see. Sailor Moon was swinging from a rope tackling the bank robber. The girls and Naruto quickly exited the place, and saw Sailor Moon. Naruto's shocked face looked at the Sailor Moon, quickly to Usagi. She looked both confused and amused. The signature of the chakra. This is bad. They are using this to lure the Tuxedo Bakatem out and steal his jewels. I mean his rainbow crystal, Naruto thought. Naruto growled as he saw the fake Sailor Moon land perfectly and quickly left the scene. This was also a test. A trap as well, to see and find out Tuxedo Kamen's identity as well as his own. This guy's we're playing for keeps now. Naruto looked at the fake Sailor Moon, I mean geesh, even her hair color and outfit color scheme is out of whack. You got to be an idiot not to notice, Naruto thought to himself. I need to ditch the girls. But how? Wait, Kage Bunshin and Kawamiri perfect. Naruto did both and silently sneaked away. He did not need to do so as the girls were looking for this Sailor Moon imposter as well. Naruto went into a shopping center and went to the top floor. Moonlight power. Transform. Naruto shouted as the scene changed. The moon sent a powerful ray of light that disintegrated Naruto. His clothes changed and he became once more Moonlight Fox. Moonlight Fox began chasing after the imposter, but doing so in a sneaky way. He did not want to arouse anyone's suspicion. Then he saw Tuxedo Kamen chasing after her. You idiot, is a trap, Moonlight Fox shouted in his head, however he kept his cool and chased after them. Moonlight Fox then found himself in a warehouse district, close to the sea. He then hid himself. He then saw the girls, they were not transformed, until they saw the imposter. Usagi wanted to save her. Typical, her kind-hearted heart would one day kill her. Well, is not like he could be one to talk. Naruto then saw him, one of the 4 generals. He held the fake Sailor Moon tied up on top of a giant crane. Talk about ambience, Moonlight Fox thought. The girls transformed and did their grand entrance, however the fake Sailor Moon managed to get away. Moonlight Fox did a Kage Bunshin and followed the fake one. The original one mixed together with the senshi. Looks like fun party, mind if I crash? Moonlight Fox said as he smirked underneath his scarf. Moonlight Fox-sama, Sailor Moon exclaimed. Damn you, you must be the anomaly the boy spoke of. No matter, the group looking for you told us about your furry little friend. He would be more than happy to help us, said the person with white hair. However, I know he is a sneaky little fella. I rather eliminate you all once and for all. Die, he said as he made a sphere made of darkness. Moonlight Fox and the girls were trapped. Jupiter tried using her attack, but the barrier was strong. Moonlight Fox sat down. He knew his attacks would be useless. He only had one way to fight the darkness. Girls, brace yourselves. And above all, don't scream, Moonlight Fox said as his eyes turned demonic red. The Kage Bunshin kept following Tuxedo Kamen as he rescued the fake Sailor Moon. He entered into a warehouse. And then was stabbed. What is going on, Sailor Moon? He said as he was shocked she had attacked him. Sailor Moon took her outfit, only to reveal Kunsight, who was cross-dressing in order to lure him out. He chuckled. As he tried to attack him once more, however, Tuxedo Common managed to escape momentarily. His shoulder was bleeding and he was feeling weak, losing too much blood. Kajbunshin Moonlight Fox couldn't do anything. He could not help him yet. However, Kunsight managed to find him and attacked him once more. Tuxedo Common parried his attack, however Kunsight managed to pin him down and blow his mask away. "Ah, so you have such a handsome face," Kunsight said as he was about to give the final blow. Crescent beam. A female voice yelled as a beam of energy hit Kunsight on his hands. He yelled in pain, and then looked around for the source of the attack. He found no one. Then he looked at his prey. Tuxedo Common was gone. Kajbunshin Moonlight Fox then dispelled himself. His boss needed this info. "And don't scream," Moonlight Fox said. The girls looked a bit afraid as his body began to be covered by a red energy. Mars, who is a Miko, was especially susceptible to this. RAAAAAAAAAHHH. Moonlight Fox yelled and GR told as his chakra began to physically manifest itself. The power on it was so grand, yet so dark and evil. It made the Senshi shiver in fright, like looking straight at the Shinigami's eyes. Moonlight Fox kept pushing the red chakra more and more as he felt his mind drift away in a sea of hate, anger and other negative emotions. His chakra then took the shape of the demon fox as it was about to break it. However, he felt his power being sapped away. That bastard, he planned for this. His is siphoning the fox's chakra. But for what? Wait, damn, he is trying to feed it to their leader. To awaken it, Moonlight Fox reasoned as he fell to his knees. Moonlight Fox, Monolight Fox Sama, the girl shouted as the barrier began to suck the oxygen. "I am sorry. It seems I failed," Moonlight Fox said. "Is not your fault," Sailor Moon said as she sensed her and her friend's end at hand. Tuxedo Common, come on out. We have Sailor Moon and her friends with us. Don't you care what will happen to them? The other general said. Tuxedo Common came limping as he bleed on the wall he was using for support. Moonlight Fox and the Senshi began to cry in pain as Moonlight Fox felt weaker due to the forcibly extraction of his chakra. "Mother, help us," Moonlight Fox said. "I am here. Release them," Tuxedo Common said. "Not until we get what we came for," Kunist said. "Crescent beam," said a female voice as the attack hit the two generals. The barrier was broken and Moonlight Fox fell face first. "So not cool," Moonlight Fox said as he pushed himself up. He was still feeling weak. From the rooftop a girl with flowing blonde hair and a mask jumped down. "And took it out. Took you a while to make your entrance, Moonlight Fox said with a smirk. "Sorry about that, Foxy-kun," the new arrival of the Senshi said. "Wait, I know who she is. She is Sailor V," Sailor Moon said. Sailor V then took her mask and her beautiful face was for all to see. Then a white cat landed and introduced her as Sailor Venus. Naruto concentrated a bit and pushed his regular chakra and managed to get his normal strength back. "I will not leave until I get what I want. So die," Kunsight said as he rushed to attack Tuxedo Common who had his guard down. Moonlight Fox disappeared as he took Tuxedo Kamen's place and took the attack on his right side. Kakashi and Jiraiya then jumped in sensing something wrong and attacked the generals. Reikiri, Rasengan, both attacked them but their attacks were nullified. Moonlight Fox, "Are you okay?" Kakashi said as he pulled a kunai out. He realized that they would be using some sort of chakra nullifying field. Since Orochimaru was now working with them, they would have learned about chakra. So it was natural they would develop something like this, since Moonlight Fox and Naruto's most devastating attacks were chakra-natured. Jiraiya rushed in and kicked them both, sending them towards the walls. "If chakra won't do it, then just use taijutsu," Jiraiya said as he grinned. Kunsight then dashed to kill Tuxedo Common, however he stopped as a young boy appeared before him. His eyes were red and filled with raw hatred. "Kunsight, stop this foolishness. The queen has requested all of you to come back. Now," Sasuke said as he looked at Kunsight. "Who are you to tell me what?" Kunsight stopped. He felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. "You are annoying," Sasuke said with cold and uncaring eyes. He looked at Moonlight Fox and smirked. "We will meet soon enough. Dobi," Sasuke said as he teleported with the unconscious Kunsight and the other general. Then Sailor Moon asked this, "Are you the Princess of the Moon?" Sailor Moon said. Sailor Venus smiled, "I am sorry, I am just like you, a senshi sent to protect the princess," she answered. Moonlight Fox walked up to Tuxedo Common and gave him a piece of the red pill, and Jiraiya and Kakashi helped the girls. Well, mostly Kakashi. Jiraiya had to be knocked out due to his hands moving in strange ways. That should do it, Kakashi said as he managed to give first aid to the senshi. Thank you so much Kakashi-sensei, Sailor Moon said making Kakashi blush. Ma, it was only for a short while, Kakashi said while giving a nice smile. Tuxedo Common then left making Moonlight Fox a bit concerned about him. Sailor Moon was sad about this. But they all decided to meet on the shrine. Moonlight Fox however had other plans. He needed to rest. The attack he received had done something to his wound so it was closing really slow, even with the medicine and the fox's help. Moonlight Fox, Kakashi and Jiraiya used Sunshin to get away. I guess. We have to leave now. We will meet tomorrow, Sailor Moon said as they all left. With Moonlight Fox now on his civilian ninja form. Damn it, he said as he punched the building making a dent on it. Now, Naruto. We knew something like this will happen. So I have an idea. However you are not fully grown yet. It will take at least a couple weeks more for the new training to begin, Jiraiya said. Damn, is it because of my nature chakra training? Naruto asked. In part, yes, however I think it would be best if we leave it at that. I have to go gather more information on Akatsuki. I got to see my information network after all, Jiraiya said as Kakashi and himself left using the Toad network. Sigh. How am I going to explain this to Amy? Naruto said as his wound was still closing. He walked up to the apartment where they lived. He sighed and entered. Amy-chan. Are you here? Naruto walked as he went to the medicine cabinet. As expected it was choked full of useful stuff. Well, might as well, down the hatch you go, Naruto said as he puppoed himself full of antibiotics and coagulants from both his own world and this. I don't like the ones Sakura made. They make me sick. Thought they do work best, Naruto said. Oh, so is like that A female voice that sounded irritated said. Naruto closed his eyes. I know I didn't hear that. No not at all, he said as he closed the door. Shinoru, the voice said as she punched the door ajar hitting Naruto at the same time. Please, not like this, Naruto cried in realization. In front of him, Sakura Haruno, and amazingly, Hinata. What are you two doing here? Damn you guys gotta get out before Amy-chan or her mother came. I don't want any misunderstandings, Naruto said as he flailed around. Relax, we put a genjutsu around to make people forget the reason they came here, Sakura said. So, where are you going to spend the night? Naruto asked. Well we check in a hotel close by, we need to make sure you are okay. And, I wanted to know. He's helping them, isn't he? Sakura asked. Yeah, look, I am turning in, just dispel the genjutsu. But first, Naruto said as he walked close to Sakura, she blushed. And then. Can you help me fix the door? I don't know what to do, Naruto said making both Sakura and Hinata fall on the floor. Ah, sure, Sakura said as both Naruto and herself begun to fix the door. Both of them did not know but. Naruto was already engaged, thought it was in a previous life the feelings he had for the princesses took a great hold. He originally wanted Sakura, but it was because she reminded him of her. The Princess of Mars. Take care you two, Naruto said as they left. Friends of yours? A feminine voice asked. Hey Luna-chan, how are you? Naruto said. I am fine, but things got more complicated, Luna said. I know, I got a feeling Tuxboy has something to do. I will investigate this further, Naruto said. But it will have to wait till tomorrow. I need my rest, and I need to heal my wounds, Naruto said as he walked to his room with Luna at his side. He went and turned to sleep as Luna gently sat beside him and stared at his face. Why do I have such an ominous feeling hanging over me? Luna said to no one in particular. The next morning, Naruto left home early without waking up no one. He went by and saw Usagi, probably headed to raise since they have a meeting, Naruto thought to himself. As he walked he sensed something off. It was Mamoru and he was walking funny. He turned around and saw Usagi sneaking behind Mamoru and slapped his back. Hey why so down? Cheer up, she said as he groaned in pain. Usagi was confused. You, look as cheerful as ever Odango Atama, Mamoru said as he walked on his own but holding his shoulder. He begun walking and then Usagi noticed something warm in her hands and looked at it. It was blood. Usagi followed him as they walked to the park. Fortunately Naruto was with them, so he begun to race forward. Mamoru then turned around. Usagi and now the blonde brat had been following him. And now all three of them were encased in a light. What the hell is going on? Naruto said. You too, what the hell are you doing? Mamoru asked. I was worried about you, Usagi said. They were sent into the Starlight Tower, where Usagi got knocked out due to the fright. Only Naruto and Mamoru were up. Kunsight, Mamoru said. Naruto looked at him. How did he knew his name? Ah, I see you are here, Kunsight said as he saw Naruto. And you brought a pest with you as well, I see. Naruto's eye twitched. A pest. Kunsight. Is the rainbow crystals you want? Let those two go, they got nothing to do with us, Mamoru said. I see, I will do so after you put the crystals in here, Kunsight said. There, now let them go, Mamoru said. I am happy. That you are such a fool, Zoisite said. I'll take the rainbow crystals. How dare you, Mamoru said. Careful, any funny moves and that girl and the young brat will be burned to charcoal, Zoisite said. Zoisite, take care of this. As they took their eyes off them, both Naruto and Mamoru threw something, for Naruto a Senbon, while Mamoru was a red rose. The other general teleported away. So the Senbon and rose missed, but scratched the face of Kunsight. Usagi then begun to come to as she woke up looking at Zoisite and Mamoru with Naruto, both of them had their backs to Usagi. Zoisite. Why is Zoisite with them? Usagi said. Then Zoisite saw his face cut by both Senbon and the rose. You scared my face. I'll remember this, he said as he teleported away. Chiba Mamoru, if you want the rainbow crystals back, I'll be waiting on the top floor, Zoisite said. The rainbow crystals. What does he have to do with the Ryubo crystals? Both Naruto and Usagi thought. I hope you live long enough to make it, Zoisite said as the place turned cold and stalagmites appeared. Look out, Mamoru yelled as he threw both Naruto and Usagi to the floor. Naruto rolled and got on his feet and grabbed both Mamoru and Usagi as they dashed towards the elevator. Usagi then begun to realize something, Mamoru's injury. It was on the same spot as Tuxedo Common from last night. The floor began to crack and it broke as they passed and reached the elevator. Usagi pressed the button desperately and the elevator opened up. We are safe, Usagi breathed in relief. No we are not, Mamoru said as Naruto growled. They were trapped in an elevator, it was organic monster. The door disappeared, and it begun to move upwards. Naruto sat down. I don't think we can run anymore, Mamoru said. Long elevator, isn't it? We've climbed up pretty high, Usagi said. Hey, why are you after the rainbow crystals? Usagi asked, then realized what she said. I am sorry. If you don't want to talk about it is okay. To recover my past. Naruto and Usagi looked at him. To regain my memory, I need to gather the rainbow crystals and obtain the legendary silver crystal, Mamoru said. He knows about the silver crystal too. Usagi thought. When I was 6, I lost my parents in a car accident. In the process I lost my memory. I could not remember even my name. And I've never remembered anything since before that. However since then, I've had the same dream over and over. I have to find the silver crystal and recover my past, Mamoru said. Usagi looked at him as Naruto put the pieces together. Mamoru chuckled. I wonder why am I telling you all this? I used to think you were the most disagreeable person in the world, Usagi said, but I could move you down to second place, she said. Mamoru smiled, thank you. Then all the energy was gone and the elevator stopped. Zoisite was on the top and created fire with his pyrokinesis. Goodbye, Zoisite said as his fire attack went down the elevator shaft. What's that? Usagi said as she saw the red and yellow light coming to them. Naruto tensed. What will I do? If I transform, he'll know I am Sailor Moon, but if I don't, we'll both die, Usagi thought as Naruto had a thought much like her own. Her eyes turned serious. Moon Prism Power Make Up. She yelled. Then, it exploded. Rooftop. Zoisite was chuckling at his deed. Oh well. I'll just have to tell Beryl-sama that Chiba Mamoru died accidentally, he said as he walked away. What accident? Called a voice. What? Zoisite said as he turned to see who was speaking of. You deceived people with dirty tricks and tried to kill us. You must pay for this sins. I Sailor Moon will punish you in the name of the moon, Sailor Moon said. Zoisite chuckled. Sailor Moon, I will dispose of you along with Tuxedo Common, he said. What do you mean? When in this place is Tuxedo Common-sama? She said with an annoyed voice. I am here, said a familiar voice. Usagi cringed and turned around slowly. Chiba then pulled a red rose from his coat and then transformed into Tuxedo Common. No way, Usagi said. You wear Tuxedo Common, Usagi said. You were very brave, he said, now leave the rest to me. No, you are hurt, Sailor Moon said, Tuxedo Common, you should escape. Sailor Moon, I will protect you, Tuxedo Kamen said. Tuxedo Kamen-sama, Sailor Moon said with a blush on her face. Talk all you want, but you can't back that up. So while we are in the stage to reveal secret identities, how about I show you mine? A voice said as they saw Naruto digging himself out of the rubble. His body had many burn marks, but noticeable was a wound on his right side. He then pulled his choker out and took the small white kunai. Moonlight power. Transform. Naruto called out. Sailor Moon and Tuxedo Kamen shielded their eyes as Naruto emerged as the mysterious helper, the Moonlight Fox. Is nice to be out on the open like this, he said with tender eyes. You were always this close to me, Sailor Moon said with her eyes watering down. I am sorry, I wanted to protect you and help you, as Sailor Moon. And as Usagi, Moonlight Fox said as he lowered his scarf. Enough chit-chat, now let us settle the score, Tuxedo Kamen, Zoisite said. Very well, but you will not touch Sailor Moon, he said as Naruto took out his kunai and finally put his hit I8. Of course, let this be a fair fight, Zoisite said. Naruto's eyes widened. Something was not right. He turned around and saw a gleam. Tuxedo Kamen saw something wrong and immediately pushed Sailor Moon out of the way. A crystal-like spear pierced his body along with Naruto's while protecting Usagi. She turned around and saw both of them emappled. Both Naruto and Tuxedo Kamen fell to the floor as they groaned in pain. She grabbed them both. Hang on, are you all right? Usagi yelled in fright and confusion. She began to cry as she held both Tuxedo Kamen and Naruto on her. Are you hurt, Kaneko-chan? Naruto said as he managed to get himself upright. Aren't you hurt, Sailor? Usagi nodded as tears began to form on her eyes. Why do you look like that, about to cry? I'm glad you are safe, Tuxedo Kamen said. His hand limped and fell to the floor. Stop making her sad, you ass, and stand up, Naruto said with tears of anger in his eyes. Tuxedo Kamen, Tuxedo Kamen, Sailor Moon yelled. She began to cry as the rest of the senshi made it to the top. We are too late, Sailor Venusa said. Tuxedo Kamen-sama, Moonlight Fox-sama, Sailor Mars said. Tuxedo Kamen, Moonlight Fox, Usagi began to cry. A single tear of hers began to glow, as Naruto fell down unconscious. Then the crystals began to move and fused together with her tears, forming the legendary silver crystal and inserted itself on her moonstick. Sailor Moon's eyes looked vacant as she stood up. Naruto began to force himself awake as he saw Usagi once more change, from her senshi outfit to something so familiar. She, Usagi, was the Moon Princess, his sister. Sister, you have awakened, Naruto said. Then the silver crystal reacted with his gold crystal. His Moonlight Fox outfit was destroyed and immediately a new one came in place. This one looked like the fourth's outfit, with some minor modifications. In the back, the sign of the crescent moon inside the Uzumaki symbol. His hair grew a bit more, and a large katana appeared on his side. He kneeled by the princess' side. Sister, and kissed her hand. Honorable sister, it's good to see you after so many years, Naruto said, as tears rolled down on his cheek. I've been so alone, where I grew up, always looking at the moon, thinking about you, without remembering. Sister, Naruto said. She began to float and caressed his brother's face and gently gave him a kiss on the forehead. My dearest brother, I am sorry for your suffering, she said in a voice that was not her own. The rest of the scouts arrived and they got hit with the realization, Sailor Moon was in fact the princess. Tuxedo Kamen was Chiba Mamoru, and above all, Naruto. He was both the prince of the moon, brother of the princess. He was adopted, but they did not know that, and he was their all-time crush. Moonlight Fox. Usagi laid Tuxedo Kamen on her lap. Both Usagi and Naruto were covered in a pink light, Usagi, while Naruto was covered in a gentle and warm orange light. Zoisite decided to make a make-or-break attack and tried killing the princess. However, Naruto stood in the way and stopped his attack with a single finger. Then Usagi used the moonstick and attacked Zoisite, and pushed him violently against the abnormal trees. A tear fell on his face and he began to awaken once more. Serenity, he said. Usagi was taken by the name. Now, all the memories have returned. He grabbed her hand. Serenity, I am Endymion, he said. Endymion, Usagi said as she was taken back to the Silver Millennium. That's right. I am Serenity. Flashback. Both Endymion and Naruto were fighting each other as the fiercest of rivals, both trying to win the heart of Serenity. Naruto had more of a chance being that he was engaged to her since birth. However, that did not deter Endymion. However, Naruto would not just hand his sister to anyone, so they fought so many times to the point of being ridiculous. Then one night Endymion visited Serenity. The palace was attacked by Queen Metallia. Flashback end. I remember. All those times, you and Naruto fighting over me, Usagi said as tears fell down, Endymion. Then, Sailor Moon and Naruto returned to their combat forms and passed out. The rest of the Senshi congregated around them. It's okay. She just fainted, Sailor Venus said. Thank goodness, Mercury said. As the feedback of the memories returning to the prince and princess, the white cat, Artemis said. Mamoru-san. Hang on, Mars said. He's badly hurt, Jupiter said. Zoisite stood up in pain. This is nothing, he said. Then Kunzite appeared to help him. Kunzite-sama, Sailor Moon is the Moon Princess. And his brother is with her as well, Zoisite said. I see, he said, so the princess awakened and the rainbow crystals were drawn to her, he reasoned. The Senshi all stood up. Along with Naruto, who was still a bit tired from the experience. Let you live for a little while longer, Kunzite said as he used his dark power to push them away. Then he encased Mamoru in a black energy ball and all of them disappeared. Bastard, making my sister cry like that, I knew you were no good for her, Naruto said as his body caved under the stress. Transforming into Naruto once more. And falling down with his clothing, he came from his other world. Naruto-kun, Luna yelled as he ran up to him with tears. What has he done? Sailor Mars said as Mamoru disappeared. Moments later. Naruto was being helped by the girls to walk, right now he was weakened. I am sorry. If I was a bit stronger, we wouldn't have lost Tuck's boy. Naruto apologized. As okay Moon. No, Naruto. Jupiter said as she helped Naruto. Mercury then scanned the place in order to find an exit. However, it proved difficult due to the enemy's magic, making this place a non-continuous hyperspace. Naruto was confused by that explanation. It means this dimension is not connected to Outworld by a 3-dimensional axis but on a 2-dimensional axis, with the connection made throughout the opposite coordinates in 2 space directions through a space of 0 dimensions. All of the Senshi plus Naruto looked at her. Amy-chan, that is kinda hard to understand. Even hearing it makes my head hurt, Naruto said. Then Sailor Moon regained consciousness. Sister, you are awake, Naruto said as he thanked Jupiter for her help and held his hand to her. Tuxedo Common. Where is he? Where? Tell me where he is. Usagi said as she asked Jupiter. She turned her face about. She couldn't face Usagi. He is not dead, is he? Usagi said, afraid of the answer. He's alive, Mars yelled. Really? Sailor Moon said. She had a hard time to accept that. Yes, what Mars is saying is true. But the enemy took him. Damn Tem, making my sister dear worried. Naruto said as he regained some of his strength back. The enemy. Sailor Moon said. I see. Everyone, listen to me, Artemis said. Since the princess has awakened, it's time you heard everything, Artemis said. Luna, your memory must have come back when the princess awoke, he added. Luna nodded. Wait, what are you talking about? Jupiter asked. About our past life, Venus said, and the kingdom of the moon, the silver millennium. In the ancient past, Artemis begun to spin his tale. There was a kingdom on the moon, called Silver Millennium. It was a peaceful and beautiful paradise, Luna said. But then, an evil will captured the earth, Artemis said. They invaded the Silver Millennium to gain the absolute power of the silver crystal, Luna said. However, there was another earth, one besides the other in a parallel world. From there, a blonde man came and rescued us from the first wave. He was powerful and kind. He was a leader in the other world and had established a religion that came to be as the shinobi. The evil will on the earth of our dimension then decided to attack his dimension. They made civil unrest and made people kill each other and rally against him. They amassed with the 2 earths and attacked Silver Millennium. The young leader managed to keep them safe. But he had to return to his home and protect his wife. After that, once they were both gone, they attacked them separately, Artemis said. But they did not know the alternate earth had a power not unlike the silver crystal. The gold crystal. With it they managed to drive away the evil. However, the brave young leader gave his life in the process. The evil will escape to regain strength in our dimension's earth. Naruto was an orphan on Queen Serenity loved the young leader. However, his heart was won by another. She however decided to raise his now orphan son as her own. The years passed and young Naruto was soon to be of age. Since he was the last of his lineage, an arrangement was made. He was to be wedded to the guardian princesses and the princess of the moon and her counselor, Luna said. Naruto was going to have a harem. The scouts yelled in surprise. Naruto looked away in embarrassment. However, before that could happen, Endymion showed up and slowly tried to win the princess's heart. Naruto and Endymion both battled for her heart. Endymion was good, however Naruto was not like normal royalty. He got down and dirty and used any trick in the book, or even outside the book. He trained himself with the worst of the worst, picking fights in the underground arenas and the like. Prince Endymion had no chance at all, not to mention Naruto's hidden abilities and talents. However, Medalia launched a surprise attack. However, thanks to the power of the silver crystal, the evil was sealed, Artemis said. You are all the reincarnations of the warriors of the Moon Kingdom, Artemis said, and at the same time, the princesses of the planets you are warriors of. They all yelled. No way, we are all ending up marrying him, Mercury said with a blush on her face. They all collectively blushed while Venus looked more shy and coy and acted demure. The Queen of the Moon was kind, in hope that you and the princess and the prince could live an ordinary life. However, for Naruto things did not go as expected, Luna said as she looked down. Naruto was looking at the wall, like there was something fascinating about it. However, someone broke the seal and the evil has spread once more, Artemis said. And this evil is the leader of the Dark Kingdom? Mercury asked. Yes, and its name is Medalia. Queen Medalia, Naruto said as he regained most of his strength and managed to stand upright. If it weren't for them, you would have been able to live normal lives, Luna said. We need to fight them. To save the people, Venus said. I don't want to fight anymore, Sailor Moon said. Naruto looked at her. He felt a pang of pain. I can't stand this, she said. You can't give up. You're the princess, Venus said. I don't care if I am the princess or not, it's got nothing to do with me. I am Sakino Usagi, she said. She was having an emotional breakdown. Naruto could not blame her. All of this, so fast, so suddenly. Usagi, don't you understand your mission yet? Luna said. Mission? What's that? Reincarnation? That has nothing to do with me. Listen to me everyone. I don't want to fight anymore, she said crying. Do you really wish that, sister? Naruto said as he looked at her. I am your brother. I love you. I can't stand seeing you hurt. I might not be related to you by blood. But, if you wish, I will take your place. Become the Prince of the Moon. And fight along the scouts. I will be your sword and your shield. I will kill and spill the blood of the enemies before you. I will aid you anywhere you want. But, I am only human. I won't be able to protect your benefactors. Your friends, will you leave them at an unknown fate? Have you really become like that, sister? Naruto said. I am not your sister. I am Usagi. Isagi, she said as she held her head, trying to block all of it away. Sailor Mars then walked up to her and slapped her. Usagi began to tear up. Naruto looked at Mars and then at Usagi. Coward, 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 Mars said in fury. Yes, I am not as strong as you are, Usagi said with tears. The noticed Mars' tears. Ray-chan, Usagi said. To save the likes of you, Mamoru-san, Ray said with tears on her eyes. I think I had enough of this place. Let's get out of here, Naruto said as he popped a chakra pill. You were right, Venus said. They begun to move. Then Naruto noticed something. Stop, Naruto said as he pulled his kunai out and looked up. Kunzite, Naruto said. I am surprised that you found the exit, he said. The senshi surrounded Usagi, with Naruto at the head. Everyone, protect the princess, Venus said. I'll fight with you, Jupiter said. Thank you, Venus said. You are wasting your time. Oh yeah, Supreme Thunder, Jupiter yelled as her lightning attack rushed forward. However, Kunzite's defense was perfect. No way, he absorbed the energy, Jupiter said. If energy attacks won't work, then kick his ass the old-fashioned way, Naruto said as he rushed forward. Taju, Kajbunshin no Jutsu, he yelled as 40 copies of Naruto sprung forward. Each of them surrounded Kunzite and begun pummeling him. As strong as he is, Kunzite couldn't do much against the overwhelming numbers. Kunzite dropped to the floor. Naruto was grinning, however Kunzite got up. Die, he said as he attacked both Jupiter and Venus. Naruto turned around only a fraction of a second too late. The attack hit them both. They yelled in agony and pain as their bodies begun to slickly smoke. Then, silence. They both fell. Mina, Mako, Naruto yelled, his eyes widened in horror. You have to believe in yourself. Amy, look after her, Ray said. Are you prepared to die? Kunzite said. Fire Soul, she yelled as she threw her attack. Fool. He redirected the attack and made Ray fall down as well. Naruto clenched his fist. Tears rolled down his face. He stood and slowly begun to move towards his sister. And put his hand on her shoulder. Are you ready to die, princess? Kunzite said. You'll have to go trough me first, Amy said. Insolent pest, he said as he attacked. However, Amy stood strong, but she faltered after the third attack. Everyone, Tuxedo Common, Naruto, give me your strength, Sailor Moon said. Sailor Moon, the silver crystal, hold the silver crystal high, Tuxedo Camon's voice came to her head. Right, she said as she pulled the moonstick. So you are ready to go to hell, princess. Don't worry, I will send your friend over there with you so you will have company, Kunzite said. Fine, for the life of Zoisite. Die, he said as he launched his deadly attack. Please, please silver crystal, Sailor Moon yelled as it began to glow. Kunzite's attack was pushed back. Raw, Sailor Moon yelled. You are not alone. Gold crystal, lend us your strength, Naruto said as he summoned his sword. The gold crystal fused with it, making it a beautiful ornate sword, yet making it look no less deadly. Kunzite was badly injured, so he preferred to flee. Naruto then put his sword on his shoulder and grabbed Usagi. They managed to get out thanks to Naruto's total disregard for temporal placement and sheer brute force. He used rasengan to break the walls and for some reason destabilized the entire dimension by sheer luck by hitting the pilar of the two-dimensional axis. Once they got out, Sailor Moon decided to continue fighting, even if it was just to recover Tuxedo Common. Somewhere else. Endymion, you can't forget that girl, can't you? But it doesn't matter how much you love her. She will never be yours. Her heart, it was always set on the other prince, a shame. If he was older. But you are the one I love, Beryl said as she healed Endymion and infused him with the dark energy. The day after, Naruto and the senshi sat down around Rei's room. Everyone looked a bit confused and also a bit hurt. So, how long? Amy asked. I known you all were senshi. I didn't know who was who. Hell, I didn't even know who was I. Or who the senshi were until I meet Luna here. I teamed up with her in order to find the princess. And to awaken the senshi. As I got to meet every one of you, I started getting my past life's memories. I think this all happened for a reason, Naruto said as he sighed. If you didn't know, then why did you agree to help Luna? Usagi asked. I can't just leave her like that, you know. She might be a very smart cat. But she's still a cat. If people knew she could talk. Well, you get the idea, Naruto said. Usagi closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Tell me, what happened to you, once you were reborn in your world? Usagi asked. Naruto frowned. It was not a pleasant memory. But he needed to get this all out in the open already. Secrets will do no good. First, I got to undo something, Naruto said as he placed his hand on Minako and Artemi's foreheads. Kai, Naruto said as he broke his memory erase. What happened? Minako said. Yeah, I kinda erased the memories of our first meeting. Didn't want to spoil any surprises. Sorry about that, Naruto said with a sweat drop. As I was about to say, when I was born, a terrible demon appeared in my village. The name of that monster was the Kyuubi no Yuko. A terrible monster that was powerful enough to destroy 3 mountains with one of his tails, cause all kinds of natural disasters. Then the 4th Hokage battled that demon, but he couldn't kill it. No one could, so he decided to do the next best thing. To seal it away, Naruto said as he remembered what Mizuku said to him once. Of course, since it was such a powerful demon, it had to be on an underdeveloped container. So, I was picked up, and used to seal away the demon so it will torment the village no more. Inside of me, the demon sleeps and is trapped there. However, the villagers did not see me as a hero the 4th wished me to be. Rather, they thought of me as the reincarnation of the demon. I lived from orphanage. Until at age 7 I was kicked out. I lived in the allays, running away from the mob that would come and try to kill me. I endured several beating and assassination attempts. Until the 3rd tried to stop this. You see, when the 4th died, the 3rd took charge until a suitable Hokage was found. However, the Council of Elders stripped him of most of his power and made the old man unable to help me as much as he would have wanted. However, he managed to get some money for me and I lived on my own since then, but the villagers still hated me and resented me. But back then, I did not know why their hate. They threw me out of shops, markets. Hell, at school they did the impossible to fail me. I failed my graduation test to become a ninja 3 times. And I entered 3 years early. Anyways, after so many attempts I failed the 3rd time. And a teacher by the name Mizuki said something about a hidden test. I jumped at the chance to get into the ninja world and fell into a double trap. I was stealing a sacred scroll of forbidden jutsus. And he was going to blame it on me. And he was going to give it to Orochimaru. However, as time went by I was found by Iruka-sensei. He was the only one who treated me fairly, he was strict but fair. Then Mizuki revealed his true colors. And I managed to beat him with the Kage Bunshin. And became a ninja, Naruto said. However, good thing didn't last. Sasuke, my teammate, became obsessed with revenge. He wanted to kill his older brother, Itachi, for massacring the Uchiha clan. Itachi. He killed all of them. Except his brother. As time went by, Orochimaru put his sights on him. You see, Sasuke has a special gene trait called the Sharingan. He can copy any jutsu, taijutsu and undo any genjutsu. Orochimaru marked him with a cursed seal, influencing him more and more. Until one day, he left. Myself and a small team went to get him back. Most of my teammates suffered near fatal injuries and went on the verge of death trying to rescue him. However, he left by choice, because he wanted more power. Sasuke and I fought on the Valley of the End. As Sasuke and I charged blows, a portal was opened into this world. He shoved a Chidori to my lung and kicked me into the portal. I was spitted out close to your home, Amy. Remember that night? I thought you were an angel. Naruto said with a small chuckle, making Amy blush as the other girls teased her. Usagi then stood up and wrapped Naruto in her arms. She began to cry. I am so sorry. I didn't know. I wish I could been there for you, Usagi said as she cried. Naruto was taken back. He wasn't used to this. But he smiled as he patted his sister's head. Don't cry, Kaneko-chan. You didn't know. It's not your fault. Or any of yours. I don't blame any of you, Naruto said. Naruto-kun. Is kinda weird. I mean, I know you were adopted into my family back in the Silver Millennium. And we were brought up together to be wedded. But it's still kinda weird you talking to me like that, Usagi said. I mean, I like it. But, I don't know. I know what you mean. But, I don't see you only as my sister. I see you as I see the other senshi. Of beautiful young ladies, Naruto said. The girls blushed at Naruto's comment. And then, Oi, Naruto, a voice said. Naruto-kun, another voice said. Naruto stood up with the rest of the girls, they stepped out. Sakura-chan, Hinata-chan, over here, Naruto called and waved his arms to get their attention. Hinata blushed and acted coy, while Sakura had to basically drag her up the stairs. Hello Naruto-kun, Hinata said with her face blushing. Hey Naruto, this your friends? Sakura said as she only saw a glance of them. Is actually a bit more complicated than that. Naruto said, rolling his eyes. I think is better if you come in, a voice said. Sakura and Hinata looked down. They found a pair of black and white cats. How adorable, Sakura said as she hugged the white cat. What a beautiful cat, Hinata said as she lifted Luna and stroked her fur gently. Please. You are choking me, Artemis said. Oops, sorry. I don't know my own strength, Sakura said as she blushed in embarrassment. A moments later, inside Rei's room. Naruto and the girls looked at each other nervously. Sakura was close to losing her temper. Hinata as well, but she did not show. Can someone explain what is going on before I start punching people throughout the wall? Sakura said, being already irritated. We're to begin. Luna, how about you? I really don't feel like going to the moon just yet, Naruto said. Coward, Luna said as she threw a dirty look at Naruto, who looked apologetic. Well, basically, Naruto is the prince of both Earth and the moon in your world, Luna said. Sakura and Hinata blinked. Come again, Sakura said. Naruto is the reincarnation of the son of the king and queen of the moon in your dimension. Luna said. I see. And then, how does he relate to his friends over here? Sakura asked. Well, Usagi's mother, from her past life, was in love with Naruto's past life father. But he got married and afterwards he died protecting his world. Naruto was taken in by the queen and adopted. And, he was to be engaged to the planetary princesses. In order to remake his clan, Luna said. At this point Hinata fell unconscious while Sakura blushed tremendously and growled. Oh, so now you are a player now, she said with a sweet voice. However, her vein in her forehead was betraying her sweet expression. Shinoru, Sakura said as she punched Naruto clear into the lake. A couple of miles away. Enemy of women, Sakura yelled. Someone save me from her. Naruto said as he began to run away from her wrath. Come back here and receive divine punishment, Sakura said as she chased after him. Wait, isn't Sasuke going to do the same? Since he wants to restore his clan. Naruto asked. Is not the same, Sakura said. Yes it is, now leave me the fuck alone. Naruto yelled as he jumped into a tree branch to lose her. Is this supposed to happen? Makoto asked. Yeah, it happens. She always looking at what I do the wrong way, Naruto said. You are here, then, who is Sakura chasing? Amy asked. Kage Bunshin, Naruto said as answering the question. Is she always like that? Minako asked. Yeah, she kinda toned down a bit. However she hits harder. Naruto said, I swear. Tsunade Ba-chan should not have taken her as an apprentice, Naruto said as he brought some drinks. Hinata-chan, you okay? Naruto said as he helped her up. She blushed furiously. Why, yes, I am fine, Hinata stuttered. Ha ha ha, you are so weird Hinata-chan, Naruto said with a smile. Hinata blushed but nodded. I will bring some drinks. Rei said. Hold on, I am coming with you, Naruto said. As Rei and Naruto left the room Sakura entered. She was pissed. Damn it, he got away, Sakura said as she sat down. The rest of the girls stared at her. Sorry, I am mad that he never told about anything. Not even because we were teammates, when you came into our world. We barely spoke, he never explained in detail or anything. And now, we get the news he is a reincarnated prince and he was engaged to you all. It's kinda hard to swallow that pill. Back where we are he was the dead last. The one no girl would think twice about. I was guilty of that myself. I was hard on him. And had my eyes on Sasuke. He was everything Naruto was not. I even wanted to defect the village with him. Kinda crazy and stupid I heard him again and again. The guy, Naruto. He was crazy for me. But, I was mean to him. I hurt him the most when I asked him for a favor. To save Sasuke. You know what he said. He said, don't worry Sakura-chan. I will bring him back to you, just you wait. We will be Team 7 again. Sakura begun to cry. I keep hurting him over and over. And when I try to apologize or I try to make amends, I fuck up a lot. I just want him to be happy. Can you promise me that? Can you keep the idiot happy and not hurt him? Sakura said as she cried. Naruto stopped at the door. Rei was with him and listened in. Naruto inwardly smiled, thanks for your concern. Sakura-chan. But, you never hurt me. I hurt myself. I was foolish. But, to me, you will always have a place in my heart. Maybe not like I originally intended. But, I still cherish you, you are one of my important people. A friend and a teammate, Naruto thought. Naruto and Rei went in with some drinks. Naruto sat and chatted as he told his adventures to his friends. They chuckled when Sakura told a few of Naruto's adventures. That was until Naruto took the piece of resistance. I almost forgot. Here is the movie we started by accident. When we went to the Snow Kingdom. Naruto said. Sakura felt elated it came on DVD, they put it in and it begun. The movie was really action hard to believe it's all true, no dialogue no nothing it was a real life or death struggle. How Naruto managed to rescue the princess. And everything. The ending was rather beautiful. It showed how the country of snow turned into the country of spring. How the evil one was defeated and Naruto even got a kiss from the star. The ending was quite funny as it contained bloopers. Some of them were downright embarrassing, especially to Naruto. Usagi, Rei and Minako were laughing as hard as she could while Amy and Makoto tried to hide, albeit unsuccessfully, her chuckles. Even Hinata giggled a bit. You guys are mean, Naruto said making him sound like Usagi. The senshi looked at Naruto, then at Usagi. Wow, they do take after each other, Rei said as she blinked in surprise. They all laughed, however they got serious after a while. If my memory of the Silver Millennium is still as good as Luna's. I am afraid Beryl might wish to use Tuxedo Boy as an ally after brainwashing him, Naruto said. Why you think that? Makoto asked. Orochimaru would do the same thing. Since he joined Beryl he sent Sasuke many times, he is one of the few who can fight in level with me. Well, there is also Kabuto, but he is Orochimaru's boy toy, Naruto said. The senshi looked at him weirdly. I mean, come on, you saw him. Orochimaru looks like a carbon copy of Michael Jackson. And Kabuto still works for him, Naruto said. The Kunoichis didn't get the joke. However the senshi did. Anyways, we must now work under the assumption the Tux boy gone dark side. Since none of you will be bail to fight him, I will take him on, I am the only one who can fight against him. However, Sakura and Hinata will replace me if Sasuke should interfere. However, you all will run if Kabuto comes into play. Or even worse. Orochimaru, I got no doubts that the fucker wants to steal the silver crystal. And also now that they know, the gold crystal that I have in my possession, Naruto said. So, Endymion, Usagi said. I am sorry my princess. Naruto said with a sad face. Sakura couldn't believe Naruto's current behavior. Hinata however was furious. She had been with him for a long time, longing for his acceptance. His love, yet, those hussies. She was seething inside, she was losing the boy she loved. Before she could even begun. Naruto then excused himself. He had a job to do. He then went to an empty room and put on the traditional clothing as he started his part-time job on the temple cleaning about with the other new guy. So he works here as well? Sakura asked. Yeah, he crashed once over here when he was too tired to go back, Ray said. Oh, that's right, he lives with Amy, posing as a distant cousin from Hokkaido, Makoto said. Really? Usagi then grinned. I bet she had a good night rest with Naruto around I bet, Usagi said. Amy and Hinata blushed, and Amy paled a bit afterward, remembering the little incident she had with him. Well, two to be exact. Makoto also blushed, but had the sense to look away. Ray blushed as he remembered the run-in Naruto had with her. Two in fact, the second one was with another guy. Then Usagi remembered the time they got drunk. Minako however just blinked in confusion as she saw the other girls blush and look at the walls. Even Hinata. Sakura was one of the few who was confused as Minako. After it got dark and the girls had their fill of cookies and pastries they left for their respective homes. Naruto had to stay a while longer due to his part-time job. Usagi however decided to stay. I want to know my brother a bit better, you know. I have the memories. But, I never connected after our rebirth. I wanna be with him, Usagi said. Ray sighed, but gave her that point. Given how fucked up Naruto's second life has been, she couldn't blame Usagi for wanting this. Well, she is also to be weed to him. So I guess it's natural that she might have feelings for him as well, but she is so confused about them. With Endymion and Naruto. Ray sighed. Even my old life's feeling for him had come slowly. I remember him being so kind and attentive to my needs. I was always a hothead. And reprimanded for it. I caused a lot of trouble. But he helped me control myself using a meditation technique. Perhaps that is why I became a priestess in this life. But I will never forget the warmth he made me feel in my heart, Ray said as she blushed. Ray then took her time to dress the part and went to the fire to purify the temple. It was a long night. Couple hours later. Usagi was taking a bath. When she heard a knock. Usagi, do you mind if I come in? Naruto asked. Usagi tensed, but she sighed. Come in, she said. Naruto come in. He was blindfolded but he still blushed. So, about that, Naruto begun. Usagi looked at him. Did you ever, I dunno, loved me back in the Silver Millennium? I have my memories. But, I never knew. I mean, mother made an arranged marriage for us but I wanted your opinion on it. Since well, those laws no longer govern us and all. Well they kinda do to me. Since I am the last Uzumaki in my world. So the restoration of my clan falls on me. But, I don't know. This is all so confusing to me, Naruto said exasperated as he fiddled with his hair. Naruto-Nisan, come here, let me wash your back, Usagi said. Naruto blushed but Usagi did not take no for an answer. Come over here, we are going to do some skinship bounding, Usagi said. What the? Naruto said but it was too late. Usagi had thrown some water on him and was washing his back. She even took his blindfold. Fortunately for him, Usagi was wearing a towel covering herself. So, Usagi, can you? However he was interrupted when Usagi threw water at him and begun to shampoo him. Deflecting the question I see, Naruto said. Sorry, but, I don't wish to talk about that. Not yet, Usagi said, I loved you a lot you know. Since we were kids I remember I used to sneak into your room and sleep with you cause I was afraid of the dark. When mother introduced you to me, I was happy to have a brother. I remember sometimes other royal family kids used to pick on me. And you used to go and fight. You got beat up a lot back then, Usagi said as she chuckled a bit. Yeah, laugh it up why don't ya, Naruto said. However, you became a strong prince. And I remember when you fought on the arena. You fought against people twice your size. And even people who could have beaten you. But you won because you never gave up. I remember my heart racing. And my hands going numb as I grabbed the rail every time it looked like you wouldn't get up, Usagi said as she rinsed Naruto's head. There. All done, Usagi said as she entered the Afuro. Usagi, can you tell me about your family? Your actual family in this life? Naruto asked. Sure, Mom is very kind woman. But she is very strict with me. Dad, he can be overprotective of me as you have seen, Usagi said. True that, he was chasing me for over 3 blocks. Nice endurance on your dad, never seen a civilian run like that, Naruto said. Usagi giggled. Sorry about that, but you left a big impression on my younger brother, Usagi said. Really? How so? Naruto asked. He thinks you are cool the way you moved and got out of the house and the tree jumping thing, Usagi said. Remind me to teach him some basic academy stuff sometime, Naruto said with a smirk. Naruto then saw Usagi. She looked so beautiful with her hair down. But he could see it in her eyes. She was still hurting over Endymion. You look beautiful Yuzuko, Naruto said as he patted her sister. Usagi blushed and sunk herself into the Afuro. Don't worry, I will bring him back. Is a promise of a lifetime. Well, 2 lifetimes, Naruto said with a smile. Usagi kissed Naruto's forehead. Thank you my valiant prince, Usagi said with a smile. Rei then entered as Naruto rose up. Usagi-chan, can you? Rei then stopped. Naruto's towel fell down, then both Rei and Usagi blushed. Thought Usagi was more of a full-body blush. What the hell is going on? Rei shouted. Ah, I am so sorry Rei. Naruto said as he looked for his towel. Naruto then used Kawamiri and disappeared. Wow, he was big, really big, Rei and Usagi thought as they both had a bit of blood coming out of their noses. They cleaned it off rather quick. They looked at each other and begun to giggle. With Naruto. Well, there goes. I got into a perverted situation without anyone help by pure accident in record time. Ero Sennin would be proud. I guess, Naruto said as he changed into his PJs. This one's had cat paw prints all over and some crescent moon prints. He then walked into the room where he found another sleeping futon. Whose? He then turned around and saw Usagi on her pajamas. Usagi. Wah, he said as Usagi tackled him down. We are spending the night together. Rei wanted to come, but she said it would cause ruckus around here, Usagi said. So, what now? I mean, we just gonna sleep or? Naruto said. Outside. Kakashi and Jiraiya had been filming all that had happened inside the temple. Both of them were crying. Naruto is finally becoming a man among men, Jiraiya said. Sensei would been proud of him I am sure, Kakashi said as he wiped a tear of his face. Back inside. Naruto fell asleep. However, Usagi had bad sleeping habits of her own and snuck into his bed. Like she used to do back in the Silver Millennium. She went and snuggled close to him. But due to that her bottom half of her PJs got lowered a bit. Naruto's hand landed on her chest. As she pressed against him. However, Naruto and Usagi fell peacefully asleep. They looked good together. Rei went to check on them. She was shocked. But when she saw their faces, she smiled. Naruto deserved happiness after all that has happened. Orphaned twice. And living a hell in his second life. He deserved this. She walked up to him and sat down. She lowered her face and took her hair out of the way and kissed his cheek. Good night sweet prince, Rei said as she giggled and left the brother-sister duo. She sighed. I hope he likes me as well. I wouldn't mind sharing him. Besides, he could use his cage bunshin for. She stopped and blushed at the thought she was having. Ma, Rei, you are being eki you naughty girl, she said as she blushed. She went to her room and decided to rest. Usagi was going to need cheering up tomorrow. Naruto did a good job, but she was going to need to take her mind off the fight they had at hand. If only for a few days. Usagi left for home. She had a weak smile on her face. All of them could see. Naruto tried his hardest, but it's kind of hard to forget a loved one who has been taken away. Yeah, I was that way too for a while. Naruto reasoned. He sighed as he looked at Usagi leave. Mother, please lend me the strength and the wisdom to help my sister, Naruto silently prayed to Queen Serenity. Usagi has missed several days of school. Naruto as well as Amy, Minako, Rei and Makoto arrived to Usagi's home. Naruto had to use a henge since he was quite sure her dad was still mad at him. Era, if it isn't Usagi's friends, how are you? Good evening ma'am, they said. How is Usagi? Amy asked. It's been a week and she has gotten behind at school too, Amy said. You're right, I should make her go to school. But she hasn't left her room, she hardly eats anything. Whatever happened must have been pretty bad, Usagi's mom said. Endymion, If you are not dead, I will chemically castrate you for making my dear sister feel like this. Rule 1 of Naruto's laws. You make my sister cry, I make you cry. In pain and horror, Naruto thought as he frowned. Luna then entered the home. The kitty with the moon spot is back, she must be worried about Usagi, the mother said. Knock knock. Usagi, are you okay? It's me, Luna. Open up, Luna said as she knocked on the door with her front paws. Usagi. Ray and the others entered. Usagi, your hair, they yelled. Usagi's hair had reached epic proportions, it reached all the way to her feet. Naruto sneezed and his henge became undone. His hair also had grown out, much like Jiraiya's own. Except his was blonde. Naruto and Usagi looked at each other and pointed at each other and then at themselves. The girls then sighed, made Naruto and Usagi sit down so they can do their hairs. It just kept growing, Usagi said as she sniffed. Minako then measured her hair and begun dressing her, making her bun a bit bigger by twirling her hair around more to make her hair shorter and then cutting a bit out. Why you think it happened? Naruto asked. Probably your body started changing when you recovered your memories. It was really long when you were the princess. And yours. It looked like a lion's mane, Venus said as she delicately cut Naruto's hair. Usagi's eyes were glassed, changing. I'm becoming the princess. Is like I am turning into someone else. Usagi thought. Where is the crystal? Are you keeping it safe? Luna asked. Usagi reached into her dress and pulled the crystal. Yes, but there's no change. Are you sure this is the silver crystal? Usagi asked. It's hard to believe this same thing shone so brightly, Usagi said. You know, didn't something come out of the silver crystal and fall into Tuxedo Common? Maybe that's the answer, Makoto said. Tuxedo Common, Usagi thought. Slap. Naruto face palmed. It sounded hard. He frowned. Where is he now? We have to defeat the Dark Kingdom. We have to save him. Usagi said, she was having both a hysteric and a panic attack. Naruto walked and held her hands. Sister, focus on me. Tuxedo Common. Endymion, he is fine, but he will be our enemy from now on. Sister, please, calm down. I am still with you. Don't count me out of your heart. You are the only sibling I have. Even if it's not by blood. I can tell, you had a horrible nightmare. But please sister, I am beginning you. Don't cry anymore. And cheer up. At least for me, Naruto said as he held her hand. I am Princess Serenity. I must be strong, she thought. We must defeat the Dark Kingdom. And the secret of our crystals. But I don't know how to do it. How? Usagi said. We must go to the moon. Back to our old kingdom. Luna said. Naruto then tied his hair in a ponytail style and brushed it a bit. He now looked like a carbon copy of the fourth. Minako-chan, take Usagi with you to that new hair salon, she could use a bit of a change of scenery and it might help her relax a bit, Naruto said to her. Minako nodded and took Usagi with her. But before that she used her brush and brushed her hair a bit. Come on Usagi, I got a place just for you, Minako said as she took Usagi and pulled her out. Naruto sighed. Well, I am off. I need to get more information on the Dark Kingdom. And their ruler. I remember her. But I am going to need more information on the leader than just its name, Naruto said as he vanished. Well, we must do our part as well. We must prepare for our trip to the moon, Amy said. They all left the house. Hopefully Usagi will feel better. Unknown to them, however, the Dark Kingdom had a brilliant plan. Using a strand of hair from Sailor Moon, they will test the people in Juban in order to find her and eliminate her. As so they put a barbershop as a front. In case she wandered in. Minako and Usagi walked in and saw the hair saloon filled with women and stylists, all of them working their magic on the women and girls. Hello, welcome at Okariko Tokoyama, said the head stylist. Excuse me, could you do something for my friend's hair? She asked politely. Of course, the head stylist said as she took Usagi. My, you have such beautiful hair. Please follow me, this way, she said. Usagi then was put through the soaking mode, where she rest her head as they rinsed and shampooed her hair. If there are any itchy spots, please tell me. Oh, okay, Usagi said. Usagi-chan, I hope you feel better after this, Minako thought. The head stylist began looking around with a serious expression on her face. She was not a real human. She was a Yoma in disguise. And the hairdryers were in fact machines used to identify the owner of the hair that the Dark Kingdom had at their disposal. Sorry for the why. Please come to the hair steamer, said an assistant. Oh, no, I just came here for my friend, Minako said. Then please give out hair steamers a try, I'm sure they won't disappoint, the lady said, Our hair steamers use a special steam that even fixes damaged hair in no time. Well, I guess it's okay. It's free after all, Mineo thought as she blushed a bit. She sat down on the chair and undid her ribbon. Then the lady put the hair steamer on her. Please stay like this for a while, the lady said. The head stylist then looked again. This time she found a match. I finally found you, Sailor Moon, she said as she continued to wash Usagi's hair. Usagi felt the water keep going on her head. Kuriko-san, are you done shampooing my hair? Usagi asked. I finally found you, Sailor Moon, said the head stylist. Minako looked up as she was grabbed by her. The other girls begun spraying something that knocked out the rest of the patrons. You mustn't fall asleep. Where is the silver crystal? She asked. Wah, what are you taking about? Minako asked. Usagi took the chance and snuck away. Don't play dumb, she said as she shoved Minako into the chair. The computer told me your hair is the same as Sailor Moon's. What? Minako thought. Then she remembered when she brushed herself with Usagi's hair. Usagi then used the chance and transformed into Sailor Moon and bursted in with a grandiose entrance. The monster was confused, but was relentless as she transformed. She attacked Sailor Moon using a superheated hairdryer. The concrete she hit melted in seconds. Usagi gulped as a kunai broke trough the window. A familiar face came to view. Somewhat. Yo, I hope I am not late. Nar, Moonlight Fox asked me to keep an eye on you. Just in case, the person said. Kakashi-sensei. Sailor Moon said. Yo princess, here to help a bit. I see. Very well then, because you attacked a precious someone of my adorable but stupid pupil. Kakashi said with a smile. How about I electrocute you to death, he said as he pulled his Sharingan into the world to see. His eyes glared at her. The monster took a step back, however she begun to laugh. The monster begun to attack Kakashi and Sailor Moon. However, due to the training she had, Sailor Moon gracefully dodged all the sharp objects and the heat beam. Kakashi then went off a series of hand sings. Reikiri, Kakashi said as his hand begun to be covered in electricity. Wow, that's incredible. So that is the power of the people of the prince's world, Minako thought as she saw Kakashi dash towards the monster. The sound of chirping birds was heard as Kakashi dashed forth. The sound was loud, but beautiful. The sound itself promised an imminent death if the blow was on a most vital area. And shoved the electric attack on her gut. Usagi steeled her nerves and took the moon wand. Monster Mitsunami. No, Kuriko-san, with the crescent moon wand, I will turn you back into who you were. Moon healing, she said, but was cut short. Something sharp hit her hand. Kakashi then scanned the area around and found the culprit. There was a black rose right on the concrete. Usagi looked around and saw the familiar silky top hat. The cape, Tuxedo Common, he was alive. Tuxedo Common, you are alive, she said as tears begun to form. I am not who you think, he said as he stood up. Kakashi eyed him for a moment. Sailor Moon said confused. I am commander of the Dark Kingdom, Endymion, he said as he walked up to her. Somewhere else. Naruto clutched his ear. He begun to cough and felt a shortness of breath. His eyes widened. What is this? What is going on? Why do I feel this feeling of dread and sorrow? Naruto, though, as he felt his own heart was ablaze in a fiery inferno. Then the image of Tuxedo Common came to his mind. He snapped out of it. But his body refused to listen. You are my body. You will move. Usagi needs me. My sister needs me. So move, damn you. Move. Naruto yelled as his legs begun to obey. With Kakashi and Sailor Moon. That can't be, Usagi said, disbelieving his words. He took out his baton. Sailor Moon, hand me over the silver crystal, he demanded. Kakashi then got in front of her. With his kunai poised to attack. Why? How come? Usagi said with tears on her eyes. Trust in me, and on him, I know he will come and help you, Kakashi said with a smile for her. I ask you not to interfere. But it will be useless. Am I correct? Endymion said. Damn right you are. If you want her, you go through me first, Kakashi said. Endymion jumped and attacked Kakashi, who was taken back by his strength. Kakashi pulled his Sharingan back. He couldn't waste it on this guy. He matched him blow by blow. Both of them were fighting evenly, however Kakashi felt he was beginning to grow tired. Endymion had something Kakashi did not expect. He was a prince, and a trained one at that. The best of the best trained him. His stamina was close to that of Naruto's. Kakashi was also drained from the Reikiri he did on the monster. Sailor Moon managed to get the monster to follow her outside. Minako then saw Kakashi battling Tuxedo Kamen. Naruto's prediction. It came true. Tuxedo Kamen. He is the enemy now. I got to contact the others, Minako thought as she called the senshi. A loud voice almost left the girl's deaf. It sounded like a cross between a roar and a growl. Kakashi then felt something. His body shivered. Endymion felt it too. A great pressure of power rushing in. Naruto. The seal. Damn it, Kakashi cursed as he moved out of the potential war zone. Naruto appeared. He was covered in a crimson veil of the fox's energy. Naruto snarled, and then looked at Usagi. She was crying. You made her cry. I'll kill you, Naruto said with a voice not his own. Who the hell are you? Endymion asked. Her brother, and I will make you pay, Naruto yelled as he charged at him. Endymion used his cane to parry his blow, but he was shoved 2 feet into the concrete of the wall of the building. He counted up blood. How dare you make my Usagi cry, you bastard, he yelled as he punched him in the face over and over. Endymion coughed up blood. Naruto then jumped back. He hugged his body in agony and pain and growled. Roar. His Yuki was flashing left and right. A tail sprouted. Brother, Sailor Moon said. Must protect her. Can't let her cry. Must protect her. I can't fail her. I won't leave her all alone, Naruto said as his body became encased by the monster's power. The other monster was taken back. This guy's power was exponentially greater than even the queen. It was growing, and fast. Brother, Usagi cried. Naruto charged at breakneck speeds with murderous intent. Never make my sister, my princess cry, you peon, Naruto roared. Kakashi was taken back. Sister, princess, what did I miss? Kakashi thought. Endymion smirked. He clapped his hands right in front of Naruto's face, forcing him to close his eyes. He used that fraction of a second to deliver a blow with his cane baton. However, something he did not expect. Something that made everything go right down to hell on a wicker basket. 3 tails appeared. Naruto clutched his head in pain as he grasped the fine thread that connected to his sanity. Mother, I am sorry. Forgive me. I shown a side of me to the princess that I never wanted her to see. The demon that I hold at bay, Naruto thought as his mind gradually deteriorated. You mustn't give up, Naruto, a voice said. Color came back to Naruto's mind. A small speck of light. Naruto concentrated and the light took shape. It was Queen Serenity. His adoptive mother. The one that gave him a second chance on his past life. And a new one in this. Naruto. That beast you hold, he was not always like this. Your grandfather. From your past life, he created the moon, and he held a beast like you. However, he put it upon himself. A beast even stronger than the one you hold. It was a part of the evil that invaded my world. Naruto. That man, he took most of that evil's power and sealed upon himself. Since he was just a human. Extraordinary but still only a human. On his dying days he split the power. He created the creatures known as the Biju. Only you have the ability to tame that power. I believe in you, and one of the reasons I thought of you as worthy of being both my son and future son-in-law, the queen said with a tender smile. Naruto smiled and chuckled a bit weakly. Now go, I will do this only once. But you must learn to control it before it controls you, the queen said, giving Naruto a kiss on his forehead. On the real world. The other senshi arrived as they saw Naruto being enveloped by the tendrils of the demonic power. And then his crescent moon sigil on his forehead begun to glow. A white light surrounded him. His clothing changed. He looked like the 4th Hokage. But his clothing was different. It was more European, and his cloak was white. In the back, the sign of the Uzumaki. The spiral, inside it, the sign of the crescent moon. The clan of the moon. On his right hand a beautifully crated sword. In the blade there was something written, the will of fire burns trough the darkest of nights. Endymion, I hope you remember the promise I did with you, Naruto said as he unsheathed his sword. Endymion put on his guard. They both dashed in. Both love rivals clashed at each other. He pulled a rose, Naruto a kunai, and cut each other's opposing cheeks. Naruto then put elemental chakra on his sword and swung it. Endymion had the sense to dodge the attack. It cut trough the building with ease. Your heart is weak. You will not beat me, Naruto said as he did a familiar hand sign. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto yelled. A bunch of Narutos appeared. Endymion looked weary. My princesses, give me strength, Naruto silently prayed as he felt a power cursing trough his veins. One Bunshin situated behind Endymion yelled, Shaboon. Spray. Behind the Bunshin a shadowy image of Sailor Mercury appeared. Fire. Soul. Another one yelled as from behind appeared the image of Sailor Mars, Supreme Thunder. The image of Sailor Jupiter appeared. Crescent Beam. The Senshi looked at him. He was using their attacks. But how? They asked themselves. He is channeling in us. He knows us so well from his past life. He trained, lived, and fought with us. He knows how to fight like us. How to use our powers. Since he is a royal from the court, it is obvious he could do something like that. Endymion was hit by the attack. It was violent. It was powerful. Above all, it was what was needed to be done. Sailor Moon finished dispatching the monster, making it become once more the head stylist and her assistants. Naruto put his sword on Endymion's trough. Mars walked hurried at him. Mamoru-san, you really are okay, she said. However, Naruto put his hand to stop her. He is no longer Mamoru, or Tuxedo Common, or the gallant Prince Endymion. Now he is one of the Dark Kingdom lackeys. And filth, Naruto said as he glared at him. Please, tell me this isn't true, Mars said. Even a rose has its thorns. You must know that even a red rose will no doubt turn black when exposed to a wintry blast, he said as he jumped back from the sword. Why? Mars said, her eyes filled with tears. Naruto bit his lip and growled. He then decked him in the face. A cracking sound was heard. His nose broke. I do not enjoy fighting women. However, I will show no mercy in order to get the silver crystal. Naruto, I will fight you, and I will destroy you. The ultimate sword and shield of the princess. Endymion said. Then Endymion's eyes widened. He turned about. Sailor Senshi. It seems your time of death has been postponed. Women's friendships are fleeting. Just like a fragile flower, they fall apart at the slightest breeze. Be careful, Endymion said. Bastard. Even a flower can survive in a powerful breeze. And in the harshest of environments. The lilac is such a flower. And it is my belief that they will bloom into one. Until then, if you wanna get them, you have to get off my cold dead body, Naruto said. Until then, farewell, Endymion said as he walked into a dark portal. On the other side, Naruto saw him again. Those red eyes. Sasuke, Naruto said. The portal closed and the girls relaxed a bit. Naruto looked at Mars. I am sorry, he said looking down. No, thank you, you warned us about this. I should have listened, Mars said. He hugged her and asked Usagi to come as well. They cried on his shoulders. Naruto, where was I when you grew like this? Kakashi said, wondering how mature his goofy student has grown. Then he remembered something. I know I must be killing the mood. But can someone explain what is going on? Why did Usagi call Naruto brother? And why Naruto called her princess? Did I miss something big? Kakashi asked. One lengthy and crazy explanation later. Kakashi was shocked. He never knew of this. Naruto, prince, of not one, but two worlds. Not to mention his father in this lifetime. Kakashi thought. Well, I will inform this to Tsunade-san. Naruto, I know this sounds stupid but take care alright. Kakashi said as he vanished. Naruto's outfit vanished, as well as the sword. So, now what? Naruto asked. Let's go home. There is nothing to do anymore. At least Usagi knows that Tux boy is alive. Naruto said. Then he realized something. His hand was covered in blood. They all saw it and were shocked. Is okay. Is not my blood, Naruto said as he chuckled. The other girls sighed. It has been a rather crazy day. And in a few days, they would go to the moon. It was night. The moon shone brightly. Naruto felt revitalized. He was on his prince outfit. Sakura, Hinata, Kakashi and Jiraiya came along with him. Usagi came with the rest of the Senshi, along with Luna and Artemis. So, what do we do now? Naruto asked. We need to stand in a circle. The non-Senshi step inside please, Luna asked. The ninjas stepped in and the Senshi and Naruto held hands. They shone in bright light. The shinobi stood firm, and they felt their feet left the ground. Then, nothing. They saw darkness all around. Then, they saw a huge blue sphere. They saw to their feet. They saw all gray and white. They were on the moon. We are in the moon. Sakura shouted. Kakashi and Jiraiya looked around. They felt a bit proud. They were the first shinobi in space. Kakashi could not help himself. One small step for the Fire Nation. One giant step for Konohagure, Kakashi said as he giggled, doing a Neil Armstrong reference idea given by Jailargant. The team inspected the moon. They found a ruin not far away. They walked all the way and saw what was once a beautiful palace. Lay in ruins. Naruto looked pensive and reminiscing of the times he used to play hide and seek with the Senshi. With Luna. With his sister around this very place. The beautiful flower garden where he spent most of his free time at the heels of the queen. The armory where he trained himself and sometimes stole the weapons in order to fight in the underground arena. He walked to where there was a great fountain. There was a sword embedded on the ground. Sailor Mars, Jupiter, Venus, you need to pull that sword, Luna said. The girls tried to no avail. It was stuck to the ground. Naruto gently noodled and grabbed the sword. He pushed chakra into it and freed it from the ground. This sword, Naruto thought. A ball of light appeared. A person was inside it. Mother, Naruto said, tears flowed down. My son and daughter, it's good to see you, the queen said. Queen Serenity, the cats said in unison. The ninja bowed, since they did not know the protocol they did as they would to a diplomat. You must be Naruto's friends and teachers. I hope he wasn't too much on you. He was quiet a handful to the guards back then, the queen said with a tender smile. Jiraiya was crying. He was being pinched by Sakura, Kakashi and Hinata. He was storing his ekines. If you do something stupid, we will tell Tsunade on you. Can you imagine what she would do if you disrespected not only Naruto's mother, but a queen? Sakura hissed on his ear. Jiraiya sobbed inwardly. Mother, please, what should we do? Naruto asked. She then spun the story. How evil infected afterward the people of Earth. Endymions defected from Earth in order to protect the princess. Naruto's valiant prowess. And what happened at the end? Queen Beryl. She was consumed by rage and jealousy. She wanted Endymion, but Endymion only had eyes for the princess. However, the princess loved Naruto. But her heart was also on Endymion, even he went as far as fighting with Naruto, whom I chosen to be her betrothed. Naruto and Endymion however made a ceasefire to fight the enemy. However, both of them died protecting the princess. In her desperation, she killed herself, with the very sword you are holding in order to join you in the next world. I fell into deep despair and used the silver crystal. I meant for you to be reborn in this earth. However, you possessed the gold crystal inside of you, and by default it sent you to the place you were from. The queen said. It was my weak heart that made it possible for the evil to arise. If I had not had so much grief at seeing you two die. My heart died that moment. I felt I broke the promise I did to my dearest friend, the queen said. Mother, can you tell us where the enemy is? Usagi asked. Alas, I can't. The computers were all destroyed. Even this holographic image of my will fade away in a while. Son, I am proud of you. You become strong and a dashing young prince, like your father's envisioned, and your mother's, they would be so proud, the queen said as she stroked Naruto's hair. He began to shed tears. Please, don't talk like that, Naruto said. Serenity, you have a lot to do to grow up into the princess you are destined to be. The silver crystal will answer to your heart. Its power come from you. Only with love can you unleash its potential, the queen said. Naruto chuckled a bit. Mother, you always put a lot of faith in love. Guess that is why my power went hand in hand with yours, Naruto said as he pulled the golden crystal. Yes, the power of the will to march forth, your ancestors called it, the will of fire. Naruto, Usagi, please take care, and Naruto, I might be gone, but, make me a grandmother please, the queen said with a childish face. Naruto cried and laughed at the same time, no promises. But mother, take care, and, most of all, I wanted to say, thank you, for giving me so much when I was on the Silver Millennium, Naruto said. You must be from Naruto's world. Please, take care, the person who unleashed the Biju. The madman behind of Akatsuki. He is a legend that was supposed to be long dead. One of the original founders had a fight with him, and he wants revenge, and wishes to use his friend in order to carry his legacy of hatred, the queen said. I am sorry my Suchi. I am not long for this world. The machine keeping this has run its course. You too are my most precious jewels. And I am so proud of you, too. Keep each other safe. And Naruto, protect her. She will need you more than ever. The queen then vanished. Naruto smiled tenderly. Mother, don't worry. I will keep Serenity safe. I promised you that. I failed. Not this time around, Naruto said as he took the stone sword. This sword was supposed to protect you, princess. I am so sorry. I died like that, Naruto said, gripping the stone sword with his might. Naruto-kun, Hinata said. She was at a loss. She gave up. How could she compete with a love that came from millennium ago? Sakura bobbed his head. Ouch. Sakura-chan, what was that for? Naruto said as he glared. This is not like you. So go back to your goofy happy self, Sakura said. Naruto wiped his tears. You were right, we got a mission now. To save the Tux boy. And destroy the evil force. No biggie. All in a day's work up Prince. Sakura said nudging him. You got no idea, Naruto said with a smile. The senshi smiled. Naruto was back to his old self. The team returned to Earth. Kakashi took Sakura and Hinata with them as Jiraiya summoned his toads. Hinata gave a last look at Naruto. It was filled with longing and regret. Hinata asked Kakashi for a second. She hugged Naruto and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Come back to us safe and sound, you hear? We all are worried sick for you, Hinata said. Hinata, Naruto said flabbergasted. Hinata smiled sweetly. They all disappeared inside the toad. Naruto sighed. Let's prepare for the next team. This one will be more active. Hopefully, Naruto prayed. The girls put their hands on Naruto. Belief. And put your will forward, they said as they smiled. Yes, walk forward, Naruto said half amused. Amy-chan, I need to talk to you in private, Naruto said. Amy nodded and walked away. You are leaving, Amy yelled. Damn Amy-chan, no need to yell, I am getting my own place. I don't want to be a burden to your mom. She is a nice lady. Even if she scares the crap out of me, Naruto said. Amy chuckled. Naruto, you idiot, you are not a burden to mom or to me, she said. Naruto smiled. Still, if I had my own place, we could, whisper 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 whisper. Amy blushed and steam rose from her. The other girls looked a bit confused. I see, then I'll see if mother could help you find a nice place, she said. Naruto smiled. Amy wobbled back to the girls. Her face looked like she had a sunburn. They all looked at Naruto. He was looking at the full moon. He stretched his arm out and closed his fist. I'll make you proud, Mom, Dad, Mother, Naruto said. He turned around where the girls were waving for him to hurry up. He smirked. He put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked towards them. The next day, Naruto woke up. He felt reinvigorated. He could feel the queen's spirit inside of him. He woke up and felt a small tug on the back of his mind. The summoning. That's right. The new team will arrive today, Naruto thought. He left the apartment and quickly dashed towards an empty lot. Kuchio's no jutsu, Naruto said as he unleashed the jutsu. A human-sized form came to life and threw up the new team, much to Naruto's the shinobi dismay. Ow, isn't there a better way to travel that involves less toad slime? A familiar voice said. Arf arf, you said it, buddy. Asu, we must find our youthful friend so he can help us blend better. What a pain in the ass. I smell good stuff around here. Calm down, guys. Is not like there are any other options on the travel style. Indeed, but I wished Lord Jiraiya has used a more pleasant method. No way, you guys, Naruto said in disbelief. He smiled. It's good to see you guys. Damn, I missed you all, Naruto said with a smile. Ino turned around. He couldn't put the voice. It sounded cheerful, it had authority. But the way he spoke. That voice. Naruto, is that you? Ino said. She couldn't believe it. He looked even better than Sasuke did. Arf arf, Akamaru barked. Hey there, seems you're still smarter than your master Naruto chuckled. Hey, who the hell are you to talk so casually to Akamaru and me? Kiba said. It's good to see you again. It seems you changed a lot. Even the Byakugan couldn't recognize you, Neji said as he gave his hand to salute Naruto. Tenten jumped him and gave him a friendly hug. Unknown to everyone, Naruto and Tenten were close. He was with her at school when he failed the first time. She helped him training with weapons and sometimes brought some from home for him, since Naruto couldn't buy any back then. Man, are you this stupid? Can't you tell? If not, I ain't telling you is way too troublesome. Shikamaru walked and put his hand up. Naruto gave him a high five. Both Kiba and Lee were confused. Naruto however took them shopping so they could blend in. No Lee, I don't give a fuck if you are the green beast or whatever, but the spandex has to go, Naruto said in finality when they tried getting Lee into more normal clothing. Both Tenten and Neji cried. Finally the green abomination would been gone. You are a good man, Neji and Tenten thought. Ino used her shopper's skills and managed to find something to fit him. Camo shorts, a green muscle shirt with a golden dragon design. For Shikamaru, a pair nothing. He thought it was a drag to buy new clothes. He had brought a spare set. Ino, well, let's just say he had to pull her out before she ate trough his savings. Choji was a bit more difficult. They had to go to the big boy's place code for fat and get him something for him. But decided not to. Choji's clan made special clothes that expanded with their jutsuits. Otherwise, the other ninjas shivered at the thought. Kiba, well, he got a hoodie and a pair of cargo shorts. Think Alex Mercer from Prototype. This looks kick-ass, Kiba said. Yet he still don't recognize the benefactor, Shikamaru said as he grumbled. Neji and Tenten decided not to get anything. They did not want to mooch off Naruto. Ino however made Shikamaru hold her bags. All of the ninja and passerby's sweat dropped at seeing the scene. The poor guy was being used as a pack mule. Naruto and Neji offered their help and relieved Shikamaru from some of the weight. After paying for the outfits he decided to make them meet his team in this side of the world. Well, it's time you meet my friends in here, Naruto said. Naruto asked the girls to meet by Ami's house. After all they had to also test the sword. Naruto and his ninja team walked down the streets. Ino was looking at the different shops and clothes for sale. Yahoo! Niisan. A voice called out. The rest of the ninja looked up. Two blonde girls who looked like Ino came into view. Quote. God, Shikamaru said. Ino clones. The end is nigh, man. Not cool, man. Not cool, the end is nigh. We are going to get nagged to death. Shikamaru said. Relax, they are not bossy like Ino. No offense, Naruto said. None taken, Naruto, Ino said. You, Naruto. Kiba finally realized. Took you long enough, Naruto said as he sighed. Usagi jumped and hugged him and gave him a kiss on the cheek. How are you, Oni-san? Usagi said. What's this? You made this girl call you Oni-san. You're Sueki, Ino said with a smirk on her face. Tenten blushed a bit, then came the bomb. Ino, she is my sister. Well, step-sister. But still, Naruto said. Whoa, hold up, I need some clarification here, Shikamaru said. Sometime later on Ami's home and an explanation later. Choji dropped his chips. Ino looked like a fish out of the water. Well, he was unreadable. Kiba was trying to say something. But his vocal cords did not work. Akamaru whined. Let me get this straight. You are a reincarnation of a prince, Shikamaru said, trying to make sense of this. Naruto nodded. And this girls are also reincarnated princesses and also engaged to you back in Silver Millennium, was it? Shikamaru said. They nodded. And you, he said pointing at Usagi, are the reincarnation of the Princess of the Moon. Who is also Naruto's adoptive sister. She nodded. Excuse me for a moment, Shikamaru said as he stepped out and started banging his head in frustration. All of this did not process on his mind, he was a person of facts and evidence. Much better. This makes the pain of trying to understand what you just say fade into the background, Shikamaru said. Amy giggled. Amy, don't take him lightly, he is the same as you. A genius in his own right. Too bad he is too damn lazy to use it, Naruto said. Damn right, is troublesome, Shikamaru said. Naruto, Ino said. You, me, outside, Ino said as she pulled Naruto by the collar. Tenten trotted close by. You are telling us, you no longer have a thing for Sakura, Ino said. Naruto sighed. I never had a thing for her. Sasuke was my rival, and I thought, hey, why not try to get the girl? Naruto said. Yeah right, this comes from the guy who got into more beatdowns by said girl just to get her attention, Tenten said. I never really liked Sakura like that. But I was too stubborn. Also, she reminded me of someone, Naruto added. Who? Ino asked. The Fire White Princess of Mars, she was a hothead and quick temper. Just like her, but that is where the similarities ended. Ino and Tenten were in shock. Naruto was talking in a very civil manner. Not only that, but he seemed more mature. Let's go back in. I don't wish to make my sister worry, Naruto said. You really love your sister, don't you? Ino said. I don't think I could be alive if I lost her. She saw me die one. Back on the Silver Millennium. I don't wish for her to be all alone again, Naruto said. Can I see it? That memory? Ino asked. I guess so, but be careful, Naruto warned. Ino then used her clan mind reading technique and sorted trough Naruto's memories. She found it strange. He had two memories. One was his current memories. The other was from the past life. Ino looked at his old memories that he unlocked. She begun to shed tears. Such a beautiful place, destroyed because a woman's jealousy. He saw the friendship, the rivals, the fights, the heartwarming family Naruto had. And how it was all taken in an instant. Just because of jealousy. Naruto then forced Ino out of his mind. Ino, I told you to be careful, damn it. Don't you go crying on. Naruto said. He felt awkward and uncomfortable around crying girl. Naruto, I didn't know. I was so cruel to you back then. Ino said. Is okay. Is all water under the bridge, Naruto said. Naruto then saw Usagi devour the sweets Makoto had made. Come now and sit. We should introduce each other, Naruto said. After introducing their civilian forms to the ninja, they all went to a karaoke. Just to form a better friendship. In there they found that Shino was a good singer. Neji refused to sing but was cajoled to by Tenten teamed up with Lee. Since Lee would not just shut up about the youth. Tenten and Ino did a duet, Usagi. Well, she was downright horrible. Then Naruto and Minako did a duet and they went quite well. Sign Minako wanted to be an idol. Wow, who knew he was so good? Ino said. After having their fun the ninja went to find shelter. The place they found was condemned but usable to their mission. You sure we shouldn't be with them? Ino asked. Don't worry, I put a few female bugs on them. I will know where they are anywhere, Shino said in a matter of fact. The next day, Usagi saw an announcement about a princess coming here, and opening a school to train young ladies into being princesses. A princess seminar. Luna was glad to see her trying to act more princess-like. But she wanted to do so in order to impress both Tuxedo Kamen and Naruto. Luna did a face plant. Later that day, Usagi was on a tree observing the princess's seminar students, and heard a poem The Real Princess from White Country read. She was entranced by it. However, she was discovered by one of the butlers. She was flustered and tried to say something but, because she was flaying too much she fell to the ground along with Luna. Are you alright? Is there anything you need? The butler asked. Let's see. I would like to sign up for the princess seminar, Usagi said as she tried to dig herself out. I'm sorry, but you need a reference from a member, the butler said. A reference? She did not have one. She will be my reference, she said holding Luna. A cat will not do, said the butlers. A soft laughter could be heard. What a humorous young lady. I suppose the cat would be reference enough, said the princess. But, the butler said. It would be interesting to have a lady like yourself around, the princess said, but there is one qualification, she said. Qualification? Usagi was nervous. I am not good at tea ceremony or flower arrangement, or cooking, sewing or kimono dressing, Usagi said. The lady giggled. The deficiency is so massive that is impressive, she said. Usagi felt herself that she was pinned by swords and daggers. It was a blow to her ego. Edward, bring it out please, the princess said. Yes. He then brought a flying disc. The princess loves flying discs, so we require the applicant to be proficient with it, the butler said. Alright, I am quite an expert at this, Usagi said with her spirits up high. She threw the disc and went inside the house and did a perfect loop before coming back to her hand. Excellent. Welcome to the princess seminar, the princess said. Usagi jumped in joy. At Rei's temple. Usagi-chan went to Rose Manor to learn how to become a real princess. Makoto asked. They have things like that in here. Ino asked. I bet she comes back crying in a minute on two, Rei said. Come now, don't be mean to my sister Rei-chan, Naruto said. But, I am impressed that she is trying to learn on her own initiative, Amy said. I wish she'd be a proper princess, Artemis said. But, what do you mean by, proper, princess? Minako said. Artemis was taken back by the question. Can't she just stay the way she is? Minako said. Of course not. She has to make it clear to everyone that she's a princess, Artemis said. Why? Minako asked. Because, otherwise the silver crystal won't show his full power. Artemis said. What a stupid cat. A princess is a princess. No matter what they act like, Shikamaru said. Everyone looked at him. A princess is not how she makes people look at her. But how can someone make people rely on her? I mean, if we are talking about that, Naruto has that down pat. He makes people put their trust on him, Shikamaru said. Neji nodded. Naruto had that mysterious power in him. Hey, why don't we join Usagi-chan? Amy said. Agreed, all the girls said as they raised their hands. What superficial girls, Artemis said with a hinotoma on his head. What do you expect? Women. Troublesome beyond troublesome, Shikamaru said as he patted Artemis. Shino just looked at them. And Naruto just patted Artemis. Relax. If anything I could bring that power out to you know. Naruto said. True enough, Artemis said cheering up a tad bit. Back with Usagi. Usagi was having a blast. However she was still so clumsy and did not have even the proper etiquette to pass most of the classes. Little did she know that this place was in fact a front made by Kunzite. The only real Sailor Moon would be the only one who was extremely proficient at the disc due to her Moon Tiara action attack. She would be the only one to fail. The next night. Everyone was on a ball. There was a dance. Naruto had asked his friends to help him infiltrate the place, however Kiba declined. No way I am gonna wear a penguin suit. Stuffy places are not for me or Akamaru, he said. Naruto, Shikamaru and Neji knocked some of the butlers out and used a henge to appear as one of the staff. All of them wearing a tuxedo. Naruto walked impassively towards Usagi who was having trouble with his dance partner. She was rather clumsy. Let me take her off your hands buddy, Naruto said. The man more than obliged. His foot was hurting after being stepped by Usagi in high heels. Hello there princess, Naruto said as he held her hands. Naruto. You. What? Usagi said. Shush. Now enjoy, Naruto said as he danced. Since he was a ninja he was quite good at avoiding her missteps and make her look radiant at the ball. Usagi then looked around and found Makoto, Minako, Rei, Amy, and Ino and Tenten, all wearing beautiful dresses. However Minako and Rei were having trouble with their dance partners. They were incoordinated, hell downright awful. However Ino and Tenten training, being a kunoichi meant sometimes having to be part in a ball. Shikamaru was partnered with Ino while Neji was having the girls fight over him, leaving Tenten all alone. Naruto asked Usagi for a moment and went towards Tenten, care to dance? He said with a smile. Tenten then was given a most wonderful experience. Naruto moved fluidly and naturally matching her rhythm. Wow, you are quite good at this, Tenten said. When I was alone I would practice this back in Konoha all by myself. I used to dream doing this all my life. I always dreamed of dancing like this with a princess in my dreams. Turns out I did. Back in the Silver Millennium, Naruto said. Then he danced his way to Neji and gave Tenten to him making her blush. He then helped Minako out. Since her dancing was horrible he said this, just let your arms and feet follow my lead. Don't try to fight it. And slowly begin to move with me, he said in a whisper. Minako blushed as she relinquished her body and Naruto took lead. It was a beautiful waltz. You look beautiful my princess, Naruto said as he danced. Truthfully the image of Aphrodite, he said with a tender smile. Minako blushed. Then he waltzed over to Rei. Rei-chan, you got to relax. Your hot-headed personality is in conflict with the music. Slowly relax yourself. Immerse yourself in it, Naruto said. Rei relaxed her body as Naruto's hand went a bit below. Just a bit above her derriere and pressed something making her squeal. That is a pressure point arrow Senin taught me. It makes woman relax by numbing the nervous system a bit, Naruto said. Is true. Rei felt her arms like wet noodles. And then she began to move with Naruto. Her hair flowing as they danced. Naruto took turns with all the girls and danced with them, Senshi and his friends. Making Ino a bit flustered since he was acting like Prince Charming. After the music stopped they asked most of the ladies to leave to receive their diplomas. They walked down a corridor where they saw wax statues. Ino and Tenten tensed and put their hands where the rest of the Senshi were. The princess then appeared, congratulations. You all graduate. The princess then turned into a monster. The monster then shot a strange liquid that transformed the ladies into a wax statues. However thanks to Ino and Tenten's presence they managed to escape using Kawamiri. The monster then came out to greet them. It was regrettable that you failed the princess seminar, however. Thanks to that I know one of you is Sailor Moon, the monster said as she looked at Minako, Rei and Usagi. Would you like to identify yourself? She said in a polite manner. What makes you say that? Usagi said. How could the ungraceful, silly, bungling, love-struck Sailor Moon pass the princess seminar, the monster said. Oh, I see, Minako said. That was a great plan. Rei said. Usagi was pissed. Hey. We got no time to be impressed. Usagi said. The monster then attacked. Rei dodged by hiding behind a pillar. However Usagi tripped over her dress. Watch out, Luna yelled. Both Luna and Artemis attacked the monster. The trio jumped out and transformed. However after transforming Ino, Tenten and the rest of the team broke through the windows and walls. The cavalry is here Princess Chan, Ino said with a wink. How about you rest and we'll show you how Konoha shinobi get it done. Tenten said. A monster let me eat it, Kiba said with a smirk. Kiba and Akamaru jumped. Fang over fang, he yelled as he twisted his body and attacked the monster. Lee then rushed in and hit the monster fast and hard, launched it upwards and disappeared. Kage Buyo, he said. Omit Renge, Lee yelled as he unleashed the powerful attack. Shino then stretched his arms out. The Senshi were expecting a powerful blast or something. However, they were not prepared for this. Bugs. Thousands of bugs poured out of his body. Haijutsu, Mushimata, Shino said as the bugs swarmed over the monster and sapping its power. Then a rose stuck to the ground. It changed from red to black. Well done Shikokai, said the person in a tuxedo and a mask. Endymion-sama, said the monster. Tuxedo Kamen Samam, did you come to save us? Sailor Moon said. Mars' eyes however glistened in pain of the betrayal of him. Sailor Moon, give me the silver crystal, Tuxedo Kamen said, in exchange, I'll spare your life. Excuse me, but, that would contradict Kunzite-sama's orders, the monster said. Well, Sailor Moon, Tuxedo Kamen said. I don't know what's going on here, but I don't like you much. And you are treating this here princess like she owes you something. I will not let such unyouthful behavior go unpunished. Prepare yourself, Lee shouted. Lee dashed forward and used taijutsu to hit the masked fiend. However, he couldn't. An invisible force field blocked his attack. Foolish boy, you really think physical strength alone would be enough? Tuxedo Kamen said. Of course, he said as he again continued a barrage of unseemly fast attacks. Tuxedo Kamen was unfazed, until a strong attack broke through his barrier and hit him square in the face. He was sent flying trot the pavement. Wow, if he wasn't the bad guy, I would totally date him, Ino said. Ino, down girl, Shikamaru said as he hit her with a rolled up newspaper. Then, a spotlight appeared. Well done my friend, a voice boomed. A man dressed in white appeared, his scarf covering his face. The whirlpool symbol and inside the sign of the Moon Kingdom. Lee, excellent work, now leave the rest to me, the person said as he gently landed beside Lee. He drew his sword and said the following. Endymion, I give you one chance to repent. In the name of our past rivalry over the heart of the princess. If you continue to defy the moon, the fox that dwells in will rip you to shreds, Moonlight Fox said as he used all of his and the fox's killing intent. Kunzite then came to be, Endymion. This is my operation, stay away from it, he said. Moonlight Fox eyed him and then Endymion. I am only doing what is best for Beryl-sama, Endymion said. What should I do? Who should I obey? The monster asked herself in a loud voice. Sailor Moon then appeared with a cup of coffee, ta-da. Tiring isn't it? She asked, would you like to relax with a cup of honorable coffee? She said. The monster then said, I thought I told you that coffee did not need an honorific. Sailor Moon smirked a chance. Moon healing, scalation, Sailor Moon yelled as she launched the attack. The monster then came back as the princess. I'll now bring Tuxedo Kamen-sama back the way he was, she said as she prepared to launch another attack. However, he launched a rose. It was deflected by Neji and a counter-attack was launched. Rotation, Neji said as he rotated and made a capsule of chakra to shield the princess. Sogu, Tensasai, Tenten yelled as she threw a scroll into the sky. From it many weapons emanated so fast that it did not give anyone a chance. However, Tuxedo Kamen and Kunzite teleported before the weapons did any lasting damage. Damn, they got away, Tenten said as she grinned her teeth in frustration. Damn, I would have liked it if you hit him Tenten, Moonlight Fox said. Tuxedo, Kamen, Usagi said, her voice breaking. Moonlight Fox then walked up to her and hugged her. Don't waste your tears on him, sister, Moonlight Fox said. He pulled his scarf down, and slowly pulled Sailor Moon close to him. Closer. Ino blushed, Tenten blushed. Neji wanted to look away but due to the Byakugan he was unable to not see what was going on. Kiba also blushed. Shino. Well, he was Shino so he was as cool as a cucumber, Lee was flabbergasted. He kissed her forehead. All of the girls did a face fault. They expected something romantic, like a French kiss or something. Naruto undid his transformation, and in the process so did Usagi. Go home princess. You have school tomorrow, Naruto said patting her head. Kiba then walked up to him. I envy you. You really are a man above man. To have so many beautiful girls. Lucky bastard, Kiba said slapping his back. Naruto just smirked. What can I say? I am just that much better than you, he said teasing Kiba. Quote. You bastard. Take that back, Kiba yelled after realizing Naruto had insulted him. Wah, Kiba-kun is angry. Somebody call the pound, I think he has rabies, Naruto said, teasing Kiba, who was on all fours chasing Naruto. Bark bark, Akakamaru barked. You said it, Luna replied. Luna looked at Akamaru. Well, at least this dog was nice enough to leave her alone. And so another night ended. Morning hit the Sakino residence. Luna had decided to stay with Usagi since Naruto asked her to keep an eye on her. Luna woke up and stretched herself after a good night's rest. What a beautiful day. Ah, that's right, you have a 2-day break. We should use that time for your princess training for today and tomorrow, okay? Usagi-chan, Luna said. No reply. Usagi-chan, she looked over and saw her bed was empty. That's unusual. She woke up early today, Luna said. She decided to go to the kitchen. No one's home, she said as she walked around. She then found a bowl with cat food, a note and a pamphlet. Luna looked at the note. It had horrible handwriting. In it read, "Good morning, Luna. We've gone on a family trip to the hot springs. We'll be back tomorrow night. Be good kitty while we're away. I'll get you a souvenir, Usagi." Luna shed a few tears of shame. Usagi-chan. Luna then left to find Naruto, who was also gone. She looked for their teammates. They were up in training. Where could Naruto had gone to, I wonder, Luna said. Ah, Luna-chan, good morning. Is a beautiful day, is it not? Excellent to burn with my youthful spirit. Lee greeted Luna. Ah, as you said, Luna said as she cringed. Lee was not a bad guy. Is just that, he was too exuberant for her. Please forgive him, he is always like that. I fear being with Guy-sensei made him a bit off, as you might say, Neji said as he sat down. Bread, he offered. Luna nodded and ate some. Neji sat down while Shikamaru was training with Shino. Both of them were smart and used carefully planned moves. However, Shikamaru's strategy was better planned and trapped Shino and his bugs before any lasting damage could be done. Choji was training with Ino, who was running around for dear life since he had used the Baika no Jutsu and was a literal human boulder. Luna watched as the ninja trained and spared with each other so seriously. If only the senshi did that as often. Say, do you know where Naruto is? Luna asked. Neji moved his head. I have not seen him since yesterday. But I can do a search. Give me a moment, he said. Byakugan, he said. The veins around his eyes became thicker and looked around. He is nowhere near here. He must have left. Maybe you might find something that will tell you his location, Neji said. Well, thank you very much, Neji-san, Luna said as she bowed to him. Is no need, Neji said. Luna dashed off. Tenten, let's go once more. I need to perfect this, Neji said. Luna went inside Ami's apartment and entered Naruto's room. He found a piece of paper with a paw print and an arrow signaling it. Luna was curious and pressed it. The paw print then dissolved and read a message. Naruto had a messy handwriting, but it was way better than Usagi's. Dear Luna, I went to train on a remote location that I think would be remote enough to not scare the locals. Is near a hot springs as well. I will visit them after my training to shower and get my strength again. I will come back tomorrow afternoon. Much love, Naruto, future Hokage of Konoha. Not him too, Luna said. Peas. I will bring some sweets for us all. So be a good kitty and wait for me. Also, please, I beg you, keep Lee and Kiba out of trouble. Luna sighed. She knew Naruto would be training. That boy was very serious about that kind of stuff. With Usagi. Usagi was on the car and was a bit bored. So she decided to take Shingo's game, since he was doing badly. After a short scuffle with him, her star pendant fell off. She was worried and instantly grabbed. Usagi, what's the big fuss about? Did some guy give you that? His dad said as he chuckled as he was chuckling. Usagi looked a bit pensive and love-struck. Yeah, something like that, she said. Kenji, Usagi's father, lost control and steered the car rather dangerously. What? Ah, look ahead, Papa. Steer too, Usagi yelled. His father was not in control of the wheel and turned himself to look at Usagi. Usagi, have you been going out with someone without telling me? Kenji yelled. Usagi moved her hands in fright, and no. Is nothing like that, Usagi said. Darling, get back to driving, Usagi's mom said in fright. He sighed in relief, nothing like that. He chuckled, you're right. Couldn't be. He never noticed a blonde guy running alongside the car, and then passing them over. The family then stopped near a lake. Wow, how romantic, Usagi said. There's nothing around, Shingo said. Kenji blushed. To be honest, this is the place your mother and I meet, Kenji said. Usagi's mother blushed. Oh, honey, she said while acting coy. Usagi however looked at the lake and felt a bit lonely. She opened the star locket. Mamoru-san's music box. She begun to get teary-eyed. Don't cry for him, my princess. You will always have me by your side. Naruto said that to her many times. Usagi, let's get going, her mother said. Usagi turned around. Usagi, what's wrong? Her mother asked. It's nothing, she lied. As she left however something happened in the water. A blonde boy was standing in it. This place is great, isn't it? Bushy brows. Naruto said. Indeed, a great place to train and not worry, Lee agreed. Both Lee and Naruto then begun exchanging blows. They went so fast and hard they split the water. Usagi turned around but found the source of the noise gone. Naruto and Lee reappeared hitting each other in the face and gut. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto cried out. Lee attacked the Bunshins as he tore troughed them with furious strength. Naruto smirked as he made more and surrounded Lee. Take this. Naruto Uzumaki Ninden Renden. Naruto shouted as his clones plummeted Lee. Lee skidded on the water. That was an excellent attack, Naruto-kun. But now is the turn for the lotus to bloom. Lee said. Go forward, youth. Lee shouted. Lee dashed as he dodged the clones. Saishin Furu Pawa. Lee yelled as he attacked with all his might. Da. Naruto yelled as he was punched and beaten up to a bloody pulp. Damn Lee, you hit really hard, Naruto said as he resurfaced from the water. He was thrown down quite hard. Sorry about that, Naruto-kun, Lee said as he pulled him up. Well, this was fine and dandy. Why don't you go back and tell the others to come here? Hardly anyone here and we can go nuts with jutsus and the like, Naruto said. Good, I will inform our youthful comrades, Lee said as he speed out this place. With Usagi's family. Usagi, her mother and father were inside the hot springs. Hey Shingo. Come on in, the water is good, Usagi said. Shingo looked a bit embarrassed. I don't want to be in a mixed bath. Is okay, as only as here, Kenji said. You'll catch a cold if you don't hurry, his mother said. Usagi used the little ninja skills she picked up and snuck up on him. And shoved him into the hot springs. Here, I'll dunk you, Usagi said. I'll take this, Shingo said as he took her towel and she was exposed. Just then. PFF'd. Naruto was entering the hot spring when he saw Usagi like that. And sunk into the water. Usagi blushed. She saw him. Naruto. Thankfully he sunk down. Usagi then dipped down and slowly begun to move Naruto's body out of the way. Naruto come back to and gasped for air. Usagi-chan. What? Where? What are you doing here? Naruto asked. He looked around. Well, my family came here for a family trip, Usagi said as she chuckled. Oh, I see, Usagi. Ah, your towel, Naruto said. He couldn't help but blush. Usagi then realized what happened and dipped herself on the water to hide her body. Usagi, is anything okay? Her mother asked as they heard them moving towards them. Naruto and Usagi begun to worry and then Naruto came with a solution. Sunshin, he whispered as he disappeared. It was so fast that not even the water moved. His brother and father arrived. I thought I heard someone here. Kenji said. Are you sure? I didn't see anyone here. Usagi said nervously. Is that so? The mother said. Usagi walked to the ledge and saw the Great Lake. However, she then saw a figure in there. It can't be. Usagi. Mamoru was looking at the lake. Wait, Usagi said as she left the hot springs. What's Usagi so eager for? Shingo asked. Usagi got dressed and quickly left to walk towards the lake. Naruto was looking at everything from the roof. He sighed, that bastard. I know is not his fault. But he is playing with sister's heart. I can't forgive you. Beryl, Medalia, will end you both by my hands. I can no longer tolerate your actions. You too, will be my first kills, Naruto said as he disappeared. Usagi. I can't let your heart be played like that, his disembodied voice said into the air. Usagi dashed forward the lake. Mamoru-san. Mamoru-san. Usagi yelled as she ran. Usagi reached the lake. She stood by a statue. Her eyes changed to one of sorrow. I guess I was wrong, she said to herself, her eyes were full of sadness. The music box then begun to play again. Usagi was shocked, but quickly recovered. He had a bittersweet look on her. She heard a twig snap. She turned around. Her eyes turned a wide range of emotions. She was sad, angry, then happy. It was Mamoru. Why does that melody disturb me so much? He asked. Mamoru-san, it's me, Usagi. Please, don't you remember me? Usagi said, her eyes begun to water. Mamoru, Usagi, no, those names mean nothing to me, Mamoru said. Usagi was shocked. No. Mamoru-san, she was hurt. It's me, don't you recognize me? Usagi said. Mamoru had his hands on his waist. His face was cold. Bamf. Mamoru skidded towards the forest after a punch hit him on the face. You got some brass balls to come out like this. Endymion, Naruto said. He touched his face. He was hurt. Who are you? Endymion said. I was a friend. Apparently they took that memory away from you, Naruto said as he pulled a kunai. You wish to fight me? Fine. Enjoy your death, fool, Endymion said as he transformed into Tuxedo Kamen. Both of them got themselves into fighting stance. Usagi, a female voice said. Usagi turned and then found her mother walking towards her. She then turned around, only to find Naruto and Mamoru, Endymion, Tuxedo Kamen gone. Only fluttering leaves were left where they stood. Usagi, what's wrong? Why did you rush out like that? He mother asked. She had a bittersweet look on her eyes. Oh, nothing, she said. Her mother decided not to press her. Oh, the legend of the lovers. You were looking at this? The mother asked. Ah, the legend, Usagi asked. She looked back at the statue of the pair holding hands. They looked traditional Japanese from the old time. It's a folktale about this lake. A young man from a faraway village fell in love with a woman from heaven, but a woman who loved the man was so jealous she turned into a monster, and she attacked the village. Through the power of their love, the woman from heaven and the young man sealed the monster in the lake. Using their power, the couple ascended to heaven. It's a love legend like that, Usagi's mom. Sealed in a lake. Usagi looked at the lake. She sneezed. Come on, Usagi. You will catch a cold, Usagi's mom asked. Yes, mom, Usagi said as she snuggled. You are such a baby, she said. They begun to walk back. Say, Usagi, when you have a boyfriend in the future, her mother said. She blushed. Bring him home and introduce him to Papa and Mama, she said with a tender look on her face. Yeah, I will, Usagi said, if I can decide between them. Usagi added on her mind, surely one day I will. Bring him home. Somewhere close by. You ready to fight Endymion? Naruto said as he pulled a kunai. I am not gonna go easy on you. Even if she has feelings for you. Who are you? Endymion asked. Naruto charged. Endymion parried. However, someone came from behind. He received a kick on the back. It was Naruto. Impossible. How can he be in two places at once? Endymion said. Cause I am a ninja. Naruto said as the forest for light up by the color of orange from Naruto and his bunchins. Endymion smirked. Electric thunder wave, he said as a wave of dark electricity hit everyone in the area. Naruto shouted, as him and his clones were electrocuted. Foolish human, Endymion said. I am not even done yet, Naruto said as he appeared underground. He pulled the same trick Kakashi used on Sasuke. The headhunter technique. He pulled Endymion into the ground. However, he used his power to break free. You are a strange fighter, Endymion said. You are an ass, Endymion, Naruto said. Endymion charged into his hand a black lightning, while Naruto charged his own attack. Darkness void lightning, Endymion said as he unleashed his attack. Rasengan, Naruto yelled as both attack collided. A loud light appeared, however it was confused with the setting sun by Usagi's family. Only Usagi knew better. A gush of powerful gust came over to the place they were staying. Naruto, Mamoru, Usagi thought. She prayed they did not kill each other. With Naruto and Endymion. Disappear from her heart, you bastard. Naruto yelled. I will not back down to you or anyone. Endymion yelled. Both their attacks exploded and threw them out. Both of them panted. You are good. I'll give you that, Endymion said. You are good too. I wished you weren't with the Dark Kingdom. We could been friends, Naruto said. You know of the Dark Kingdom as well. You should join us, Endymion said. No thanks. I don't like them. No offense, but they are trying to kill my friends and loved ones, Naruto said with his kunai pointed at him. Very well. I have you marked as my equal. I now know you as my enemy, Endymion said as he disappeared. Bastard, Naruto huffed as he turned around. Man, I need to rest, Naruto said as he headed towards the hot springs. On the hot springs. Ah, This is life, Naruto said as he dipped in, his wounds closing by he Fox's chakra. He enjoyed his time out. What should I do? Naruto asked himself. He dunked himself and begun to think deeply about what will he would do. At the lake. Endymion was staring at the lake once more. So, this is where the monster was sealed, he must. Kunzite appeared in the air. Hurry up and awake the monster. I wish to see its power, Kunzite said. Slowly the lake begun to turn violent. Endymion's power begun to stir the lake. Mortified creature sealed in the lake, I command you to arise. Endymion commanded. He rose his hands up to the sky, come forth. Ancient spirit, Endymion yelled. Something broke the surface of the water. Endymion then was taken back. The monster was a sea serpent-like creature with human features. Give him back, the monster yelled as she attacked Endymion. Endymion dodged as Kunzite appeared on the sky. So Endymion awakened the sealed hatred. What will he do? Kunzite said. The monster begun to attack once more. However, as she saw Endymion's face, she stopped. Give him back, the monster yelled in the sky. She looked down and saw Usagi's family. She then looked at Usagi. She looked like that woman. Give him back, the monster yelled as she charged towards her. Wait, where are you going? Endymion yelled. Damn, my fight with that person must drain me more than I thought, Endymion thought. Usagi turned around. She looked at the lake. Mamoru-san, we're so close but so far away. And Naruto, you are so strong, so brave. I wish I was more assertive and make up my mind, Usagi thought as she saw the full moon. Usagi looked sad. Usagi, what's wrong? Kenji, her father asked. Even her brother looked a bit worried. Well, the moon is so pretty. I was just gazing it, Usagi lied. They all looked at the moon. It does look pretty, doesn't it? Kenji said. So much that it will make you cry, Usagi said as she cleared her eyes. Hey, before dinner, I'll take a dip in the hot springs and look at the moon, Usagi said. See you later, she said in a cheery tone. I just don't understand girls. Usagi seems completely different sometimes, Kenji said. Usagi rushed towards the inn. She was overflowing with emotions. Her eyes were watery. Her heat was broken. I can't cry. Even thought Mamoru-san doesn't remember me, he'll laugh at me if I cry, she thought as she ran. Give him back, a voice roared. What's that? Usagi said. Give him back, the voice said. What? Usagi said. She turned around. The monster appeared before her. No way, this can't be happening, Usagi yelled. Her family was close by. Usagi, what is that? Her mom yelled. Is a monster, Shingo yelled. It's a Yoma, Usagi yelled as she ran towards her family. With Naruto. ZZZTZ. Something happened to Naruto's mind. He felt a jolt or something coarse trough his body. A Yoma, he heard an all too familiar voice. God damn it, Naruto cursed as he dashed in and got his shinobi gear. Back with Usagi. Get down, Usagi yelled as she pushed her family out of the way. The monster then used a poison attack that melted the trees. Hey, pick on someone your own size. A voice yelled. The family turned around. It was Naruto. Hey, I know you, Kenji said. However, Naruto's face was hardened. Naruto-kun, Usagi yelled. Leave this to me, Naruto smirked as the monster charged. Come on, I will make a slinky out of you yet, Naruto said as he pulled a kunai out. Kid, get out of the way, Kenji yelled as Naruto dashed forward. No way, pal, get ready to see some action, Naruto roared as he pounded the living shit out of the monster. The monster bucked him out. However, he landed on the tree branch and used the momentum to further his speed. He slashed the monster's body. The monster used her tail and smacked Naruto away. He flipped on midair and landed on his knees. If you wanna hurt them, you gonna have to go trough me first, Naruto said, his eyes full of defiance. Naruto-kun, Usagi yelled as she was being held back by her father and brother. Trust me, I am not going to die here, Naruto said, his back on her. He put out his hand with the good guy pose, his thumb up. Wait for me right here. I will do my best, he said as he prepared himself. Step away from her, the monster yelled. Naruto threw his kunai. Kage kunai no jutsu, he yelled. A single kunai became 1,000. The monster was skewered all over with the kunai. Wow, he's amazing, Shingo said as Naruto jumped. The moon on his back, his blonde ponytail waving in the night breeze. The monster attacked and threw Naruto to the other side of the lake. ARRG. Naruto yelled. His strength was not fully back. Hold it right there. A voice yelled. Sailor Venus, Sailor Jupiter, Sailor Mars, and Sailor Mercury have arrived, they said in unison. For love and justice, the pretty sailor-suited soldiers. Shingo said. That's my line, Usagi thought. Give him back, the monster yelled. Mercury initiated the defensive. Shaban, spray, she yelled. She formed a mist. Naruto then used his Kage Bunshin and Henge to transform into Usagi. You, go and replace Usagi. Naruto ordered his clone. She nodded and used Sunshin. The real Usagi transformed into Sailor Moon. She appeared on a tree branch. You will not get away with terrorizing innocent tourists and hurting people I care about and disturbing Usagi-chan's family trip, Sailor Moon said. A couple of sharp white kunai appeared and fly towards the monster who backed up to dodge them. From a land of the elemental nations, a land beyond this land, a hero arrives by the beck and call of the princesses in combat. By the power invested in me by the kingdom of Silver Millennium, I am Moonlight Fox. And I am here, Moonlight Fox said. To punish you in the name of the moon, both Sailor Moon and Moonlight Fox said in unison. Both Moonlight Fox and Sailor Moon then jumped towards the monster. The monster however swatted them away. Moonlight Fox however held her hand. Girls, now, he yelled. Crescent Beam, Supreme Thunder, Venus and Jupiter yelled. The monster was destroyed, however, she regenerated back. Well, let's try this, Sailor Moon, Moon Tiara action. The attack connected, however the monster regenerated once more. Kuhuhu, this monster, is like me, its hatred, binds her to life, as long as she hates. She will continue to hate and ferment the hatred into a powerful energy that keeps her in this place, Kyuubi said to himself. Wait, that is not a Yoma. Mars said, it's an evil entity formed by rage and jealousy. So this falls under my specialty, Sailor Mars said. Sailor Mars then used her sutras to seal the monster, then both Sailor Moon and Moonlight Fox pulled the moon stick and the moon sword. Moon healing, escalation, Sailor Moon said. Moon cage slash, Moonlight Fox said as both attacks arrived and destroyed. Then, it shone brightly. The monster turned into a beautiful lady and smiled and rose to the skies. She's ascending to heaven after being released from the bounds of rage and jealousy, Mars said. Moonlight Fox appeared and grabbed the senshi in a hug. And looked towards the lady. He smiled, his sword resting at his shoulder. She looked and saw Endymion as Tuxedo Kamen, who smiled at her. She waved at him saying goodbye. And he returned the gesture with a smile. Moments later, Usagi and the girls entered into the hot springs. Ah, this is relaxing, Usagi said. However, what are you doing over here, Usagi said. Well, I came here to train. Naruto pointed at himself. Well, Luna asked us. And we decided to not let you have all the fun, the girls said as they all dunked Usagi. Wait, what are you doing here right now? The girls said as they realized Naruto was in here. Well, I was here before you all. Is there a problem? Naruto said. Minako snuggled against him with a sultry look on her, not at all handsome. We prefer it like this, Makoto said with hunger-filled eyes. Usagi said, no way. I am not going to be left out. She said as she jumped him. The girls giggled as they snuggled against him. Anyways, how about I meet your parents? I think I should introduce myself, Naruto said. Hey, you should meet my parents, Minako said with a wink. I think Granddad would love you, Ray said. Mother already likes you, Amy said as she looked shy. Maybe I should leave before. Naruto begun to say. Hey Naruto Nisan, Shingo said. He stopped in his tracks. Wow. You are a fast worker, Shingo said as he turned around blushing. They all realized their towels wear off. Giah, they yelled. Naruto was still on the hot springs with Usagi's family. Naruto was kinda uncomfortable. He never, ever had to meet someone's parents. Mostly because no adult in their right mind would ask him to come in. However, there was some pressure. Kenji, that is Usagi's father, sat down and was staring at Naruto. Despite his ninja training, he was afraid. Kenji coughed. Well, Naruto-kun, I appreciate you saving my family and all. But, what in blazes were you doing around here? Kenji asked. Well, is like this. I needed a quiet place to go and train. A place far away from people, since my training gets out of hand at time, Naruto said as he chuckled. So, what are you to Usagi? He asked. Way to be direct and blunt. Now I know where I got that from, Usagi thought with a sweat drop. Well, I could say, we are the furthest of twins. And the closest strangers. In all to some, we are really close as one could get. I care deeply for Usagi. But right now we are just friends, Naruto said. This was a shock to the family. They never expected such a poetic and eloquent reply from a guy who just a few minutes ago fought a monster toe-to-toe with a savage look on its face. Well, what can I say about myself? Let's see. I am Uzumaki Naruto. Age 13, my hobbies are playing pranks, training and eating ramen, and having out with Usagi and her friends. My dislikes are bad people and people who can't see beyond their own perspective and have a limited view. Oh, and I am an orphan, also Amy-chan my cousin, and I share the spot for top grades around Japan, Naruto concluded his formal introduction. Kenji looked at him, analyzing him. However, Shingo broke the silence. Naruto ni, you are freaking awesome, can you teach me how to do those things you did? Shingo said with stars on his eyes. Usagi and Naruto backed away a bit. Naruto chuckled and patted his head. Sure, but the training might end up being not what you like, Naruto said. Well son, I got nothing more to say. I approve of you, Kenji said patting him. Just take care of my darling daughter. If you do anything reputable to her or her honor, I will personally castrate you, he said with a scary face. Think of Yamato when trying to scare Naruto. Hi, Naruto said while he shivered in fright. Naruto left the room looking normal. He went to the bathroom. And then all hell broke loose. Blarf. He vomited. He had so much pent-up anxiety and nervousness. And he felt relief at finally doing this. It was inevitable. Damn, this sucks. They should train you for this back on the academy. Naruto said as he regained his bearings. This sucks. Now I got to go over this with Minako, Amy and Rei's relatives. This sucks, Naruto said to himself. He washed his face and rinsed his mouth. He left the place and found his friends out there playing on a ping-pong table. Guys, what? How? Wait, Lee, of course. Forgot about him, Naruto said. Osu, how are you my youthful friend? I brought them all here so we can have some good quality training, Lee said with a smile on his face. Hey Naruto, Tenten said with her paddle up hitting the little white ball. On the other end was Rei who was pushing herself to keep up with Tenten. Hey there Naruto, Ino said as she appeared behind him and hugged him. Ino, get off him, you are going to cause a scene, Neji said as he peeled her off him. Thanks Neji, Naruto said. Whatever, we could use this place to train, Neji said. Yeah, about that, Usagi's family is here, so no jutsus, Naruto said. I don't use jutsus, none of us do, well except Kiba to a lesser extent. And Ino's are more mental than anything, Neji said. Kenshi and Shingo came in. Hey there, you must be Naruto's friends, he said. Yeah, we know each other way back, Kiba said as he nagied Naruto. So, why don't you all show us what you got? Shingo said. Sure thing, I will show how brightly my fire of youth shines, Lee said. Usagi's family blinked. You'll get used to it. Maybe, Naruto said as Tenten did a shrug. Naruto was still a bit sore so decided to watch Lee and Neji. Osu, Lee shouted as he charged towards Neji. Neji nimbly swayed his body and begun his counter-attack. Wow, that Bruce Lee look-alike is good. He is pounding the other guy, Shingo said. Yeah, but he is getting nowhere. His attacks aren't doing anything, Naruto said. How is it? Shingo asked. Lee's attacks break bones and damage the muscles. However, Naruto said. Juken, Neji shouted as he hit Lee with his fingers. Whoa, but what was the point of jabbing? Is not like he could do much damage by doing that, Shingo said. He did that once to me. Nearly beat the crap out of me. Is not a fun feeling. Right now Lee can't move. Those pokes, as you said, affect a special circulatory system in the body. And sapped all the strength off Lee. But, Lee is no ordinary person either, Naruto said. Lee took a while but got the effects of the Juken out. Then went with a barrage of attacks. Kaden, Neji said as he spun around lightly as to not alter Naruto's plan of normality and swatted Lee's hand off course. Only to have a leg on his face. Damn it, if I was using Kaden at full I wouldn't gotten hit, Neji thought. Lee then rushed in and grabbed Neji and threw him into the air. Omit Renge, Lee said as he finished his technique on him, making a huge crater. Lee, you idiot, you were supposed to take it easy, Neji said as he passed out. Damn it Lee, you went too far again, Naruto said as he threw some water at Neji. Brr. Neji shook his head and dried his hair a bit. Lee, You are without a doubt a youth-obsessed idiot. I told you to take it easy, Neji said as he hit him in the head. But Neji-kun is like Guy-sensei always says, Lee said as Neji put a ball of yarn in his mouth. Lee, stop. Remember the instructions we were given, Neji said. We are supposed to fit with the locals. Not scare the crap out of them, they never seen taijutsu at our level, let alone chakra. Well, that leave me and Kiba, Naruto said. I am looking for a rematch from the last time, Kiba said. Yeah, come on dog breath, let's do this, Naruto said, going back on his old ways. Kiba and Naruto locked together with their hands both trying to push the other by sheer strength. Naruto then flipped over him. He then launched him to the tree lines. However, Kiba used the speed of the throw to his advantage. He landed on the tree and flipped around one of the branches and jumped towards Naruto. Naruto had no time to react and took the hit like man. He landed several feet away where he skidded rather violently, but then fixed his position and landed on his feet. A trail of blood was coming from his lip. Bring it, Naruto yelled as he charged Kiba. He threw a small round object. Poof. It was a smoke bomb. This again, Kiba asked as he felt a strong hit connect with his face. The smoke dissipated and Naruto was nowhere in sight. Where did he go? The Sakino family and friends wondered, meaning the rest of the senshi. Right in the kisser, Naruto yelled as he came from the ground and hitting Kiba square in the jaw with a powerful uppercut. Kiba felt his brain rattle inside his skull. Damn, and he is not using chakra. Maybe those fights with the monster helped him a lot. Well duh, of course, it was a life or death battle. Damn it all, I wanted to teach him a lesson, Kiba said as he landed on the ground. Yata, take that, Naruto said. Lucky punch, Kiba said with a smirk. He still needed to act cool. So, let's take a rest. We should be going back tonight, Naruto said. They enjoyed their final night at the hot springs when they all went back together. Kenji still felt a bit protective of Usagi, but his wife told him a few words to calm him. Don't you think that boy can protect our Usagi? He's proven he has courage and strength. So leave them be, they are kids, they need to spread their wings and find their own way. You are right, but she the only girl I have, Kenji said. I know you worry, but if you keep saying no, well, you know how girls are, his wife said with a wink. He sighed in defeat. She was a girl after all. Naruto then opened the screen door to the game room and found Shikamaru and Amy in a battle of wits in a chessboard. Wow, someone in here is actually more than a match to Shikamaru, Ino commented. Amy and Shikamaru stared at the board. Both of their moves were cold and calculative. Shikamaru was feeling frustrated. This girl was as smart as him. And she was going to beat him. Granted, he was not going his all, still this girl was matching his every move. Damn, Naruto wasn't kidding when he said you were smart, Shikamaru said as he moved yet another piece. But, I sense that you are not going all out, why is that? Amy asked. It's troublesome to do so. I prefer to take my time. That way I can analyze my moves, and those of my opponents. Check, Shikamaru said. Well, but if you take too long your opponent will become suspicious. Check, Amy said. They went at it for the remainder of 2 hours until each only had a king piece. Amy and Shikamaru sighed, and both pushed their kings away. It was a deadlocked match. Good game, Shikamaru-san, Amy said as she stretched her hand. Shikamaru just blushed. Just call me Shikamaru, he said looking away. Wow, this is the first time I see someone put Amy into a corner and into a draw, Usagi said as she commented. Shikamaru was really strong. He could have beaten me if he just pushed himself a bit more. But, that's who he is. No sense on trying to force change on someone, Amy said with a smile. Yes, Shikamaru, you should have taken her, Ino said feeling disappointed. No way, she's way strong on the game, not to mention she has a deep analytical mind, and worst of it all, she ain't a slacker like I am, Shikamaru said. Shika, Ino said. What's done is done, however, I kinda feel bad about this. Perhaps I should give it more passion on what I do. No, Shikamaru said with a smile on his face. The day went by as Naruto spent time with the other girls while he gave Usagi time to get to know his teammates. As the sun set, the ninja team excused themselves as they were going back. How are they going back? The buses don't run this late, Kenji said. Don't worry, those guys will make it back, Usagi said with a Cheshire cat grin. They did not notice the shinobi speeding by using their chakra-enhanced speed. And they passed the family by. Naruto looked at Usagi and waved at her as he went by. Stop being all cool with your girlfriend Naruto, Tenten said as she giggled. You are just jealous, Naruto said with a smirk. Maybe a little, Tenten said with a blush. All the ninja looked at Tenten with a, are you crazy? Look. Hey, I always thought Naruto was kinda cute, Tenten shrugged. Well now is too late. And he has a small harem now. Lucky bastard, Kiba said. Naruto blushed and mumbled, I also got a cat too, you know. Naruto said. What was that about a cat? Kiba said. Well, is like this. Remember Luna? Naruto said. Yeah, nice kitten. Akamaru likes her. She seems nice and not stuck up like most cats he knows, Kiba said. Well, apparently, the queen engaged me to the princess of Mao. And Luna happens to be the princess. Naruto said. You kidding, Kiba said with a flat face. Afraid not. I am also engaged. To my pet. Naruto said. You are kidding, Kiba said wavering, then begun to spasm. Wahahaha. This is rich. This is too much. Need air, Kiba said as he held his sides. Neji and Lee looked dumbstruck. Neji tried to hide it, but was unsuccessful. Naruto, you do realize that Luna-chan is, well, a cat. No, Lee said. Yes Lee, it was not my idea. But, she kinda grows on me. Besides, there has to be a reason why she did that. I doubt she would just marry me to her without a good reason considering our species difference, Naruto said. She's a cat, Ino said. I am well aware of that, thank you for restating the obvious, Naruto said annoyed by them. Still she would look good on a dress, Tenten said as she pictured Luna in a wedding gown. The shinobi rolled in laughter. Is not funny guys. And I care for Luna very deeply, Naruto said looking stern. They guys dropped thought Kiba saved it to use for later. They reached the city with time to spare. They said their goodbyes and parted ways. Naruto-kun, Luna yelled from the windowsill. Hey Luna-chan, did ya miss me? Naruto said with a goofy grin on his face. Hey Naruto-kun, how did it go? Luna said with a concerned look on her eyes. It went as well as it can go. I got trashed by an evil spirit. Senshi come over. My friends came over. Got to formally introduce myself to Usagi's relatives. Got into hot springs, we missed you by the way, and that's about it, Naruto said as he put Luna up to speed. Luna jumped on Naruto's head and nested there. You been up all day waiting for me, haven't you? Naruto said as he patted the sleeping Luna. I am home Luna. I am home, Naruto said as he entered the building. He went into his bedroom, pulled the covers and went to sleep. Tomorrow he will have a nervous day. He will have to meet Rei's grandfather. Next day, or Ragnarok as Naruto called it. Naruto woke up feeling like he went off a trash compactor. Damn, Kiba hits hard, Naruto mumbled as he went to the bathroom to take a shower. His body was hit by the pleasing hot water and washed himself. He took only a few minutes. He was very thrifty with water. However, he never neglected his hygiene. He brushed his teeth and then sighed. No need to postpone the inevitable. He grabbed his new outfit. It was the same one he came to this world. But it has differences. Rather than blue it had black accents and the white puffy part was gone. He put a large overcoat with short sleeves and walked out of the door. Well, no sense of putting it off, hope for the best and all that crap, Naruto said as he walked down the streets. This seems like a very nice day. Like nothing bad could happen, Naruto said to himself. Chirp chirp. Hey, damn it world, you are supposed to sense something bad when someone says something like that. Naruto growled. I think that only works when you say it wholeheartedly. Then again you always been Adobe, a voice said. Yes, thank you world, Naruto inwardly said as he turned around. Hey there Tem, Naruto said as he faced his longtime rival, friend and currently enemy. Today is a good day to die, he said as his eyes turned into the Sharingan. Come and get me pretty boy, Naruto said as he summoned his sword. Naruto had finally grasped enough the power of the moon to make his weapons and abilities appear, albeit in a significant lower power level. Sasuke charged at him, Naruto parried with his sword. You are getting sloppy, Naruto said with a grin as both swords clashed making sparks. Sasuke slashed once more. Die, he said as he charged into a blind spot of Naruto with a Chidori. Naruto smirked. Aegis shield, he said. Sasuke charged his sword with the Chidori. Nagashi Chidori, he yelled. However, it went around an invisible something. Naruto smiled. This is the perfect ultimate defense. The shield befitting a person who is from the moon. Don't you think? Naruto said. Serenity slash, Naruto said as he charged the sword with his moon powers. Sasuke flipped over as it hit the building. But it did nothing. Naruto smirked as he charged to hit. Teme. Dobi. Sasuke charged. However, a hand wrapped around Sasuke. Now, no need to fight right now, Kunzite said as he pulled Sasuke. Let me go, Sasuke yelled. All in good time, the final fight is yet to come. Save your strength till then, Kunzite said. Very well, Sasuke said, he still did not like this. He wanted to finish the fight at any cost. Naruto sighed, so much for that. He dusted himself, and walked the path less traveled. Rei's shrine. Rei was nervous, it showed. Yuichiro was feeling bad, he knew something was coming. Something bad to him. Yo, where is everybody? A voice called out. Rei turned her head and dashed towards the voice. Damn it, and I was having such a nice time with Rei-san, Yuichiro said. He walked over and saw it was their coworker, Naruto. Hey Naruto, how are you? Yuichiro asked. I am fine Yuichiryu. I am looking for Rei's grandfather, you seen him? Naruto asked. Yeah, he should be meditating by the fire shrine, he said. Thanks, oh, and don't worry if you hear any yells, Naruto said. Yuichiro blinked. On the fire pyre meditation room. Oi, Oji-san, Naruto called. He stopped what he was doing. If it isn't Naruto-chan. How are you boy? The old man said with a smile. Hey Oji-san, there is nothing I need to talk to you about, Naruto said. Couple minutes later. You what? The old man yelled. Yuichiro fell from his seat. And, I was wondering if you could allow me to go out with Rei. After all, I like her a lot. And as quite obvious she likes me back, however. There are other things to consider, Naruto said. Like hell I am telling him about the others, Naruto thought. You are strong, that much is certain. Rei-chan told me about that time you saved her from those thugs, he said thinking. So you know, Naruto said a bit nervous. I know a lot. Rei-chan has been very cheery lately, the grandfather said. I see, Naruto said. However, what bothers me is the fact of that presence inside of you, the old man said. He can feel the fox. Wow, he must be strong, Naruto thought. Yeah, I feel a powerful evil presence in you. But is laying dormant, can you tell me about it? The old man said. Well, is really is a long complicated story. But suffice to say, I am what you can call a Jinchuriki, Naruto said. Power of human sacrifice. Wait, don't tell me, the old man said worried. Inside of me lies a powerful demon, capable of destroying mountains and splitting the seas. I am its jailer, Naruto said. Damn, but how can you hold such a demon at bay? The old man asked. Naruto lifted his shirt and showed to him the Shiki Fujin, he gasped. Wow, this seal is well done. But it fills me with dread. Why is that? He asked. Cause to use this seal. You have to give your life, Naruto said. I see, the person must been really desperate. The old man said. Yeah, tell me about it, Naruto said. So, what will you do, if anything should happen to my cute little granddaughter? The old man said. Don't worry, you have my word. I will protect her with my life, Naruto said with determination in his eyes. I like you kid, you got a lot of fire in you. Maybe you will do fine with my Rei-chan, the old man. Don't worry, I don't go back in my words, Naruto said with a smirk. Then Naruto-kun, what are your plans now? Will you continue to work with us? The old man said. I will continue to work. I like being here, Naruto said. Good. Then welcome to the family boy, the old man said as he slapped Naruto's back. Naruto exited the building with a smile on his face. He saw Rei sweeping and smiled at her. Rei smiled and blushed and walked up to Naruto. How did it go? Rei said. Well, he likes me, he said as okay, Naruto said. Rei hugged him, much to the dismay of Yuichiro, who left feeling depressed. Damn it, so much for my spring of my youth, he said as he shed some tears. Naruto brushed her hair out of the way. You look beautiful my fiery princess, Naruto said as he pulled closer. And you are handsome my foxy shinobi, Rei said as she poked his nose. Ha ha ha, you are such a tease Rei-chan, Naruto said as he smiled at Rei. So, wanna go out? Naruto asked. Sure, Rei said as she dashed into the temple to change out of her Miko outfit. Naruto waited for Rei to change and freshen up. Sorry for the wait, Rei said as she came out with a beautiful outfit. Naruto just mumbled something. I am sorry, what did you say? Ray said. Sorry. That's not something I should say out loud, Naruto said with a smirk making Ray blush. They both walked down the steps, each other smiling and looking at each other while Yuichiro was biting his lip in anger and fury. Damn it, I am not going to lose to you Uzumaki, Yuichiro said. Ray and Naruto went to the movies and sat down to see a comedy movie. Then they stepped by a karaoke and had a good time. Both of them had spent a while in the karaoke. Ray and Naruto spent a lot of time. Naruto then took Ray to the park and sat down to look at the stars. Look, Mars is specially shiny tonight, Naruto said pointing at the planet. Yes, I notice, Ray said as she got closer to Naruto. Nearby, Ino and Tenten along with Kiba were spying on Naruto and his improved date. Wow, Naruto is doing well, he is acting like a gentleman, Tenten said. Lucky bastard, he should have a girl as hot as her, Kiba said as he scoffed. Leave him alone, we should keep this intrusion to the minimum, Ino said. Whatever, Kiba said. He felt jealous, but at the same time he felt happy for him. Damn it, make the girls happy bastard or I am going to clock you, Kiba thought. Back to Naruto. Ray, do you still love me? Naruto asked. What do you mean? Ray asked. Do you still love me, even if so much time has passed? Naruto asked. Ray smiled, you silly. I don't love you only because of that. I fell in love with you when we meet. In this life. Before the memories returned, Ray said as she flung herself at Naruto and sat on his lap. Now, the question is, what do we do now? Ray said with a sly smile on her face. I have a couple of ideas, Naruto said as he lowered his head. And the kiss lasted for what seemed an eternity. Memories of love lost and found poured into them. Images from his past life. From his current life back in Konoha. All of it, passed to her, and her memories passed unto him. Ray, my princess of the passionate red planet. My fire, Naruto said. Naruto, my prince, of the will of fire, Ray said with a tender smile. And night fell, and the young lovers walked into the night, with the hope that the future will bring a better day. Luna was dashing madly around the streets at night. She looked like a man. Well, a cat on a mission. She entered Usagi's room via the window. She then yelled Usagi to wake up. Usagi-chan, Sailor Venus and Artemis have found the entrance that leads to the Dark Kingdom hideout. Luna said. Usagi woke fast. What did you say? Usagi said. A few moments later. I finally found it, Venus said. The senshi and the shinobi stood close by. They were on a small building where the dark energy was emanating from. Luna and Artemis jumped first. The rest of them followed suit. Luna and Artemis begun exploring the cave. The senshi went with the shinobi. The senshi on the rear while the shinobi protected them from the front. As they begun dashing through the caverns, Venus felt something. Energy, Venus said as she shielded her eyes from the light. A green light appeared and from it appeared Kunzite. I would love to welcome you ladies to the Dark Kingdom, but preparations to receive you are not ready yet, he said, so I will take you somewhere more fun, he said. Give us a break, Jupiter and Tenten said in unison. Jupiter unleashed supreme thunder while Tenten unleashed a variety of weapons. Kunzite simple disappeared and reappeared at will, dodging the attacks. Sailor Moon, if you quietly hand over the silver crystal, I will let you live. Kunzite said. I'm thinking the same thing Kunzite, if you tell me what you done with Tuxedo Common I won't punish you, Sailor Moon said. As Naruto stood by her side in his Moonlight Prince attire. What impudence, I will send you to the chaotic world of multiple dimensions. Kunzite said. He unleashed the attack and threw all the senshi and shinobi into a rift. Sailor Moon lost her moon stick that had the silver crystal. It was floating in mid-air. The silver crystal is mine, he said in triumph. However, it begun to twirl and hit him in the hand and was sucked into the rift. I am not going to write what happens next since in the manga it appears before this as did in chapter 24. Kinda redundant, so please forgive this oversight as it was done intentional. The senshi and Naruto managed to get out. However, the shinobi were still trapped in God knows where. Sailor Moon, Luna yelled. Naruto eyes turned red. Kunzite attacked them both, Luna and Artemis, and made them pass out in pain. Sailor Moon and Mercury put a hand on his shoulder to calm him down. His eyes turned back to normal. It can't be, Kunzite said, not expecting their return. You won't get your ways in the world all of the time, Venus said. Tuxedo Common, no. Endymion, where is he? Give him back, Sailor Moon said. You want it? I'll give you for the silver crystal. Kunzite said as he made a small capsule of darkness spread over them all. He then attacked with what looked like purple energy boomerangs. The attack cut through some of Sailor Moon's clothes and hurt her. She fell to Venus's hands. Sailor Moon, they yelled. Naruto got in front. His eyes were changing between red and blue. You are more sinister than I thought, Mercury said. I won't forgive you, Mars said. We are inside my own space. Will your attacks work against me, I wonder? He said as he readied himself for another attack. He threw his attack once more. Only this time it hit Naruto. And another one. And another one. Then they disappeared in white smoke. You girls are okay, Naruto said. Yes, they said. Hurry, we must combine our powers. Venus shouted, protect the princess. She shouted. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto shouted as many copies of himself appeared. We are on it, they said in sync. Venus power. They all raised their transformation pens. Mars power. Jupiter power. Mercury power. They were bathed in a golden light as Naruto parried and blocked the attacks from Kunzite with his kunai. Sailor Moon woke up as Shish was charged by the planet's powers. Everyone, Sailor Moon shouted in concern as Naruto and his clones missed a few of the attacks and hit the girls. Sailor Moon was mad. She walked up with fiery decision on her face. In the name of the moon I will punish you, she said. She pulled the moon rod, moon healing. Escalation, she yelled as the attack hit Kunzite. A powerful light emanated from Sailor Moon, and Kunzite shielded his eyes with his cape. I am one of the great four of the Dark Kingdom, Kunzite. On my pride, I shall not yell, refresh. He yelled as he attacked once more. However, Sailor Moon deflected the attack and sent it right back to him. What? He yelled as he tried to defend with his cape. The attack tore Trot and hit him. I am impossible, he yelled. With my own attack, the attack pierced his chest. It was sticking out. Zoisite, guide me to the world where your soul is drifting. He called out. His body then transformed into bubbles and disappeared. Naruto walked to the two moon cats and held them to his chest. Luna-chan, Artemis-kun, I am glad you are okay, Naruto said as he promptly bandaged them and gave them soldier pills to accelerate their healing. Naruto-kun, Usagi, no, Sailor Moon, their headquarters is on D point, in the North Pole, Luna said breathing really hard. Go, quickly, if you don't hurry the sunspots will expand. And it will be too late, Artemis said, we have no choice but to launch a surprise attack. Okay, we'll march to the Dark Kingdom right away, Usagi said. Kage Bunshin, Naruto said, my Bunshin will stay with you. I don't know if they will try to attack you again, Naruto Bunshin said as he carried the two cats out of the cave. The Senshi and Naruto stood up, with determination on their face. In the name of the moon we will punish you. All the Senshi and Naruto said as he transformed into the Moonlight Fox. On the outside, a bandaged Luna and Artemis walked around town with Naruto's Kage Bunshin and they all stopped to watch the TV on the store when the news came up. It was reporting about the sunspots that were occurring all over, bringing a lot of incidents. We have to do something about it, Artemis said. Kage Bunshin looked at him and moved his head left and right. You two will only be hindrances at best. Leave the fighting to Naruto and the girls. They will win, I am sure of it. No offense to you two, he excused himself. I feel useless, Luna said, getting angry at herself. Don't. As long as any of you still exists I am sure that boss will go against heaven and hell to come back alive, Kage Bunshin said. Luna looked sad. Artemis as well. Usagi was back home and made a dish for the family. However, due to her experience in the kitchen she managed to burn and or make everything inedible. The night passed and the girls plus Naruto came over. It was by sheer luck that Naruto managed to pull the other shinobi. He had asked them to go back, and not to send anyone else. This was their battle and did not want to endanger anyone else if possible. Tenten and Hinata hugged Naruto, while Ino did something no one expected her to do. She kissed Naruto. You better come back alive. There are a lot of people waiting for your safe return, Prince, boy, Ino said. They left the area to their own world thanks to Naruto's summons. It's time, Minako said. I can't wait, Makoto said as she cracked her knuckles. I can't believe we finally came this far, Amy said. Well ladies, let's hit the icy road. We have waited for this a long time coming, Naruto said. The girls transformed as well as Naruto. They all joined hands, and the light of the moon hit them. Sailor teleport, Naruto said as their hair and parts of their garments begun to go up. There was a flash of white light as the stone from the floor began to levitate. Then nothing. They all disappeared. They all appeared in an arctic place. Fortunately Naruto carried some spare ponchos he used before and gave them to the senshi while he kept himself warm with his chakra. Mercury began looking on her mini laptop and found which way to go. They saw a large crater that purple smoke was rising from. However, their trek would be far from easy. Queen Beryl was watching them from her crystal ball. She then sent a group of her elite monsters to fight the senshi. As the senshi began walking closer, the blizzard suddenly died down. Naruto pulled his sword out in a white kunai. "Something is wrong here," he said. Then, they saw Tuxedo Common tied up in chains. "We have to save him," Sailor Moon shouted as Naruto quickly went in and impaled him. "My nose is good, not as good as Kiba's. But you ain't him, how about you show yourself?" Naruto ordered. The fake Tuxedo Common smirked and a pillar of sharp vine-like objects broke off his abdomen and attacked the senshi who tackled Sailor Moon. They managed to dodge it. Sailor Moon was mad, but the monster suddenly became 5, each one with different color skin. 5, Sailor Moon said. "You don't stand a chance against us in Deep Point," they said as they vanished. Naruto cursed as he sheathed his sword. Then, Tuxedo Common appeared once more in chains. "Sailor Moon, I love you," he said. Sailor Moon acted on reflex and jumped towards him. However, Jupiter, Mars and Venus tackled her yet again. "You gonna fall for the same trick," Mars said. The pillar of vine-like whips attacked once more. "See," Mars said as she carried Sailor Moon as a kitten. Jupiter stopped and Naruto stood beside her. "Don't underestimate us," they said in unison. "Supreme," she said, but this time the monster turned into Motoki. Jupiter stopped. "Supreme Reikiri," Naruto yelled as he dashed forward and attacked. However, he was late to see that the monster had attacked Jupiter using an underground attack. The monster managed to repel Naruto's attack and the 5 monsters bind Jupiter up. "Moon Tiara action," Sailor Moon shouted as she attacked. "Fire, Soul," Mars said. However, they both stopped. "We can't, or else Jupiter will get injured too," Mars reasoned. "Don't worry about me, go where Queen Beryl is," Jupiter said. "No way, I can't lose you," Naruto said. "I am not giving you an option," she said. Then the monsters used an electric attack against her to fry her. "You got some nerve using electric attacks against me," Jupiter said with a cold stare. "What?" the monsters said in confusion. "Jupiter, no," Naruto yelled. "Prepare yourselves, Supreme Thunder," she yelled as she received her own attack in an attempt to take them all down with her. "Jupiter," Naruto and Sailor Moon yelled along with her other friends. The monsters and Jupiter were enveloped in a bright white light. "I think this attack might have made Kakashi-sensei proud," Jupiter said with a smile. The monsters, however, decided to bail at the last second, making Jupiter's suicide attack backfire. The attack blew a strong gale and froze some of the girls due to the cold. However, at the end, they saw Jupiter on top of a pillar of ice encased on it. Sailor Moon and Naruto quickly tried to get her out, however. "Everyone," Jupiter said weakly and in pain. "We are getting you out," Sailor Moon said as she and Naruto both climbed up. "I'm done," Jupiter said. She closed her eyes. She began to cry. Instead, "Everyone hurry to where Queen Beryl is." "No, we can't. We have to go all together," Sailor Moon said desperately. "Mako, remember what you told me? That you'd have a full-blown romance once this was over. That's what you told me." Sailor Moon began to spill tears of sadness. Jupiter looked at her. She also felt sad. "You shouldn't lie. The King of Hell will yank your tongue out," Sailor Moon said, crying. "There is no time for tears, princess. Come on, cheer up," Jupiter said, as she went to sleep forever. Naruto couldn't move. His eyes began to violently change from red to blue over and over. His whisker marks began to get large and thick, then thin again. His hair got spiky and returned to normal. Back and forth. Usagi began to cry harder. "Mako, you can't die," Sailor Moon said. Naruto climbed the ice. Tears fell from his eyes as well. "May I see you in the next world, my princess of lightning," Naruto said as he kissed her and consecrated her soul to the Buddha. "We have to go," Venus said. "No," Sailor Moon said. "What do you mean no?" Venus shouted. "If this is what we are going to go trough, we should just give them the silver crystal," Sailor Moon said. "What are you saying?" Mars exclaimed. "That's right. That is what we should have done from the beginning," Sailor Moon said. She dashed but was held by Mars and Mercury. Listen, Beryl, you can have the silver crystal. She yelled but was held in place. Let me go, because I have this. Mako, Mako, Sailor Moon shouted. Mercury then slapped her face. I'm sorry, she said as she had a pained expression on her face, but please understand. Don't let her death be in vain, Mercury said. Sailor Moon looked too stressed. Naruto decided to take charge as much as possible. She is going to hinder us. Is only natural. Poor thing, just saw one of her friends die. Mako-chan, I promise you, we will defeat her. You are one more person I will add on the list I have of people they will pay for. Naruto thought as he gripped his sword. His yes begun to change yet again. They are coming, Mercury proclaimed. You three go ahead, I will hold them off as much as I can, Mercury said. But, Mars said. Past this point we will need your powers since you have stronger attacks, so go. Mercury said. Amy, you are not going to, Sailor Moon said. I won't die, she said. That's a promise, Sailor Moon said. She smiled. Of course, Mercury said. Naruto passed by her and put his hand on her shoulder. You always wear a horrible lair, Naruto said with sad eyes. He hugged and when the senshi wear a ways long. He kissed her. Mercury raised her leg a bit. Mercury, I wish we could been together longer, Naruto said. Same here, my love, Mercury said. Naruto turned around. He hated this. All of this. He wanted to end it all. But he couldn't. His mother's seal had reinforced the seal the fourth made for the Kyuubi. He couldn't use his demonic powers as he could. Only adding a tad more power. But that was not going to be enough. When Naruto was far enough he rejoined the others. Mother, we are about to die. Please, don't abandon us in our hour of need, Naruto mentally said. Mercury was fighting against three of the monsters she managed to keep alive for a while. They were using illusions to attack but she managed to pinpoint where they were with her mini-computer. She made calculations and then used her attack on herself to envelop herself in a bubble to survive the intense heat inside the flaming ball made of illusions. She was then bound by the monster as they poured heat in her. She yelled in pain as she fell boiling from the inside. Her arms went limp to the side. She then had flashbacks. Amy-chan, you are amassing. You tended my wounds like a pro. Naruto said. Amy-chan, you look beautiful, Naruto said. You would make any guy a lucky guy if they married you, Naruto said. I love you. That last word gave her the strength she needed to continue forth. I don't go back on my words. That is my ninja way, Naruto yelled. She looked at the damaged mini-computer. This might be the last time I use this, she said as she rose it and shattered the crystal in the forehead of one of the monsters. I am sorry Naruto. I won't be able to walk next to you in the beach as we promised, she said as a tear left her and was then encased in ice. Both Naruto and Sailor Moon turned around feeling something trough their hearts. Naruto's body begun to flicker with the Yuki. Going on and off, unknown to any of them. The seal. It was corroding. Yes, experience it. The anguish, the pain. It will break this bonds that tie me here, and I will rid of them all for you. No more pain. No light. Just darkness, Kyuubi said as he roared inside Naruto. Amy. Am dead, Sailor Moon said as she collapsed on her knees and begun to cry. Naruto looked away. He put his hand on his face. I will kill her. I will not leave a single cell of her exist anymore, he said in a calm manner. The senshi looked at him. They are coming, Naruto said. Then, they attacked Minako from underground. She rose trot the heavens as Naruto dashed upwards to catch her, Venus. He yelled. She smiled gently. Sorry we never had a second date. Maybe, on the next life, Venus said as then the plants dragged underground. Fools. Begging for her life won't do you any good, we'll take the silver crystal after we kill all of you, the monsters said. Wait, they don't know of the gold crystal. Naruto thought. First, we'll take care of this one, they said. Aah, Venus yelled. She slowly begun to move her hand to her tiara. Crescent. She then touched one of the monster's forehead. Beam, she yelled as she shot the attack point blank. Then, it exploded, and a pillar of ice rose. Venus lay dead, wrapped in vines in the ice, like a fallen goddess. Naruto then grabbed his head. It pounded and begun to hurt him. He gritted his teeth as the seal still fought back against the negative emotions Naruto was having. Minako blew a kiss to Naruto in his mind. Only 2 more monsters left. I'll fucking kill you. Naruto dashed forward only for the monster to laugh as they dodged him. They went towards Mars. Aegis shield. he yelled as he shielded them. The monsters bounced off the magical shield. Mars was ready for this. Ray, go home, please, Sailor Moon pleaded. Ray's gonna take care of them real quick, Ray said. Ray, Naruto said. Shorty, take care of the princess. I am glad. My last date was with you. I will see you another time, she said as she pushed them away. Naruto grabbed Sailor Moon and dashed forward. Ray, Naruto thought as the image of Ray doing a cute pose and hugging him. And smacking him when he accidentally saw her naked. Didn't need to remember that memory. Naruto chuckled darkly at his own stupidity at this time. Then Ray was trapped inside a mount of rocks with the two monsters. How dare you! The monsters yelled as Mars unleashed her attack and destroyed one on her own. However, one survived. Now, that leaves the princess and the prince, she said as she held Mars on with her vines. Rei, they both yelled. The monster left her body with the rubble. She rose to the air, prepared to die, she said. However, something held her arm vines. What? She said as she looked down. I am not done yet, Mars said. The monster looked terrified. Fire, soul, she said as she willed the fire to go trough the vines into the monster. The monster then blew up, taking Ray with her. Rei, they yelled as Naruto held Sailor Moon back by hugging her. Naruto, Mars called. He went back and keeled down. What is it, my princess of fire, he said, choking on his words. Thank you for your love, even if it was not meant to be. In this life, Ray said as she passed on. Sailor Moon sat down. This is a dream. When I wake up, Ray will call me clumsy Usagi. Minako will look for love. Makoto will look for hers. Amy will be studying and Naruto will be there with his heartwarming smile, she said. The spirit of Jupiter put her hand on her shoulder. Come on, cheer up, Jupiter said. Be strong, Usagi, Mercury said. Don't give up hope, Venus said. Usagi, stand up, we have a war to finish once and for all, said Naruto as he offered his hand. She saw that behind Naruto were the Senshi and Spirit, all of them smiling to them. Don't worry, we will always be together, Ray said with a smile. Naruto and Sailor Moon dashed forth, both a great speed. Unknown to them, someone was waking up, waiting for them. The person with glassed blue eyes and black hair. Naruto and Sailor Moon continued their trek. It was a dangerous place full of snow and coldness. Minako, Makoto, Amy, Naruto said their names in his mind. A silent tear fell from his eyes. Flashback. So, are you ready to meet my parents? Minako said with a cheery smile. Is a prisoner in death row ready to meet the chair? Naruto asked. Come on, they are not that bad. Well, mom is a bit, how could I say, pushy, Minako said. Let's get this over with, Naruto said with a defeated sigh. Mama, Papa, I am home, Minako said with her cheery tune. Welcome home. Oh, who is the boy? Her father said as he patted her daughter's hair. He is Naruto-kun, I told you about him, remember? Mina said. Her mother stood up and looked at Naruto. She looked like Usagi's mom, so much they looked like twins. Except her hair was in a ponytail. Not bad, has a lot of muscle tone. Hair looks real, not dyed. And has shiny blue eyes, she said as she examined. Naruto's sweat dropped. What am I? A breeding animal, Naruto thought. I ate prove. He is a healthy specimen, she said. Naruto blinked. That was a little too easy. Another flashback. Say Mako-chan, why don't we go and train with my friends before they leave? Naruto said. Sure, I wanna get with that Lee guy. Lots of power and passion on him, Makoto said. A little too much passion, Naruto said. Before that he took Makoto somewhere else. It was an auditorium. He had bought tickets in advance. Wow, for me, Makoto said. Anything for you, Naruto said. Naruto took Makoto to a rental place to rent a dress. She came in a dress that exposed a lot of her legs and had a bare back. It was a beautiful forest green color. You look just like the princess you are, Mako-chan, Naruto said as he came out dressed in a tux. You look sharp there yourself, Makoto said as she held Naruto's arm close to her. Shall we? Naruto said. They went in and enjoyed the opera. It was Wagner's Ring of Nibelung. The story was moving yet powerful. Makoto was taken by the plot and held Naruto's hand. He smiled at her and promptly exited as soon as the show was over. Naruto put her against the wall and quickly begun to caress her face. You are truly a princess in body and heart, Naruto said as Makoto continued to blush. Naruto-kun, Makoto said. Princess. No. Mako-chan, I love you, Naruto said as he leaded closer and stood on tiptoes due to the slight size difference. Makoto closed her eyes and felt a jolt of electricity course trough their bodies. Makoto broke the kiss. She was panting. Naruto, Makoto said. I know I was a prince back then, Naruto said. But, in this life, I am a lowly orphan. Hell, I don't even know my parents. And if I got any relatives, I live as a ninja. Every day could be my last. But, Mako-chan, would you live with me? Even if it's like a flower being hit by the Arctic winds. Never knowing when it will fall. Naruto said. Naruto, prince, ninja, I love you all the same. My heart, my emotions, they can't be swayed by little things as titles and the like, Makoto said as she leaned down and held him in a hug. After all, I pledged myself to you, Makoto said smiling. I have a gift for you, Naruto said. He gave her a box. In it had a small ring. It had a beautiful rose-shaped crystal on it. It's beautiful. How did you get it? Makoto said. I asked a few of my friends to bring me one. It will match perfectly with your earrings, Naruto said with a smile. Flashback once more. Mizuno-sensei. Can I speak with you? Naruto said. Sure thing. Come with me to my office, Mizuno-sensei said. Naruto gulped and followed. He looked back at Amy. Wo waved at him tenderly with a sweat drop as Naruto worded something. HELP. He entered into the office and was under the penetrating gaze of Mizuno-sensei. So Naruto-kun, what do you wish to talk to me? She said. Even when being nice she was intimidating. Well, I wanted to let you know. I care deeply for your daughter. And, I wish to date her, Naruto said a bit nervous but not lowering his sight from her eyes. I see, she said as she rose up. Naruto-kun, you are a very kind, strong and intelligent young man. Do you know why I basically adopted you into our home? She asked. Naruto still looked at her. Because, I can tell the potential of people. Is an ability I developed to pick my own team in the hospital. Thanks to that I can sincerely say that this hospital's death rate is the lowest in Japan. I saw your potential even when you looked like a miserable dude about to die asphyxiated in your own blood, literally I might add, Mizuno said. She then walked by a drawer and pulled a scalpel. However, should you make my dear and only daughter cry, you will also learn how good of a student I was in forensic science. She said as she toyed with the scalpel as she smiled. Naruto exited the room, walked a few steps and collapsed and shivered. Scary, Naruto said. Flashback end. Usagi-chan, Naruto said. Sailor Moon looked at him. We might not make it out this time, Naruto said. I know, Sailor Moon said looking sad. Can you feel them, wrapping you with courage and power? Naruto said. Yes, I can still feel their warmth in me, Sailor Moon said. Naruto smiled as he felt a hand in his shoulder. It was something akin to a spirit. Only this one was Kakashi, then was a person he felt admiration for. Kakashi-sensei, Yondaime Hokage, Naruto said surprised. You done well, Kakashi said as he ruffled his hair. You make me proud. My son, Minato the Yondaime, said. Why, your son, Naruto said. Yes, I am sorry I placed such a thing in you. I shouldn't just show up and beg forgiveness and act like a parent. But, we might never have another occasion, the Yondaime said. I am the son of the Yondaime. And prince of the Silver Millennium. I can deal with this sadness. I have to keep my head clear for what's ahead, Naruto said. Then, a bright light of red dashed forth to Sailor Moon. Usagi, Naruto yelled as he held her hand. Both of them were enveloped in it and pulled to a cavern. She and Naruto then appeared, both of them on the ground. Welcome princess. You have done well to come so far, a female voice said. She appeared from the shadows. It was Queen Beryl. Naruto snarled as the fox's power begun pounding the jail. Queen Beryl, Sailor Moon said. Yes, I am Queen Beryl, she said. The shadows dispelled itself and showed Endymion kissing her hand. Sailor Moon gasped as Naruto grabbed his sword. Endymion, kill the princess, Beryl said. He opened his eyes and stood up. As you wish, he said. He disappeared and reapered in the sky. He pulled his sword and slashed towards Sailor Moon. However, clang. Naruto was there parrying his strike. Wake up idiot, you are being used, Naruto yelled. Beryl smiled. Sailor Moon then used Moon Healing Escalation. But it had no effect. There is too much dark energy sis. Save your strength. I will deal with him. Naruto said. A blast hit Naruto on the back, shoving him many layers away from the cavern. Ah, sister. Naruto yelled. Sailor Moon. Die, Endymion said as he gently threw a rose. A black rose. The rose became vines and snared Sailor Moon and begun to send volts of evil energy into her, making her yell in pain. Sailor Moon begun to remember the old hymn. She begun to sob, but then the energy input rose, making her shrill in pain. She then fell to the floor. Her body was twitching from the experience. Endymion begun to walk with his sword unsheathed. Sailor Moon had tears on her eyes. Mamoru. He then kicked her away. Hyah! Sailor Moon yelled. He then held her by the neck and begun to send electric shock unto her. She yelled in pain, a horrible shrilling shout that reached to Naruto's ears. Naruto's mindscape. What do you want? Naruto snarled at the fox. What I want? You summoned yourself here. There is something you seek. Or something you need, the fox said. You are free, in one condition, Naruto said. The fox looked at him. Kill Beryl, Naruto said as he tore the seal away. With Usagi and Mamoru. Mamoru rose his sword to give the final attack to Sailor Moon. She closed her eyes and attacked with the moon tiara. Endymion fell to the floor. Usagi gasped. Tears were in her eyes as he saw Endymion not move. Then, he begun to shout in pain and rage. He stood up crazed and wild. Stop, Sailor Moon said. Die, he said as he rose his sword. Please stop, Sailor Moon shouted. Insert the song from the star locket. Sailor Moon held on her hands Mamoru's locket. The whimsical yet nostalgic tune begun to play. Please, remember, Sailor Moon said while on her knees. I am Serenity. In the distant past, you and Naruto swore to love and protect me. And you and Naruto fought to whom would be with me. I am Serenity of the Moon Kingdom, Sailor Moon said. Endymion snarled, anyone who opposes the Dark Kingdom must die. He said, yelling the last part. You're just being corrupted and used by the evil energy in you, please. Regain your gentle heart, she said with tears on her eyes. Endymion begun to shiver. I don't want to fight you, Sailor Moon said with a tender smile on her face, however tears still adorned her eyes. Endymion's facial expression somewhat softened. So please, she said. He slowly reached for the locket and then a bright light washed him over. What? Beryl shouted, covering herself. Endymion begun to shout. Endymion's mindscaper. Many memories of his past with Usagi rushed into him. His time in the Silver Millennium. How they antagonized each other on their new life. Then, a young Mamoru could be seen. He was bandaged, all alone and scared. Who am I? I can't remember anything. Am I all alone? He begun to sob and cry. No, you're not, two voices said. Mamoru turned to see two blonde persons. A boy and a girl. You have me, Usagi said. What? Mamoru said as he turned on his old age. Usagi tenderly grasped his hands. Don't worry. You are not alone, she said as Naruto smiled and left. Outside. Endymion then gasped and dropped his sword. And then fell to his knees. Mamoru-san, Sailor Moon yelled in concern. Usagi, he said in a pained voice. She gasped. A red rose fell on his sword. Thank you, he said with a smile. She hugged. I am glad. You are back, she said crying. Beryl's eyes begun to glow. I won't forgive you, princess. Trying to steal Endymion from me again, she yelled as she used a dark crystal spear and threw her with all her might. Endymion grabbed a rose and threw it, parting it into smaller fragments. However, the fragments still rained upon him and he used his body to protect Usagi. The rose hit Beryl in the chest. Mamoru-san, Usagi yelled. Endymion, why do you protect that girl? If you had married me, you could have been king of all the worlds. Her body begun to shatter. Impossible, she gasped. Mamoru-san, please hang on, Sailor Moon pleaded. How can something like this defeat me? Beryl asked. The rose begun to emit a glow. Energy. Is Endymion's love for that girl destroying my body? She said. I won't accept it. I will never accept it, she said as she disappeared. Mamoru-san, she yelled. Hurry, leave this place, Mamoru said weakly. What? She said. And go back to being an ordinary girl, and find a cool boyfriend. Naruto fits the bill, perfectly. Don't you think? He said with a smile. Sailor Moon blushed a bit. Her eyes begun to water again. You're also cool, Mamoru, Sailor Moon said. He smiled, then felt limp. Sailor Moon gasped. Mamoru. Her eyes begun to swell with tears. Mamoru-san, she cried as she hugged the body of his friend. Love interest and protector. Naruto little by little begun to walk. Insert Dark Vader's breathing sounds as he walks down the corridors. Naruto entered the place where Usagi and Endymion were. He looked at them. He had heard them from all the way back. A few minutes ago. I got one condition. I want you to kill Beryl. But allow me to keep control. Until we can't no more. Just slowly pour your energy. I will need all you can give me and I need to get accustomed to it. I don't wanna die without destroying at least one of them. I accept your terms, Ninjin, Kyuubi said. Usagi-chan, are you ready? Naruto said. He was covered in the red energy once more. Usagi however did not notice. They begun to walk. Without notice, each step Naruto did melted the ice. With Beryl. She crawled all the way down to where Queen Medalia was, sleeping. Queen Medalia, please lend me your power, Beryl begged, please give me the power to defeat that hateful girl. Very well, said a voice, the time has come to bestow hatred and suffering. To all living things in this universe. Queen Beryl, kill everything and everyone and turn the world pitch black, Queen Medalia said as she broke her container and poured itself on Beryl. A black tornado appeared as black lightning fell to the snow-white earth. A black rose appeared and from it emerged Queen Beryl Medalia. I have finally obtained the energy of darkness. I will rule this world. She yelled. Then she heard steps. It came quick. Then a bright red light. Insert Devils Never Cry song from DMC3 ending credits roll. Die. Naruto yelled savagely as 3 energy tails formed on his body. Beryl then put an energy shield but Naruto attacked relentlessly. Serenity slash. Naruto shouted. Rather than a white energy coming out it was a powerful red one. Beryl however swatted it away. Usagi stopped as he saw Naruto's primal fury unleashing it all over the one that caused so much pain. You kill them. You kill them all. I will kill you. Naruto yelled as his tears evaporated due to the demon's cloak. Another tail appeared, his body then was covered completely by the energy. Rahhhhhh. Naruto yelled in Kyuubi energy form. His tail stretched out and grabbed Beryl and shoved her into the ground. Beryl however was unfazed as she shielded herself. But it wasn't enough. Another attack from Bello came and hit her straight in the face causing a slight bruise. Then, particles of black and blue and white energy begun to congregate on him. His body then begun to grow yet another tail. He then shot the energy ball at her. She was hit and yelled in pain. You are an annoyance. Beryl yelled as she attacked. Naruto moved at breakneck speeds that deformed his face. And hit her again, but he hit a shield. He kept going. As tears dropped from the white eyes of the monster he became. Beryl however managed to fight to a stalemate with the Kyuubi and 8 tails now. However she knew she couldn't keep up. So she launched an attack towards Sailor Moon who was taken by the colossal fight. Naruto then saw the attack. And Usagi gasped. Then, something hit her face. Blood. Her eyes widened. Naruto-kun, she yelled. The Kyuubi energy slowly receded. Back. Sis, tear, I am sorry. I am going ahead of you. I failed you. My ninja way. It wasn't enough to save you, to save them. If only I was stronger, Naruto said, as he coughed. Usagi, go to sleep. For me, Naruto said as he hit her on the back putting her down. He then picked up the moon stick that turned into something else for him, think like the staff of Loki in Detective Loki Ragnarok. You think a little punk kid like you who was adopted to the moon family can wield such power? Beryl shouted as she threw a tremendous attack. Naruto closed his eyes, and then opened them back up. His eyes held no life. They looked glassed. Dead. Mother, guide me, Naruto whispered as the Queen Serenity appeared behind him, along with the Senshi and his friends. Although in spirit he felt them all. I know, I wasn't your son, but please, accept me into your family and allow me to wield the power of the moon. I want for my friends, my loved ones, for all the people in this beautiful world, to keep existing, Naruto said. Naruto then felt a pair of warm hands. It was Sailor Moon. Die, Beryl shouted. A giant ice pillar formed, however Naruto and Sailor Moon were on the top of it. It was shaped like a beautiful rose. In full bloom, Sailor Moon was no longer Sailor Moon. She was dressed as the proper princess. Serenity, she was in a beautiful white gown. And Naruto, at her side he was dressed in an outfit like Endymion's, only his face white with silver accents. From his forehead the sign of the moon family shone as bright as Serenity's. Insert Moonlight Dansetsu in here. They held the moon staff and both shouted out, "Moon healing escalation." They shouted as Beryl threw an attack of high magnitudes. All of them groaned as they shoved all their energy and chakra, in Naruto's case as well. Why? Why do you go to such lengths to defy me? Beryl asked. You dream of a beautiful future, but you are sure to eventually realize that this world is ugly and filthy. No, I have faith, Usagi said. In love, friendship, or in the trust between people. Beryl laughed. I have faith. Faith in this world that everyone tried to protect, Serenity said with conviction. And I, on the will of fire that fuels my drive and existence. Naruto said. Fools, there is nothing left to believe in this rotten world, she yelled as she poured more strength into the attack. Please, Silver Crystal, Serenity pleaded, make me believe even more in this world that everyone had faith in. She said. Everyone, lend us your strength, Serenity shouted. One by one every senshi. And Naruto's friends put their hands around the staff. All of them smiled. Mercury power. Mars power. Jupiter power. Venus power. The ninjas then shouted in unison, Will of Fire power. And Lee and Guy added, Youth power. Moon prism power. Moonlight power. Serenity and Naruto shouted in unison. All the power siphoned into the staff. And a bright powerful pink light shone and pushed away all the evil energy. What? No, Beryl yelled. Naruto and Usagi then fell to the ground. Everyone, thank you, Usagi said. As she fell to the floor. Naruto crawled next to her. I am next to you, sister. Wait for me, he said as he held her hand. And fell limp on her side. A bright pink light began to expand and swallowed Usagi and Naruto, parting them away. I'm still half asleep. And I think, please let me sleep 3 more minutes. I am late for school every day like clockwork. My teacher makes me stand out in the hall and I get failing grades on my tests. Well, that was until he came. And helped me be better. The crepes we'd all eat on the way home, we'd gaze dreamily at a party dress in a shop window while he smiled and watches over us. The little things bring such joy and I'm happy. I wish. The pink light begins to envelop the world. I wish I could go back to that kind of normal life. I want to go back. Naruto then was enveloped in a bubble of purple color. It's such a shame that the prince cannot stay with you, princess. He still has a long way to control the raging beast in him, a voice said. She wore a senshi outfit and had a staff on her. Go back, my prince. Once you conquered the beast in you, only then will you be able to come back, the figure said as she opened a portal and dropped gently the body of Naruto there. I am too late, Kakashi said. He scanned around and found Naruto. He had a piercing attack on his chest. He's alive. Sasuke failed to kill him. Good. At least, he's alive, Kakashi thought as he brought Naruto back to the village. Naruto woke up. He was in shock. Then he saw familiar faces. And he began to tear up. Naruto. What's wrong? Sakura asked, alarmed. I don't know. I fell. I feel empty and sad. But, I can't remember why. I feel I've forgotten something. Something important to me, Naruto said as he looked around. Sakura-chan, where am I? Naruto asked. You were in Konoha. Sasuke wounded you pretty badly. You almost didn't make it, Sakura said. Naruto looked out, and saw the crescent moon, and begun to tear up. He washed his face and tried to leave the room. Kuhuhuhu. Brat. Suffer. Suffer as you continue to live without the memories of your sister. And your loved ones. Entertain me with your anguish and suffering, bahahahahaha. Kyuubi said as he roared in delight of the sadness of his jailer. Naruto walked the streets of Konoha absent-mindedly. Until he saw a black cat. Slowly the cat walked to him. He knelt to the floor and began to cry with reckless abandonment. Why do I feel I lost something so important in my here? I feel dead inside, Naruto said. Sakura looked at Naruto, she sighed. The poor guy had been through a lot. He then grabbed the black cat and began to walk towards his home. I want to remember. I will remember, Naruto thought as he closed the door. The moon. It makes me so sad, Naruto said. He put his hand against the mirror and saw the image of a blonde girl with a peculiar hairstyle. Then changed to another blonde girl with an orange ribbon. Then to a girl with blue hair. Then to a girl with brown hair tied up in a ponytail. Who are they? And why is my heart beating so fast? He punched the mirror. Damn it, remember. Who are they? Naruto yelled as his hand began to bleed. He then felt a soothing presence. It wrapped itself around him. He began to cry.